A lone traveler arrives at the village, attracting some attention. A nearby farmhand stops working, warily gripping his rake. An older villager introduces himself, while skeptically sizing up the newcomer. The elder senses from his eyes that the newcomer survived something terrible. The elderly man greets the newcomer warmly while the observer keeps to himself. 4 days pass, and the quiet stranger remains mostly ignored in the village. Some locals gather outside, whispering as they watch the newcomer. Meanwhile, a disinterested youth ignores the talk while his quiet companion listens. After a week, the observer finally discovers what the stranger has been doing. 2 children practice swinging wooden sticks near the chicken coop. The aloof worker walks off with his tools, unconcerned about the stranger's history. He spends the next month training alone behind the closed gate. Another month passes while he silently peels potatoes, ignoring persistent village rumors. While peeling a potato, the young man tunes out his surroundings, feeling completely indifferent. Day after day, the youth relentlessly practices sword swings outside, his determination unwavering. The nervous youth grows determined to uncover the extent of his rival's abilities firsthand tomorrow. The onlooker silently watches the scene, clearly unimpressed. The observer critically assesses the sword's quality, finding it unremarkable despite the villager's admiration. The young man reflects that effort may not overcome another person's deep suffering. Finally, the traveler walks away from the gate, leaving his past behind. A former mercenary enters the village with his children, stepping into the sunlight together. The girl with the gentle smile radiates innocence, while the observer resolves to approach her the next day. A young man finally starts writing by candlelight. Years later, he lives peacefully with his wife, enjoying a long-sought normal life. The young man keeps thinking about someone who should not matter to him. For 5 years, the lone figure has endured endless sword swings in the yard, prompting a silent observer to resolve to check on him daily from tomorrow. For over 5 years, the young swordsman has trained alone in the small yard. He continues tirelessly honing his sword skills in the same training yard. For over 6 years, the young swordsman has trained alone through the night, never wavering in his relentless pursuit. Even in heavy snowfall, the young man continues his sword training. A newborn is gently embraced as the villagers gather in celebration. The man resumes his sword training with undiminished resolve. A determined youth walks up the path, carrying an enormous sword. A massive monument rises beneath the night sky, dominating the silent landscape. Exhausted, the young man collapses to his knees on the wet mountainside. Suddenly, an older man opens a folder and realizes years passed without checking that trainee. The mentor quietly worries that his disciple is pushing his training too far. The frail elder stirs and tries to respond, his voice barely audible as someone anxiously calls out to him. An energetic youth enters the room and gently wakes the elder, who greets him with a warm smile. The younger man lightly scolds the elder, disturbing his rest. The cheerful woman urges her companion to get ready to leave. Meanwhile, the child rushes to the bed as the older man wakes. A caring daughter invites her father to join a market trip with the children, but he declines and chooses to rest. The elder silently observes as the woman leads the child away from the window. Afterward, the man hesitates at the window, considering a walk through the village. A calm breeze drifts over the treetops beneath a tranquil sky. The older man closes his eyes, enjoying the calm weather. The village leader walks the street, greeting people as he goes. Meanwhile, the traveler notes how much the quiet village has changed. The older figure stops and indicates the spot with a resigned air. The older man walks toward the hidden gate, intent on entering. Over decades, the gate's handles remain untouched, now buried in moss and leaves. The mustached man pauses and carefully scans the area. The young man's eyes widen in shock as he reacts to an unexpected event. A panicked figure dashes through the gate as someone tightens their grip on a massive sword, ready to confront the intruder. Soon, the older man staggers back, struggling to breathe after the shock. The young man falls to his knees, gripping his sword in agony. He glares defiantly, refusing to release his sword as he dies. For a moment, all attention remained fixed on the figure. Then the strange power disappears, leaving the area unnervingly quiet. The mourner gently lays the fallen figure down and closes his eyes in silence. The elder lowers his gaze, silently weighed down by his thoughts. The mourner silently prays for the departed's peace in death. Suddenly, a blond youth realizes something critical and freezes. The young man wakes from a nightmare, shaking and drenched in sweat. A majestic estate rises under the bright sky, marking the southern border of the kingdom and serving neighboring realms. Crowds push through the city gate, flooding the busy streets. An armored herald announces the children's noble lineage to the crowd. In the courtyard, soldiers watch the youngest enchantress honored by royalty. Nearby, 3 guards argue that enchanters are rarer than wizard lords. The armored youth scoffs at the appointment, insisting it pales in comparison to the achievements of true wizards and dismissing its significance. The central knight halts the discussion, prompting the others to listen attentively. A senior scolds the nervous newcomer in the courtyard while he awkwardly pretends to go along. An aggressive officer attacks a subordinate for questioning orders while others watch. Burdened by a harsh reputation, the young man stands alone in the darkness. After losing his mother, the boy withdrew from the world and spent years isolated in his room. The memory of watching his parent die still lingers painfully. On patrol, several soldiers pause to discuss a concern shared by all. Two guards rush toward an unexpected disturbance outside the building. One armored man recoils in terror at the sudden shock. The second wife and a stern girl enter, drawing attention. The supervisor scolds her subordinate for disrupting their shift. Armored soldiers kneel, begging forgiveness from the two women. An armored fighter corners a trembling opponent, demanding answers. An older woman grabs the girl's shoulder, stopping her protest. Afterward, a calm leader calls for restraint, ending the punishment. The stern woman scolds a colleague for gossiping and orders everyone back to work. A wary sentry fixes his gaze on the newcomers as a young girl and her companion stride purposefully through the castle gates. 3 armored guards whirl around, gripping their spears defensively. The tired guards sigh, unaware a hidden observer watches from shadows. A servant walks past the estate gates, thinking the household's future looks bright. The observer silently notes that the young heir stands in stark contrast to the others. The angry youth slams his fists onto the bed. The sleepless youth suddenly sits up in bed, still frustrated. The exhausted young man sits on his bed, lamenting constant fatigue. The young man jolts awake, clutching his head after a nightmare. Since then, everything has felt strangely out of place. He grips his sword, remembering the exhaustion crushing his body. Soon, the young man collapses, his legs shaking with weakness. He stares in shock as one trembling hand begins transforming. The restless youth trembles, struggling to contain the overwhelming urge surging within him. An attendant opens the door and confronts an unexpected visitor. The youth wakes and notices an older man standing nearby. He suddenly tenses, reacting to an unseen presence in the room. He freezes in confusion as he notices something unexpected nearby. The anxious youth struggles to confess his desire to wield the sword before the imposing figure. The man stands in silence, deep in thought. A subordinate recoils in fear from a shocking sight. Meanwhile, a newcomer enters the training grounds where armored trainees practice under an instructor. A nervous guard scans the hall as tension rises among armored sentinels. The confident one affirms her point as the others react with surprise to the revealed truth. Then the youth steps forward decisively, signaling his resolve to act. The idle heir walks onto the training grounds as a bystander watches in shock. 2 armored guards notice a stranger heading toward the armory wall of swords. One guard doubts the determined youth is really going there to train. The confused youth recoils as his attempt before the great sword goes awry. Soon, a worried attendant promises to find an expert to help choose a wooden sword. The anxious youth quickly refuses the offer, his unease evident as he tries to clarify the situation. Now he stands before the sword wall, focusing on the largest blade. The youth snaps his gaze upward at something alarming above. The young man chooses a training sword from the rack. One guard pinches the other's cheek to confirm they're not dreaming. The armored attendant yelps in pain, clutching his shoulder as the 2 youths stride away. The irritable challenger scoffs and glares downward with defiance in the courtyard. 2 armored guards whirl around, startled by a sudden sound. The blonde figure recoils in shock, confronted by an unexpected and intense scene. The nervous trainee grips his sword, trying to steady himself. The young swordsman tightens his grip, struggling to stay upright. The exhausted youth pauses, breathing hard with brief relief. A rack of swords vibrates violently, filling the empty stone room with tense noise. The blond youth grits his teeth, raising the massive sword. The anxious youth strains to lift his weapon while 2 stern figures scrutinize his efforts. 2 cadets stand together, mocking another student's failed attempt. A sluggish trainee struggles to raise the blade, suddenly determined. Someone speculates that the motivation is connected to the son from the Gyruan territory. The blonde cadet taunts him about the neighboring lord's son humiliating their young master. The blonde youth bows, hiding the pain as he pants. A skeptic doubts the weakened man's ability to act. Later, 3 workers wonder how long he'll train before resuming chores. A gambler places a risky bet, laughing with unsettling confidence. A sharp-eyed man interrupts, revealing he heard the whole conversation. The mentor warns the youth that mastering swordsmanship alone will be difficult. The attendant urges training tomorrow, but the withdrawn youth silently walks away. Exhausted, the youth keeps swinging his sword despite the pain. The troubled swordsman hesitates mid-swing, attacking while confused. Meanwhile, the confused youth hesitantly steps forward. The blond youth is slammed to the floor and skids away. The young man collapses onto the floor, overwhelmed by an unexpected sense of calm. Later, the boy kneels, trying to copy the sword technique from his dream. The man quietly sits outside the gate, feeling his emotional burden slowly lessen. The troubled youth swings his sword hard, trying to dispel haunting memories. Gradually, his lingering grievances fade, leaving him with a sense of release. The sweating youth raises his sword, barely restraining an uncontrollable urge. The young man narrows his eyes, sweating as he concentrates intensely. Suddenly, a worried attendant grabs the youth and warns him of danger. A frantic servant shouts, urging the young master to stop training as evening nears. The young man freezes in panic, realizing the day is nearly over. The blond youth collapses into another's arms as someone shouts in alarm. The weakened youth leans on his attendant, who urgently checks his condition. Finally, the exhausted youth staggers while someone warns he has pushed himself too far. Someone watches the sun set as evening approaches. A worried attendant hugs the young master, scolding his recent disappearance. A tired trainee is told to rest while others handle cleanup. A voice cries out in agony from within the shadowed tower as night envelopes the scene. The youth jolts awake, clutching his arm, hurt from mimicking his dream. Restless, he tosses in bed, unable to fall asleep. Several silent minutes pass before anything else happens. Elsewhere, a blond boy sleeps deeply, sprawled across his bed. Days pass, and we shift to a grand sunlit building. A blond youth bites his sandwich, enjoying a brief calm. The young man hurriedly devours his sandwich and gulps down water at the table. Afterward, he says he's going to the training grounds as someone watches. Haunted by dreams, he forces himself through exhausting daily sword practice. He realizes sword training clears his mind and brings unexpected benefits. Determined, he asks for more food to quickly regain strength for training. Meanwhile, two unseen people discuss eagerly awaiting today's results near a stone building. A boastful armored fighter claims certain victory and asks the newcomer's opinion. Later, a hesitant traveler approaches an armored guard and asks for directions. A hooded elder demands directions to the training grounds from a startled guard. An armored guard questions a robed visitor requesting access to the training grounds. The visitor assures the guards of approval while searching for his permit. The guards agree to escort him to the training grounds later. The group reaches the training ground doors to resolve their wager. The young man recoils in shock as he suddenly notices something unexpected. Then a determined fighter enters the courtyard, drawing everyone's attention. The victorious youth shouts, forcing the loser to honor their bet. One armored figure aggressively tosses a bag of money to another, who accepts it with a grin. Two trainees note a classmate's renewed determination after his recent humiliation. Meanwhile, arguments erupt on the stairs over vital information someone concealed. A hooded elder stares down a warrior, and tense silence follows. Elsewhere, the observer watches a blonde trainee train hard, recognizing his potential. The observer harshly evaluates the swordsman's inadequate technique. The young man struggles to lift the heavy sword, his arms trembling under its weight. Soon, the exhausted boy gasps for breath, clearly out of stamina. An onlooker silently wonders how long he can keep going. The elder doubts learning swordsmanship just to impress a neighboring lord. Suddenly, a cloaked observer stops, startled by an interruption. The armored guards recoil as a sudden, unnatural wind sweeps through the area, catching everyone off guard. A frightened soldier staggers back from an unexpected threat. The startled youth looks up toward a disturbance near the castle wall. The onlooker stares upward in shock as a griffin circles above the courtyard. Then a rider arrives atop a massive red beast. A lion-bodied, eagle-headed beast watches from a rocky ledge. A legendary steel-skinned monster finally appears. However, events did not unfold as expected. Energy blasts slam down, forcing the armored defenders to retreat. Soon after, a cloaked fighter rushes onto the battlefield. A colossal winged beast lands before the woman and fallen warrior. A cautious figure reaches out, making contact with the mysterious furry creature. Magic flares in its eye, revealing a dangerous enchantment. The assertive girl points sharply and calls out to someone across the room. An armored caster yells in fear while clutching a staff. A heavily armored figure snaps to attention, visibly rattled by a sudden, forceful accusation echoing through the hall. Then the armored warrior recoils in panic from a sudden threat. A robed elder questions the stranger, then claims to be a wandering knight. Later, the commander scolds nervous soldiers for neglecting duty beside the red beast. A shaky guard explains the shift changes, insisting nothing suspicious occurred. A towering instructor angrily confronts a trembling trainee for disrupting training. A surprised woman folds her arms after someone suddenly calls her. Finally, a confused youth recoils as chaos erupts around him. The resolute young woman silently surveys the storeroom, her gaze sharp with determination. The blonde rival recoils in shock at something unseen. The swordsman steps forward, ordering the reckless fighter to stop. The young man pauses at the base of the staircase, tense and uncertain, sweat forming on his brow. The tense youth stands frozen in sweat as his two companions react with shock behind him. The blonde trainee jolts back, stunned by an unexpected shock. Meanwhile, the young man grips his sword, bracing himself. An irritated woman scolds her partner for underestimating swordsmanship. The irritated trainee harshly berates the discouraged boy in the training hall, questioning whether his efforts with the wooden sword will make any difference. An armored fighter is mocked as weaker than a rookie guard. A red-feathered beast lifts its head at demands for answers. A composed newcomer descends the stairs, drawing every onlooker's attention. The woman calmly calls the younger sibling away from their brother. The assertive girl clenches her fist and sharply orders the hesitant youth to act. The young swordsman stands silently, struggling with anxious thoughts. Their armored leader praises the group and warns one not to overdo. The anxious boy hesitantly agrees under pressure in the stone-walled room. The woman and the girl move forward under the watchful eyes of the guards. The sentinels relax, relieved as the crimson creature stays motionless. Suddenly, the armored guards stagger back as the crimson beast advances. The cloaked elder scans the area, unsettled by the object's sudden appearance. Afterward, everyone stands stunned, as if chaos vanished instantly. A fierce stare fixes on the target, showing firm resolve. A hooded watcher debates continuing surveillance as the youth crosses the ground. Footsteps approach, echoing through the empty moonlit hallway. An attendant calmly tells the servant the young master is asleep. The visitor firmly postpones the meeting until the young master wakes. The anxious figure stops abruptly, uncertain about taking the next step. The enraged man confronts the defiant girl, who stands her ground. Suddenly, the figure freezes under a crushing force from above. The blonde girl turns away in irritation, leaving the onlooker standing in the hallway. The blonde girl glares fiercely and threatens the other person to keep today's event secret, clutching a pillow tightly. The anxious intruder kneels in defeat as the observer prepares to confront him in the dim hallway. Meanwhile, the tense figure stands frozen in the hallway, saying nothing. A small companion plays music beside the bed, trying to wake the boy. The young man jolts awake in bed as his cat approaches. Then, a hesitant passerby stops, noticing a conspicuous envelope on the ground. The cautious person opens the envelope and stares wide-eyed at its contents. The young man apologizes and expresses concern about the other's health, gently encouraging a break from overwork. A quiet visitor secretly leaves a comforting doll on the bed, urging the boy to keep the visit hidden from his mother. The blonde youth discovers a hidden message on the back of the letter while reading. He sits on the bed, realizing his family's support. An attendant calls from outside, announcing that dinner is ready. Before eating, he pauses, deep in thought. Then he hurries out, determined to join his family. The servant watches, stunned by the young master's sudden change. One sibling offers food, and the other calmly accepts. An excited guest recommends dishes while the companion nods hesitantly. The somber youth lowers his gaze, lost in quiet reflection. He thanks his family sincerely for supporting him despite his idleness. A mother, father, and son finally share heartfelt apologies and confess their love to each other. Then the elder gently steers everyone back to eating, easing the mood. A respectful youth responds to his elder as a serious conversation begins at the ornate table. A worried woman warns the young swordsman not to overexert himself. One man insists he is fine while another quietly voices concern. The swordsman scoffs at the difficulty, recalling harsher training from dreams. Outside, the sky lies calm and open above drifting birds. 2 guards halt in the corridor, one asking how many days have passed. Suddenly, a commanding officer appears, ending the long silence. The young noble relentlessly trains with a massive sword, pushing past exhaustion as onlookers question how long he can endure. 2 trainees whisper about an unfamiliar elder constantly watching training. The old man scoffs at them, clearly uninterested. Meanwhile, a cloaked watcher monitors the heir's 10-day solitary training. He realizes his earlier judgment of the disgraced noble was wrong. Despite a lazy reputation, the youth keeps training under the elder's gaze. The old observer silently ponders the young swordsman's unwavering resolve. Suddenly, he realizes such determination surpasses anything he has witnessed. The observer acknowledges the unwavering resolve shining from the young figure standing beneath the stars. He imagines the swordsman's potential growth if guided by a skilled mentor. The young swordsman exhales and braces, doubting his own potential. Sweating heavily, he struggles to swing his sword as onlookers watch. The hooded elder surveys the crowd, coolly assessing events. The hooded elder initiates a conversation by asking the attentive man for permission to pose a question. The young swordsman keeps swinging his massive blade relentlessly. In a hallway, an armored man reports the youth lacks the promised master. Reluctantly, the bearded informant reveals who that training master is. The elder explodes in alarm, making the informer recoil in confusion. On the training eve, the chosen man drinks heavily, acting carefree. An authority figure slams the reckless youth down, refusing to waste such talent. Finally, the old mentor steps forward, resolved to stop hiding. An elder urgently requests a meeting with the household master. Meanwhile, someone cautiously questions whether the recent revelation is true. The hooded person confirms the revelation to the nobleman. The man doubts whether his son ever had real talent. The blond man hesitates, anxiety flickering across his face as he struggles to voice his concerns. Then, an aspiring swordsman receives a recommendation letter from the armored warrior. The continent's top sword academy accepts only gifted youths. However, someone insists that everyone is included without exception. 3 aspiring trainees stand ready with swords, embodying the prestige and opportunity granted by their elite status. There, the academy is introduced as more prestigious than the Royal Academy. A serious mentor warns how hard it is to enter and survive there. The young swordsman stands at the brink of daunting rivalry, his victory uncertain against the relentless competition ahead. The young man is shocked by the other person's unexpected news. A woman tells the boy the decision to proceed is entirely his. Later, the worried youth warns his companion about hardships on this path. The hesitant youth asks for time to consider, while the other quietly accepts. Someone sits on the bed's edge, thinking about the decision. The young man pauses, gripped by uncertainty about his own abilities. Now, after 10 stagnant years, he hesitates before facing an unfamiliar future. He clenches the bedsheet tightly, struggling with his inner conflict. The protagonist, overwhelmed by frustration, refuses to remain passive any longer. A determined resolve forms, driven by the desire to protect both self and cherished family. The younger boy steps into the room and calls out to the stern man, breaking the tense silence. The young man steps forward and declares his willingness to take on the challenge. Later, the heir walks through the gate, leaving family. The youngest steps forward, confidently bidding farewell as 2 adults watch from the doorway. The lone traveler guides the wagon along the tranquil road as birds soar overhead. The reserved youth pauses at the entrance as the attendant confirms this is his first solo departure. Someone hands him a wrapped pendant from an absent sender. A magical sword suddenly appears, shocking the young man. The young man sits on the bench, quietly expressing his gratitude. An older figure announces their arrival as the young boy gazes upward in awe at the new surroundings. A crowd gathers at the castle gate, buzzing with anticipation. A stern guide leads the startled youth toward the entrance. Meanwhile, a blond man flinches when his offer is rejected. The young man accepts his new status as a trainee and prepares to handle challenges independently. The older attendant stands outside at dusk, overcome with emotion as tears well up in his eyes. Finally, he walks away from the gate, vowing to return. The young swordsman strides away with determination as his mentor bows an encouragement, sending him off on a crucial mission. Cloaked travelers face two guards at the castle gate as a child hesitates. A confident youth is introduced to the audience between two knights. Armored guards welcome the blue-haired guest at the fortress gate. An armored guard turns suddenly, sensing something wrong. The newcomer steps forward and confidently presents a letter of recommendation. Two armored guards warmly receive the young heir at the grand gate. The boastful youth claims the famous knight's letter ensures passing. The newcomer nods and proceeds toward the auditorium as the armored guard offers a final word of encouragement. Elsewhere, two guards doubt a letter recommending the infamous noble's son. Whispers about the family's idle outcast fill the air as the solitary youth disappears into the shadows. A stern observer silently questions the newcomer's apparent weakness, doubting the judgment of the elder who vouched for him. The assembled group quietly prepares to investigate the newcomer's situation. A hesitant figure raises a hand and knocks on the large, intimidating door, bracing for what comes next. The newcomer enters the crowded hall, drawing every student's stare. The ostracized youth silently endures the surrounding students' hostile stares. A firm woman tells everyone to stay calm despite rising tension. Meanwhile, the same woman forces herself to remain composed. A wary student notices an important figure stepping onto the podium. A stern figure in armor steps forward and announces himself as the instructor to the assembled trainees. He pauses briefly, silently considering his next action. Finally, 3 trainees step forward, signaling the start of competition. A top young swordswoman from a renowned family is introduced. A young swordsman freezes when he spots the unexpected newcomer. The blue-haired contestant clenches his jaw, realizing he cannot win. The armored instructor explains they are provisional trainees facing difficult sword training. He adds they must pass 2 harsh tests to remain. The armored supervisor orders everyone to surrender belongings and step outside. Then the leader guides the group toward a nearby training building. An instructor explains the curved running track is for endurance training. A determined runner steps onto the field to begin the test. The commanding figure launches the fitness test, surging ahead as the group sprints after him. The red-haired leader yells at them to sprint even faster. Meanwhile, another coach urges the trainees to increase speed along the path. 3 trainees sprint together, struggling to maintain the relentless pace. A boy runs behind the others, trying hard to keep up. The blue-haired runner dashes ahead, mockingly challenging the pursuer behind. The blond youth collapses to the ground, overwhelmed by exhaustion after the intense confrontation. He clutches his chest, overwhelmed by the strain on his body. The blonde runner staggers, gasping, as the faster competitor stays ahead. Then a determined participant sprints past the building without looking back. Finally, an exhausted youth drops to his knees, unable to continue. The young swordsman stomps down, signaling his attack start. He snaps his head aside, sensing an unexpected threat. A forceful command pierces the tension, demanding immediate action. The young man charges forward through the city, driven by unwavering resolve. However, the youth scoffs, dismissing the challenge as trivial. The youth silently measures his own resolve against the imposing figure from his dream. The young man surges forward, fueled by a desperate drive to match his idol. The runner forces himself onward, exhausting his remaining strength. He runs on, determined to abandon his former life. Meanwhile, an onlooker notices him pulling ahead of the group. The same observer raises a hand, confused by the commotion. A weakened runner staggers forward, barely able to stand. The boy sprints in panic, gasping for breath. The dominant combatant hurls her opponent across the arena as the onlookers gasp in disbelief. The older youth darts forward and pulls the startled boy out of danger on the grassy field before the imposing building. The group dashes away as a looming presence watches from the darkness. Later, the observer kneels by the collapsed runner, noting his overexertion. As the weary youth collapses onto the grass, the onlooker silently appraises his potential with newfound interest. The young swordsman stares ahead, bracing for the coming trial. Finally, the confused youth bolts upright, studying the unfamiliar room. A worried observer stiffens when the nearby patient awakens. The instructor steps forward with a calm demeanor, assuring the patient of their safety and introducing his role in the recovery room. The young patient expresses gratitude to the healer, who confidently takes credit for his swift recovery. A jovial mentor teases the youth, who answers with unexpected seriousness. Then one extends a rolled scroll, prompting curiosity. Later, the reserve trainee studies the ranking sheet for his position. The young man freezes as he discovers his name at the very bottom of the ranking list. Afterward, he explains how the ranking system pushes everyone to improve. The instructor reassures him about the ranking, then notices an odd reaction. An onlooker watches the boy's calm reaction, finding it unusual. A stern figure shoves the anxious newcomer forward, forcing him to hurry into his first day. An instructor greets the assembled trainees, and the group answers together. The new instructor steps forward and introduces himself to the class with a warm smile. Next, the instructor outlines the strict daily schedule governing their lives. He adds that all training facilities are open for private use afterward. A young swordsman eagerly looks forward to proving himself soon. A determined leader snaps glowing fingers, activating an important change. Suddenly, a student recalls as all weapon training is strictly banned. Night falls over the looming fortress as its windows flicker with faint light. A group of students strides purposefully toward the building entrance as dusk settles. A student complains about boring theory class after school. One student snaps back at his tormentor as the tense argument escalates in the hallway, while a bystander looks on in surprise. 3 students step into the room, quickly scanning their spacious surroundings. An exhausted trainee pauses to breathe while others keep training. A newcomer stands back and watches as other trainees push themselves through intense workouts in the gym. The young man freezes, startled by the sudden news. The heavy barbell slams into the ground with tremendous force. A white-haired challenger lunges forward with a powerful sword slash. The white-haired woman strains to hoist a huge barbell overhead. A young swordsman tenses as he recognizes the approaching figure. The young onlooker feels crushed by the imposing woman's presence. Alone among debris, he feels weak compared to the impressive newcomer. The swordsman stands frozen, realizing the vast power gap between them. Several students reel in disbelief after witnessing an unexpected display of strength from an older peer. From afar, 2 students sneer as a blond boy struggles benching. 2 boys laugh, mocking his new effort and past 15 years. The anxious trainee forces himself to keep holding the shaking sword. The focused swordswoman wipes sweat, pausing briefly to steady herself. A blue-haired student urges the others to stop dawdling and follow. Finally, a frustrated youth storms off, leaving the red-haired student stunned. A determined girl lifts a heavy dumbbell in the gym, while a nearby observer acknowledges her impressive strength and recent achievement. Suddenly, the red-haired swordswoman senses danger and snaps around. The young swordsman freezes, stunned by what he sees. The youth clenches his fists, vowing not to lose again. The red-haired girl yells at the onlooker to stop staring. The timid youth recoils, startled by the sudden voice. 2 adversaries clash in a heated argument, anger flaring between them in the alley. 2 students confront the red-haired peer, angrily defending a young noble. In response, the dark-haired youth shouts a demand, but she mocks him. The red-haired warrior orders silence, then falters in confusion. Later, the anxious youth confronts the figure, demanding an explanation. The young man spins around in alarm, sweat beading on his brow as he reacts to something unexpected. Both trainees freeze as something unexpected interrupts their training. After the duel, the white-haired mentor approaches to help the fallen trainee. The silver-haired woman begins a serious talk with the other person. The dazed youth grips his staff and looks up, confused. The anxious fighter swallows hard, beads of sweat betraying her struggle to remain calm under mounting pressure. The stoic girl silently confronts the startled boy. Then, the imposing woman points and gives a stern order to the anxious youth. 2 onlookers freeze as a frightening incident erupts near the barbell. The boy stays seated, smiling, as the confused girl walks away. A white-haired person walks out of the doorway into the light. The youth hesitates in silence, clearly unsure what to do. 2 trainees face a charging group of opponents as a silent onlooker watches. 2 figures stand in darkness, listening carefully for any approaching sound. As the girl turns away, a blue-haired fighter suddenly knocks the boy out. The young man struggles to press the heavy barbell upward, muscles trembling with effort. A red-haired leader shouts, demanding everyone's attention. The young man struggles to lift the heavy barbell as a silent observer watches from the shadows. A red-haired girl confronts a blond boy on the bench until he apologizes and responds. The red-haired woman presses her companion, demanding immediate answers. The blond youth recoils, stunned by what he just heard. The red-haired interrogator corners the blonde, demanding to know what they discussed. The red-haired woman reacts in shock to his explanation. In the gym, an assertive girl demands the truth while the boy insists he learn basics. The red-haired girl questions him about another girl, but he insists it was their first meeting. Annoyed, the red-haired girl orders him to relax before others misunderstand. Meanwhile, a silent observer grows frustrated by the girl's relentless persistence. The trainee grips the pull-up bar and forces himself to keep training. Suddenly, a new voice startles the recovering blonde youth. The blue-haired youth demands his peer explain talks with the swordswoman and red-haired girl. A month quickly passes as events shift toward a new stage. The youth drinks water slowly, steadying himself for upcoming challenges. Exhausted trainees complain about month-long drills without ever using swords. The young man stands silently, trapped in troubled thoughts. The instructor firmly corrects the trainee's posture while an onlooker studies the scene from a distance. The trainee strains to lift the barbell while the instructor coaches breathing. The trainee blocks out distractions and concentrates solely on training. The young swordswoman steadies herself, determined to overcome her hesitation before the next bout. The young man strains to lift the heavy barbell, his effort evident as his arms tremble under the weight. Eventually, someone suspects one person entered the program through underhanded means. An onlooker doubts the once lazy youth can truly surpass expectations. There, the blonde youth sinks into darkness, dragged back by old habits. The fallen trainee realizes he may return to a wasted life. Thus, the blue-haired youth leads, vowing to claim second place on track. A young swordsman yells with resolve while standing in the stone corridor. The red-haired runner stops in shock as the blue-haired youth watches. A determined trainee sprints alone on the track while others observe and comment on her relentless effort. The young man clenches his jaw, bracing himself for upcoming trials. The group prepares to dash forward as tension rises. A stunned boy watches his peer finish first and leave. The leader turns away, telling others to keep up. Thus, a clear challenge is set for everyone. The young swordsman urges his companions to muster their strength and follow closely as the tension rises. 3 months pass, bringing the group to a new stage. A determined trainee enters the hall, drawing everyone's attention. 2 observers assess the impressive turnout as the doors open to reveal the competition. The trio continues harsh individual training to improve quickly. 1 trainee sprints ahead, leaving the rest falling behind. The silver-haired student strains upward through a brutal exercise. The smug figure stands before the ornate doors, hurling another insult at his target. The young man rejects the offer with unwavering confidence. Later, he pushes his limits with relentless bench training. At the front of the lecture hall, the instructor commands everyone's attention with news that promises to change the course of the day. He declares the midterm evaluation has begun, startling the students. 1 determined trainee cracks his knuckles, ready for the test. The instructor reveals a tough course they must finish before time runs out. 3 worried students doubt they can finish within the limit. The instructor clarifies that only finishing within the time limit counts. A trainee reveals the sword master will reward the top 5 performers. The authority announces an event in 10 days, granting everyone free time except during meals. By the stone steps, 1 student voices concern while another confidently dismisses any doubts about their companion's abilities. Meanwhile, the strategist reviews her rivals and decides none can threaten her top 5 spot. The troubled youth stares ahead, unable to process what just happened. He sprints away, trying to outrun the thoughts tormenting him. A huge stone castle stands under a clear sky, establishing the training setting. With a determined shout, the young man strains to lift a massive barbell, pushing his limits. After succeeding, a woman clenches her fists and ends her training session. A red-haired trainee staggers, clutching her stomach after an exhausting workout. Suddenly, the red-haired trainee freezes, sensing a new threat in the hall. A blond youth collapses from fatigue while the red-haired observer watches him closely. The determined trainee pushes himself past exhaustion, showing clear signs of progress from when he first started. He strains under the massive barbell, arms shaking as he tries to lift. A battered hand clenches as its owner questions their own resolve. Then the trainee shouts and forces the heavy barbell upward without giving up. 2 men talk about how many competitors will enter this year's event. Inside the spacious room, 3 men gather as one voices surprise at the number 30 while another questions the unexpected arrival of the elder. The white-bearded elder calmly decides to inspect the situation personally. The newcomer and the senior man greet each other with a firm handshake, marking the start of their collaboration. Finally, the younger man nervously guesses the elder's age, creating an awkward silence. The elder announces the youth's raise, but another warns he's unauthorized. 3 instructors note the trainee's progress compared to last year. The elder silently studies the anxious youth before speaking. A man reveals the girl is a famed family's second prodigy. The competitor lifts a heavy barbell, displaying overwhelming strength. The older figure confronts the distressed youth, questioning his need to follow others and urging him to let go of his unresolved feelings. Meanwhile, the red-haired trainee lifts weights and briefly discusses the newcomer. The red-haired trainee keeps lifting despite others' concern about her limit. 3 men confer about the risks of allowing a determined trainee to push herself to exhaustion, prompting one of them to go investigate the cause. The cloak superior issues a command, forcing the irritated girl by the barbell to comply despite her frustration. The red-haired trainee struggles under the barbell as an elder watches amused. The youth listens while the elder calls the girl stubborn and demanding. The elder demands to know where the missing youth is. Suddenly, the dropped weights slam onto the gym floor. The 2 onlookers exchange uneasy glances as the persistent figure continues his intense routine well past half an hour. The young man strains as he lifts the heavy barbell, muscles tense with determination. The elder abruptly ends training, startling the young trainee and others. The older figure orders the group to stand down, insisting that no one should intervene. He repeats that no one should interfere while the challenger persists. Someone silently reflects on the actions of the young one. With unwavering focus, the young man exerts absolute control over his body. The exhausted youth lies sideways, catching his breath. Meanwhile, the bedridden youth gasps, struggling to breathe. The shaken youth reels, overwhelmed by the recent strange events. Former skeptics now watch the withdrawn youth warily, tension rising. A puzzled onlooker questions the aloof girl's help and motives. The tired boy lies back, choosing rest over thoughts. Suddenly, a red-clad stranger grabs and hugs the reserved youth. Soon, the woman in red reappears and quietly speaks. The young man finds solace in a gentle embrace, reminded of warmth he once knew. The weary figure grips the bedding, wanting to stay asleep. The imposing figure drags the frightened boy close under red light. Alone, he braces against a blinding surge of power. A giant warrior lifts his glowing blade over a frozen victim. The young man drifts in a red void, pulled upward. A cloaked red figure blocks the startled youth's path. The boy kneels and expresses heartfelt gratitude to his supporter. Resolved, The youth walks toward the glowing exit to begin his mission. On the bed, the wounded youth writhes as dark smoke erupts. Finally, the battered figure stands as dark energy engulfs him. Trainees eye the exhausted newcomer, guessing he trained all night. A mocking student jeers that the boy will fail evaluation. 2 trainees stand back to back, exhausted as their limits are pushed. The blue-haired youth smirks with newfound confidence, ready to take action. A focused contender plans to secure second place by vigilance. A quiet youth stands as a worried woman glances back. The imposing instructor steps forward and begins outlining the rules for the midterm evaluation to the assembled group. Then, he details a 4-stage course requiring target points to advance. The 2 trainees steel themselves as the physical test is about to begin. 4 rivals square off as the trial officially begins. Next, a new stage begins as the following technique is announced. The confident contender hoists the heavy barbell overhead with ease while 2 trainees struggle to keep up. Meanwhile, a trainee fails to match his opponent's speed in practice. Another trainee effortlessly hoists a huge barbell, outclassing the rest. The young swordsman freezes, sweat beading as confusion jolts through him. The youth freezes in alarm as sudden danger becomes clear. Straining hard, the trainee keeps trying to raise the heavy barbell. The youth braces himself as an imposing figure approaches. The young man strains to push the heavy barbell overhead, muscles trembling with effort. A red-haired observer clenches her fists at someone's reckless behavior. After clearing the first stage, the contender advances as someone watches. Someone reacts with shock to an unexpectedly rapid development. The silver-haired figure turns away silently, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the red-haired trainee shouts urgently across the grounds. The young swordsman recoils, struggling to comprehend what happened. The exhausted challenger collapses after finishing the first stage. The anxious youth stiffens, struggling to process the sudden confusion. An onlooker warns that the exhausted fighter will collapse soon. The defiant trainee leaps onto the box while the stern mentor observes the challenge. The speaker declares they finally understand, shifting the discussion. Then, the young swordsman sprints forward, surpassing his usual speed. The young man is overwhelmed by a sudden unfamiliar energy. The young swordsman notes his improved control and steady progress. Worried about burning out, the swordsman stomps the ground. The young man shouts desperately, refusing to give up. The trainee furiously hammers at the stone block, demanding greater speed and effort as the observer watches intently. Afterward, the stunned examiner announces the candidate passed the second stage. Both youths strain to lift unexpectedly heavy barbells, their faces twisted in surprise. The startled youth recoils as an unexpected threat appears. Finally, the red-haired competitor strains to raise the massive barbell. An elderly man sits, silently watching ahead. The trainee forces himself onward through the third stage of the endurance run, battling fatigue with every stride. The determined youth sprints after the swift rival, both pushing themselves to the limit as they race down the track. He clenches his fist, bracing himself for the challenge. The girl surges past her startled competitor, seizing the lead in their heated race. The boy clenches his fist, disturbed by a strange sensation above. The swordsman suddenly stops, startled by an unfamiliar power inside. The young swordsman steadies his breath and prepares to face the next obstacle. A white-haired runner bursts forward with renewed determination. A smaller contender sprints, trying to overtake the taller opponent ahead. The youth freezes in shock at something happening off-screen. Ahead, the red-haired racer leads while 2 others sprint to catch up. A worried young man urgently calls out for someone nearby. The runner charges forward, forcing his body beyond its limits. An exhausted fighter collapses upon finally reaching her goal. While the girl kneels alone, 2 onlookers gossip about her rare acceptance into an elite swordsmanship school. A stern mentor warns that praise for being special can create arrogance. The frustrated youth slams his fist onto the ground, defying the accusation. The furious contestant clings to the bar, demanding recognition for her effort. In the end, an unseen will refuses to accept defeat. The young swordsman pushes through pain, refusing to give up. Meanwhile, the red-haired contestant leaps the obstacle, vowing to win. The determined competitor plunges into the water to begin the next stage of the challenge. Soon, the red-haired fighter bursts from the water, gasping for air. The young man recoils in shock, eyes wide and sweat trickling down his face. The wounded fighter grabs his bandaged leg after taking another hit. The red-haired fighter endures, clenching her teeth under sudden pressure. The red-haired swordswoman recoils in shock, eyes wide in disbelief. 2 determined figures race across the lake, cutting through the water as mountains loom around them. Then, the exhausted youth collapses into the water, unable to continue. The determined youth forces himself forward despite his exhaustion. Another competitor staggers onward, refusing to stop despite exhaustion. The startled boy falls into the cold lake, splashing water everywhere. The boy thrashes in the water, frustrated by his struggle. Beneath the shimmering surface, someone battles to stay afloat as air bubbles escape upward. A red-haired contestant sinks motionless deeper into the water. A weary figure's desire for rest echoes through the dark void. Afterward, 2 exhausted youths float side by side, gasping for breath. The red-haired combatant punches the blonde rival in the face. Suddenly, the disoriented youth wakes and demands to know who is there. The young man struggles to endure the overwhelming pressure, sweat streaming down his face. He urgently pulls the red-haired girl to the surface. Then the youth drags his protesting companion through the water. Frustrated but determined, the annoyed youth carries the calm companion as they speed across the water toward the approaching shore. 2 trainees collapse on the grass after harsh lake training. An armored trainee tells his injured ally to escape alone. Soon a trainee leads others charging into the lake. A desperate figure kneels beside the unconscious girl, urgently signaling for the other to hurry as he dashes off for help. The red-haired trainee grits her teeth, enduring intense pain. An exhausted student sprints to the lake and dives in. A frustrated onlooker reacts angrily as someone recklessly plunges into the water, causing a dramatic splash. The young man falls to his knees, crying. A weary trainee falls behind his silent rival during training. The mentor orders the exhausted trainee to keep moving. He promises the discouraged youth an easier evaluation if he perseveres. 2 observers watch candidates celebrate surpassing last year's success. The confident observer reflects on how this year's midterm evaluation stands out due to an unusual and remarkable factor. The anxious youth stands tense under the spotlight, marked as the second lowest among the successful candidates after the first evaluation. A smug observer mocks the lone boy's actions during the evaluation, questioning his motives. Finally, he explains how earlier events led to his 5th place. The group teases their friend for earning 5th place and rewards. A taller youth congratulates the swordsman and knight, lifting everyone's spirits. The reserved boy insists his companion succeeded purely through his own efforts. One energetic youth congratulates his reserved companion for achieving 2nd place, while the latter responds with restrained discomfort. Meanwhile, a blue-haired onlooker admits he cannot match that feat. The swordsman reflects that he advanced only because another contestant failed. Later, a defeated youth admits complete loss while someone watches from afar. The next morning, he runs alone to restart harsh training. He collapses to one knee, gasping for breath. A shaken blonde teen confronts his friend, demanding to know why he acted. A silver-haired challenger approaches the anxious boy outside the academy to confront him. The blonde boy spins around in shock, sweat running down. An assertive girl confronts her companion, insisting he explain himself clearly. The determined youth steps closer, openly challenging his taller rival. The blonde confirms they are discussing the recent rescue of the red-haired swordswoman. Still uneasy, he demands answers from the silent silver-haired youth. The younger figure pauses on the path, struggling to continue as the other waits in silence. He finally admits he acted on a sudden, irrational urge. A strict mentor demands why the trainee threw away a prized reward for that. The silver-haired woman warns that mockery and judgment from others will continue. He tightens his grip, bracing for what comes next. The young man stands tall and challenges his silent opponent about the rumors surrounding his reputation. He sits alone, feeling long trapped in his struggles. The boy gives into despair, letting himself sink deeper into the swamp. One person grabs another's wounded arm as a third intervenes. The young swordsman stares ahead in shock, tears streaming down his face as realization hits him. His family lifts the exhausted figure up from the depths. Meanwhile, the youth dives underwater toward the unconscious sinking figure. The thoughtful speaker calmly explains the reason behind his actions from the previous day. The silver-haired woman braces herself to face an imminent challenge. The assertive figure questions the hesitant youth about his lack of sword experience as they stand in the barren field. He explains sword mastery needs more skill and revoked guidance after failure. A higher power withdraws support, leaving him without assistance. The youth worries he will be mocked and regret his choice. He shouts desperately, calling out for the missing person. The boy demands to know why the girl helped him. For once, the woman hesitates and admits she is unsure. He admits hating judgmental people, then walks away from her. The young swordsman pauses, sweating as he thinks deeply. Finally, the examiner announces how many candidates passed the midterms. 5 top trainees await rewards and a private meeting. Then an older man interrupts, saying someone was overlooked. The nervous boy freezes as his number is announced. The two stare, shocked by the unexpected development. Someone casually remarks on how thrilling the competition is. Meanwhile, the elder urges him to keep striving amid rivalry. The youth crosses the hall, warning against losing awareness. The elder praises him for risking his life to rescue a classmate. The confident youth stands before the astonished crowd as his actions receive public recognition from the authorities. The trainees applaud when another peer is called up. 2 students begin clapping, drawing awkward looks from others. Meanwhile, the young swordsman reflects, realizing how narrow his view was. The older man reassures the youth, who admits his past arrogance and promises to learn from others going forward. The blue-haired assistant steps toward the door, signaling her departure as the other figure silently observes. Outside, the determined youth stands under stars, quietly firm in resolve. The old man studies him, noting pride but reduced severity. However, he regrets missing first place by unfortunate timing. The young man sits in quiet concern as the older figure notes the intense competition this year. Later, the silver-haired trainee steps forward, requesting guidance as her prize. The old man glares sideways, silently condemning someone's boldness. The elder shares solemn advice, urging the listener to stop following others and take control of their own life. The silver-haired mentor firmly urges the young swordsman to abandon obsession and return home to train with family. The resolute youth demands guidance from the seasoned master, but the older man dismisses the request with weary skepticism. The youth accepts using the mentor's office for training. The elderly mentor breathes out, signaling that only one task remains to complete. The white-haired figure offers a reward, encouraging the guest to request anything, tangible or not. The older man fixes a piercing gaze and demands an answer from the young swordsman. The anxious young man sits alone, struggling to figure out how to make amends. The uneasy youth confesses his uncertainty, seeking support in the quiet library. The elder explains the boy stayed isolated in his room until 15. The anxious youth sits alone, struggling with uncertainty as he faces his peers for the first time. For once, someone finally offers help to the shunned child. The elder requests a full explanation before continuing. The young swordsman expresses gratitude as the mentor offers rare guidance beyond their usual training. An older observer silently questions the surprising alliance between the aloof young woman and another, sensing events beyond his understanding. The figure at the desk ends the previous discussion and shifts the conversation to a more pressing matter, prompting a curious response from the listener. The mentor at the window expresses overwhelming gratitude. The resolute youth steps forward and offers valuable guidance on swordsmanship, inviting any questions. The nervous boy fidgets and admits he has no questions. The young swordsman admits uncertainty and inexperience, while the elder listens in silence. The grave elder summons the girl's attention in the quiet, book-filled study. The youth apologizes, saying he knows this sword lesson's importance. The older man suddenly slaps the stunned youth across the face. The elder tells him to stop apologizing and act like a swordsman. The anxious youth, pressured by the situation, reluctantly admits the truth. The authoritative figure delays the promised reward, setting strict conditions for any future guidance. The young man receives approval from the elder and bows in gratitude beside the desk scattered with scrolls. A dismissive voice signals for the other person to leave. The quiet figure moves down the deserted stone street, lost in thought. The elderly observer quietly acknowledges the boy's unusual nature as the child walks alone down the hallway. Suspicion rises as someone wonders if the boy is truly ordinary. The elder studies the young swordsman, noting his calm focus and unwavering resolve despite his inexperience. A resolute figure draws unexpected strength as a powerful presence stands supportively behind him. The old man gazes out the window, silently recalling a remarkable child from his past. A shadowed expert stands confidently, exuding overwhelming skill. A sly woman sits smiling, clearly hiding some intention. The young man quietly notes distinct auras while looking out the window. The exhausted trainee forces himself to complete another push-up. The confident onlooker teases the anxious trainee about his relentless practice as they prepare for tomorrow's sword training. Suddenly, someone demands an explanation, heightening the tension. A woman hesitates before telling the blonde man something important. A red-haired trainee bows and thanks the blonde student. A scarred trainee vows repayment, but the swordswoman calmly dismisses his debt. The red-haired fighter urges the group to stay together. Later, the red-haired student insists they all eat together. An energetic girl lightly hits him and suggests eating and training together. Eventually, the anxious trainee agrees to the intimidating instructor's demand. The red-haired mentor waves goodbye and leaves the puzzled trainee. The quiet trainee stands alone, reflecting with calm satisfaction. A red-haired trainee jokes with a classmate, who responds awkwardly. The group of students exchange uneasy glances as one of them voices suspicion about another's true identity. A red-haired girl teases the grinning boy for acting strangely after nearly drowning. A young man pauses in the hall, sensing something unusual. A withdrawn girl stands apart, making two students worry about conflict. Suddenly, a commanding figure stomps the floor, demanding everyone's attention. The head instructor starts sword training and tells them to recall 4 months' progress. Trainees quickly move to select their wooden swords as the assistants oversee the process. Then, a red-haired trainee swings a huge sword and struggles to balance. 2 trainees smirk as one reveals their training had a hidden purpose. Finally, a young swordsman swings his wooden blade confidently, recognizing his improvement. He glances back, sensing enemies gathering behind him. 2 rivals face off, gripping wooden swords for combat. The determined girl tightens her grip on her sword as the blonde youth strides away, tension thickening in the dim room. In the armory, he studies the large displayed sword. The determined youth grips the massive sword and lifts it with effort. The young swordsman braces himself, tightening his grip on the massive blade as he prepares to face the coming challenge. The anxious youth locks eyes with the stern elder as tension fills the crowded hall. The blonde swordsman swings upward, sending a powerful strike. He charges forward, releasing a strike that blasts up smoke. 3 students freeze in the hallway, caught off guard by something unexpected. An onlooker wonders if the opponent is truly that strong. The stern observer silently assesses the results, finding faults in the unfinished work. The observer critically evaluates the opponent's grip, noting its similarity to a standard sword stance. A wary girl scans the crowd, sensing something wrong nearby. 2 bystanders sneer, claiming the newcomer lacks sword training. A sudden, forceful blow reverberates through the scene. One member calls out as another advances, easing the standoff. Soon, heavy footsteps announce an unknown figure approaching. The red-haired fighter whirls around, weapon raised at the disturbance. The blonde youth startles, gripping his sword as someone shouts. The blue-haired challenger demands a duel with sword drawn. Everyone freezes in shock as a powerful symbol erupts between the stunned opponents. The young man stands frozen, overwhelmed by shock. The anxious swordsman tenses up, sweat beading on his scratched face as he reacts to sudden stress. The elderly figure sits in silence, lost in deep thought as sunlight streams through the windows. The young swordsman hesitates, saying nothing in the silence. Then the young man steps forward, declaring he is ready. Two duelists ready their swords before the watching crowd. But the instructor bursts in, stopping the unauthorized duel. The thoughtful youth questions why the challenger wants a duel, doubting his skill despite confident sword swings. In the hall, a mentor says rules sometimes must bend. An elder signals for the duel to commence as two young swordsmen face each other, ready to fight. The elder warns everyone to report any sense danger. The resolute youth meets his defiant rival's gaze, answering the challenge without hesitation. The trainee raises his sword as the training match commences. The blue-haired fighter lunges, attacking with rapid strikes. The young swordsman strains to lift the massive blade, his arms trembling under its weight. The young swordsman staggers backward, reeling from an unexpected strike. The young swordsman raises his blade just in time to block a crushing strike from his fierce, blue-haired opponent. The young man steels himself, eyes fixed ahead in unwavering resolve. The young man grits his teeth and strains to hoist the enormous sword, sweat beading on his brow. The young swordsman launches a decisive and powerful attack, his blade cutting through the air with unwavering focus. His blade pierces the metal gauntlet, breaking his opponent's defense. The young swordsman staggers as a brutal strike lands, forcing him to grit his teeth through the pain. The determined swordsman shatters his opponent's guard with a blinding, decisive strike. Meanwhile, two onlookers watch as the exhausting duel drags on. The lone warrior lingers in the vast hall, visibly struggling with frustration and uncertainty. The fiery contender snaps her gaze to the side, bristling with irritation as she spots a familiar adversary. The determined swordsman launches a forceful attack to challenge his opponent. The two rivals clash, their swords meeting in a fierce and rapid exchange as the spar intensifies. The observer notes that the young trainee's quick reactions are undermined by poor balance during his sword practice. The young man awkwardly swings the sword, struggling with basic movements. The observer silently assesses the subject's performance and finds it lacking. Next, the swordsman lunges forward, targeting his opponent's legs. The startled youth recoils, fear overwhelming him. The young swordsman brings the heavy blade down with desperate force. The startled youth instinctively braces himself as a sudden threat hurtles toward him. The blonde fighter delivers a desperate downward slash at his stunned foe. The blue-haired attacker lunges with a swift strike, forcing the defender to brace. Then both fighters freeze, sharing a sudden, wordless realization. The blue-haired youth disarms his rival with one strike. A sword crashes onto the floor while intense energy gathers in the air. The defeated boy recoils in shock, gasping wordlessly. Soon, the blue-haired swordsman forces his rival to surrender. An announcer proclaims the blue-haired youth as the victor. Later, two instructors enter the training hall together. The instructor says rankings are posted and training begins tomorrow. 3 elite students from the top class are presented. However, the instructor warns top students will receive harsher training. An announcer reads training names, assigning each to a class. A confident upperclassman offers reassurance to a hesitant student as they stand together in the grand hall. In the hall, they notice his name missing from Class C. The stern announcer reveals the final selected participant to the assembled crowd. The boy freezes, hearing he has been put in the lowest class. Outside, the red-haired trainee angrily complains about the arrogant swordsman. Meanwhile, the defeated youth grips his sword, fuming in the woods. The red-haired leader urges her team to defeat their rival in evaluations. In the forest, she demands to know why he is staring. The thoughtful youth gently tries to calm his upset companion, expressing gratitude for her concern. Flustered, the red-haired swordswoman snaps back, denying she cares at all. After repeated blows, he complains about his bruise. Morning light shows his bedroom is empty and quiet. After training, the young swordsman pants, relieved it's over. He collapses onto his bed, completely drained. The young man lies back on the pillow, silently contemplating his thoughts. Suddenly, he instinctively dodges an attack, shocking himself. His gaze shows unshakable determination, making him seem unbreakable. He focuses solely on delivering a precise vertical strike. The troubled youth sits on the bed's edge, fist clenched. He hesitates, doubting his resolve as he stares down. The instructor confronts the trainee about his limited sword skills, prompting an embarrassed admission. The instructor reassures the student and prepares to ask a question in the forest clearing. The instructor asks what he must do to match earlier trainees. The determined youth grips his sword and refuses the order. The dark-haired assailant lunges forward, swinging a weapon with force as the blonde youth scrambles to defend himself. His rival slams a huge sword into the ground, asserting dominance. Then an adult says effort alone can't close his years-long gap. The anxious youth faces the challenge head-on as a strict 1-week deadline is announced. Soon, the teacher sets 1 week to master basics, promising promotion. Another student says if he fails, nothing changes in the lowest class. Just as the anxious youth tries to speak, someone suddenly grabs his shoulder, halting him mid-sentence. The overconfident student grabs the other's shoulder and mocks him, warning that anyone lacking talent should leave the academy. The earnest youth declares his determination as his confident companion offers a reassuring response. The determined swordsman unleashes a powerful sword strike. The stern mentor corrects the dejected trainee's sword stance, urging him to adjust his form. The exhausted trainee forces himself up as the instructor nods approvingly during the third day of training. The trainee executes a precise sword stance as the observer acknowledges his progress on the fifth day of training. The trainee struggles to swing the heavy wooden weapon as the instructor observes critically. The onlooker silently notes how the trainee's speed improves each day, surpassing even what the observer once achieved. The battered youth, catching his breath, realizes his opponent's strength far exceeds his appearance. The young swordsman demonstrates remarkable skill as he grips his weapon with determination. The anxious swordsman asks his blunt companion for a final check as the test approaches, determined to prepare and avoid any mistakes. A confident figure stands in the forest, charging a red aura around her hand as she prepares to strike. The red-haired swordswoman quickly turns her head, tense as a sharp noise echoes through the trees. The weary youth pauses, chest heaving, and anxiously waits for a response after pushing himself to the limit. The red-haired swordswoman gives a confident thumbs up, her smile radiating encouragement. 3 birds glide silently through the sunlit sky, marking the shift to a new scene. A student enthusiastically greets the instructor, who sits calmly with a mug and papers in the recovery room. The bespectacled figure leans back with a smug grin, suddenly piecing together a crucial realization. The competitor stands firm with his sword as the crowd learns he has advanced to Class C. The red-haired fighter rapidly eats multiple plates while others watch. Meanwhile, an assertive ally pushes more food over, urging the swordsman to eat. One boy mocks the red-haired girl's eating while another quietly watches the growing pile of plates. Elsewhere, a bold student teases a flustered classmate about a crush, shocking nearby students. The red-haired swordswoman casually rejects her embarrassed companion's advances. The rejected man recoils angrily and snaps back in disbelief. A mediator steps in, telling everyone to stop arguing and leave together. The young swordsman steps forward and orders the others to halt. A blue-haired student criticizes the group's behavior, then walks off, leaving them uneasy. The outspoken girl makes a sarcastic remark about someone's recent behavior, while the quiet boy observes her calmly in the classroom. A surprised boy turns as several shadowy figures appear behind him. Soon, a calm woman places food on an empty table, drawing nearby attention. A red-haired trainee asks the anxious boy about recent tension, and he hurriedly denies it. The anxious boy asks if the argument matters, angering the red-haired swordswoman. A classmate questions the nervous boy about his relationship with someone from their group. Later, the red-haired girl corners the startled boy, demanding he explain his role in the fight. The red-haired girl leans over a desk and teasingly mocks her companion. A white-haired student quietly remarks on the class leader's constant superiority. Meanwhile, no one approaches the skilled swordswoman who trains alone in the armory each evening. A senior urges the nervous boy to get promoted so he can see a girl. The anxious youth braces himself to begin as the distant observer watches intently. Crimson energy erupts through the hall, ripping the air. With arms crossed, the observer waits in silence, assessing the grand hall. The red-haired swordswoman delivers a powerful downward strike. The red-haired attacker swings wide, forcing her foe to guard. She follows with a decisive, focused sword attack. The struggling trainee barely manages to block a vicious overhead sword strike from the red-haired challenger. Watching, the observer notes how overwhelming her attacks become. The young swordsman recoils in agony, struggling to withstand the sudden surge of pain. 2 opponents clash swords with explosive force as their duel reaches a new level of intensity. The youth counterattacks with a driving overhead strike. The red-haired swordswoman replies with a fierce vertical slash. The young swordsman lunges, forcing her to raise her blade. He braces and blocks her burning strike with crossed arms. The dominant challenger mocks the anxious youth, escalating the tension between them. A determined young man drives his fist into his opponent's face with overwhelming force. Enraged, he charges forward, unleashing a relentless assault. The red-haired fighter lands a crushing blow, sending him flying. The stunned youth stares wide-eyed, reeling from the hit. Finally, the blonde trainee is blasted backward by her strike. Trainees crash to the floor as the training confrontation intensifies. The mentor observes the other's progress with an amused, encouraging remark. The red-haired trainee defeats her opponent, holding a sword to his throat. After sparring, 2 trainees realize they are alone in the hall. The red-haired girl hints someone is alone in the armory, alarming the boy. Meanwhile, the nervous youth steels himself, expecting trouble in the empty hall. The white-haired trainee readies her sword for the decisive clash. Her opponent focuses intensely, preparing for the upcoming fight. The vigilant swordswoman swiftly confronts the mysterious intruder, her stance rigid with alarm. The anxious trainee braces himself as his confident opponent advances with her sword in the tense training courtyard. The anxious youth hesitantly offers a greeting in the quiet courtyard. The stern woman demands an explanation from the person in front of her. The nervous boy offers a wrapped scroll to the reserved girl. The white-haired youth then hands her a letter and small gift bag. Suspicious, the girl demands why he is suddenly giving her gifts. The young man quietly reveals he has a younger sibling. Observing her unease, he realizes they both struggle with social situations. Suddenly, the girl shouts at the shocked boy, worsening their conflict. The boy awakens to find a letter and a gift placed beside him. In the letter, he explains writing was easier than speaking his feelings. The anxious youth firmly refuses to offer any more help, facing the silent girl in the tense courtyard. Someone calmly offers reassurance in the empty space. The apologetic visitor excuses herself and turns to leave, clutching a small blue object as the trainee watches silently. The blue-eyed woman stands by the stone wall, silently bracing herself as the storm approaches. Night quietly settles over the silent forest. The silver-haired woman reads the letter at her desk, amused by its childish content. The silver-haired observer quickly lifts her gaze, startled by an unexpected arrival. The silver-haired observer examines a bracelet retrieved from the pouch on the desk. The swordswoman's eyes widen as she suddenly grasps a crucial truth. A trembling hand lifts the glowing bracelet, unveiling the coveted artifact in the shadowy gloom. The young man clenches his teeth, fighting back tears as emotion threatens to overwhelm him. A solitary figure stands silently, radiating an unsettling tension in the empty space. The silver-haired girl pauses, lost in thought as uncertainty flickers across her face. The pensive figure sits by the window, questioning if his focus has clouded his judgment. Two opponents prepare to face off in the courtyard as the crowd looks on in anticipation. The energetic mentor announces tougher training while stretching in front of the cautious trainee. The young man strides forward with determination, fists clenched and resolve clear in his eyes. The red-haired woman jolts in confusion, reacting to something unexpected. The blue-haired newcomer steps forward, immediately provoking a tense challenge from one of the students while another watches cautiously. The calm young man blocks the startled woman's path and insists she wait to hear him out, leaving her confused and defensive in the grand hall. The surprised youth freezes as a sudden confession interrupts the tense atmosphere of the hall. Meanwhile, the red-haired trainee stiffens as a classmate insists on regular training. The blonde student asks for guidance on mastering deep concentration. He proposes group training to overcome weaknesses and grow stronger together. Four students ready their swords as a supervised spar begins. The wary challenger grips her sword and demands answers from the shadowy figures gathered in the hall. An observer confronts a student, accusing him of exploiting his last opponent. The resolute youth issues a pivotal order to those present. A calm boy admits fault, and a flustered girl calls him shameless. The young man questions whether the common opinion is actually wrong. A confident boy refuses help, insisting he can progress alone. Blades grind together as the resolute challenger dismisses their opponent's approach as inefficient. Someone proposes a mutually beneficial arrangement, emphasizing cooperation for shared advantage. The red-haired trainee explains she seeks varied sparring, saying this training is only beginning. Soon, a determined youth steps up, vowing to seize this chance and gain experience. Two rivals face off while three classmates watch, one clutching a sword. A young man stops with his companion, amazed by something off-screen. The trio hesitantly agrees to the plan, though uncertainty hangs in the air as one of them voices concern about its safety. Alone, a worried youth wonders if his poor skills disqualify him from teaching. A blue-haired student confidently admits his own limitation to the others. The youth says he has reflected since the midterm. He struggles, wondering why hard work still leaves him inferior. The frustrated rival tightens his grip on the sword, desperately searching for the one thing that sets his opponent apart. The young swordsman suddenly grasps a crucial truth, his eyes widening in shock. The young trainee braces himself, muscles trembling as he forces the heavy barbell upward. The trainee drives the sword downward with fierce determination, energy surging around his focused form. Throughout, the young swordsman stays fully focused on training. Someone insists they be included when information is shared. A student breaks the silence by sharply questioning his peer. After hesitating, the anxious youth finally admits he is unsure. The blunt trainee teases her flustered peer about his supposed talent, while another silently observes their banter. The observer praises the youth's exceptional focus, acknowledging a rare talent. Later, a trainee announces private training and forces a fiery recruit to join tomorrow. The commanding figure steps forward and offers a warning while the anxious listener remains silent in the sunlit hall. The blue-haired youth firmly tells him to stop belittling himself. The young man reels as he discovers his noble heritage in the grand hall. A commanding voice orders him to uphold his status with proper dignity. After training, one trainee groans, another looks annoyed, and a third remains calm. The instructor stops his swing and points out a flaw. The instructor demonstrates a precise sword thrust while the attentive student carefully observes. Blue-haired youth uses strong sword technique as blonde watches. Fiery student leaves training hall, rejecting challenge as classmates watch. The two boys estimate progress will take about a week. One figure hungrily devours her meal, while her companion eats quietly across the busy dining hall. Nervous youth startles as stern woman approaches carrying food. Meanwhile, white-haired woman tells blonde man she read his letter. Red-haired student teases classmate about confessing, but he denies it. Night settles in as stars emerge above the shadowed treetops. The young man lies awake, thinking about the advice. The boy stays awake, considering how to improve his focus. The swordsman wonders if training harder can match his idol. The startled swordsman freezes, caught off guard by the calm opponent's unexpected appearance. Confused, the youth questions reality as glowing lines swirl above. Startled, he watches unknown power pulse through his hand. The astonished youth feels energy coursing through his entire body as his fists blaze with newfound power. The warrior raises his huge blade, charging a powerful strike. The youth jolts awake in panic, breathing hard. Then he peers outside, seeing darkness still covering everything. Urged by impulse, the young man rushes to find a sword. Sunlight bathes the imposing castle as its fortified walls come into view. A suspicious classmate presses the weary student about nighttime activities, but he tries to deflect. An assertive trainee urges her opponent to focus during sparring. The fiery trainee lashes out at her startled partner, accusing him of hypocrisy as their swords collide in the midst of training. Afterward, the exhausted boy collapses onto a bench as others watch. The timid trainee flinches as the sword suddenly strikes the floor, leaving him wide-eyed and tense. The young swordsman swings his blade with determination, striking the stone pillar inside the training hall. The withdrawn youth curls up on the bench beside the massive sword as the onlooker reacts with confusion to his strange behavior. Startled by the sudden call, the boy on the floor quickly looks up, anxiety evident in his trembling gaze. A blue-haired student interrupts and questions the startled blonde boy. The boy admits his concentration training is going badly. The blue-haired trainee explains meditation training to the curious blonde boy. Soon, the boy on the bench volunteers, drawing an observer's attention. The young swordsman rests, feeling slightly reassured. The anxious youth steadies his breath, slowly regaining composure amidst swirling thoughts. The worried boy calls into the dark, searching for the missing knight. Meanwhile, one student insists he was meditating, not sleeping, surprising the others. The blue-haired boy jolts awake and wipes drool as someone mocks him. The young swordsman blames his failed meditation on posture and sits cross-legged. Later, a red-haired swordswoman challenges a quiet apprentice's resolve, but he insists on trying. A robed figure surveys the area and asks about recent strange events. Class B promotion is announced, attributed to help from 2 allies. Afterward, the green-haired boy praises the swordsman's earlier insight. The self-assured newcomer confidently announces his presence to the class. Meanwhile, a calm student meditates, subtly affecting the surrounding class. The sword falls to the ground, marking the conclusion of the duel. The judge declares the blue-haired fighter winner, while her foe collapses. Angry, the challenger accuses cheating and demands an immediate training rematch. A stern mentor sharply calls out to the battered girl. The fiery girl demands an after-class duel. The blue-haired boy apathetically agrees. The mentor observes his student's astonishing progress with silent pride. The top contender holds a clear lead, while the next 2 rivals remain close in the competition. The blue-haired student examines his hand, recognizing his clear progress. The young swordsman clenches his fist, resolved to keep improving. The lone swordsman braces for a looming confrontation as a shadowy presence observes from nearby. The silver-haired swordswoman walks the hall, prepared to face her challenger. A colossal blade slams into the ground, shaking the quiet clearing. The swordsman drives his huge blade down with overwhelming force. The young swordsman pauses, realizing his gains from recent meditation training. Still dissatisfied, the young swordsman trains harder, feeling his efforts insufficient. Tension builds as unseen voices urge for just a bit more effort. A classmate criticizes the exhausted trainee for repeating one sword technique. The blue-haired student urges his friend to follow the swordmaster's summons. A wary trainee asks if they are going to the auditorium. The boy freezes after suddenly hearing about the martial arts arena. Rows of students sit attentively as the person at the front prepares to address the gathering. The elder reminds everyone that 9 months have passed since arrival. The instructor praises their rapid progress after months of harsh training. Suddenly, an announcement breaks the silence and declares upcoming direct combat. The instructor proclaims the final assessment has begun, shocking the trainees. A senior student explains the final test's new format to the gathered trainees. The older mentor assesses the other's capabilities with a focused gaze. The mentor calmly outlines the challenge, prompting the anxious youth to prepare for a demonstration of swordsmanship. The stern mentor challenges the opponent to showcase their best sword techniques using any method necessary. Then the mentor urges everyone to push harder during the last 90 days. Suddenly, a suit of armor crashes down, changing the confrontation. The elder reveals a shining sword as a special reward for trainees. The young swordsman listens closely, focusing on the elder's important lesson. The elder pauses, silently weighing the situation with composed resolve. The seasoned swordsman releases a devastating wave of energy with a single, forceful strike. The young woman freezes in shock, her eyes wide as she reacts to the unexpected event. The older fighter swings, sending a huge energy wave into the wall. Suddenly, both fighters freeze as something unexpected appears. The elder warrior releases a fast, devastating glowing slash. The blonde figure steps forward with unwavering resolve, flanked by 2 silent shadows. The older warrior unleashes a devastating surge of energy, hurling it forward with unwavering force. The young man stands still, bracing for the next attack. The older man narrows his eyes, carefully evaluating the scene. The attacker lunges forward with explosive force, starting the clash. The seasoned swordsman unleashes a surge of energy from his blade, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. The swordsman scans the ruined area, remaining alert. The instructor lowers his sword and announces the demonstration is over. The stern elder offers a brief word of encouragement to the 3 anxious contenders as they prepare for the next challenge. The younger swordsman recoils and glances at his stunned companion. The determined youth states his resolve, unsettling his confused companion. The young swordsman yells, doubting the path he has chosen. Sunlight reveals a large castle, marking a new location. The 2 swordsmen pause in the hallway, both visibly drained as one suggests they take a break. One trainee eagerly recounts the sword master's impressive performance while the other listens in silence. The blue-haired student raises his voice, pushing the silent redhead to respond. Finally, the red-haired girl snaps and shouts at him. The red-haired student questions her companion about mentioning another peer. The wounded fighter struggles to remain standing despite severe pain. A calm observer insists the meditating trainee will pass the evaluation. In the hall, a student demands how the evaluation secret was discovered. The red-haired trainee pauses, confused by the talk of hidden potential. The confident youth affirms the presence of hidden potential. Now the red-haired student realizes the exam measures growth potential, not current skill. A student reassures a flustered classmate, who stubbornly denies any worry. Soon, the confident contender stands proudly in the arena, believing she has already won. Inside the crowded hall, one competitor angrily confronts another after hearing a bold prediction about who will take first place. Meanwhile, everyone focuses on the noble swordsman expected to win. The red-haired contender confronts her blue-haired rival, accusing the competition of being unfair. The fiery contender, gripping her sword, demands an explanation for the apparent futility of the test. The red-haired girl loudly challenges the honored reputation of a rival family. The blue-haired youth snaps, admitting he was humiliated losing to an orphan. The red-haired warrior suddenly senses a disturbing shift in the hall. Then a white-haired newcomer enters the hall, startling the two guards. Two battered youths freeze, realizing deadly danger is closing in. The resolute woman stares straight ahead, completely focused. The young man stands firm, openly declaring that insults or scorn toward his family will not shake his resolve. The silver-haired woman ignores hallway criticism and stands her ground. A trainee demands a duel but is warned it risks expulsion. The top contender dissents, proclaiming they will keep first place. The blue-haired student rejects family techniques, claiming his own superiority. Then, someone chases a fleeing person, shouting for them to stop. The blue-haired youth explains the sword style's origin and its tie to the demon dragon king. Then, the white-haired woman spins around, shocked by sudden news. The young man smirks, eager to see something impressive. The white-haired person firmly refuses the offer and walks away. The young swordsman demands training in the sky sword style. Soon, the challenger steps up, declaring themselves number one and stunning the current leader. The exhausted swordsman rests on his blade after the fight. The young man inspects the plank of wood, frowns, and decisively sets it aside. The anxious swordsman clenches his teeth, barely containing his distress. The swordsman falters, his confidence shaken by a surge of self-doubt. A solitary figure pauses in the darkness, lost in deep reflection about recent changes. Suddenly, the young man lunges forward, desperately trying to intervene. The lone swordswoman strides further into the darkness as the young man's outstretched hand fails to bridge the growing distance between them. The young swordsman settles on the floor, closing his eyes to begin a focused meditation session. Finally, the distressed youth shouts, begging the other to stop. A determined figure tightens his grip on the sword, preparing for the next move. The young man closes his eyes, grips his sword tightly, and begins to meditate. The swordsman strikes hard, sending his opponent staggering back. The defeated trainee lowers his weapon and admits loss in the training hall. Meanwhile, an instructor observes the group's training with approval. One trainee urgently calls out to the blue-haired instructor as the group gathers in the training hall. Later, two trainees discuss their exhaustion and the upcoming final evaluation. Inspired, a challenger clashes swords and drives his opponent back. The excited trainee explains how those words motivated the whole group. The uneasy youth reluctantly agrees, his posture stiff against the pink backdrop. A red-haired student suddenly insults two classmates in the hall. The red-haired student throws a sword, challenging a classmate. An explosion tears through the grand hall, blasting debris and smoke in every direction. The red-haired attacker strikes while the blue-haired fighter blocks. The red-haired fighter is pierced through the torso. The red-haired fighter recoils as her swift opponent closes in with a sudden, rapid sword strike. She is knocked back hard, sliding across the ground. The blue-haired fighter delivers a heavy blow, staggering her enemy. The observer notes an unmistakable intensification in the opponent's presence. Meanwhile, the wounded fighter endures intense pain as energy builds nearby. Spectators watch, shocked as the quiet swordsman reveals power. The aggressive challenger unleashes a powerful sword strike, sending an energy wave hurtling toward the vigilant opponent. The red-haired fighter braces herself, believing a breakthrough is near. The young swordsman focuses on winning first place over his rival. However, the red-haired fighter accepts her skills are still insufficient. With newfound ambition, the young swordswoman clenches her jaw and smiles, feeling ready to surpass her limits. The fiery trainee grips her sword and vows to improve, determined to achieve victory through discipline. After training, the weary youth pauses to catch his breath. The instructor stops practice, warning them to rest before evaluation. One student walks away determined as the other watches, surprised. The red-haired warrior warns him briefly, then leaves him puzzled. The young swordsman surveys his surroundings with steady resolve, quietly evaluating the unfolding situation. The swordsman grips his weapon, trusting his increased strength. He swings with renewed force, driving his attack forward. The shocked swordswoman suddenly stops as something important clicks. The young swordsman realizes he can finally match his rival. With determination, he raises his blade, drawing everyone's attention. The blue-haired youth steps up, declaring readiness to duel. The youth strains to hoist the massive sword, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. The young swordsman fails to adapt, growing frustrated by his limits. The young man looks down, unsure what to do. The nervous youth glances back, unsettled inside the hall. Then the tired swordswoman urges her companion to leave the hall. The white-haired woman steps outside, clearly resolved to act. The silver-haired onlooker looks up, startled by something above. Meanwhile, two figures approach each other in the fading light. The pair rests on the grass, debating if they should stay. So they decide to follow the plan but leave if confronted. The red-haired fighter looks up and orders her partner to prepare. One trainee anxiously reacts as the other bluntly announces there are less than 15 days until the final evaluation. However, the reserved youth's plan to persist is dismissed as weak. The uneasy youth averts his eyes when asked about his confidence. The boastful challenger sprawls on the grass, proclaiming resolve and doubting the rival. One challenger mocks the other's hesitation, questioning any confidence in victory as tension rises beneath the vivid sky. The red-haired fighter looks down, admitting she regrets the clash. The young swordsman flinches, sensing something unexpected nearby. Later, the swordswoman explains her absence and recalls their earlier training. The blonde youth reassures the other by calmly revealing that he grew up without parents. The young swordsman jolts in shock, eyes wide as he suddenly senses danger. Finally, a lone figure admits weakness but insists they do not seek pity. A red-haired thief steals bread as adults shout. A sudden realization interrupts the silence as the perspective shifts. The anxious observer hides behind the wall, realizing that everyone struggles through life in the same way, regardless of age. Later, the red-haired woman feels genuine gratitude for the first time. The red-haired girl awkwardly complains after being saved from drowning. Someone admits their attempt to repay a debt failed. The stern mentor urges the startled youth to perform better, prompting a confused response. Then, a commanding voice warns of the high-stakes finals. The energetic mentor reassures the trainee with a confident promise of support for the upcoming challenge. The boy, face smeared with dirt, clenches his fist and accepts the challenge without hesitation. The red-haired swordswoman tells her companion to wait 5 minutes. The swordsman calls out gently as the red-haired companion walks away, refusing any apology. After 2 months away, the young man finally returns, his expression calm as he faces the familiar surroundings. A thoughtful youth recognizes his own growing significance. The young man silently reflects on how much he changed. The former apathetic student notes how the academy year changed him. Eventually, deeper understanding brings a calm sense of self-realization. The young man sits on the grass, sorting his emotions. Someone expresses heartfelt gratitude despite the surrounding tension. The young man strides purposefully down the grand hallway, his resolve hardening as he approaches the bright doorway. The trainee hits the post, vowing to repay what he received. He realizes his earlier sword training was only imitation. A guiding voice explains the purpose of meditation as a radiant burst of light swirls in the darkness. The young swordsman closes his eyes, gathering his determination as a soft, golden light washes over his face. The young swordsman channels a surge of golden energy, gripping the blade tightly as he prepares to unleash his hidden strength. 2 weeks pass. Then a red and white-haired man shouts a decisive command. The crowded hall falls silent as the start of the final evaluation is announced. A drifting leaf marks a brief calm before the next event. The trainee practices sword techniques with focused concentration. He delivers a powerful strike, sending fragments flying. 2 instructors exchange impressed remarks as one trainee's rapid progress draws attention among the gathered students. The determined trainee lifts his sword and brings it down toward the massive stone in the center of the hall. The trainee slams his sword down onto the block with intense determination. The stone is inspected, showing a flawless diagonal cut. The older observer silently evaluates the group's efforts, finding them impressive yet still lacking. The stern overseer stands in the grand hall, preparing to announce the next participant. A determined young woman steps forward when summoned. A trainee asks if evaluations may be conducted in groups. Finally, a red-haired student suggests a spar to demonstrate skills. The elderly man leans forward, asking who the trainee is. A blue-haired newcomer enters the hall, drawing everyone's attention. On the wide tiled floor, 2 students grip their swords and brace themselves for the coming duel. The young swordsman stands ready in the training hall, signaling the start of a sparring match. A red-haired swordswoman grips her worn blade in silence. The swordsman's grip tightens as his focus starts slipping. Sunlight streams through the grand hall as the atmosphere thickens with anticipation for what is about to unfold. Suddenly, the red-haired woman charges and swings her sword. The confident swordswoman smirks as her companion encourages her unique spirit. With a shout, she slams her blade down, shaking the arena. The red-haired attacker strikes overhead, forcing the blue-haired one to block. Steel clashes violently as the relentless challenger and the determined defender exchange fierce blows in their heated duel. A tense group of onlookers recoils as the brutal sword fight rages nearby. The young swordsman staggers as a crushing blow lands, forcing a cry of pain from his lips. The injured fighter glares ahead, preparing for the next exchange. The red-haired combatant punches the blue-haired opponent, sending them flying. The resolute youth bursts into motion, launching a swift advance across the ground. 2 fighters burst forward at high speed, rushing into combat. The pair clash swords, exchanging rapid, forceful strikes. Finally, the red-haired assailant lunges, striking at the startled foe. Suddenly, a student dashes past shocked classmates at incredible speed. The swordsman lunges and locks blades with his red-haired rival. The red-haired trainee slams a wooden sword down as her foe blocks. With a burst of effort, the young swordsman launches a powerful strike, his focus unwavering. The red-haired fighter kicks hard, forcing her opponent to react. The bruised youth regains his balance and steels himself to continue. Next, the red-haired attacker charges and unleashes another heavy blow. Both fighters collide, trading explosive blows in a violent clash. A nearby student freezes, overwhelmed by the intensity of the duel. Soon after, a shockwave slams into the ground, scattering debris everywhere. A sweeping slash rips through the air, sending force across the area. Next, the red-haired warrior dashes in and lands a devastating energized blow. The watcher recoils, stunned by the ruthless sword technique. The blue-haired fighter parries a rapid sequence of heavy strikes. A startled observer's eye widens in shock as a sudden flash interrupts the moment. Finally, the young swordsman unleashes a brutal swing that tears through the air. The attacker drives a powerful sword blow into the struggling foe, pushing them back. The red-haired fighter staggers from a heavy hit, bleeding and barely standing. The young swordsman thrusts forward, leaving his opponent reeling and wounded. The injured swordswoman glares at him and screams in rage. A blue-haired fighter lunges in, taunting his foe. Swords clash as the blue-haired defender blocks the redhead's barrage. The red-haired fighter shouts, steeling himself for the clash. With fierce resolve, the swordsman drives his weapon forward in a powerful, high-speed strike. A huge explosion erupts, consuming the fighters in dust. A sudden surge of energy erupts, sending debris flying and filling the room with swirling chaos. A battered fighter steadies herself, gripping a shattered blade. The battered swordsman steadies his breath and readies himself to continue the fight in the devastated hall. Two opponents raise their swords, bracing for another clash. Holding a broken sword, the youth admits defeat. As smoke lingers over the arena, the onlookers quietly assess which fighter edged out the victory. The bruised youth grips his sword, acknowledging his rival firmly. Their mentor claps, commending both for a solid match. Later, 3 survivors bow, thanking others for getting through. The elder tells them to proceed and calls the next participant. 2 battered contestants step forward in the grand hall, preparing for their turn. Soon, a determined newcomer enters the hall, drawing every gaze. He clenches his fists, confident in his recently gained power. Another challenger proclaims victory as both stand back to back, exhausted. From the bench, a stern judge asks what the youth will reveal. The swordswoman steps forward, declaring she will demonstrate her family's sword style. Then the elder agrees to her request involving the legendary sky sword. She parries a fierce blow, holding her position against the assault. The blue-haired youth smirks, still determined after the clash. The white-haired swordswoman unleashes a swift, powerful slash. A devastating surge of energy tears through the area, obliterating everything in its path. A swordsman startles as a swirling wind surges around him. Soon, slashing winds rip through the area, marking the start of a deadly attack. The young swordsman unleashes a powerful strike, slicing through the air with fierce determination. The white-haired fighter rushes in, launching a rapid sword barrage. The swordsman releases another energy blast, flooding the battlefield with blinding light. Meanwhile, a distant warrior sends a blinding slash as 2 observers freeze. 2 fighters are hurled back as white energy cleaves through them. A defender crosses his arms, enduring sword strikes from every direction. The wounded fighter staggers back, shocked by the sudden reversal. A lone figure braces at the center of the room as a surge of mysterious energy erupts around him. The older swordsman recognizes the legendary blade, while his companion watches with anxious anticipation. The battered youth suddenly freezes as realization hits him. The swordswoman stands amid the winds, realizing the legend is real. The battered young swordsman stiffens as an unseen menace suddenly emerges. The swordsman faces an overwhelming presence, dwarfed by a colossal adversary radiating power. The exhausted young man stands alone in the empty hall, coming to terms with his limitations. A fighter rushes in, declaring the long-awaited moment has come. The blonde youth steps forward, ready to take the next challenge. The young swordsman stands before the cheering crowd, confidently accepting their praise. Suddenly, the blonde youth sprints forward, shouting a warning of danger. The youth clenches his fist, barely restraining his rising anger. Meanwhile, the swordsman tenses as he senses imminent danger approaching. A grateful voice acknowledges kindness in the gentle atmosphere. The young man spins around, shocked by the sudden revelation. The young man sits alone in the sunlit cathedral, honestly expressing how much comfort and admiration he feels in the other's presence. Under the elder's stare, the timid youth wonders if he erred again. An assertive man flatly denies the claim, startling the blonde boy. The young man lowers his gaze and admits he is not the person others believe him to be. Heartbroken, the blonde youth leaves the training hall with heavy steps. The young man, overwhelmed by fear, pleads desperately for mercy. The injured swordsman urgently calls out, pleading for someone's help. The lone youth staggers back, stunned by the harsh accusation. The anxious swordsman clenches his teeth, silently begging for nothing extraordinary as dark energy gathers around him. Finally, the young swordsman strides into the bright hall, resolved to move forward. The elder leans forward, signaling for the next demonstration. The swordsman steps forward as his name is called. Nearby, young fighters brace themselves for the coming confrontation. The resolute trainee announces a vertical slash, preparing to strike in the training hall. An elder releases a powerful aura, leaving 2 trainees stunned. A student shouts at a peer for attempting a dangerous move. The examiner issues a final warning to the disruptive student, threatening immediate ejection if there is any further interference with the assessment. The stern speaker addresses the assembled group, acknowledging that everyone shares similar feelings. The authoritative figure announces the start of the final assessment. Spectators question why the challenger used a vertical slash now. A stunned observer demands an explanation for the reckless behavior. An exhausted youth struggles to lift the huge sword. Afterward, the same youth lowers his head, trying to catch breath. The young swordsman tightens his grip and faces the oncoming threat. The resolute challenger tightens a fist beneath the night sky, demanding a display of strength. An elder leans in, mocking the listener for refusing guidance. The veteran suddenly swings, unleashing a devastating blow. The young man steps up, challenging those who belittle his skill. The fierce mentor leans in and demands to see the trainee's sword. The young swordsman steps onto the arena floor as the watching crowd falls silent. 3 onlookers fall silent, tensely watching the motionless fighter. The swordsman braces himself and channels energy as he initiates a powerful meditation technique. The youth steadies his breathing, focusing for the coming trial. Meanwhile, the swordsman tightens his grip, preparing a decisive strike. He closes his eyes, forcing his will deep into his mind. The lone warrior grips his massive blade, bracing for the looming challenge. The solitary youth stands before the bright horizon, uncertain about what lies ahead. The lone challenger braces against the colossal wave surging with supernatural force. A hardened fighter rises from the water, crackling with newfound power. A long-haired figure appears, radiating fierce determination. The trainee endures non-stop sword strikes, refusing to stop. The determined fighter lunges forward, slicing through the air at high speed. The young swordsman swings his glowing blade straight ahead. At that moment, resolve surges as a powerful challenge is declared. A burst of red energy erupts, announcing an overwhelming attack. Then, the youth suddenly shouts, stopping everyone amid the chaos. The swordsman unleashes a devastating, radiant slash at his foe. In response, the attack detonates violently, blasting shockwaves and debris everywhere. 3 spectators freeze, shocked by the sudden devastation. The battered youth stands amid the rubble, barely remaining on his feet. The swordsman stands by a vast chasm he created. The exhausted youth staggers forward, struggling against crushing pressure. The injured fighter clutches his hand and desperately calls for help. The red-haired swordswoman suddenly freezes as something unexpected occurs. Meanwhile, a tense voice calls into the darkness, urgently seeking someone. An older man strides through the dust, making a commanding entrance. An elder addresses the crowd to reveal the awaited results. Before the group, an official announces rankings and mentions the upcoming interview. Then, an elderly announcer declares the next ranked competitor to everyone. Rankings are announced to the waiting crowd. The battered contender freezes as she is announced 4th place. The announcer names the 3rd place finisher as the blue-haired fighter listens. The older man calmly announces who has taken 2nd place. Suddenly, in the bright cathedral, a wounded youth freezes as someone calls him. The top contender is declared winner as applause fills the hall. The elderly authority figure informs the group that details about the final interview will be provided later and encourages everyone to rest. Later, a determined youth walks toward the grand wooden door. A confident visitor enters the drill hall and speaks to the remaining student. The startled youth grips his oversized sword as the visitor appears. The 2 sit together in silence on the bench, each lost in thought as the hallway remains quiet. The mentor admits the student's unexpected growth, surprising him. Afterward, the silver-haired fighter reflects on her narrow, exhilarating victory. She remembers their last duel, admitting his sword was truly formidable. The flustered swordsman stammers out a compliment, prompting a sly smirk from his amused opponent. The stern woman speaks a single name, marking a turning point. The young swordsman announces he will leave the academy. Suddenly, the young man recoils in panic, completely confused. The silver-haired girl teasingly mocks the blonde boy, embarrassing him. The woman reveals she only aimed for top ranks before returning home. A sudden voice echoes down the empty hallway, shattering the silence. The white-haired man asks about a famed genius but receives only a faltering denial. Then the white-haired man speaks a name that thickens the tension. From the shadows, a figure emerges, revealed as the older brother. A young girl recalls a significant turning point from her childhood. The famous brother walks through the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. The younger swordswoman outmatches her opponent and claims victory in the courtyard duel. The young man quickly gained widespread recognition as the continent's greatest genius. The elder sibling watches the younger advance, carrying crushing expectations. Meanwhile, a cloaked prodigy passes the crowd, her rapid rise astounding everyone. Finally, a red-eyed swordswoman appears, making a dramatic entrance. A bold challenger steps up and asks the older sibling to spar. The resolute youth accepted the sparring challenge, gripping a wooden sword and preparing to face his opponent. The enraged swordsman screams as his calm opponent smirks back. The stunned opponent staggers back as his sword shatters from a crushing blow to the chest. The duel concludes as the dominant fighter secures a decisive victory, energy surging in the aftermath. Meanwhile, a fierce woman glares, barely containing her irritation. The youth collapses to the ground as a harsh judgment is declared. The younger sibling rushes to him, crushed by her shattered ideal. Suddenly, the younger one clings to the elder, sobbing as he stands frozen. The older sibling wipes sweat and awkwardly tries to calm the crying girl. Quietly, someone believes this ordeal will eventually be overcome. Yet a sudden dread of coming trials cuts through the sense of victory. The defeated youth mentally falls into darkness, unable to stand again. From then on, he endured constant harsh judgment from everyone around him. He crumbled under public scorn and ridicule, sinking into deep despair. The girl quietly observes her sibling retreating into isolation, determined to understand the cause of his suffering. The swordswoman suddenly realizes the entire crowd is watching her every move. An armored warrior strides through the archway, silently renewing a solemn vow. Amid chaos, the fierce woman charges ahead, battling desperately for her freedom. Too late, the desperate pawn realizes their actions were controlled by a hidden force. She enrolled in the academy at 12 to break another's record. He seeks knighthood earlier than a famed predecessor he idolizes. However, he rejects copying others and decides to carve his own path. He looks up, thanking the inspiration that sparked his independence. After watching that example, he resolves to follow his own way. The silver-haired girl declares she will walk her own path. The swordswoman states her ambitions while firmly gripping her sword. The swordsman is unexpectedly praised by a nearby onlooker. The silver-haired observer praises his resilience and mentions trials beyond the academy. Later, the young swordsman sits alone, troubled by lingering doubts. He hesitates, still unsure which direction his life should take. A white-haired rival smirks and openly mocks her opponent's claims. The swordsman stiffens as a sudden warning echoes through the hall. His strict mentor glares at him, demanding more effort and issuing a warning. Meanwhile, a confident rival boasts she will surpass him in training. The battered boy looks down, quietly doubting his own condition. With unwavering resolve, the young swordsman tightens his grip on the massive blade, ready for what comes next. A powerful surge of energy blasts through the cathedral, clearing the smoke. He pauses before the massive sword, silently doubting his current path. Finally, a lone survivor watches the steaming crater, wary after the recent destruction. The young swordsman surveys the smoldering chasm from his last strike. The energetic guard blocks him, stating the hall is off limits. Meanwhile, the red-haired challenger urges her ally to leave and spar. One companion declares they are leaving, while the other protests. The swordsman resents his slow progress compared to another's rapid growth. The red-haired swordwoman wonders when she will reach the next level. The young warrior doubts he can ever match the chosen. Later, the injured pair stand back to back, thanking each other before parting. A strong hand grips his shoulder, halting his attempt to leave. The red-haired fighter smashes a punch into her foe's face. The swordsman crashes to the floor as a threatening enemy approaches. The enraged youth demands to know why he was attacked. She scolds him for eating a punch after dodging every slash. Then the red-haired brawler hammers another devastating blow into her opponent. The quiet youth stumbles back, shocked by what he just learned. The red-haired attacker lunges and delivers a fierce finishing strike. The frustrated swordsman shouts, venting his anger at his weakness. Suddenly, a brutal hit smashes his face and sends him staggering. A furious trainee challenges the idea that all sword training is pointless. Finally, the beaten youth watches as a towering foe raises a fist. A commanding voice reminds him he once beat the strongest swordsman. The challenger loudly boasts across the hall, heightening the confrontation. The dominant figure taunts the fallen opponent, radiating scorn as ominous energy fills the room. The wounded fighter grits her teeth, barely enduring the pain. The young swordsman stands silently, trying to accept his recent defeat. Several days pass, marking a shift to the next phase of events. Later, the youth states he is satisfied while facing his senior. The white-haired woman pauses, smiling slyly instead of speaking. The contender says her pride comes from more than winning first place. The kindly mentor observes the youth's improvement and offers praise for recent progress. The student thanks the mentor and formally ends their training. The commanding figure instructs his subordinate to bring in the next trainee. The older man glares intensely, challenging what he just heard with clear disbelief. The young swordsman stands silently as the superior acknowledges his remarkable progress and exemplary skills. The reserved youth reveals hopeful expectations for what the other will achieve. The swordsman looks down and admits he has lost confidence. Someone notes the lifeless stare, deepening the growing unease. The watcher realizes speaking to him now would be pointless. The elder grants reluctant permission, prompting the young man to quietly depart the office. Someone silently plots to manipulate the young one's emotions. The young man pauses at the bookshelf, thinking silently. The seasoned mentor expresses genuine admiration for the young swordsman's recent performance. The older examiner questions the nervous student about their previous interview after the midterm assessment. The young man presents his plan while the listener pays close attention. An unseen figure abruptly interrupts the conversation with a pressing question. The elder prepares to announce something important to everyone. The anxious trainee freezes as someone unexpectedly calls out to him in the library. The elder challenges him to state his true reason for wielding a sword. The young swordsman stares at his hand, shocked by its change. The swordsman clutches his chest, questioning the purpose of his actions. The anxious youth hesitates in the library as the older swordsman encourages him to answer without overthinking. The leader invites open discussion, limiting it only by basic morality. The young man stands with lowered head, clearly anxious. The elder at the desk processes the letter's contents, his expression shifting as the young observer waits in tense silence. The older man calls out the younger one's lack of true choice in pursuing swordsmanship. The anxious young man stands before the door and reluctantly admits the truth. The worried visitor demands answers, but the calm elder dismisses him. The old mentor questions the swordsman's emotionless dedication to his training. The trainee smiles, pleased by clear improvement in his sword skills. Finally, the angry swordswoman chases her uneasy companion, shouting furiously. The instructor questions the trainee's emotionless behavior during sword practice. The elder accuses him of merely copying another style. Nervous youth admits it while facing the glowing mentor. Then the mentor concedes the student has advanced beyond imitation. The speaker calmly accepts the other's decision to keep the information secret. Next, the cloaked teacher warns him to reconsider his sword path. The stern mentor delivers an ultimatum, making it clear that without purpose, there is no place for the swordsman here. Suddenly, the youth startles as he notices something beside him. The elder solemnly explains that this place is meant for discovering one's true purpose, not just for practicing swordplay. The young trainee gasps, shaken by rising fear. He bows, thanking the mentor and vowing to remember the advice. The older teacher laughs it off, lightening the moment. After that, the cloaked figure requests blood, and the youth complies. Wincing, he touches his bloody finger to the golden box. The trainee receives a glowing gold plaque as academy recognition. The stern elder gives the young trainee 1 year to master the way of the sword, and the boy accepts without hesitation. The sun rises over quiet mountains, introducing a new day in this tranquil landscape. A bold voice calls the startled youth in the courtyard. The young swordsman and his ally part, promising to meet again. One figure hands over a carved insignia, assuring the other that showing it to the gatekeeper will ensure respectful treatment. A confident woman offers a gift, surprising the young man. The woman points out the flower engraved on her bracelet and asks if it grows at the boy's home, while he listens with interest. The white-haired woman invites him back next year for the blooming flowers. In response, the determined youth promises he will definitely return then. A startled onlooker demands the glowing item from its current holder. The embarrassed swordswoman hesitates, unsure how to answer the playful demand. The red-haired fighter proudly flaunts the valuable item before her silent companion. Later, the red-haired swordswoman apologizes stiffly for her earlier behavior. The red-haired girl apologizes to her stunned companion for insulting him before. The young swordswoman quietly admits to having spoken harshly in the past due to her lack of family. The red-haired swordswoman questions her own excuses, growing uncertain about her motivations. The youth and his companion exchange apologies as the tension between them eases. The annoyed swordswoman challenges the calm youth's cheerfulness while another quietly watches. The hot-headed swordswoman rushes the nervous youth as their amused ally watches. The usually reserved youth suddenly yells, shocking the red-haired swordswoman. Elsewhere, someone runs down the street, urgently calling to the person ahead. 2 fighters stand together, silently watching an ominous scene unfold before them. A worried student asks his classmate about the rumor he's leaving school. The cautious youth quietly scans the surroundings, growing suspicious of the situation. The hesitant youth admits his uncertainty, while his companion offers a gentle reassurance, easing the tension between them. The young man promises to return after finishing training. He silently resolves to keep training harder. He recalls almost giving up and thanks his supporter. Now convinced, he declares his resolve. The exuberant youth proclaims his passion for swordsmanship, while his reserved companion listens in silence. He explains a change last year pushed him to the academy. The speaker pauses to reflect on the circumstances that allowed for a reconsideration of the past. The young swordsman silently vows to understand himself better and keep moving forward. The earnest youth smiles with gratitude, expressing heartfelt thanks to his companions. The injured youth stands firm and sincerely expresses gratitude to the person before him. Suddenly, a towering presence appears, startling the injured boy. A guard formally invites the 2 young men to enter the waiting carriage. The assertive one boards the carriage, leaving the blond youth. The young swordsman steels himself amid the swirling smoke, ready to face the next challenge. The quiet youth suddenly shouts a warning. The confident figure urges her anxious companion to brace for action. Clenching his fists, he swears to grow stronger. After sweating through battle, he watches the rival leave, promising a rematch. The lone figure stands on the cobblestone path, silently watching the carriage disappear into the fading light. The reserved youth endures awkward silence as the teasing swordswoman grins, pressing him with a playful remark. He stares at the sky, unsure if recent events were real. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl fears she may never see her companion again. An attendant reaches the carriage and greets academy students during introductions. Nearby, one youth blurts a shocking comment about friends, stunning the other. The attendant bows and thanks the guests for befriending the young master. The young man waves through the sunlit window as his 2 companions watch him leave. The carriage speeds down the road, quickly leaving dust behind. 2 allies stand together in silence, preparing for what awaits them. 2 uneasy figures stand side by side in silence, waiting impatiently for others to arrive. Suddenly, the red-haired woman grabs her stomach in sharp pain. The swordswoman offers a gentle farewell as the reserved youth prepares to leave. Later, the mentor admits feeling sentimental while the visitor surveys the emptied study. The mentor sits alone, worried about whether the trainee can handle the coming trial. The elder questions these worries, citing the young prodigy's famous skill. Inside the moving carriage, one observer reflects on how this young man stands apart from all other prodigies. The young man is praised for his dedication as light catches his confident face. A lone figure pauses in the courtyard, deep in silent reflection as the sun sets. The red-haired swordswoman lowers her eyes, quietly considering the possible outcome. Afterward, the red-haired figure walks on alone beneath the empty sky. The determined youth sprints down the path, driven by urgency. Suddenly, a hand grips the red-haired youth's shoulder. The blue-haired youth teases him, making the redhead tense. Then the red-haired swordswoman recoils at an unexpected visitor. The confident young man provokes his hot-tempered companion, who immediately snaps back in anger. An energetic boy with a bandaged cheek announces his return. In response, the red-haired girl glares furiously at him. The blue-haired youth silently ponders the advice he received. The red-haired girl yells, doubting the sword master would welcome her back. The blue-haired youth boasts that such talent could never be abandoned. The two continue bickering while walking toward the castle gates. A carriage races urgently down a sunlit forest road. Inside the moving carriage, the older passenger breaks the tense silence with a thoughtful hum while his anxious companion sits uneasily across from him. A dejected youth stares out the window as another quietly observes. The attendant suddenly notices the object in the young man's hand and reacts with surprise. A startled man recoils as his companion reveals the platinum label, prompting a tense exchange about its origin. A blonde youth reveals the white-haired girl's identity with a photograph. The attendant recoils in shock after hearing unexpected news about the household's reputation, while the young observer quietly takes in his reaction. A weary youth says he will nap, and his attendant agrees. Later, a young swordsman stands still, considering his future path. The sun sets over the city, casting long shadows across the rooftops and distant mountains. The carriage stops as the travelers prepare to spend the night at the nearby inn. The young swordsman meditates on his bed, gathering visible energy. The youth presses his ear to the door, hearing nothing. The anxious figure paces in front of the closed door, uncertain how to help someone trapped in despair. Someone angrily rejects the situation, overwhelmed with frustration. Driven by urgency, someone desperately searches for a way to lift the young master's spirits. The cautious newcomer steps into the vibrant town square, taking in the lively scene as the sun sets. The startled swordsman whirls around as a sudden flash of light erupts before him. A startled youth and companions encounter an imposing orc fortune teller unexpectedly operating at the southern market stall. A hidden truth is revealed about the opponent's true nature. A hexagram pendant glints as it is revealed around the figure's neck. A strong figure bears a tattooed arm, drawing everyone's attention. A shocked onlooker reveals the creature's true identity. Hearing orc, the youth snaps his head up in shock. Two youths walk, discussing Orcseer's fame and alleged luck. The fortune teller welcomes the guests, and the curious young man steps forward to have his fortune read. The optimistic man considers using encouraging words from Orcseers to lift someone's spirits. The lively seer leans in, inviting any question about fate. The Orcseer raises his voice, preparing to announce an important prediction. A mysterious figure suddenly asks about age, catching the two young men off guard at the crowded tavern table. The mustached man is shocked to learn the youth is 16. The youth awkwardly states that he is 16 years old. Then the fortune teller predicts he can join any knight order he wants. An enraged challenger publicly denounces the so-called seer, igniting shock and tension among the onlookers. The impatient attendant urges the distracted young master to leave the crowded marketplace without further delay. The young man halts abruptly, startled by someone calling out to him. A surprised youth receives a small origami figure from a stranger. The young swordsman steps forward, radiating unwavering resolve. However, an onlooker is shocked by the small fighter's overwhelming energy. A shocked observer struggles to accept the unbelievable strength displayed by the young contender. The young man wanders the night market, preoccupied with the mysterious fighter. Thus, the exposed swindler realizes he must abandon this place. A carriage hurtles down the dirt road, wheels spinning as dust billows behind. A remorseful youth admits his mistake, and the other assures him it is fine. The young man recalls the significance of the note, deep in thought. The young man studies the cryptic message, trying to interpret it. Startled, he wonders if the stranger sensed the presence from his dreams. The outspoken companion voices concern about a stranger's odd questions as the other listens, surprised. An irritated boy mocks his friend's dream of joining any knight order. The blonde youth reveals he was accepted, stunning his friend. He admits the plan worked but says the timing is wrong. The young swordsman realizes acceptance depends on completing his mentor's difficult task. An old driver jerks in shock as something interrupts the quiet ride. A young noble straightens in the carriage at the servant's unexpected news. A carriage draws near on the forest road, prompting the group to tense as they prepare for a possible encounter. Startled, someone ducks behind a wall after overhearing a link to a noble house. A shocked observer finally recognizes the true identity behind the glowing badge. A smug enemy blocks the road, forcing the youth's group to face their rival clan. The family is harshly blamed for neglecting and humiliating the young heir. Suddenly, the onlooker realizes the man before him is the second son. One uniformed boy smirks confidently while his companion studies him in silence. A nervous servant reports two honored guests, offering the uneasy young master a chance to stay. However, the youth calmly refuses, and the surprised man falters mid-gesture. A sudden sound reverberates through the tense forest. The respectful youth bows deeply in greeting while the composed watcher remains silent. The hesitant youth gives a nervous reply while his silent companion stands nearby, both appearing uneasy. The onlooker notices that the blond youth now appears taller and more physically fit. In the clearing, the uniformed youth smirks, dismissing his rival's return from the academy. The local representative questions the visitor, who explains he has arrived to deliver a message from his father. Later, two young men meet again outside and exchange a warm greeting. Meanwhile, the short-haired youth praises his friend's academy transformation. The young man hesitates about continuing sword training. He jokes his friend can only learn from family now. A jealous rival sees that his competitor is even younger. As the two stood outside among the trees, one affirmed the other's words before suddenly reacting with surprise. The swordsman turns serious, urging his companion to continue talking. The young man recoils in terror, unable to hide his panic. Afterward, the tired traveler says he needs rest after traveling. A uniformed observer doubts the rumored slacker really stands there. The young man closes his eyes, steeling himself. As the withdrawn youth tries to leave, two uniformed men block his path, one of them calling out sharply to stop him. He steps forward and offers a parting handshake. The blond youth demands an explanation, frustration evident as he turns sharply to confront the situation. An irritated rival explains swordsmen can gauge strength through handshakes. One figure reacts with surprise while the other teases him for not knowing. Then, a smirking officer cites a famous swordsman about grip strength. A young noble boasts, invoking his family's knight as proof. A senior challenges the junior to show improved sword skills. The reserved youth hesitates, staring at the extended hand. Meanwhile, a calm gaze intensifies the other's nervous, choking silence. Two figures lock hands in a fierce handshake, each refusing to give ground. The cocky challenger squeezes harder, trying to crush him. Meanwhile, the tormentor mocks him, promising more pain. His opponent waits tensely, seeing no reaction yet. The opponent trembles, overwhelmed by power from the loose grip. The young swordsman pauses outdoors, suddenly recalling the crucial instruction to grip his weapon tightly. The youth jolts, suddenly seized by unexpected fear. A dark-haired fighter catches a wrist mid-strike, halting the blonde attacker. The man in white hits his opponent's torso, sending him staggering. The inexperienced youth apologizes for not controlling his strength. A furious contestant recoils, realizing she failed before her rival. Anxious, another youth hurries forward, volunteering to go first. Suddenly, a massive beast appears before the group, ending the confrontation. Both men freeze, stunned by the impossible sight of a talking cat. The agitated cat yells for someone to strike back at the conjurer. The young man steps forward, drawing the attention of the crowd as he approaches the mysterious stone resting atop the stump. The swordsman lifts his hand, levitating a huge boulder and shocking everyone. A tense silence follows, recalling how people usually react to such shocks. The young swordsman beams with delight as the crowd erupts into enthusiastic applause. He calmly levitates a glowing rock, explaining that magic still follows logic. An unseen narrator asks what this unexplainable phenomenon is. The energetic feline urgently calls for someone to move faster as the usual rules of the world unravel. The mysterious phenomenon can only be triggered by the use of mystic arts. The anxious onlooker stares at the cat, struggling to determine whether the creature or someone behind it holds the mystic's power. Two guards retreat, spooked by the black cat and talk of a mystic. Then the group backs away from the figure, muttering apologies before leaving. The cat suddenly stands upright and speaks, stunning the watcher. The insistent figure, radiating magical energy, challenges the other to a spar while offering a sword. A hand swiftly draws a sword, signaling the start of combat. The feline confidently draws a sword while the astonished onlooker reacts in shock. Afterward, a small mentor demonstrates rapid sword moves for the gathered students. A calm youth explains they are allies, while the cat groans. An attendant apologizes and invites the young noble to board the departing carriage. Suddenly addressed, the startled youth straightens and answers quickly. The loyal companion urges the hesitant youth to board the carriage as departure approaches. A curious onlooker wonders if the black cat is actually human. The young man sits in the carriage, quietly weighing the possible connection between the mystic girl and recent events. The determined man vows to uncover the truth upon returning to the castle. Later, several companions chat by a carriage outside the gate before leaving. Finally, a tired youth reaches the gate, where family welcomes him inside. The young swordsman sits at the dining table as his father expresses pride in his acknowledged talent, and he responds with gratitude. Later, he quietly smiles, remembering his father's rare praise. A bearded man asks the visitor about meeting a talking cat. In response, the expert says the white cat is a mystic, not human. The young man hesitantly explains that the cat possesses both genuine feline traits and human-level intelligence. A guest insists the cat is stronger than any mystic in the capital. A wary officer reports a stranger asked to teach the girl, triggering a background check. The woman asks how the quiet girl feels, making everyone pause. The younger sibling asks for guidance, and the elder stresses choosing based on her own intent. Next, the determined girl demands the eyewitness's honest account of the incident. The mediator scolds the pushy sibling, while the quiet girl squirms. The young woman falters, clearly struggling to answer the hard question. Meanwhile, the nervous youth suddenly senses that something bad just happened. A focused competitor stares straight ahead, fully locked on the challenge. The shaken man panics, not understanding her anger after his year away. Suddenly, he remembers an important item he had forgotten. One companion abruptly mentions a gift, making the startled youth jump up. The nervous man offers a glowing blue pendant, and the girl hesitates to accept. Their parents share a proud look, touched by the thoughtful present. The blonde officer flushes in shock at the unexpected gratitude offered across the grand dining table. The irritated woman raises her voice in gratitude, while the young man across the table quickly apologizes. The assertive advisor instructs the grateful youth to buy gifts for everyone, leaving the latter visibly relieved. The considerate youth mentions a gift for the parents, while a curious girl recognizes him as the older brother. The feline pads forward with clear intent. Then the youth freezes as he notices an unexpected threat. A cat suddenly leaps onto the table, startling everyone. The frustrated fighter throws a punch. Meanwhile, the girl confronts the black cat, asking why it is there. A worried woman calls out urgently for the missing person. The feline companion resolves to persuade the older sibling while the opportunity remains. Soon, the woman accidentally shouts her thoughts, startling the nearby cat. The fiery girl demands an explanation, while the startled creature nervously tries to clarify its intentions. The embarrassed girl pulls back after her feelings for her sibling are exposed. Afterwards, the blue-eyed cat blurts a secret and freezes as someone stares. A blonde girl jolts back in terror, frantically apologizing as she faces an angry outburst. The young man stands firm, loudly rejecting the offer to become a student. The distressed girl begs forgiveness and runs out, leaving everyone stunned. The group sets aside their concerns to learn more about the Swordsmanship Academy. The young man lies awake, unable to sleep from thinking. Finally, two adults smile together, touched by the simple gift. The young man quietly reflects on the bittersweet joy his family finds in simple moments. On his bed, he vows never to waste time again. The young swordsman silently vows to pursue his path without hesitation. The young man turns toward the door and calmly allows the visitor to enter. The young master informs the maid he will head to the training grounds at dawn and instructs her to prepare everything he requested. A woman worries someone is exhausted after returning from the academy. He fumes that he can't train with a sword for weeks. The young man respectfully asks to leave the ornate room, receiving a brief nod of approval from the older figure. In the office, the seated authority prepares to question two visitors. The young attendant stands upright, promptly acknowledging the noble's command. The nobleman stands in the ornate room, troubled by rumors of an incident in a distant territory. A stern aide reports unexpectedly encountering the young master on the road back. The older man sneers dismissively at the news of the outcast's return from the academy. The youth calmly explains how his meeting with the young master went. The skeptical listener grows curious about this unexpected report. The older man slams his fist on the desk, shouting furiously at the younger man across the room. The older man furiously confronts the anxious youth, demanding answers as the latter hurriedly apologizes. Afterward, the older man laughs and lightly pats the reserved youth. The enraged elder slams his fist, shocked by the youth's drastic improvement. The enraged instructor forcefully dismisses any association between the academy and mystic arts. A bitter rival envies a man who seemingly has everything. The land under his rule grows more prosperous with each passing day. The agitated rival slams the table, venting frustration over the weakest member's unexpected progress. His calculating daughter urges him to crush this threat early. The older man leans forward, pressing for a strategy as the group's attention shifts to their companion. The eldest lord lounges back, openly flaunting his arrogance. Elsewhere, an anxious member silently frets over the coming expedition. The resentful youth plots to use the upcoming family head conference to ruin his rival's status. The red-clad leader dismisses his subordinate, who bows and exits. The young man shifts uneasily as he receives boisterous praise from someone nearby. He narrows his eyes, quietly assessing the eccentric elder opposite him. Realizing the severity of the situation, the young man grows anxious about the imminent threat facing the girl. The eldest son steps up to take command, redirecting the room's tension. At dawn, tired trainees trudge from the castle toward the training grounds. 3 armored officers walk the hall, discussing expedition supplies and looming monsters. One armored warrior scoffs, calling the expeditions empty shows of family power. Suddenly, 2 armored sentries look up, alarmed by a noise overhead. The young swordsman trains hard while armored guards rush in, shocked he returned. At dawn, a diligent young noble does pull-ups, startling an armored retainer nearby. The trainee starts solo pull-ups while the armored watcher quietly accepts his resolve. 2 armored guards whisper about an expelled trainee's sudden strength. One guard lifts the heavy plate, testing its weight. A confused knight strains to lift the massive sword. Just then, an annoyed soldier interrupts by shouting at the group. The angry knight scolds a subordinate for joking around outside the castle. 2 sentries jolt in surprise as an unexpected visitor appears. The watchers gape as the formerly weak trainee performs weighted chin-ups. One knight boasts confidently about an impressive feat, while another armored figure reacts in astonishment. A silent trainee holds a flag pose on the pole, shocking everyone. A cheerful knight prompts his uneasy companion for validation, causing visible discomfort. An enraged officer orders the soldiers to be silent and form ranks. Sunlight spills across the sky as calm settles over the scene. The tired trainee leaves the courtyard carrying the heavy sword. A startled young man freezes as a large black cat suddenly leaps past him and disappears over the fence. The sane cat perches on a railing, calmly grooming itself in the yard. The uneasy youth wonders if someone has come to change his mind. Meanwhile, the young swordsman ignores the watcher above and focuses on training. The young swordsman resolves to forge his own path and begins training with techniques learned at the academy, while a silent feline observer looks on. A week passes, bringing a sense of calm anticipation. During drills, one runner easily outpaces his exhausted fellow trainees. The exhausted youth stops running and refuses to continue. The trainee rests while the mentor praises improved stamina. As training ends, the youth continues practicing while his friend watches. He quietly admires his peers for enduring harsh training alone. He wonders how his life would be without that dream. For a week, a watchful cat observes training on the grounds. A worried guard quietly warns his master to stay cautious. The wary knight warns the group that ominous rumors surround the cat mystic, suggesting she brings misfortune like a curse. The cat strides between the armored soldiers, who immediately step aside. Troubled by rumors, he walks the hallway deep in thought. A cloaked aide enters the hall and asks if training is finished. The attentive feline snaps to alertness upon hearing a sudden call. The woman demands an explanation as the hesitant figure remains silent and draws closer, testing her reaction. A smug cat mocks the other but claims no interest in teasing. By the stream, the youth recoils from a shocking revelation. The black cat leaps onto a crate, catching the startled onlooker off guard as the lively companion suddenly offers a present. In the courtyard, he receives a glowing cat-faced orb as a bribe. The man recoils when the black cat reveals a glowing orb. One figure marvels at the massive cat's eye gemstone as another reveals its staggering worth. The young swordsman pauses, heartened by unexpected encouragement. The anxious youth quickly tries to defend his earlier comment. Meanwhile, the cat offers a reward if the boy is convinced. His sibling demands the real reason for the offer as the cat shows a glowing orb. Despite this, the cat acts without explaining, still gripping the glowing orb. The young fighter pulls back, confused by the cat's unexplained motives. Then the cat bluntly states it wants a pupil, leaving the boy speechless. The cautious youth hesitates over the bribe, while the annoyed cat insists it is valuable. Elsewhere, a cornered man recoils when accused of scheming, unable to hide his guilt. The cat criticizes humans' obsession with money, holding both the glowing orb and magic purse. One person enthusiastically presents a wooden ball as another looks on with mild acceptance. The cat hugs the wooden ball and refuses to trade it for anything. Next, an excited companion reveals another glowing orb to the watching group. A quiet figure remembers the past while staring at a foxtail and two dolls. The feline proudly presents its cherished treasures as the two visitors admire their sentimental value. The boy considers whether the girl values things that cannot be bought with money. Meanwhile, the lively girl displays a toy and yarn ball, boasting about her rare treasures. One figure makes an emphatic declaration of admiration toward a cat. The lively girl hands over a small gift and eagerly asks for a favor to be passed along. The shocked cat clutches the orb while the young man turns away, rejecting the deal. The young man explains that certain things are more valuable than money. The anxious feline clutches the glowing orb and prepares to reveal genuine feelings rather than delivering a rehearsed message. The youth keeps trying to win the cat's trust. He vows to keep persuading his reluctant companion. The scene shifts forward to the following day. A panicked cat dashes downstairs, urgently calling the boy. The worried youth rushes over, asking what's wrong with the bull. The girl insists her companion remain nearby as she eats, leaving him perplexed by the unusual demand. The nervous boy sits beside the black cat eating together. Another day begins, hinting at changing circumstances. An excited cat bursts into the hall, demanding the boy's attention. Boy and cat quietly watch a distant kitten, wondering about its thoughts. Confused, the boy turns to confront his persistent companion. The boy presses the cat for answers, but it insists it can't read minds. The young swordsman laughs aloud while the curious feline beside him questions his amusement. He just grins mischievously, dodging the cat's question. Someone laughs loudly while another stands irritated with arms crossed. The reserved boy lets out a small, relieved laugh. Afterward, the tired swordsman exhales, still recovering from his ordeal. The stern mentor issues a 1-year ultimatum to master the sword in a way unique to the apprentice. Finally, he stops walking as the watchful cat questions him with a stare. The withdrawn youth abruptly walks away, leaving the anxious companion calling out in confusion. A powerful force erupts, sending energy through the darkness. A solitary figure stands motionless in the rain-soaked courtyard, surrounded by towering white walls. A surge of urgency interrupts the silence, pushing events forward without hesitation. The young swordsman steels himself, urgently resolving to master his own swordsmanship without delay. After leaving the academy, the youth grips his sword uncertain. Now, everything has changed and the future is uncertain. The anxious feline peers out into the rainy night, paralyzed by indecision. The lone figure trudges through the rain, each step sending ripples across the puddles. The young swordsman raises his blade, gathering energy for a strike. The alert companion recoils in shock, instinctively reacting to an unforeseen threat. The young swordsman stands firm, determined to choose his own path. A lone figure stands in the rain, processing a heavy realization. The challenger launches a decisive attack toward the opponent. One figure asks whether the other has studied mystic arts. A newcomer cautiously steps into the area, drawing everyone's attention. The reserved youth looks confused, struggling to process the words. The youth and his companion freeze as a swirling orb appears. The young swordsman reels back in shock as a powerful surge rushes straight toward him. Finally, the glowing mentor demands the young woman become her student. Two figures face off, energy gathering for a decisive clash. Meanwhile, the young man freezes, crushed by overwhelming pressure. The worried cat sprints down the corridor, acting unusually. The small creature steps forward, demanding that the other become her disciple. The cheerful feline mentor eagerly promises to guide the startled youth into the wonders of mystic arts, instantly lifting the tense mood. The hesitant youth recoils with the startled feline as he refuses the demand. The swordsman explains plainly that he is not a mystic. The small feline confidently offers to teach the mystic arts in the sunlit hall. The swordsman argues that his determination makes him suited to awaken support powers. The confused trainee demands an explanation as the creature challenges him to consider the differences between warriors, spellcasters, and mystics. The hesitant youth admits uncertainty as the resolute figure prepares to reveal crucial information. After hard training, the armored fighter unleashes a powerful aura. The magician draws mana from nature while studying the laws of magic. Soon, a lone figure appears in radiant light, suggesting new power. A monstrous winged shape suddenly bursts from the swirling haze. This introduces a terrifying presence that breaks usual limits. A resolute figure stands atop the cliff, commanding the colossal mythical bird as the true nature of the mystic is revealed. The young mystic grudgingly accepts the criticism but says something else matters. Only people with unshakable resolve can hope to change the world alone. Therefore, the small observer declares only an unimaginable heart can succeed. The feline sage explains that mystical abilities depend on the strength of one's heart. The young swordsman tries to copy the advanced vertical slash technique. He grips the huge blade, sensing its urge to cut anything. The guide insists aided awakening of mystic arts will strengthen his swordsmanship. The swordsman rejects his companion's plea, leaving the other upset. However, the irritated cat says that sword cannot pursue mystic arts and demands clarity. Uneasy, the youth admits the blade is not his, shocking the feline. The swordsman freezes mid-thought, sweat beading on his brow as a sudden, crucial insight hits him. Now, the youth considers telling his trusted ally, hoping she understands his dreams. A nervous boy starts confessing while the blue-eyed cat listens. The excitable cat suggests something supernatural, and the confused youth questions it. Meanwhile, a feline mentor discusses reincarnated souls while watching armored trainees spar. The young man questions the feline companion about the hesitation to pursue mystic arts. Later, he clenches his fist, disturbed by the mystic's reaction to the blade. He firmly refuses awakening mystic arts, but the cat keeps urging him. Then the swordsman declares he will forge a unique blade, prompting the cat's doubts. The young man hesitates as his companion presses him to explain the sword's meaning. The feline inspects the revealed weapon and demands further explanation. Still, the swordsman forces himself onward, refusing to collapse from exhaustion. He sits under a dim lamp, brooding over another loss. The youth admits his training has completely failed. The cat quietly surveys the situation without speaking. A smug feline leaps down and insists on giving advice, while the frustrated youth protests being called a disciple. The cat rebukes him for misunderstanding what effort really is. The stunned youth freezes in the training hall, struggling to process the shocking revelation. Suddenly, a glowing cat interrupts from above and corrects the young man. The narration declares that all of their effort was useless. Sunlight fills the empty room as the scene shifts to a peaceful setting. The young man lies awake, haunted by those unsettling words. He sits up in bed and tells the visitor to enter. One guest hesitantly asks about the cat mystic's whereabouts, prompting the other to respond with concern. A nervous official begins explaining urgent details about the coming expedition. A messenger announces a family conference on the Southern Union expedition, demanding their decision. The young man listens closely as he prepares to hear more about the next topic. Meanwhile, he sits in an ornate room, dwelling on disturbing rumors. A massive fire destroys the Oracle Guild building after the woman leaves. A rumor claims the Jackal Thief's second heir died after becoming her disciple. An informant reports a merchant group declined after an encounter with a black cat. The anxious figure demands confirmation as the informant relays a series of devastating events. However, the youth admits there is only her presence, not proof. A messenger brings disturbing news, making him silently worry. He privately doubts the rumors are true. He sits up, wondering if the recent rumor is coincidence. Meanwhile, a wary superior suspects the small mystic hides something. A figure issues a stern warning against taking unnecessary risks. The young swordsman pauses, deep in silent contemplation. An embarrassed ally admits fault and quietly leaves. Later, he sits alone on the bed, thinking. The swordsman steels himself for the coming challenge. He defends a companion, saying their outburst came from concern. The determined youth makes a firm declaration, promising to convey only the truth about their feelings to another. A narrator prepares to describe what they recently witnessed. Eventually, the boy sits at the bed's edge, calming his doubts. He reassures them, praising their uniqueness and promising to defend them. The anxious youth hesitates, fearing his presence might bring harm to his companions. After that, another confirms that the suspected person truly was there. He sits on the bed and demands if that claim was true. The small feline, hidden in shadow, quietly affirms the situation. Startled, he confronts the cat, but it angrily denies involvement. The pensive youth recalls the chaos caused by others' conflicts, while the feline companion recalls nearby. A wary observer weighs if recent misfortunes are coincidence or deliberate deception. The young man stands by the bed, forcing himself to continue. A worried cat fears causing misfortune, and the youth briefly reassures it. The young man offers comfort with a calm, reassuring smile. The young man briefly mentions his bad reputation while standing in the room. Suddenly, the cat jerks its head up at an unexpected noise. The youth admits his past mistakes, comparing them to the listener's current situation. Nonetheless, the boy reassures his crying companion and chooses to rely on his judgment. The youth sits on the bed to reassure them as the black cat joins. The young man offers a glowing orb to the cat on the bed. Then, a flustered youth receives a glowing black orb as the visitor flees. The young man turns away after refusing a bribe, as the visitor vanishes and orb remains. Later, he notices the same glowing black orb on the table. The cheerful girl eagerly displays her prized blue orb to the observant boy, while a black cat perches proudly atop it. The young man steps back, seeing a huge glowing orb covering the bed. A carriage races through the gates as several figures observe from the shadows. A composed man formally greets an important guest entering the room. The elder greets the newcomer with a wide, cheerful smile. A nervous youth stands tense, sweat forming as the atmosphere grows heavy. The older man enthusiastically praises the blonde youth's growth while the others watch. A courteous man steps forward and offers to guide the noble inside. Guests gather at the banquet table, talking softly and watching the hall. The young man sits rigidly at the grand dining table, struggling to steady his nerves as anxiety takes hold. The stern mentor warns the young heir to trust no other families. He explains Bauer and Fried are neutral, neither enemies nor allies. Two nobles mock him loudly, making the atmosphere more hostile. Some houses are noted as openly hostile toward the Pereira. An older authority figure sits at the head of the table, quietly observing as two mischievous youths share a laugh during the formal meal. The higher-ranking man grunts dismissively as the two uniformed figures stand tensely in the ornate room. Soon, a powerful faction is revealed behind these tense meetings. A distinguished guest is introduced to the two silent diners. The advisor urges vigilance against a rival family hating them for generations. The leader toasts the guests for protecting the southern trade route. Three companions clink glasses together, briefly toasting for peace. Meanwhile, the young man hesitates, staring uneasily at his wine. Three guests sip their wine, but one jolts in shock. Pressed by others, the anxious youth quickly drains his glass. The young man hesitantly lifts the glass and forces himself to swallow the bitter drink. The young swordsman freezes in disbelief, struggling to grasp what just happened. Finally, the uneasy group scans the crowd, puzzled by the tension. The uneasy youth asks his companions at dinner why they keep staring at him. The anxious young swordsman questions whether he chose the wrong path. A startled youth snaps to attention as someone addresses him unexpectedly. An older man laughs and corrects how the youth is holding his cup. The guest gets corrected on wine etiquette for holding the glass wrong. Then the man demonstrates the proper grip, holding the wine glass by the stem. One guest apologizes for a minor mistake at the table, prompting another to reassure and encourage a retry. A nervous guest is corrected again on how to hold the wine glass. The youth demonstrates the proper grip and mentions it once helped protect valuable spices. The swordsman nods seriously, showing he understands the explanation. An imposing man leans forward, hinting that etiquette here is extremely important. The older aristocrat laughs loudly, flaunting the social divide while the uneasy youth stands silently behind him. The confident man bursts into laughter, agreeing enthusiastically. The anxious guest hurriedly explains, trying to ease the noble's tense argument. The older man asserts his stance, intensifying the confrontation as the younger guest sits in uneasy silence. The older man relaxes and says his earlier remarks were concerned for someone else. The two men stare each other down, neither willing to yield. The youth answers that he enjoyed the music the older man recommended. The older figure eagerly presses the anxious youth for details about his taste in music. Finally, the mustache man says his weak musical interest comes from harsh academy training. The older figure advises the uneasy youth to improve his manners for smoother conversations. The guest laughs it off, saying his remark was joking. The young swordsman smirks confidently, signaling the confrontation has shifted. The youth taunts his opponent, calling them ignorant before everyone. The shrouded figure remains motionless in bed as harsh words highlight his failures and inaction. The youth stops before grand doors, dreading judgment for past failures. The anxious boy shudders, overwhelmed by helplessness. Then, with shaking hands, he hesitates to pick up the silverware. An older man leans in, worriedly checking the trembling boy. Feeling ill, the youth asks to leave as the elder listens. After a pause, the bearded man nods and permits it. The young man sprints down the ornate hallway, urgency driving his every step. The youth keeps running, consumed by renewed doubt and frustration. Two fighters clasp hands as red energy surges, one barely enduring. Suddenly, he realizes something and stands there stunned. The young swordsman falls to his knees, clutching his chest. Later, the young man stands silently, burdened by his family's suffering. The young man clenches his teeth as doubt floods his mind, sweat trickling down his tense face. The young swordsman slams his fist against the wall, overcome by pain and frustration. Overwhelmed by guilt, he condemns himself for failing as a son. The young man collapses, overwhelmed and crying. The trainee, newly resolved, crushes the practiced sword in one grip. The swordsman unleashes a desperate, powerful downward strike, his voice cracking with emotion. He braces himself, gathering strength for another desperate attack. Meanwhile, the frustrated trainee challenges the figure but is told his efforts are meaningless. The mentor sternly explains the meaning of genuine effort as the youth listens intently across the training floor. The mentor stands on the platform and urges the group to commit with both heart and body for true success. Nearby, the curious cat leans forward, asking for the other's view. The young swordsman doubts whether he truly tried his best. The desperate fighter swings his blade downward, shouting as he attacks. Now, the swordsman hesitates in the training ground, still wrestling with doubt. An onlooker quietly admires the swordsman's focused, skilled stance. Two young nobles propose a spar to the withdrawn boy while adults continue their discussion. The eldest there jeers at his opponent's lack of skill, while his companion laughs at the humiliation. The two young men share a laugh as one teases the other about struggling with sword training after only a year. An upperclassman confronts the group, mocking the newcomer's resolve and challenging him. The swordsman raises his blade and defiantly challenges his opponent to attack. Exhausted, the trainee tightens his grip and forces himself to continue under three watchers. The determined youth steadies himself, ready to face the coming challenge. The challenger stands firm as his opponents bristle with anger and disbelief, tension crackling between them. The resolute challenger strides forward and boldly prepares to face his opponent. The swordsman swings his blade with ease, confidently declaring his superiority over the less experienced opponent. The challenger raises his sword, vowing to humiliate him. The young swordsman glares fiercely as he blocks a powerful strike with his blade. The challenger taunts his opponent as both raise their swords and prepare to clash. The confident figure taunts his opponent, but the challenger surges forward with relentless speed. The young man recoils in shock as something unexpected happens. In response, the swordsman strikes, forcing his foe to defend. The young swordsman recoils as a blade hurtles unexpectedly toward him. The startled young man narrowly dodges as a massive blade sweeps past his face. Both youths freeze in alarm as an unexpected threat emerges from beyond the hallway. The startled youth recoils as his opponent drives a massive sword toward him with overwhelming force. The weakened youth staggers from the previous blow. The young swordsman steps forward on the training ground and boldly challenges anyone willing to face him next. One youth stands over a fallen rival, questioning his protest. The flustered boy angrily complains about the surprise attack. Afterward, the challenger demands the defeated opponent stand and fight again. The composed youth intervenes, pushing aside the agitated boy to handle the situation himself. The nervous boy pushes forward, resolved to act. One young man steps forward and challenges his rival, tension crackling between them in the stone courtyard. Two young men complain angrily about an unfair attack, backing each other's frustration. A young swordsman steadies himself, tightening his grip for battle. The challenger and the opponent face each other, both ready to start the duel. The dark-haired attacker strikes downward, catching his blonde enemy off guard. Then the challenger lunges in, mocking the defender's weak block. The fighter lands a heavy blow, sending his opponent reeling. Two onlookers shout support, urging their ally to press on. The young man reels backward, stunned and furious as a sudden, forceful attack erupts nearby. He stands firm, enduring the enemy's relentless assault. Two combatants collide with their swords, sparks flying as the duel intensifies before the looming fortress wall. However, the young swordsman hesitates, doubting his strength as exhaustion rises. The young swordsman recoils in alarm as a blade is thrust dangerously close to his face. The blonde swordsman charges forward and locks blades with his startled rival in a burst of ferocious energy. Blades collide as the determined swordsman blocks his opponent's relentless assault. The masked enemy staggers back, clutching a fresh, bleeding wound. The weary challenger grips his sword, facing his calm opponent. The young man recoils, horrified to see his hands transformed. Shaken, the swordsman struggles to steady his weapon against rising fear. The young challenger steps forward, goading his opponent to attack. Finally, the exhausted youth falters, paralyzed by fear and unable to advance. A desperate figure raises a sword in defense as a menacing opponent closes in and someone pleads for the violence to stop. An official declares the match over, confirming the winner. The young man smirks confidently while surveying the courtyard. So a trainee ends the sparring, and his injured partner agrees. Two uniformed youths stride through the archway as one confidently challenges the other to a spar. The older trainee requests a real sword duel with his sibling. The young swordsman accepts the decision with unwavering resolve and steps forward. Meanwhile, a grinning youth enthusiastically praises his friend's new attitude. The young swordsman tightens his grip, preparing for the coming duel. The observer notes a sharp increase in determination as the young swordsman boldly agrees to a real duel after returning from the academy. The swordsman briefly considers scarring his foe but decides to spare him. The senior swordsman offers the first move, standing ready in the training hall as tension builds. The confident youth challenges his companion with a bold proposal, ready to accept the outcome either way. The blond youth clenches his fists, preparing to take decisive action. The young man endures the surrounding laughter, staring ahead in silence. The rival smirks, excited by the sudden chance to spar. The cocky challenger taunts his opponent, hinting at their previous fight. A solitary figure, gripping a massive sword, steps onto the deserted street as dusk settles. A solitary figure stands before a hostile crowd, weighed down by their silent condemnation. The confident challenger steps forward in the arena, drawing her sword and issuing a test to her opponent. The young swordsman braces, gripping his weapon tightly. With a steady breath, the young swordsman loosens his grip as the tension eases. The swordsman mocks his rival, gripping his blade. The exhausted youth steadies himself, tightening his hold on his sword. The onlookers recoil in disbelief as the swordsman calmly closes his eyes, heightening the tension in the room. With unwavering focus, the young swordsman steels his resolve, determination blazing in his eyes. The swordsman pauses and looks up, briefly distracted. The swordsman channels a surge of energy through his radiant blade, preparing for a decisive strike. The young swordsman recoils in shock, sweat beading on his brow as he struggles to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Suddenly, the fighter in red is hurled back by a sword strike. The swordsman in red quickly draws his blade to engage. One observer recoils, struggling to process what just happened. The exhausted youth leans on the wall, gripping his sword to recover. Now the swordsman stares across the hall, puzzled by widening distance from his foe. The young swordsman steels himself, readying for the coming confrontation. The young fighter braces, preparing for the enemy's approaching attack. The enraged swordsman shoves back against his attacker to hold position. The desperate defender recoils in terror as their panicked reflection appears in the blade closing in. The young swordsman is caught off guard and scrambles to defend himself from a sudden attack. The young swordsman unleashes a powerful strike, scattering debris around him. Four onlookers watch in shock as their ally is suddenly defeated. A young swordsman recoils as a glowing object suddenly appears in his palm. He stares ahead, struggling to grasp the impossible feat he just saw. The challenger freezes, realizing the huge power gap as his sword never reaches. He stares at his blade, unable to understand what just happened. Soon, the youth notices everyone has gathered in the training hall. A stern officer enters with two aides and questions the group about their sparring. Suddenly, the man looks up, sensing something unusual nearby. The youth stares at his sword, alarmed by its damaged state. The officer announces the youth's loss, leaving the two behind him stunned. The anxious man urgently calls out, his face tense with worry. Later, the swordsman stands alone, doubting whether he can defeat his opponent. The hesitant youth wavers, unsure what to do next. The anxious swordswoman forces a smile and mutters encouragement to herself, trying to appear confident. The nervous youth discreetly hands an item to the uniformed officer while two others observe in the tense courtyard. The swordsman explains his blade was cleanly split by a distant powerful strike. The two men lock eyes in uneasy silence as tension fills the air. The young man wipes sweat from his brow as he braces himself for what comes next. The older man tries to lighten the mood with forced praise about the academy, while the younger one responds uneasily. At a celebration, leaders praise a prodigy's progress, raising hopes for the upcoming campaign. As the fortress stands silent beneath the full moon, the group prepares to depart after the meeting concludes. With unwavering confidence, the young man authorizes the next step. 3 red-cloaked officers head through the gate to a carriage. The nervous youth stands at attention as the stern elder addresses him outside the grand building. The swordsman regrets throwing the match to mend family tensions. Meanwhile, the red officer departs, vowing to act next time. The elder orders his subordinate to follow the plan, forcing an apology. The young man silently struggles to contain his growing frustration. The eldest son calls out to his subordinate, who promptly acknowledges him as they walk together along the stone path. The leader orders preparations for 5 trainees returning to the estate. Someone grants permission to withdraw from the upcoming subjugation event. The stern man urges the youth to focus on training at the swordsmanship academy instead of participating in the event. The young swordsman pauses, quietly considering the offer. Nevertheless, the youth declares he will join the subjugation. The man whirls around in alarm, his face damp with sweat as he reacts to an urgent call. The usually quiet youth steps forward and insists on joining. The sweating youth promises his father he will overcome his flaws. The young man stands firm and vows to overcome all doubts within 3 weeks, promising to give up if he fails. The solemn figure lowers his gaze, murmuring a name with evident grief. Afterward, the youth walks down the corridor, resolve unchanged. 2 figures stand alert in the hallway as another person approaches from the distance. The anxious youth stands by the window with arms crossed, while the silent woman in the pale gown watches the uneasy atmosphere settle between them. The anxious observer pauses by the window, lost in silent contemplation as dusk settles outside. A worried girl at the window wonders if the injured one will live. Beside the window at dusk, the older woman gently encourages the younger girl to trust in her brother's efforts. With unwavering determination, the swordsman launches a powerful strike. The blonde fighter swiftly evades a devastating slash that rips through the air. The anxious youth dashes down the hallway, urgency propelling each step. A sudden declaration cuts in, announcing that everything will change. A rack of swords clatters loudly as one tumbles free, echoing through the tense air. Someone screams, wishing their loved ones could share their suffering. The young swordsman slams his blade down, releasing power to shield his companions. An obsessed voice insists everything happens solely because of their own wishes. The blonde warrior skids across the floor, struggling to recover from the last hit. The young man recalls his family quietly enduring their pain. The young swordsman's eyes widen as he's struck by a sudden, critical realization. The resolute youth brings his weapon crashing down, unleashing a powerful attack. Determined, the speaker vows to change fate and avoid repeating that scene. Exhausted from drills, the trainee tightens his grip on the sword. The young trainee stands in the training hall, anxiously awaiting feedback on his progress. The cat confronts the youth, asking if he still thinks his efforts pointless. The small cat insists that what he did genuinely counts as effort. The nervous teen urgently asks if he is finally able to learn magic. The small companion fixes a resolute gaze forward, delivering a firm surge of encouragement. The desperate boy begs for guidance, vowing to obey any instructions given. The mentor firmly refuses the request for instruction, promising to teach at another time. The elder tells him to rest and recover before facing tomorrow's challenges. The young man gathers his resolve and prepares to move forward. The mentor assigns him a task and warns him to be careful as they separate. The determined youth announces that, by his request, entry to the training hall is banned. Soon after, the boy startles on noticing the small companion now wearing glasses. The feline mentor says appearance changes mindset, making the student reconsider his outlook. The mystical guide emphasizes that the source of power lies in a strong heart and the desire to protect loved ones. The unsure youth, prompted by his companion, searches a book for ways to strengthen his wish. The scholar explains superstition is the usual method, prompting a confused question from the listener. The guide asserts that unquestioning belief, even without proof, holds the strongest magical power. Someone channels their belief into a mystic orb, causing it to glow brightly. A crowd watches the shining stone, silently hoping their rituals will be fulfilled. The narration states that religious faith is considered the strongest form of belief. Finally, a single falling blood drop signifies that self-sacrifice is the necessary cost. A sinister liquid seeps over the wood as a warning is given against invoking forbidden power. Another warning stresses the danger of demonic influence. A startled youth recoils as a black cat leaps onto him, scattering papers in every direction. The cat mentor stresses that sword training requires strong determination. Later, the agitated black cat lunges at him, demanding answers. One figure urgently commands another to grab their sword, pressing for immediate action. The blonde swordsman hoists his weapon high and unleashes a forceful upward swing, sending debris flying. Afterward, the swordsman freezes in shock, staring in disbelief. He braces himself, gripping his weapon with renewed determination. The swordsman releases a devastating technique, sending forceful shockwaves across the courtyard. Exhausted, he pauses in the courtyard to catch his breath. The cat insists their new training method will be completely different. The sly feline adjusts her glasses and proposes a cunning contract. The young swordsman stands in the practice room, absorbing the rigorous advice to hone his skills with unwavering dedication. However, the mentor explains that constant daily training does not always work. She says repeated actions must reinforce a clear, unwavering wish. She warns the contract's power will grow stronger each day it is kept. A commanding voice urges everyone to give their absolute all now. The swordsman trains alone, wiping sweat away and resenting his slow progress. Finally, he gathers all his strength into one powerful swing. The swordsman charges forward, channeling memories of his family and past regrets into a powerful attack. In the quiet courtyard, the young swordsman trains relentlessly, desperate to achieve skills that command respect. The trainee vigorously practices sword swings on the training ground while a small animal silently observes from behind. The tuxedo cat encourages him, noting his initial progress. He continues relentless sword drills, his blade cutting rapidly. Meanwhile, a figure wonders if determination can unlock a rumored power. The swordsman accepts and stands firm in his new awakening. The trainee practices mystic arts on day 2, swinging through energy. He starts a 4th day of intense mystic arts training. Amidst drifting debris in the cloudy sky, desperate gasps break the tense silence after the devastation. A massive sword crashes to the ground, filling the air with tension. The trainee endures another exhausting mystic arts session in the hall. Afterward, the anxious youth hesitates, unsure if he is training correctly. He falters again, doubting whether his efforts have any value. The startled youth halts abruptly as a shadowy feline figure suddenly appears before him in the courtyard. The mysterious woman fixes a piercing gaze and issues a cryptic, menacing challenge. The young swordsman struggles against rising waves of self-doubt. Slumped by his sword, he sinks deeper into negativity. The earnest companion urges the other to face challenges together instead of alone. The feline mentor urges the hesitant listener to leap forward despite self-doubt. Powerful words leave the young swordsman frozen and stunned. The feline companion urges the young swordsman to repay the faith shown to him, fueling his resolve to move forward. The magical feline urges the nervous youth to find strength among allies, offering encouragement as they face each other. He looks ahead doubtfully, clutching the startled cat. The feline companion jolts upright in alarm, questioning the young man's motives as he recoils in confusion. Still, he stands alone, admitting fear and crushing self-doubt. The startled youth glances back as the feline companion offers earnest encouragement. Later, he is startled by an unexpected personal evaluation. The bespectacled cat praises the glowing pebble's unique potential. A formal cat explains the energetic girl is linked to the sapphire. The feline tries to explain everything to the listening youth. The bespectacled cat advises not to judge others' feelings hastily. The instructor abruptly ends the lesson, leaving the thoughtful student alone to reflect in the quiet room. The scene shifts to a quiet castle courtyard under an open sky, setting a calm atmosphere. A magnificent chandelier casts shimmering light across the lavishly adorned ceiling. At night, he doubts anyone will ever truly believe him. A family photo reminds him they waited during his recovery. He wonders if family expectations alone pushed him toward swordsmanship. The speaker acknowledges the support of allies, academy leadership, and instructors as the academy building stands tall beneath a dramatic sky. He sits in the dark, brooding over trust he feels unworthy of. An unconscious swordsman is engulfed by dark energy. Meanwhile, an armored warrior advances, pondering how to earn true trust. A young man declares he will reach his goal. The young swordsman is blasted back by blue-black energy. A studious girl studies a manual, absorbing crucial information. The startled observer recoils as a surge of mystic energy crackles through the air. A startled silhouette bursts into the room, causing the anxious companion to hide behind nearby furniture. The unconscious youth is sealed in a glowing sphere, shocking his companion. A robed watcher recoils as an unknown power erupts from the orb. An angry blonde grabs a trembling creature, demanding answers. Later, the worried ally learns the swordsman entered his own heart to pursue his wish. The young swordsman clenches his fist, steeling himself to pursue his deepest wish without interference. Still cloaked in energy, he trains alone until achieving a breakthrough. No one knows when he will return, since he decides the timing. A trembling swordswoman recoils in fear at the sight. Elsewhere, an anxious friend worries about the weight, eyeing the glowing presence. Haunted by guilt, the desperate figure pleads for forgiveness in the darkness as a shadowy cat-like presence watches. Bathed in light, the unconscious swordsman lies still as someone prays for his return. Then, a traveler stops short before a stone wall blocking the path. The young swordsman freezes, stunned by an unexpected shock. An observer watches a familiar swordsman practicing alone outside. The young man relentlessly practices his sword swings alone in the empty yard. Outside, the young man suddenly pauses, startled. A muscular figure steps confidently into the center of the sandy arena, drawing everyone's attention. The stunned youth freezes as sudden realization hits. The swordsman pauses in silence, lost in heavy contemplation. The young man freezes, shocked by the unexpected sight. A broad-shouldered stranger appears, exuding a threatening presence. The formidable challenger studies the lone figure across the arena, tension crackling between them. Suddenly, the long-haired fighter powers up, aura flaring around him. The youth releases a blinding surge of energy. The young swordsman jolts, eyes widening in disbelief. A powerful blast erupts from the long-haired fighter toward him. The young swordsman reels as the blinding attack strikes. Then the swordsman releases energy and transforms in blinding light. A desperate figure plunges from the high wall, golden energy swirling around him as he reaches out toward the unconscious woman below. The young swordsman cries out as a sudden, powerful blow strikes him. The battered youth collapses, weakly struggling to stand again. Later, a blond youth wakes on the ground, disoriented. The same youth wakes again, noticing unfamiliar clothes and surroundings. The youth runs to the house, realizing it's a dream. The kneeling youth accepts the person he sought is gone. The young swordsman freezes, confronted by an unexpected phenomenon. The anxious youth spins around in shock, suddenly struck by a troubling realization. The swordsman stops, seeing a colossal blade embedded in the ground. The boy cautiously approaches the mysterious sword anchored in the ground outside the small house. Both the startled feline and the shocked youth react intensely as they realize the presence of mystic arts. Then, the young man recoils, realizing he may have awakened power. With resolve, the young swordsman tightly grasps the hilt of the blade beneath the radiant sky. The stunned youth suddenly understands the true nature of this place. A gigantic sword crashes into the ground, throwing debris everywhere. Meanwhile, a trainee swings a massive blade in the training yard. The swordsman steadies himself, preparing for the next move. Elsewhere, someone quietly wishes for a place to be alone. The young fighter claims the area as his own training ground. The determined youth brings his sword down with a forceful, focused strike. The swordsman unleashes a powerful attack beneath the sweeping blue sky. The determined young man lifts his sword high and drives it downward with force. The man vows to track down what he is seeking. Finally, the swordsman delivers one last focused downward strike. A bold declaration rings out, showing new resolve. The exhausted youth leans against the stone wall, struggling to catch his breath under the night sky. Another figure pauses at the wall, noticing nightfall. The tired boy decides to stop training as darkness deepens. The young man stumbles forward, barely keeping his balance. The quiet swordsman startles, reacting to something unseen ahead. At dawn, a youth looks up at the brightening sky. The young fighter looks up, watching strange energies gather overhead. The hopeful boy watches blooming flowers, quietly wishing for true spring. He lifts his arms, hoping for a cooling breeze. Later, the young man bursts into a room, stunned by something inside. He finishes training and asks to change clothes. The swordsman is shocked as a lavish meal suddenly appears. The exhausted traveler drops onto the bed, finally resting. Resting on the bed, the trainee quietly renews his resolve. 5 days after arriving in the unfamiliar world, the resolute swordsman trains alone in the yard, swinging a heavy blade with unwavering focus. Again, he wakes anxiously, knowing this cycle ends only after success. The anxious figure realizes he cannot escape this place. The youth ponders his link to the mysterious being from his awakening. Meanwhile, the young swordsman struggles to stay calm under mounting pressure. The swordsman shakes off distracting thoughts, trying to refocus. The resolute trainee channels all his determination into powerful sword swings, fully committed to his training. He trains past exhaustion, intent on beating yesterday's count. He keeps swinging while counting each strike as numbers rise. 211 days have passed in this world. The exhausted trainee falters as his arms can no longer lift the sword for another swing. The young swordsman fights to control his frustration, questioning his mistakes but refusing to surrender. Meanwhile, a taller ally reassures him, telling him not to doubt. The determined trainee relentlessly swings the massive sword under the glaring sky, pushing through exhaustion. He breaks his previous record with one final powerful swing. Afterward, he doubles over, struggling to catch his breath. He suddenly realizes he has grown complacent in this place. Clutching the sword with determination, the youth unleashes a powerful strike, sending autumn leaves swirling through the air. 353 days have passed since his arrival. He collapses after thousands of swings, noticing his total has fallen. He finally stops, deciding to rest before resuming training. 417 days have passed in this world. Again, he swings his blade repeatedly, pushing himself to exhaustion. He pauses, worried his numb hand will hinder tomorrow's practice. The training session ends as an important announcement is delivered. Morning arrives on the rooftop, marking the start of another day. A battered sword lies in the dust while a key name is revealed. 624 days have passed since he arrived in this world. An exhausted youth rests motionless on the bed. The young man endures his 96th day in bed without touching a sword. Eventually, the blond boy wakes and blankly stares at the ceiling. The young man silently contemplates on his bed as daylight enters. He lies in bed, quietly accepting the outcome he had expected. He admits he has mostly failed to reach his potential. The resolute youth steadies himself behind his blade, preparing to display his true skill. The young swordsman forces his blade downward, struggling against an action he cannot fully control. The young swordsman freezes as a sudden realization strikes him. The determined fighter turns his back to the enemy, unleashing a radiant, overwhelming aura. Meanwhile, the tense youth focuses on the overpowering will from the vision. He declares he will seek his own strength and earn his own sword. Later, the young man curls motionless on the bed as sunlight streams in. After that person vanished, his peaceful life broke and the sword was abandoned. The swordsman questions whether his relentless training was worth it. The lone figure reflects on the relentless effort poured into an entire year. Finally, he curls up on the bed, shutting himself away in despair. The young man lies motionless beneath the covers, engulfed by a crushing sense of failure. He wonders how long he has been in this place. Eventually, he realizes he is wasting time lying in bed. The swordsman narrows his eyes, holding back any visible reaction. The blond youth closes his eyes, deciding the outcome no longer matters. For now, he admits he feels comfortable being alone here. The young swordsman recoils in alarm, his eye wide with shock. The young man jolts upright in bed at an unexpected disturbance. Then he recoils, stunned speechless by an unexpected sight. A commanding voice orders the white-haired fighter to get up. At dawn, the instructor appears and urges the trainee to start training. The young swordsman freezes in shock as a composed figure silently enters the room. The young man jerks upright, shocked by the sudden interruption. Suddenly, the cloaked figure lunges forward without warning. The youth is slammed into the wall by the blow. The young swordsman collapses to the floor, barely holding himself together. Someone tries not to laugh, easing the tension a little. The young man kneels, embarrassed by the unexpectedly warm welcome. The mentor jokes about the other strange running clothes. Two figures sprint down the path, their footsteps echoing with urgency as they flee. Two determined figures run through the forest path together. Suddenly, a young swordsman sprints, startled by something ahead. One figure urges the other to run faster as they push through the forest, both straining to keep up the pace. The young man stops at a doorway, exhausted from running. Then, the mentor orders the newcomer to eat quickly before training. The nervous swordsman grips a string tightly, steeling himself. A braided girl mutters to herself, distracted. Meanwhile, the young man freezes as an unexpected visitor sits opposite. The stern elder urges quicker eating before rushing to training. The strict instructor sharply criticizes the anxious trainee's sloppy sword stance. Next, the mentor questions the startled trainee about his empty heart and teacher. An enraged youth explodes, making the other shrink back. The anxious trainee nervously accepts the demanding order to repeat the task 2,000 more times. The young swordsman strains to lift the enormous blade, sweat pouring down as his arms tremble with effort. Later, the mentor ends training, and the exhausted trainee feels relieved. A silver-haired ally gives a brief farewell and departs. The young swordsman quietly watches swirling energy light up the night. A lone observer realizes the woman he saw was only illusion. The young man collapses onto a bed, finally able to rest. Finally, he wonders how the swordswoman appeared and if he summoned her. The young swordsman reflects on the outcome and accepts it with a faint, satisfied smile. An angry companion shakes him, shouting for him to wake. Then the fiery woman yanks him up, again shouting to wake. The boisterous woman drags her startled companion forward, smugly pointing out the unconscious figure on the ground. The observant peer remarks on the other's rare instance of oversleeping, expressing surprise at this change in routine. The fiery challenger thrusts a sword forward, urging a quick spar as one onlooker balks while another criticizes the proposal. While two boys argue in the background, the white-haired mentor pulls the startled newcomer away to train elsewhere. The lone swordsman plants his blade firmly in the ground, bracing himself as the wind swirls with tension. He notices his sword form has worsened after the break. The composed woman calls out, causing the startled boy to turn toward her in surprise. The older trainee encourages his partner, saying their progress is obvious. The confident woman urges her partner to keep moving forward. The young swordsman stops, silently struggling with his thoughts. He quickly turns around, startled by a sudden noise. Outside, two students stand ready, confidently facing their challengers. Meanwhile, the young swordsman stands alone, staring at his planted sword. The youth sprints through the forest, forcing himself to keep going. 4 trainees run through the forest, each pushing their limits. The anxious trainee grips a large sword as the stern mentor commands renewed focus, prompting a harsh moment of self-reflection. Later, the group eats together, joking about the food and overeating. A onlooker watches his neighbor devour food, confused. A voice suddenly questions how much they can be trusted. The boy struggles to suppress his tears, emotions threatening to overwhelm him. The young man sprints urgently through the shadowy forest, each stride pushing him closer to his goal. Exhausted, the boy stumbles through the thick forest, gasping. Soon, he slows, his body too exhausted to run. He sprints away again, running in a panic. He stops, staring ahead in confused anguish. Still, he forces himself to keep running through the forest. Terrified, he spins mid-run at a sudden approaching threat. On a track, a red-haired runner leads the sprinting group. A young swordsman kicks off the ground, bursting forward. 2 fighters clash swords, releasing a powerful shockwave. The swordsman surges forward again, preparing another strike. Blades collide with explosive force as the 2 opponents unleash their full strength. Straining, the youth barely blocks a powerful blow. The trainee receives praise after showing marked improvement in sword practice. With renewed resolve, the swordsman delivers a heavy strike. Steel flashes as the young swordsman blocks a relentless strike from his determined rival. At last, the young swordsman charges ahead at full speed. 2 fighters' kicks clash, starting their duel. The blonde attacker lunges, making the blue-haired fighter recoil. The startled swordsman quickly dodges the sudden strike. A sword swing releases a powerful energy wave. The young swordsman strikes, pushing the armored enemy back. Meanwhile, allies urge her forward, noting the enemy's unusual distance. The swordsman wipes sweat from his brow and offers a brief nod of respect to his rival. The young man offers heartfelt thanks to the small companion who supported him. Someone admits the other's prediction was right, changing their outlook. A heavy blade crashes into the ground, marking a moment of intense realization. The swordsman accepts his companion's help instead of fighting alone. The trainee raises his wooden sword, preparing a decisive strike. Later, an elder encourages him to rely on trusted companions. A gloved ally offers a crystal, urging the hesitant one to accept. The young swordsman braces, channeling energy for a final effort. The quiet swordsman reads a letter and is shocked by its news. A lone fighter hears a voice telling him not to fight alone. Finally, the group stands together, recognizing their long struggle has ended. The youth nods firmly, unfazed as a blade narrowly grazes his neck. Afterward, he vows to repeat the training 10,000 times. A defiant shout of independence echoes as red light spreads. 2 jubilant teammates celebrate their finished mission while the swordsman stands apart, quietly gripping his weapon. The assertive trainee urges her peer to stay focused and confident, while a third observes quietly from behind. A mentor urges the young fighter to give everything in battle. The young swordsman stands outside at sunset, quietly expressing his gratitude. The swordsman stands firm, confronting the swirling force ahead. The young man stands outside at dawn, quietly reflecting on his recent victory with a satisfied smile. A colossal blade slams into the ground, hurling debris outward. The youth raises his sword, preparing a decisive finishing strike. The swordsman resumes training, swinging his blade as power gathers. A panicked runner sprints through the dark forest, fleeing unseen danger. On day 1237 here, the swordsman charges down the forest path training. By day 1292, the trainee strikes downward, sharpening his technique. Amid swirling wind, the trainee swings upward, launching a lone leaf. On the 1375th day in this world, a lone figure lifts a sword beneath the moon, surrounded by drifting leaves. The swordsman unleashes a powerful attack, channeling all his strength into a decisive strike. On the 1492nd day in this world, the swordsman trains alone with unwavering intensity as the sun sets. Meanwhile, a lone swordsman practices non-stop as his blade cuts through swirling air. A torrential downpour drenches the thick, shadowy forest. Finally, the swordsman steadies himself, marking day 1613 in this world. The lone figure stands firm as beams of light break through the stormy clouds above. He notes it is the 1687th day since arriving in this world. On the 1755th day since arriving in this world, a solitary gravestone stands beneath a cold sky as birds journey overhead. The young swordsman lifts his weapon again, forcing himself to continue training. At the heart of a snowy battlefield, the young swordsman unleashes a devastating shockwave, sending power surging outward. A yellow flower unfurls its petals beneath a shaft of sunlight. Nearby, a quiet observer stands among flowers, watching the rising sun. The lone figure plants his bare foot firmly on the ground, ready to face what comes next. The young man clenches his muscles as searing flames engulf his body. The swordsman narrows his eyes and steadies himself for the coming trial. He stands before roaring flames, prepared for a decisive confrontation. His glowing blade slams into the ground, shaking the surroundings. The youth steadies himself with a deep breath, preparing for what comes next. He studies his glowing hand, realizing how far he has progressed since training. The battered youth pauses, thinking quietly as a faint smirk appears. He hesitates, considering whether to contact old acquaintances for help. Later, a student points out an unexpected newcomer, drawing the group's attention. Two classmates trade playful taunts, both easily brushing off the accusation. The barefoot newcomer confronts the assertive woman, challenging the group as onlookers watch in tense silence. The resolute youth tightens his grip on the sword and marches forward, embarking on the next stage of his journey. The examiner calls the challenger, and the red-haired swordswoman steps forward. The blond youth firmly rejects the proposal, his determination clear as the sun sets behind him. The group freezes as a powerful voice suddenly calls out to all three of them. The young swordsman tightens his grip, bracing for the next attack. A blade crashes down, ripping through the ground. At the shockwave's center, a lone warrior releases overwhelming power. The young swordsman stands firm, challenging every opponent to attack. Later, the young swordsman stands in smoke, smiling in victory. The two young swordswomen react with excitement as they notice a sudden change in someone nearby. The red-haired challenger mocks her ally, and he readies his sword. The battered youth still faces the challenge with a confident smile. With determination, the young swordsman steels himself for the coming fight. The young swordsman confronts three armed opponents without hesitation. He closes his eyes to steady himself before fighting. A resolute figure tightens their grip on the sword, ready for action. A single tear slips down her cheek as she stands in silent vulnerability. The young swordsman smirks confidently, prepared to face the challenge. Then, the swordsman swings his blade down hard, shocking the red-haired opponent. The young swordsman is smashed into rubble by a crushing blow. Finally, the blue-haired attacker fires a glowing strike, catching the blonde off guard. A blow hits the young swordsman, snapping his head back. Blades collide as the aggressive duelist drives a powerful attack against the determined defender. The swordsman swings hard, driving the opponent stumbling backward. The white-haired attacker lunges, making the blonde fighter brace. The resolute youth braces himself as a ruthless adversary swoops down to strike. The young swordsman lunges aside as a violent explosion erupts dangerously close. Then the swordsman slashes, sending a shockwave toward his foe. Their blades clash, releasing a burst of energy. The attacker smashes the defender's head, flinging him through the air. The red-haired fighter taunts her opponent as their duel escalates. The determined swordsman quickly analyzes and counters the enemy's technique, sparks flying with his decisive movement. Suddenly, a heavy blow sends the red-haired warrior reeling. The young man pushes through the blast and keeps advancing. The red-haired fighter is knocked backward by a crushing strike. The determined swordsman charges forward, unleashing a powerful sword strike as the stunned companion watches in disbelief. The young swordsman swings upward, releasing a surge of energy. Two young warriors rush in, releasing synchronized energy-charged sword strikes at their foe. The young swordsman recoils, shocked by what he suddenly sees. Blue and red energy blasts collide, shaking the entire battlefield. The masked warrior slashes, making the blonde youth block with his sword. The young swordsman stops as something unexpected happens ahead. He prepares a powerful sword strike, tightening his grip. The swordsman releases a devastating surge of energy, sending debris flying in all directions. The blonde fighter struggles to stand against the crushing pressure. The determined youth unleashes a devastating blast, shattering the cliffside with overwhelming force. Her opponent suddenly parries, forcing the swordswoman to recoil. Two sword fighters clash, trading rapid blows in a fierce duel. The young swordsman whirls around, eyes wide in shock as he recognizes the familiar object. A powerful sword strike erupts, sending shockwaves through the area. A massive explosion engulfs the battlefield, scattering debris and smoke in every direction. The swordsman releases a blinding energy surge that shakes the air. Fragments float silently in the glowing sky, signaling the aftermath of a powerful clash. The red-haired fighter falls back, shaken by an unexpected development. She retreats, realizing her opponent is perfectly copying her technique. The swordsman readies his massive blade for the approaching battle. Surprised, she notes his borrowed technique, and he calmly confirms it. The injured youth demands an explanation for the seemingly impossible feat. The embarrassed youth admits his lack of skills, scratching his head under the vibrant sky. The young man strains to lift the barbell as the woman watches his effort with a sharp, evaluating gaze. The young swordsman barely blocks a fierce overhead blow from the red-haired foe. Trainees sit in a circle, quietly preparing with swords. The determined youth declares himself, leaving the others stunned. The swordswoman realizes her current training and mastery are insufficient. The young man stands outside at sunset, firmly declaring his intention to seek both the swords before letting out a weary sigh. The swordsman resolves to strengthen both his blade and will. He urgently asks the mentor for sword training. The red-haired fighter angrily accuses the other of selfish theft. The stunned listener stands frozen, processing the shocking revelation. The swordsman advises his companion to awaken her mystic arts as he watches her intently. Suddenly, the enraged woman throws her sword at him. The red-haired swordswoman pursues her foe, slashing relentlessly. A colossal sword appears, towering ominously in the sky. Steel clashes as the determined youth parries a fierce strike from his relentless opponent beneath the clear sky. Blades collide as the determined rival meets the aggressive challenger head-on in a fierce duel. Two determined duelists clash swords as their intense battle escalates. A powerful sword strike hits the ground, blasting out a shockwave. The exhausted swordswoman gasps for breath before the burning sky. Meanwhile, the tired swordsman pauses, gripping his blade while catching breath. The red-haired fighter collapses, regretting that she shared her skills. Finally, the defeated challenger concedes as the victor stands over him. The red-haired challenger and her rival part, vowing to face each other again. The young swordsman sees his glowing hand and realizes he has finally advanced. The young swordsman grips the hilt, feeling the surge of strength coursing through him. The youth rises from the bed, resolved to leave the room. Earlier, he lies awake, wondering what tomorrow will bring. A strange light surrounds the house as something unnatural begins. A violent energy blast erupts as the powerful technique is released. Then, the massive door bursts open, flooding the room with light. The injured youth walks forward, determined despite his battered body. Someone hesitantly asks if this passage is really the exit. Ahead, an ancient sealed gateway stands covered in thick dust. The young man studies the huge door, noticing it has no handle or keyhole. After the ordeal, the wounded youth stands silently, deep in thought. A heavy object jammed in the ground blocks the doorway. A barefoot figure stands in a grand hall, awestruck while approaching a legendary sword embedded in a pedestal. He grips the sword's hilt, bracing himself for the next challenge. The enormous sword crashes into the ground, shattering earth and hurling debris. Thus resolved, the swordsman seizes the glowing giant blade to fulfill his purpose. He tests the massive weapon, realizing its size now suits him perfectly. Later, the young man smiles wryly, reflecting on the situation's irony. A barefoot figure leaves, trying to escape the swordsman. Meanwhile, a youth readies his glowing sword to escape. The speaker admits they would have acted differently before. The swordsman pauses, relieved after surviving the recent battle. Then a realization hits as light suddenly engulfs everything. The young swordsman senses his dream's figure has changed everything. The swordsman's presence dominates the room, making others recall his influence. For the first time, the young man rises from his bed and swings a sword with determination. For the first time, the youth sprinted relentlessly until his body gave out. The trainee strains under heavy weights, pushing his body to limits. The fighter endures relentless blows during sparring. The young swordsman grips his weapon tightly, preparing to strike. A blond youth grabs another's collar, forcing a confrontation. He steadies his breathing and meditates, silently alone. The swordsman lunges forward, unleashing a powerful, aggressive strike through the air. Afterward, he stands firm before a vast fissure he created. The bruised youth vows to become stronger like his idol. The warrior channels golden energy, preparing a powerful technique. The swordsman stands firm in the darkness, asserting control as he rejects outside influence, and claims the sword as his own. A surge of overwhelming energy erupts, ripping through the grand hall with unstoppable force. The young swordsman braces himself against the overwhelming energy. The resolute figure reaches out and forcefully reclaims the sword. The young man jolts awake in a luxurious bed, disoriented. He rushes into his familiar room, relieved to be back. The young man scans the untouched room, his gaze lingering on the strange orb by the bedside. He bolts upright, realizing almost no time has passed. With a sense of urgency, the young man dashes toward the exit, eager to reunite with his parents. He snaps his head toward a sudden, piercing cry. Someone calls out in the hallway, only to realize the white cat they see is not the one they were searching for. An annoyed man confronts the cat that somehow slipped back inside. Elsewhere, a mustached man looks up, startled by a shout. The man jerks back, stunned by the sudden situation. The young master hugs his attendant, urgently asking about his missing family. Soon, he collapses in tears, relieved the ordeal has ended. The youth recoils as he suddenly understands the shocking truth. The young man lunges forward, grabbing the other in a desperate attempt to stop the chaos. He wakes in horror, realizing he has been unconscious for 5 years. The swordsman reels, realizing time flows equally in both worlds. The anxious youth fears breaking his promises and disgracing his family. Finally, he frantically demands to know if his family is safe. 2 adults rush to hug the returning young man. The kneeling person begs the 2 elders for forgiveness. The bearded man cries as he welcomes the youth back. A weeping parent clasps the face of their child, overcome with gratitude. The woman informs the group that the girl is now studying under a renowned mystic in the Caesar Principality. The young man relaxes, relieved by this reassuring news. The young swordsman tenses, preparing himself for what comes. The youth quietly broods over having disappointed his family again. The young swordsman clenches his fists, and vows to give his all from this moment forward. The young man gently voices his concern, acknowledging the silent burdens his parents may have carried. The bearded elder reassures her, stressing efforts made during the search. The determined youth insists he has trained hard and improved. The older swordsman states the boy's sword training is now safe. The young man declares he will fulfill his heir duties. Suddenly, the worried youth calls out urgently for the girl. Soon after, he announces he will join next month's subjugation. The stern woman objects, questioning his decision to join. The resolute youth steps forward, challenging the authority before him with unwavering defiance. Meanwhile, a composed official strides down the grand hallway with urgency. The young man greets the composed girl in the library, surprised by how much she has matured. One fighter confronts another, confused by his smile in the standoff. The young man smiles, openly expressing joy at their long-awaited reunion. Meanwhile, a worried woman confronts an unexpected visitor who should be far away. A determined young woman insists she will join the subjugation mission instead of her sibling. The young woman firmly confronts her father as both parents react with alarm in the tense, sunlit room. She protests, demanding they not send him back into danger after years confined. The young swordsman assures his companion he has grown stronger training inside the barrier. She insists on joining the event, claiming it is her duty to restore family honor. The challenger strides in confidently, and demands a spar to test the other's worth. Suddenly, a frightened woman shouts a warning, making the anxious youth tense up. The young man steps forward, accepting the challenge with newfound resolve. The commanding woman strides ahead, and the young man follows her down the hall. Soon, a determined youth faces the opening doors, ready to display newfound strength. Two armored guards stare, realizing the heir they thought dead has returned. The reserved youth questions the sudden spar as the two opponents prepare to fight. Elsewhere, the commanding woman barks orders, rushing everyone to prepare in the courtyard. The young man steps forward before the crowd, signaling he is ready. The fierce woman glares and delivers a sharp warning to everyone. The red-haired fighter recoils, shocked to see the opponent completely unarmed. Finally, the resolute youth unleashes fiery energy while gripping his blazing sword. The young swordsman grips his glowing blade, preparing for combat. Then the swordsman lifts his weapon, readying a decisive strike. Two armored guards recoil in shock as a sword suddenly materializes before them. A lone spectator recoils, stunned by the sudden mystic display. Two bystanders freeze upon hearing someone has awakened mystic arts. The young noble confidently reveals a massive, manifested sword as the crowd buzzes with awe and curiosity. The young swordsman clenches his jaw, struggling to contain frustration. A fighter stumbles back, clutching her cheek after being struck. A determined mage reveals a glowing symbol on his palm. Suddenly, a commanding woman releases four electrified swords into the air. The blonde warrior braces herself and blocks two colossal, radiant swords with a forceful parry. Soon, the challenger steps forward, officially initiating the duel. The anxious youth hesitantly asks to end the confrontation. The blonde onlooker recoils as a devastating surge of energy crashes down onto the courtyard. The blonde youth staggers as a surge of purple energy slams into his body. The young swordsman braces, his arms shaking from the enemy's blow. The young swordsman staggers backward as a radiant strike lands squarely against him. The young swordsman hastily raises his shield to block a surging magical blast. Meanwhile, two allies shout a warning about danger behind. The shocked youth recoils, barely dodging the blazing slash. The swordsman raises his blade to block the incoming magic. The challenger locks eyes with the threat, bracing as energy erupts and the attack closes in. The fighter charges and releases a crackling wave of energy. The energy slash tears across the field, destroying everything ahead. The swordsman slams a boot into the ground, splintering the earth and rushing forward with fierce determination. Then, purple energy explodes across the field, marking their escalating clash. The young swordsman strains to block a glowing strike. Meanwhile, the blonde fighter endures a crushing force without backing down. The fighter unleashes a powerful electrified sword slash at her foe. The young swordsman braces himself, swallowing hard as tension builds before the challenge ahead. A lightning-wreathed blade crashes down with overwhelming force. A devastating surge of energy smashes into the arena, erupting in a blinding explosion. Three armored spectators freeze as a colossal blast erupts before them. A brief lull signals that the battle is about to change. The swordsman stiffens, swallowing hard at the disturbing scene ahead. Now, the young swordsman stands in swirling energy, readying a powerful attack. The challenger stands rigid, fists clenched, forcing himself not to react. The young swordsman braces again, fully resolved to face what comes next. The blonde observer watches swords whirling dangerously overhead. Several swords crash to the floor as the opponents surrender. The blonde man flashes a confident smile, radiating self-assurance as he faces forward. Later, the blonde man collapses, sobbing uncontrollably. The crying woman clings to him, struggling to confess. The young swordsman advances, gripping his broken sword firmly. He gently reassures the weeping girl in his arms. Meanwhile, the determined youth steels himself to act decisively. The young woman collapses into her brother's arms, sobbing in relief. The mentor pats the exhausted youth's shoulder in approval. A grave warning explains this year's subjugation will be deadlier. A robed elder warns the seated youth of an even greater threat. The vigilant woman urgently alerts the group to the sudden emergence of a demonic threat. The swordsman freezes in shock after spotting a deminoid nearby. About a month earlier, traces of the entity appeared south of Gairuan. Beings empowered by demon packs are introduced as Mystic's rivals. A stern woman warns that corrupted power surpasses ordinary monsters in danger. A confident woman volunteers for the subjugation, startling the nearby young man. The defiant youth insists she join, arguing her strength while he hesitates. The bold woman interrupts decisively, shutting down the suggestion with unwavering confidence. A startled disciple faces a stern mentor demanding why she skipped the crucial event. Finally, a newcomer recognizes who the young man really is. The flamboyant mystic steps forward and introduces herself with confident flair. The young man greets her, suspecting magic behind her youth. Suddenly, the youth freezes, realizing she heard his thoughts. He recoils, grasping that his mind was probed magically. Another companion teases him, openly voicing his unspoken thought. Meanwhile, the woman keeps mocking him, making the onlooker uneasy. The lively mentor hugs her flustered student while continuing to tease. The embarrassed girl erupts in protest as the calm boy reveals she talked about someone nonstop for 5 years. The dominant woman yanks her rival's hair, intensifying their clash. Elsewhere, the youth stares up, overwhelmed by the spectacle. An onlooker smirks respectfully as the frustrated loser turns away. The woman declares she will be the girl's master, and he agrees. She compares her companion to another, prompting the young man's joking reply. The visitor extends a hand, preparing to offer something significant. Instead, the figure drops a glowing blue pendant into view. A mysterious artifact is revealed, capable of detecting demonic energy, sensing danger, and neutralizing most poisons. The younger swordsman hesitates, but the determined artisan urges him to accept the glowing handmade gift in the ornate room. The youth explains someone spent 5 years crafting it for his awakening. The mentor beams with pride, encouraging her disciple to make good use of the offered opportunity. Finally, the swordsman bows gratefully, vowing to use the opportunity. The younger sibling enters and teasingly compliments the older. The mage turns at the door, acknowledging her companion's strength. The young swordsman smiles, showing renewed determination. The young man stands alone in the sunlit room, quietly expressing his relief. He moves on, convincing himself his parents remain safe. Meanwhile, the girl finally secures a skilled mentor's guidance. The anxious youth stops at the cabinet, afraid to proceed. The young man pauses in tense silence, visibly uneasy under the spotlight. A worried seer scans a crystal ball for a missing ally. At the provisional base, armored soldiers unload supply crates and prepare for operations under the morning sky. Nearby, a blonde knight waits as an armored comrade approaches. The young man pauses in silence, lost in uncertain thoughts. The blonde woman explains the missing person left the estate after months. But the reserved youth dodges more questions, avoiding answers. The resolute woman insists she alone is responsible for the decision. The uncertain youth hesitates, demanding clarification about what is being asked of him. The young man gently urges the other to show forgiveness when they meet her again. The blonde figure pauses before the imposing door, gathering determination to face what lies ahead. The anxious youth urgently calls out, scanning the area in search of someone important. 2 armored soldiers whisper about a lone stranger outside the tent. The young knight accuses his companion of faking illness. An onlooker questions the novice joining the monster subjugation. In the tense forest, the swordsman examines his weapon while 2 wary companions quietly question his usefulness. The armored youth worries about the girl's prolonged absence. An older knight reassures his junior that everything is fine. The youth vows revenge, clutching his sword tightly. 2 armored youths trade light taunts about each other's courage. A formidable trio, a knight, a mage, and a priest, arrive as reinforcements from the capital in response to the demonic threat. Suddenly, glowing streaks descend from above toward the group. A smug knight introduces the new leader standing ominously behind him. The armored youth declares he will join the monster's subjugation. A nervous warrior hushes his ally, then senses something wrong. The anxious subordinate recoils as the vice captain confronts him with a stern presence. Then, an armored fighter bursts from the tent after sensing sudden trouble. A stern knight interrupts the meeting with an urgent announcement. A chilling warning urges the listener to stay out of the upcoming subjugation. The group staggers back as crackling energy suddenly erupts. However, the leader insists they will face the deminoid with only their current party. A distressed knight demands an explanation for the sudden decision. A powerful new threat emerges as the existence of a deminoid is revealed. The armored fighter looms over the opponent, clearly overpowering them. 2 nobles stagger under an unseen crushing force. The commander vows loyalty to the nation, shocking the elder knight. Meanwhile, the group declares they are ready to kill the enemy. The armored attacker lunges forward and throws a powerful punch. The furious figure unleashes a surge of dark energy, their anger erupting as the shadowy beast roars. However, the armored fighter firmly refuses the enemy's demand. The young man confronts his counterpart, demanding an explanation. The armored figure staggers back, shaking with obvious fear. 2 armored fighters stop in the forest, struggling to catch their breath. The tired ally lags behind as they continue their tense march. The knight looks down at his defeated, kneeling opponent. A wary voice calls out, demanding the stranger identify themselves. The young swordsman steels himself, staring straight ahead. A towering foe approaches, demanding who blocks the path as the youth braces. The swordsman strains to withstand a crushing, unseen pressure. The battered youth clenches his fist and declares his noble lineage. The armored youth recoils as an unknown power demands an answer. The armored youth bows and apologizes for underestimating the enemy. The youth clenches a gloved hand to the ground, vowing to change and follow the example set by the vice captain and the knight order. The young man begs for another chance, vowing to fix his mistakes. The leader laughs, allowing him to join while the silent knight watches. The tired knight insists every territory leader must attend the Deminoid subjugation for peace. The armored commander tells his ally to stay alert for tomorrow's Deminoid battle. Night settles over the quiet campsite as a lone tent stands shrouded in shadows. The armored man in the tent studies a document, fixating on one new name. The observer evaluates the talented youth, disturbed that no similar candidates exist. Soon, a stern aide informs the officer in the tent about an unexpected visitor. The host greets the esteemed guest respectfully and invites him into the tent. The guest chuckles, mentions hearing of the promising disciple, and modestly belittles him. The armored host questions the harsh treatment, citing the trainee's impressive background. The elder reflects on a former dropout's surprising progress, reconsidering his earlier doubts. However, he says the swordsman still trails the academy's genius who refused official training. After departing the academy at 14, the prodigy was appointed an honorary knight in the kingdom's most prestigious order. The elder reels at news that another prodigy has appeared on the continent. A heavily armored knight mutters enviously about the lack of exceptional talent in his own kingdom, while another figure questions his complaint. In response, the cautious one reveals a terrifying rival from Hale Kingdom has arisen. The elder laughs off the youth's worries, teasing his inexperience as they trade jokes. The veteran recalls a trainee nearly matching the top scorer in the final test. Suddenly, the stern officer slams the table, unleashing force to stress the matter. A fighter punches the ground, causing cracks to spread. The young swordsman recoils in alarm as a blinding flash signals sudden danger. The elderly mentor informs the shadowed visitor that the missing trainee has already left the academy. The elder insists a southerner is involved and asks if he was recognized. An armored man urgently demands the shadowed figure's name. Suddenly, the swordsman grabs the glowing pendant in realization. An armored youth loudly insists on his surname's correct pronunciation. A flag-bearing group marches steadily along the forest road. Nearby, cloaked travelers brace as an energy wave rips ahead. The leading knight halts the march and orders everyone to rest and eat. A tired swordsman leans against a tree, watching distant figures warily. Two armored observers watch a nearby group approaching through the trees. The swordsman attacks hard, forcing his agile opponent to block. Two armored spectators quietly evaluate another group's combat skill. While attacking, the swordsman acknowledges his rival's superior skill. A supporter urges the fighter to keep attracting attention. A discouraged knight concedes he cannot match the rival family's power. An armored planner vows to seize all key subjugation rolls to restore his family. He decides the vice captain must be distracted and assigns the task to a subordinate. Soon after, the vice captain approaches the young swordsman, drawing everyone's attention. Someone reflects on how the swordsman's actions yesterday changed everything. The youth spots someone approaching and readies himself for confrontation. Then the challenger leaves, vowing to show even stronger swordsmanship. The young swordsman suddenly jerks, reacting to an unseen shock. The swordsman steadies himself, trying to suppress growing doubts. The young swordsman freezes, suddenly overwhelmed by a shocking realization. The anxious observer notices the vice captain moving suspiciously toward an untrustworthy figure in the forest. A tall armored fighter corners the youth against a tree. The rival and the swordsman lock eyes, either stepping back. The young swordsman tightens his focus, preparing for the coming test. The armored man mentions a notorious southern noble from House Pereira. In the clearing, the armored fighter explains the missing one was mystically trapped. The investigator wonders if rejecting the academy relates to the sibling and magic. The young swordsman stands still while the armored superior gives orders. The armored leader claims command, and the junior accepts the title. One man bluntly addresses the other, making their conversation serious. The stern officer states all other youths train hard during break. A curious onlooker questions the reserved youth about his solitary relaxation. The armored figure apologizes sincerely to his companion outside. Finally, the young swordsman stands alone, confronting his current limits. The confused youth demands an explanation for the sudden events. Now the young swordsman looks down as a troubling realization hits. The armored youth stands and firmly declares his principles. The armored fighter freezes in the forest, stunned by sudden shock. However, one armored youth snaps at his companion, who answers with mocking insults. The armored figure leans in and asks for a clearer explanation. The young swordsman stands firm and asserts his purpose: to defeat the Deminoid and bring honor to his family. The observer silently studies his answer, weighing its meaning. Meanwhile, among the armored group, the swordsman plans how to help the subjugation. The young swordsman turns from his old routine, determined to pursue a new path beyond swordsmanship. The youth insists real effort means total commitment to his sword training. The stern mentor reconsiders the youth's potential with renewed interest. Then a golden armored knight orders, and the young warrior steps forward. The armored leader rallies the group to advance while his anxious ally waits behind. The youth spins, startled, as a command orders him to stay close. Someone firmly insists that the conversation must continue. Soon, an armored warrior strides onto the battlefield in tense silence. A group of figures emerges from the shadows, steadily advancing through the forest. The young swordsman clenches his jaw in frustration after a disappointing outcome. The elder urges the anxious youth to remain calm and wait for the right opportunity. A schemer proposes creating their own plan, beginning a new plot. A confident youth shares a cunning idea to influence the group. Meanwhile, the younger swordsman studies the armored allies' constant vigilance while walking. The resolute youth steps forward, ready to draw his sword when challenged. The armored fighter rejects formalities but thanks them for understanding his stance. Someone realizes in shock that another ally has awakened mystic powers. An elder questions the youth, demanding why training now ranks below another priority. The young swordsman braces himself for killing someone for the first time. The young swordsman steadies himself in the forest, determined to control his impulses and follow every command during the mission. The armored scout vows to warn everyone if he senses any demonic presence. Suddenly, the armored fighter laughs loudly, startling the blonde youth. The young man nervously thanks them while briefly admiring the impressive results. Despite warnings from veterans, the determined youth insists on taking heavy responsibility early. The armored captain explains that nearby priests will quickly detect any demonic energy. Then the young swordsman suddenly stops, feeling a strange presence close by. The irritable man snaps, confronting the other with a piercing glare. A gigantic monster appears above the armored party as they ready themselves. A stunned gaze locks onto a sudden threat as realization dawns. From behind, a monster lunges out and ambushes the unsuspecting group. The armored leader rushes ahead, ordering the knights to prepare for battle. A monstrous attacker barrels toward the panicked defenders as shouts ring out about new threats appearing on the flank. The leader urgently commands the troops to counterattack while ordering the magicians and priests to retreat to safety. The young man assigns defending the line to the knights. The young man rushes forward, fueled by determination to confront the giant alone. An armored fighter barely blocks the giant's crashing sword. Nearby, a beast roars, shaking the battlefield. The blonde warrior dashes in, launching a direct charge. The young swordsman freezes as a sudden realization strikes him. He drives his glowing blade downward with determination. Another fighter steps forward, prepared to face the trial. Two armored warriors brace themselves with swords raised to fight. Suddenly, two red-cloaked youths freeze at an unexpected threat. A blue-cloaked knight recoils, startled by the sudden danger. The challenger charges the towering two-headed beast while soldiers watch anxiously. The swordsman surges forward, unleashing a fierce attack. The blonde man shouts in panic, his face drenched in sweat as he calls out desperately. The enraged monster howls and barrels violently toward them. The creature steps from the shadows, its glowing eyes locking onto its next target. A young man yells a desperate warning as danger nears. Finally, the swordsman drives his blade into the howling beast. The armored beast punches the ground, hurling debris everywhere. The desperate man gasps and shouts in alarm, his fear escalating as he calls out for someone. Then a hulking monster lunges forward with a growl. The swordsman charges and delivers a determined sword strike. Suddenly, a blue monster charges, forcing him to dodge. A vicious sword swing slices the air, beginning the assault. The battered youth reels backward as a crushing blow lands squarely on his chest. The swordsman brings his blade crashing down on the monstrous blue adversary. The lone fighter braces for the beast's charge as a massive slash tears through the air. The swordsman narrowly evades a searing blue energy slash that streaks past his face. An armored defender blocks a thunderous lightning attack without yielding. The swordsman lunges forward, meeting the monstrous beast's charge with a resounding clash. The young fighter faces the looming shadow before him. A tall red-eyed figure emerges from the smoke menacingly. The beast charges with jaws wide, roaring as it attacks. Elsewhere, a frantic ally rushes forward, shouting for someone to move. The lone warrior unleashes a technique, sending energy across the battlefield. He delivers a downward strike, energy crackling from his blade. The swordsman releases a powerful energy wave, blasting debris outward. Finally, two armored figures freeze as they notice a threat above. Suddenly, a body hurtles through the forest, smashing branches. An explosion rips through the forest, hurling debris everywhere. Meanwhile, a cloaked stranger bursts into the clearing at speed. A young swordsman freezes, stunned by the unexpected sight. The lone observer gazes in silence at the enormous crater left by the devastating strike. The swordsman stops as the smoke reveals something hidden. The stunned youth's eyes widen as he finally accepts the shocking truth. A wary young knight senses the arrival of an important figure from the distant kingdom. Then, a battered swordsman rises amid energy, radiating overwhelming power. An armored fighter drives back shadowy foes with one powerful slash. The commander rallies the troops and orders a relentless attack on the remaining enemies. Fragments float through the tranquil sky as the aftermath settles. Two armored opponents face off in the clearing before tense onlookers. Their armored leader checks everyone, then orders the group to march. A solitary figure stands under the light, silently contemplating. The swordsman stares ahead, questioning his previous actions. Now, the swordsman admits his rage peaked after confronting the giant. Anxious, the youth sweats as an unsettling realization hits him. Meanwhile, rising anticipation signals that a crucial turning point nears. The shaken youth sees his trembling hand and realizes he lost control. A young swordsman faces a towering armored foe ready to strike. The anxious youth and his intimidating opponent lock eyes in a tense outdoor standoff. Suddenly, the armored man freezes when someone loudly calls his name. A battered youth listens as an elder asks if he understands his actions. He bows his head and admits his mistake to the armored superior. The armored youth admits acting impulsively against orders and apologizes. Then the armored mentor gently tells him to raise his head. The leader pats his shoulder and praises the group's beast hunting efforts. He also praises the newcomer for quickly defeating the giant and promises to talk later. The armored officer offers encouragement, and the caped youth thanks him. Elsewhere, a man sprints across the field toward the shouting youth. The armored guardian frantically checks his injuries, but the dusty youth says he is fine. Overwhelmed, the armored parent suddenly pulls the stunned youth into a tight hug. The injured boy looks up as the elder hugs him and expresses pride. The two blonde relatives cling to each other silently for comfort. Someone quietly whispers their thanks. The lone youth steps forward, confronting the distant shadows that linger at the forest's edge. Two cloaked figures face each other as a confrontation starts. A voice from behind calls out to the hooded stranger, interrupting them. The stern figure demands an update on the secret preparation, intensifying the tension in the room. The cloaked figure confirms preparations are complete. The resolute swordsman braces himself, pushing through fear as urgency fills the air. Meanwhile, a squad of armored soldiers advances toward their target. An ally reveals the artifact can detect demonic energy. He confirms this and presents the glowing crystal pendant. The taller man explains that the glowing artifact was created by his younger sister and her mentor to aid in the upcoming mission, while his companion inspects it carefully. However, the investigator doubts mystics can detect demonic energy faster than priestly tools. An armored guard shouts as the youth strikes with his glowing sword. The commander rallies the troops to prepare for battle as the soldiers swiftly move into position. Two armored sentinels tense as a suspicious rustle emerges from the forest's edge. Soon, monsters surge forward again, overwhelming the defenders. The commander orders all troops to advance and annihilate the demonic beasts. Armored soldiers stand over the slain beast, weapons still ready. The young swordsman acknowledges the commander's order as they both face the open field, ready for the next move. The commanding figure grants the vigilant subordinate authority to report any sign of demonic energy, making his judgment take precedence over the priest's tools. Later, the pair silently watches the sky, anticipating what comes next. Two cloak youths freeze in the woods, bracing for approaching danger. The leader calls for a stop, signaling everyone to make camp as the sun sets. Armored troops line up in the mess tent to receive food. Two armored allies sit together, amazed by a youngster's impressive skills. An armored warrior wonders if someone's growth exceeded expectations. He tells his ally only an expert can kill it. Meanwhile, he notes the beast was stronger than usual. The swordsman finds a strange glowing object nearby. Then a glowing crystal appears before his chest mid-bite. The stern woman informs the anxious youth that the artifact will detect and neutralize poison, advising him to wait until its color returns to normal. The swordsman tenses, realizing someone is aiming at him. He reflects that rivalry between their families is inevitable. The group suspects the influential Garn family is responsible. The sibling urges hiding the truth from their worried father. The swordsman readies a glowing dagger, determined to act alone. Soon, energy surges from the crystal into the vessel, completing the ritual. A figure swiftly retrieves a letter from within their belongings. Suddenly, the swordsman notices something unusual and stiffens. A cautious figure lifts the bowl and discovers a hidden note underneath. He reads the warning and eyes the food, fearing poison. The armored reader studies the rough script on the wooden tablet. He wonders who secretly stepped in to help him. The observer notices a shadowy figure lurking in the forest. Meanwhile, someone hides behind a tree, watching the dark woods. The young swordsman hesitates, unsure if his decision is right. An armored ally arrives as the young man finishes eating. Then, the armored fighter proposes a spar, inviting the young man. The stern figure demands a display of full strength, and the young man silently prepares to comply. In the clearing, the challenger advances as her opponent braces and spectators gather. Soon, a crowd watches the armored vice captain face a determined challenger. The armored challenger orders her opponent to draw, starting the duel. The young swordsman draws his blade, gathering power for the strike. Two startled figures recoil in alarm as a sword materializes without warning near the campfire. The armored challenger suggests deciding the match with one strike. The young man accepts immediately, taking a firm battle stance. An onlooker notes that the opponent remains completely unmoving. The fighter stays composed, showing no sign of concern. Now, a cloaked watcher pauses, suddenly understanding the situation better. The crowd reacts loudly to the overwhelming display. A bystander staggers back, shaken by what just occurred. Suddenly, the young swordsman erupts in rage, unleashing wild energy. Both fighters freeze in shock at the alarming sight. A one-eyed monster emerges from the darkness, clearly hostile. Finally, the young swordsman stands firm, his resolve shining brightly. Someone suddenly senses that something is wrong. A sudden realization surges through the air as a vital truth about the warrior's spirit emerges. A colossal flaming entity erupts, towering over the lone warrior. The armored fighter braces to withstand the incoming energy blast. Someone overwhelmed by dark energy foresees their own destruction. A monstrous beast roars, releasing powerful shockwaves across the field. The two onlookers tense up as the vice captain begins to show his true intensity. Elsewhere, three anxious people rush in, asking if the event started. An armored warrior leaps to catch a falling bull amid sudden commotion. A determined swordsman slams his foe to the ground by the fire. Suddenly, the armored man senses a hidden threat nearby. A panicked underling kneels and begs forgiveness before the shielded leader. One traveler abruptly orders a stop at the campfire, shocking the rest. The commanding figure authorizes the young swordsman to operate independently from this point forward. However, the young swordsman recalls at something alarming just out of view. The armored fighter yields control to the expert, ending their clash. A lone tent stands in the quiet darkness as the forest settles around it. The young man lies awake, lost in restless thoughts, while a companion sleeps undisturbed nearby. The traveler recalls battling a giant demon beast beside a lantern. The swordsman recognizes the same pre-battle tension while staring at the ceiling. A young man lies paralyzed as emotions overwhelm him. Earlier, he recalls first experiencing that recurring nightmare. In the rain, the unsure swordsman confronts a towering foe. Now the youth faces a returning figure he thought gone. The swordsman freezes, sensing a sudden change around him. A grim warrior appears from the rain, hefting a huge sword. Suddenly, the drenched fighter feels the vision twist unnaturally. For the first time, the usually stoic figure stands in the rain, betraying a hint of emotion. The young man stands in rain, baffled by his suffering. Someone urgently wonders about the cause of his sudden fury. The young swordsman jerks back, stunned speechless. Later, he sits up in bed, quietly planning his next move. Alone, he reflects on when his ambitions changed and feels different. An armored youth strides through camp, already transformed by recent events. The armored fighter grips his sword, preparing for imminent battle. Elsewhere, a red-cloaked man demands proof the drugged stew was eaten. Despite the cold, the youth seems unaffected, confusing the watcher. The armored youth inspects his hand, puzzled the poison failed. In response, he stiffens as ordered to double the dose. An advisor urgently objects, warning the higher dose is deadly. The armored fighter stops, raising a hand in shock. The angry youth confronts his rival, seething with jealousy. One figure apologizes for a careless remark as tension rises between the two in the empty landscape. The red-cloaked youth attacks his rival in anger. The stern mentor confronts the younger swordsman with a harsh warning, forcing him to grit his teeth in frustration. The swordsman silently accepts the advice, determination flickering in his contemplative gaze. After eating, the group quickly prepares to march. Suddenly, the crystal pendant flares with energy, drawing attention. The youth glares at the recurring black mist on his chest. The young swordsman smirks, determination returning to his eyes as a cloud of breath escapes into the cold air. Elsewhere, someone receives a secret warning about poison in the food. Hooded figures suddenly block the road, stopping the group. Sensing danger, a veteran fighter scans the surrounding trees. A worried ally speaks up, but the swordsman insists he is fine. The armored procession stops as its leaders signal a halt. Suddenly, the young swordsman spins as blinding light erupts behind him. A wary figure halts in the forest as a glowing pendant signals the sudden presence of demonic energy. The resolute figure rushes left into the fray, preparing to confront the enemy alone. Two monsters leap at the cloaked fighter, red eyes blazing. Finally, the young swordsman lunges and strikes with crackling energy. The swordsman kills monsters with a single swing. A hulking beast charges, forcing him to brace. The young swordsman braces himself and blocks a devastating attack as energy explodes around his blade. Then another monster lunges, threatening him with fangs. The blue beast lunges forward, unleashing a brutal strike against its determined adversary. The resolute figure stands firm as a massive shadow surges violently behind him. 3 searing arcs rip through the darkness, unleashing a surge of destructive force. The lead duelist swiftly strikes, surprising the armored foe. The armored fighter steps up, promising to shield his ally. The young swordsman accepts the soldier's enthusiastic praise with a grateful smile. The confident swordsman leads the group forward, as his companions express trust in his abilities. The young swordsman studies his hand thoughtfully beneath the clear sky. With heightened senses, the young swordsman smashes through the barrier in a surge of newfound strength. He senses demonic energy flaring near the artifact. The uneasy youth wonders if another man caused this. A figure silently wonders about the stranger's connection to the situation. The young man screams in anger, clenching his teeth. A blunt knight is shocked by his friend's rare enthusiasm. A hooded advisor says the artifact detects demons and detoxifies. Finally, the enraged youth charges, releasing his pent-up fury. The young swordsman clenches his fist in frustration, wrestling with how to confront his troublesome adversary. The young man steels himself, sweat beading on his brow as he prepares to take decisive action. Now the fighter prepares to confront the approaching threat. An armored leader reaches the forest edge, marking the group's arrival. Soon the armed party reaches the artificial cave entrance to invade the demonid base. The resolute youth steps forward to volunteer for frontline support, prompting a stern command from the armored leader to remain vigilant. A squad of armored figures moves cautiously through the dim cavern, each footstep echoing in the tense silence. Meanwhile, 2 armored scouts stop as eerie violin music fills the mist. The alert guard pauses as the group listens intently to the mysterious piano music echoing through the grand chamber. 2 visitors enter the grand hall, overwhelmed by powerful magic and music. The young swordsman grows uneasy as his companion, mesmerized by purple energy, succumbs to a strange illusion. The leader shouts a warning while another ally succumbs to the song. The swordsman absorbs the purple energy, preparing a powerful technique. A shadowy foe bursts out, startling the armored soldiers. In response, the commander barks orders, forcing the panicked soldiers to resist demonic control. A nervous soldier wakes in a cave and senses something is wrong. Meanwhile, a mysterious pianist stops playing, sensing unexpected intruders nearby. The wary warrior grips his sword, realizing the demon's overwhelming strength. Then a sinister woman at the piano mocks them, radiating dangerous purple power. The lone figure stands alert beside the piano, bracing as a shadowy group emerges from the cavern's depths. The enigmatic figure strides confidently from the grand piano, flanked by eerie skeletal musicians. Meanwhile, two people cautiously advance down a dark corridor, watching for danger. An onlooker studies the smirking woman, doubting she is really demonoid. He realizes his red-eyed opponent stays herself while using demonic power. Elsewhere, a powerful woman arrives, radiating dark energy that draws all attention. The young man wipes away his uncertainty and prepares to face the challenge ahead. The challenger declares superiority and issues a direct confrontation to the rival. The confident woman steps forward and offers to perform for the gathered crowd. A leading knight rallies the formation while battle erupts ahead. The performer confidently claims her upcoming act will be unbeatable. The woman steps forward, unleashing a chilling warning as dark energy twists around her. With a determined glare, the young swordsman vows to unleash his true power. Darkness spreads through the area, strangely bringing a sense of comfort. An older man reluctantly agrees to perform, eyeing the silent armored ally. Anticipation grows among everyone for an extraordinary upcoming experience. Amid chaos, an imposing warrior advances while a man begs for order. Someone screams a warning as chaos explodes around the group. A reckless knight dashes forward, intent on killing the demonoid first. The determined swordsman charges at his resolute opponent, ready to strike as tension fills the air. The fierce woman whips her hair, firing purple energy at her foe. The young swordsman staggers back, wounded by the enemy's strike. He lunges and slashes, briefly driving back the shadowy enemy. The swordsman recoils in disbelief as his blade fails to pierce the monstrous appendage. A red-eyed woman coldly demands an explanation from him. A mocking foe scoffs at the failed attempt. A shadowy figure surges forward, unleashing a wave of overwhelming energy. The young fighter freezes as the overwhelming presence rushes at him. Elsewhere, two armored warriors are struck by sudden dark energy. An armored guardian shoves his young master back to face the demonid alone. The shocked youth watches his protector get violently struck. The dominant figure lunges forward, unleashing a brutal strike that sends her opponent crashing backward across the battlefield. The dark-haired attacker stabs the man, leaving him collapsing. Afterward, the armored ally promises the captive will be unharmed. The smirking woman taunts her foe, flaunting her overwhelming power. An enraged fighter confronts the other, demanding their true intentions. A cunning figure steps forward through the purple mist and proposes a deal. The proud knight staggers backward after taking a brutal sword strike, overwhelmed by pain and darkness. The woman steps forward through swirling energy, boldly proposing a risky exchange of lives. An armored negotiator offers safe passage while his wary ally watches. The stern figure issues a firm warning to the titled man, urging him not to heed the woman's words. The older warrior staggers back, drawing wary looks from allies. The red-cloaked fighter angrily rejects all negotiations with the enemy. The woman mocks her opponent, flaunting her confidence. The young man recoils, realizing a relative was sacrificed. The armored youth trembles as harsh accusations are thrown at him. A sinister force threatens to alter the terms, shifting the balance of power. A young swordsman's eye surges with swirling pink energy as newfound power erupts within. Soon after, the swordsman freezes, overwhelmed by the same dark force. The desperate man shouts, ordering the fleeing figure to return. The commanding figure orders everyone to prepare as an ominous force advances rapidly. A startled young man reels as a surge of dark energy crashes into him. An onlooker screams in terror at the escalating disaster. Two fighters are flung back as shadows lash from the piano. The armored leader raises a sword and orders a full charge. The sane commander abruptly orders the advancing soldiers to stop. A frightened man yells a warning, signaling someone to move aside. The panicked man staggers back, struggling to breathe. The armored commander rallies troops to protect the young lord and block enemies. An enraged noble confronts the viscount, refusing the current outcome. Finally, a furious swordswoman screams, unleashing her rage. The armored man charges in, determined to rescue his son. The enigmatic figure confirms the ongoing pact with a chilling smile as the air thickens with menace. A lone figure swears an oath under the darkening sky. Two anxious nobles are cornered as a commanding figure demands their cooperation with a clear threat. The commander orders the armored unit to obey and crush all resistance. The startled youth screams out in alarm, urgently reacting to the sudden danger. Meanwhile, a black-haired woman laughs loudly, enjoying the spreading chaos. The composed woman intensifies her psychological assault, pushing her shaken adversary further into distress. The observer leans forward with a wicked grin, clearly eager to see what chaos will unfold next. With an ominous glint in her eyes, the confident figure extends an invitation to observe what is about to unfold. The leading fighter recoils as a lone challenger steps out to face everyone. A swordsman steadies himself, eyes closed, gripping his weapon tightly. The young swordsman stands still, eyes shut, holding his sword. Nearby, a composed leader studies the situation with a calculating stare. The young swordsman tightens his grip, bracing for a sudden attack. A massive sword slash rips through the ground, shaking everything around. A swordswoman's eye glows red as she grasps a shocking truth. Enraged, a woman charges forward and unleashes a violent barrage. An armored fighter smashes the ground, launching enemies into the air. A devastating blast rips through the battlefield, scattering rubble everywhere. The armored fighter whirls around, reacting to an unseen threat. The wounded woman rises slowly, dark energy hindering her recovery. Still in pain, the injured fighter forces herself to advance. A monstrous purple maw appears, blasting out dark energy. A cloaked attacker charges while the enemy counters with shadowy tendrils. Cornered, she grabs two bystanders as shields to buy time. Her foe suddenly crashes down from above, knocking her back. She is struck hard and screams in pain. Now enraged, she sees the enemy ignores the hostages' lives. The swordsman quickly evades as his opponent launches a relentless attack focused solely on him. Two opponents glare at each other, tension crackling in the air as the standoff escalates. Then the young knight charges, delivering a powerful sword strike. The woman lunges in, intercepting the charging swordsman's attack. The armored assailant dives with a huge blade as she shields herself in darkness. The swordsman releases a glowing strike, hurling the cloaked foe back. Suddenly, the armored fighter erupts in red energy, blasting power upward. A sinister figure slips into the shadows, intent on regaining strength. The figure attempts to summon power, but no demonic energy forms. A wary onlooker glares at the likely culprit, suspecting sabotage. The woman recoils, stunned by the overwhelming force she just saw. An armored defender blocks a heavy attack as a golden ring falls. A massive energy blast slams into the ground, obliterating everything. A monstrous figure shrouded in darkness unleashes a feral scream, radiating menace. The young swordsman stops an attack by grabbing the blade. The young swordsman hurls his adversary to the ground with crushing force, shaking the battlefield. A female fighter staggers, stunned as her defense shatters. The young swordsman unleashes a desperate surge of energy, his face contorted with effort. The challenger panics, realizing defeat is inevitable. A desperate voice erupts, declaring an intent to face death. A massive blast shakes the ground and engulfs everything. The young swordsman channels a surge of radiant energy, his resolve intensifying as newfound strength awakens within him. An armored fighter swings a powerful sword strike at his foe. An explosion erupts, filling the area with smoke and debris. Dark energy collides with glowing attacks, causing a violent explosion. Later, a cloaked newcomer appears suddenly, intensifying the standoff. The masked warrior charges and unleashes a fierce assault. A monstrous creature charges while releasing a deafening roar. The cloaked attacker throws a massive energy wave across the field. The beast recoils in alarm, baring its teeth. Finally, an onlooker sees a severed lower body and panics. Cornered, the woman dashes forward, trying to escape. Meanwhile, the enraged woman charges, launching a vicious attack. A shadowy figure steps out, exuding intense dark power. The battered woman watches, shocked, as a distant figure stands unscathed. The woman jerks back, baring sharp teeth in pain. Suddenly, a pillar of energy erupts upward, ripping open the ground. The warrior reels in stunned disbelief, struggling to process the sudden disaster. The proud fighter reels, her confidence shattered by defeat. Two shadowy figures with glowing eyes advance, radiating menace. A vast chasm tears open the earth, spewing dust and smoke. A terrified guard grips his sword as a demonite approaches. Soon, a crowd gathers at the glowing cave, hearing the young lord's victory. A blonde onlooker cheers loudly at the astounding feat. An armored fighter stands overwhelmed, astonished before the opposing warrior. Later, the exhausted youth staggers forward to answer an urgent call. The young swordsman straightens instantly as his name is urgently called. A lone traveler glances back warily, sensing a nearby threat. Armored soldiers set up a field base, organizing supplies in the forest. Now, two armored survivors pause, processing their victory over the mind-controlling demonid. The young noble stands triumphant, having single-handedly slain the monster. Two armored subordinates decide to await the vice-captain's mission. An unnatural event disrupts the order of the world. The watched official lowers his gaze, admitting his earlier mistake. The officer slams the table, angrily rejecting the given excuse. The conflicted subordinate admits to being controlled by the enemy, while the commanding officer listens intently in the tense meeting. The resolute authority makes it clear that the peace of the continent takes precedence over personal ties. A worried survivor laments the aftermath of demonite brainwashing. Meanwhile, the armored accuser publicly exposes and denounces the traitor. An investigator falters, lacking solid evidence against the suspect. A swordsman hides a sly grin, feeling newly confident. The young man lies on his back, lost in silent contemplation as he stares at the ceiling. The solitary figure dwells on memories of a sword from the past. The youth clenches his fist, denying he fought for family. Wounded, he tightens his grip on the bloodied sword. The resolute swordsman lifts his bloodied blade high, ready to strike down the looming threat. He broods over the powerful man's lingering influence on him. The young fighter stands in darkness, unsettled by that recurring stranger. Then the startled youth turns, hearing about an unexpected visitor. A solemn dignitary in finery enters, commanding the hall. Finally, a stern elder greets the uneasy youth, demanding answers. The messenger steps forward in the grand hallway, ready to deliver crucial news about the subjugation and express gratitude to the young noble. The young man freezes, shocked by the public praise. Meanwhile, the bitter man says everyone abandoned him as a hostage. The swordsman aimed only to kill the Demonade, ignoring the hostages. The survivor quietly thanks the person who saved his life. The young swordsman hesitates, struggling to find the words to explain himself. Soon, the man in red prepares to reveal important information to him. The stern man admits poisoning the food, leaving the blonde youth stunned. A wary speaker asks to sit before explaining everything. The remorseful figure confesses a grave mistake across the table as the listener remains silently focused. The man in red offers a formal apology in the grand hall. The subordinate bows his head, accepting whatever punishment is decided. Eventually, the youth admits his suspicions were right, struggling to accept the truth. The young noble abruptly dismisses his visitor, leaving the man speechless. The troubled man refuses to relent and orders the other person out. The young man lowers his gaze, resolving to atone regardless of cost. Later, the young swordsman stops in the hallway, uncertain what to do. A figure delivers blunt advice, breaking the silence with a sharp dose of reality. The young swordsman whips around, startled by a sudden disturbance. Suddenly, the young man dashes off, frantically searching for the girl. Blue-eyed Cat checks quietly if the other is okay. Then the young swordsman kneels, finally reuniting with his cat. The kneeling youth admits feeling unworthy while the companion watches. Meanwhile, a regretful figure sits outside, mourning years of separation. The swordsman broods, thinking she blames herself for his ordeal. The feline, overwhelmed by guilt, blames herself for the other's sorrow and apologizes. A calm hand reaches out to soothe the frightened animal. A startled youth steps closer as the black cat defiantly warns him to stay away. Someone firmly rejects the idea, calling the superstition meaningless. The mentor declares shared belief can turn the weakest legend real. Hearing this, the swordsman freezes, realizing united wills change reality. The anxious feline, engulfed in a purple glow, desperately conjures magic on the floor in an attempt to escape. The determined youth grabs her as she panics and demands release. Instead, the upbeat youth lifts the cat, challenging the superstition as she protests. The cheerful boy smiles and reassures her, easing the tension. The crying cat is held tightly as new belief forms. The quiet youth sits hugging the creature, finally reunited. The small creature marvels at the endless possibilities of mystic arts, her excitement filling the ornate room. The swordsman is startled as academy acquaintances unexpectedly visit. The young man, startled on his bed, listens as his feline companion confidently reveals awareness of his newfound mystic sword ability. He learns the cat has followed him since leaving the mystic arts world. Still shocked, he hears the cat reveal herself and warn that the meal is poisoned. The feline companion fixes a serious gaze and prepares to ask an important question. The seated figure asks why the swordsman has acted tense since fighting the Demonade. After hearing, the cat ponders the mysterious figure from the other's dreams. The swordsman is stunned to learn someone harbors extreme hatred toward Demonades. They reconsider and suspect a deeper cause behind this hatred. The lone swordsman confronts the monstrous apparition without backing down. Nearby, the elder tightens his grip, readying for the coming clash. The youth realizes the mysterious opponent is a person from 150 years ago. The cat lands lightly, unconcerned about what others think. The feline advisor explains that another's influence is disturbing his emotions. The nervous youth answers hesitantly, avoiding direct eye contact. The swordsman gently reassures the cat while patting her. The young man laughs and offers to help as the small companion tries to show off newfound strength. The proud companion flexes, and the reserved youth quietly appreciates having support. The young swordsman relaxes, quietly appreciating the comfort of reliable companionship. The swordsman pauses, recognizing he still has unresolved matters. He remembers a promise to the headmaster and a friend, strengthening his resolve. He fondly recalls 3 former companions, their faces appearing in his memory. The armored commander slams the table and shouts angrily. A gold-armored leader rages as families support the Viscount. A burdened ruler steels himself to decide the continent's fate. Meanwhile, a powerful authority warns that generosity must not become precedent. An armored aide reports an unexpected visitor, and the vice-captain turns. Soon after, a determined knight rushes in with urgent news. Sunlight fills the room as curtains sway softly by the open windows. Suddenly, an enraged man hurls a teacup at the window. The superior harshly scolds his servant for serving bad tea. The enraged officer shoves his subordinate out of the room, refusing to tolerate any further excuses. The anxious man clutches a cloth at his desk, troubled by the consequences of his actions after the subjugation. The desperate noble curses losing his family's chance to recover. Someone furiously blames another for the chaos that has erupted. From behind the ornate door, the withdrawn occupant angrily rejects the visitor's attempt to enter. The furious man slams his fists onto the desk, shouting in anger. Meanwhile, a mocking voice laughs, rattling the tense young man. A determined visitor pushes open the door to confront the person inside. The armored guest abruptly ends the argument and declares the meeting over. Afterward, an authority confronts him about a disgraceful incident during the subjugation. A dark rumor spreads that the household poisoned the young noble's food. The opponent staggers back, overpowered by the sudden strength. The estate master orders the armored intruder to leave. The armored fighter asks what he will do if proven guilty. The agitated officer lashes out, demanding the intruder leave immediately. The stunned man freezes in place, overwhelmed by a sudden realization. The official announces the witness confessed and will be punished. The older noble shifts blame, claiming another executed the scheme alone. A forceful demand for honesty cuts through the tense standoff. The nobleman staggers back, shaking with rising panic. The scarred youth delivers his final judgment on the fallen noble. A furious accuser slams charges down, making his opponent sweat as another observes. An official investigation is announced as broken shards and blood signal the gravity of the situation. The armored warrior issues a harsh ultimatum during their tense standoff. Then, the armored fighter warns him gravely, leaving the elder speechless. The armored leader returns to camp, ending this conflict for now. The commander orders his cloaked aide to finish preparations for their departure. With fierce resolve, the determined leader commits to recruiting the swordsman into the Night Order. The armored pursuer accelerates, determined not to fall behind. The armored man is shocked to hear someone enrolled at Chrono Academy. Finally, a man explains the candidate refused admission 5 years after being accepted. The golden-eyed man arrives too late and sighs. Under the sky, one boasts the other's son is the continent's pride. A cloaked observer stops at the clearing's edge, scanning silently. The youth asks about the academy head and hears he is a top master. The young swordsman credits his elder mentor for guiding his path. Worried, the youth considers asking someone about his unstable, dream-related condition. The red-haired ally suggests someone might fix the dreams, though doubt remains. The curious companion presses the reserved swordsman for more information about the continent's strongest blade master. A veteran warrior unleashes empowered sword energy in a devastating strike. The young man pauses, reconsidering his options with renewed hope. The swordsman declares the small feline his second master, surprising everyone. The tiny cat eagerly orders everyone to start preparing for the journey. The young swordsman searches the pink mist for his missing ally. A mysterious figure steps through the smoke, exuding confidence with every stride. A loyal companion is struck directly by an incoming attack. The mentor presses the young swordsman with a sharp, demanding question. A feline adventurer poses dramatically with a rapier, trying to impress the party. Meanwhile, a flamboyant ally poses in costume, drawing an amused reaction. A sword-bearing cat charges ahead while the confident youth follows toward the academy. Finally, a newcomer enters the busy city square, observing the crowds. The group arrives at the city hosting the Sword Academy. A youth crosses the square with his companion, amazed by magic lights. A group pauses as a street performer astonishes the crowd with levitating magic, drawing excited reactions from onlookers. A blonde guide explains the city boomed after the academy built its headquarters. The amazed newcomer reflects on how the academy surpasses all expectations. The group strolls through the city, searching for a place to stay with an eye-catching signboard. The group pauses as one of them points to a building with a sign, quickly agreeing to settle at the new place. The young man watches from the doorway as the small companion hurries outside to continue playing. Then the young man steps fully inside, quickly scanning the interior. He finds a large, crowded tavern filled with armored customers. A wary patron notices a tense, whispering group seated at a nearby table. The cautious swordsman studies the room, deciding how he should respond. Their leader grips his sword, showing that everyone is now armed. The newcomer freezes in the doorway under the stare of a rough-looking group. Suddenly, an armored brute steps in front of him and orders him to stop. The armored guard blocks him again, asking sharply if he is an academy guest. The swordsman looks bewildered by this sudden mention of the academy. As he arrives, two men burst into mocking laughter at the lone newcomer. A burly patron confronts the blonde youth, loudly questioning his nerve. Nearby, someone angrily yells about a newcomer cutting the line. An aggressive challenger provokes the youth, demanding a response. The confused youth looks around, unable to understand the jargon. Then the assertive man calls the surprised youth over in the hall. A furious figure storms forward and demands their opponent to face them outside. A worried patron warns of trouble, but the bartender insists fights never happen. The cloaked youth is baffled when the man reveals forbidden knowledge. There the youth learns the inn hosts only special guests, excluding regular visitors. The newcomer asks the bartender about guest reception, receiving only a confused look. An older patron confronts the uneasy youth, irritated by his ignorance. A group of hopeful recruits arrives at the famed Sword Academy. As the crowd's accusations grew louder and more persistent, the stoic figure refused to back down, facing their hostility head-on. A new dueling event is established, allowing anyone to challenge the swordsman every 2 weeks. Then the guide urges him along, explaining a mercenary tag is required to challenge. The youth suddenly freezes as a troubling realization hits. Two figures descend a shadowy staircase as one reveals the existence of a hidden mercenary agency below. So the dark-haired man leads him below, moving the test away from upstairs noise. A mischievous handler smirks, hinting at another secret still hidden. A cheerful man in an apron steps into the room and announces his arrival. Soon, 2 visitors enter the workshop, drawing the craftsman's attention at the testing platform. The craftsman demonstrates the gauge and orders the armored youth to hit it hard. The young man hesitates, unsure about punching the device. The instructor lifts his sword, explaining how force determines rank. The older man laughs and insists the magic sword is durable. The blonde youth accepts the test, looking determined. Two workers exchange amused remarks about the unusually attractive newcomer in their workshop. Two men place bets on the boy's strength, joking about how high his score will be. One man confidently raises the bet while the other responds with an amused, sly grin. The reserved youth politely declines the offer and refrains from selecting a sword from the rack. The gray-haired mentor urgently demands an explanation for the surprise. The swordsman channels energy into his glowing blade, readying a strike. Two onlookers recoil as a glowing sword suddenly appears. The young swordsman pauses, standing silently in deep thought. The young swordsman suddenly senses a critical shift, his eyes snapping wide with realization. The determined fighter slams an overhead strike onto the stone pedestal. The youth unleashes a focused strike filled with determination. He gathers all strength into a blinding, overwhelmingly powerful blow. Two men reel back as a flaming mass falls from above. The armored swordsman exhales, steadying himself for the coming trial. The youth watches, shocked that the block absorbs the huge impact. The older man stares in disbelief as the armored youth effortlessly reveals an enormous sword. Suddenly, the swordsman reveals a mystic art, shocking everyone. The blonde youth looks up with a questioning smile, asking for the results of his evaluation. Both men freeze as an unexpected result appears before them. A stunned onlooker reacts as the display counter reveals an unexpectedly high number. The young swordsman confidently accepts the highest available mercenary tag as the startled merchants approve his request. The young swordsman relaxes on his bed as his small companion curiously inspects the silver mercenary tag on the floor. That night, the watchful cat hints that tomorrow will be important. The young swordsman agrees to take action the following day. A determined woman grips her sword, hoping to meet him tomorrow. The speaker voices an urgent wish to see someone as anticipation builds. The following day arrives, marking a shift to new events. A bystander and cat notice the crowd walking away from the usual exit. The calm youth explains the guest reception sparring event to his shoulder-riding companion. The young man gives a small smile and follows the insistent feline's lead, agreeing to join the others. The young swordsman strides forward with his feline companion, brimming with excitement as distant figures watch their approach. The group pauses, taking a moment to quietly observe the peaceful sky above. A restless crowd fills the arena, murmuring as the main event nears. An armored youth and friends sit on the steps, observing the unexpectedly huge audience. However, a nearby group eyes the newcomer skeptically, doubting his strength. The young man quietly studies the arena, considering his next move. The surprised youth realizes he knows the approaching person. The confident youth smirks and introduces a new contender to the two figures in the sunlit hall. The swordsman notes his arena rival was from his generation. The young swordsman recalls a confident peer from his own generation. A lively companion watches, openly impressed by the newcomer's strength. The resolute youth declares the other will surely grow strong. A confident trainee steps up, declaring himself their official opponent. A shocked spectator realizes the swordsman is only a trainee. The lone trainee faces a crowd demanding a stronger, senior opponent. The young man calmly acknowledges that it is always the seniors who greet visitors. The serious trainee announces that the academy has introduced external combat experience for the trainees, while his tense opponent listens intently. The determined youth states a firm condition for their upcoming match. A confident challenger advances, taunting while both fighters ready themselves. The two opponents square off, marking the duel's official start. Suddenly, the young swordsman freezes, shocked by something unexpected. Meanwhile, a calm onlooker confronts a taunting challenger wielding a huge greatsword. The swordsman taunts his rival and offers the chance to strike first. The furious man glares intensely and shouts in a burst of rage. An enraged woman charges forward, unleashing a relentless attack. The larger fighter unleashes a brutal swing toward his younger opponent, who braces for impact. The young swordsman steels himself, gathering resolve before making his next decisive move. The young swordsman is caught off guard as a powerful strike lands squarely against his torso. The swordsman recoils as his armor shatters, leaving him exposed. The young swordsman unleashes a powerful attack, driven by unwavering resolve. The young swordsman lunges forward, unleashing a swift and forceful strike at the adversary. Two fighters are flung aside while a spinning blade crashes down. An enraged attacker smashes through a wall, driving another person back. Nearby, an excited ally watches the grinning youth display surprising strength. The battered fighter stares, shocked by the vast gap in strength. The young man steps into the arena, starting the next match. The confident youth smirks and boldly invites the next opponent into the arena. The armored fighter falls to his knees and concedes defeat. Meanwhile, the swordsman struggles to withstand a powerful ongoing assault. The defeated fighter stares up while the young swordsman stands victorious. Two armored observers watch a trainee's power, noting this generation is unusually strong. Elsewhere, a dark-clad leader snaps orders at a confused subordinate. The crowd urges the young man to be their hero, but he hesitates. Abruptly, the young swordsman recoils as a blinding light erupts. A determined figure approaches down the hall, making the startled pair retreat. The trembling man begs for mercy while his intimidating opponent advances. A man loudly calls out a quiet sitter, drawing the arena's attention. The challenger steps forward and confronts his opponent about their unresolved past. He greets his old acquaintance with a smile, beginning their reunion. A cheerful newcomer surprises the uneasy group, prompting awkward questions amid rising tension. The armored fighter laughs with his cat ally as they mention their years apart. A timid swordsman hears shocking news from an informant and freezes. A student is stunned that an unlikely person enrolled in the Sword Academy. After returning, the young swordsman departs on a new training journey with his companion. He quietly feels relieved about the result yet regrets not meeting the other person. Suddenly, someone shouts from below, making the startled youth on the steps respond. One young man enthusiastically challenges his peer to a spar, receiving an eager agreement in return. The two young men face off in the arena, drawing attention as onlookers recognize one as a former evaluation failure. In that moment, a sudden realization clicks for someone watching. A small companion urges the armored fighter to go all out despite personal connections. One youth gapes as the other reveals the talking cat is his master, not a pet. The swordsman channels energy into his blade, displaying a technique taught by his mentor. Then a stunned youth watches as a sword suddenly materializes before him. The young man explains that a talking cat implies mystic arts are involved. An impressed observer notes his remarkable growth, crediting relentless training over many years. Meanwhile, the determined swordsman readies himself, showing he too has trained relentlessly. The determined contender strides across the arena, initiating a tense confrontation with the waiting adversary. The youth rushes in and swings his sword, issuing a warning. The fighter calls his weapon to hand, preparing to attack. With a burst of excitement, the two youths charge forward together. The swordsman lunges, forcing the cloaked enemy to block desperately. Blades collide as the determined defender blocks a relentless assault from his ferocious opponent. The swordsman delivers a focused, powerful strike at his foe. The young fighter rains rapid sword blows on the armored enemy. Meanwhile, two spectators see one fighter pushed back yet fully blocking. The swordsman lunges again, meeting the enemy's blade in collision. The young man abruptly tenses, sensing an imminent threat in the atmosphere. Two swords collide with explosive force, scattering sparks around them. The young swordsman recoils in disbelief as an overwhelming truth crashes down on him. The youth lunges again, striking hard to prove his resolve. The swordsman charges forward, launching another swift offensive strike. The swordsman drives his glowing blade in, heavily injuring his opponent. A wounded fighter grips his sword and urgently asks about injuries. Later, a young swordsman surprises his rival with an advanced technique. In the sunlit arena, the observer analyzes the opponent's stance as both prepare to clash. The young swordsman freezes in disbelief, gripping his weapon tighter as his opponent reveals unexpected strength. The young man freezes, stunned by the sudden revelation. The swordsman steps into the arena and assumes a powerful, focused stance, signaling the start of a tense confrontation. The young man cries out in protest, his face twisted with shock and desperation. An armored fighter raises his sword as his opponent charges. The youth whirls around, reacting to an imminent attack. Their enchanted swords clash, and one rival cries out in pain. Two fighters rush together, blades poised for a decisive clash. Meanwhile, the young swordsman recalls seeing this technique 5 years ago. An observer struggles to believe he remembered such advanced swordsmanship from childhood. The determined challenger announces his next move in the arena. The armored challenger charges, swinging a fierce strike at his stunned foe. His blade crashes downward with overwhelming force toward the target. But the youth blocks the blow, sparks flying from the clash. The young swordsman stomps down, cracking the ground with sheer strength. The shocked youth recoils, refusing to accept what he witnesses. The blonde swordsman releases a massive surge of energy, sending a devastating attack forward. Soon, two armored warriors clash again, releasing another burst of energy. The wounded youth collapses and reaches weakly toward the fallen sword. Despite his injuries, the battered swordsman forces himself to advance. Finally, the red-haired mentor reviews the outcome and nods in approval. Everyone realizes the red-haired swordswoman's superior technique. The young swordsman steadies his blade, preparing for the clash. The young swordsman charges into the arena as metal clashes and footsteps echo across the battleground. The swordsman, exhausted yet defiant, tightens his grip again. The young swordsman staggers, shocked by the overpowering strike. The fighter grips his sword, doubting his strength despite improvement. In the arena, he wonders if he can ever surpass her. Then the swordsman bursts forward, launching a powerful strike. His dark-haired opponent sends a roaring energy wave at the armored fighter. The young swordsman is blasted backward by the attack. Meanwhile, an anxious ally shouts as the blonde swordsman is driven back. Sensing danger nearby, the swordsman tenses and focuses. The youth charges again, slashing forward with a powerful roar. Steel collides as the two opponents engage in a fierce, high-speed sword duel. Finally, the swordsman swings a crushing downward strike as the foe braces. The young swordsman clenches his jaw, accepting a harsh truth. Soon, a determined fighter lands a heavy blow, making his opponent stagger. The young swordsman admits he cannot win in his current state. The young swordsman charges once more, swinging in a powerful attack. At last, three allies rush forward together to face the coming battle. Several determined figures relentlessly train with swords, pushing themselves to their limits. The young man glares forward, fiercely asserting his resolve. A swordsman steps in, stopping the red-haired fighter. The exhausted fighter prepares to continue the battle. The weary trainee clenches his sword and readies himself for another round. The defiant youth yells that he will not yield. Then the youth lunges, delivering a heavy sword strike. An armored fighter braces himself to face the approaching threat. The swordsman smashes his blade down, forcing his rival back. Later, the young swordsman jolts up, sensing sudden danger. He releases a powerful glowing sword strike at his opponent. A defender hurriedly blocks as the attacker keeps advancing. Spectators stare, their shocked faces reflected in a polished blade. A sword swings fast through the air, leaving streaks. A colossal blade crashes down between the two combatants, shaking the arena. The young swordsman gathers golden energy for a finishing attack. Afterward, he stands alone in the arena, recovering from the duel. Outside, the young man rests, bandaged and catching his breath. A supporter jumps up, loudly cheering the winner. Finally, the two swordsmen shake hands, one amazed by the other's growth. A defeated knight slumps on the bench as a cat watches. Suddenly, purple lightning crackles nearby, startling the cat. A cheerful figure calls out urgently in the Colosseum, causing the cautious youth and his watchful companion to turn in surprise. Then the cat points out an approaching elder, surprising both youths. The elder grins, clearly amused as another figure reaches out to tug his beard in an unexpected display. A young man is stunned as the headmaster appears before him in the grand hall. The older man greets his visitor warmly after a long absence. The younger swordsman answers politely while his companion listens with a calm expression in the busy plaza. The elder stops mid-conversation, noticing something ahead. A talkative cat suddenly starts speaking to the armored warrior. The newcomer steps into the arena and immediately asks who emerged victorious in the sparring match. The defeated fighter quietly admits his loss to the overseer. The elder commends the young swordsman for defeating his opponent, signaling newfound respect in the arena. The nervous student quickly apologizes to the headmaster for being late, but the elder cuts him off with a silencing gesture. The older challenger throws aside his cloak and draws his sword, signaling the start of a duel before the tense crowd. Another fighter steps forward, demanding they settle things with swords. All three figures jolt with surprise and anticipation as something unexpected unfolds before them. The stern mentor questions his exhausted pupil's strength after the match. Finally, the famed headmaster steps forward, brandishing a glowing sword. Two spectators watch a famed swordsman prepare his demonstration. Two duelists face off, raising swords as spectators wait. The young swordsman steels himself and steps forward, ready to act. The older man locks eyes with his opponent and calls him forward, setting the stage for confrontation. Later, the fighter charges through snow, shield raised to attack. The resolute swordsman brings his blade crashing down in a blazing arc, forcing the bald adversary to brace against the fierce onslaught. The determined youth clashes swords with the seasoned opponent, each strike sparking with intensity. The young swordsman staggers as a bald assailant lands a crushing blow. Then the seasoned swordsman counters, dismissing that simple technique. The youth meets his opponent's blade, learning from the clash. Elsewhere, a fighter laughs, easily deflecting a simple attack. The veteran raises his glowing sword, gathering power to strike. However, he realizes their plan is only a desperate gamble. The swordsman lands an empowered blow, sending his foe reeling. The older challenger watches the youth display an advanced sword technique. Suddenly, a masked enemy disrupts the swordsman's technique mid-attack. The swordsman recoils, shocked by the unexpected interference. Afterward, the younger fighter strains to block a crushing strike. The seasoned mentor sharply criticizes the younger fighter's awkward defensive move. Finally, the young swordsman reels from a blow, barely remaining upright. The young swordsman is smashed down but still grips his sword. However, a reminder warns that mixed sword forms fail without smooth links. The mentor delivers a stern lesson, emphasizing that real combat is far more than a simple measure of attack and defense. The young swordsman charges back into the fray with fierce determination. The determined fighter swings his sword with overwhelming force, cutting through the air in a decisive attack. Meanwhile, the bandaged youth suddenly recognizes someone's true identity in the crowd. The resolute fighter charges ahead and unleashes a fierce attack. Soon, the swordsman unleashes a devastating spinning slash of energy. The young swordsman recoils in disbelief as the blade unleashes a torrent of energy. A quiet onlooker carefully studies the unfolding display. Suddenly, one fighter is hurled back by the violent clash. The mentor scrutinizes the blade, pointing out its shortcomings with a firm tone. The armored youth braces behind his shield and demands a stronger attack. The stern elder challenges his opponent to reveal any hidden abilities. The young swordsman flinches in shock at the unexpected sight. Afterward, a lone survivor stands in the smoke-filled aftermath. An armored woman tightens her grip, preparing for the coming fight. The young swordsman pauses, quietly regaining his composure despite the dirt and scratches on his face. Both duelists freeze in place as the tension in the arena rises, drawing the crowd's anxious attention. The young man jerks back, recognizing the sword's deadly nature. Now, the observer realizes they have seen this presence before. The young swordsman focuses past the blade, preparing for the threat. The lone combatant unleashes a devastating shockwave, violently shattering the ground in all directions. The veteran warrior readies his sword, preparing to meet the attack. The confused youth steps back, sensing something is wrong. A startled figure jumps back as a blinding light rushes in. The swordsman charges forward, releasing a furious barrage of slashes that tear through the air. The youth recoils in alarm when an unexpected threat appears. The ground splits open with a thunderous crack, sending bystanders scrambling in panic. A surge of energy cuts through the air, drawing attention. The onlookers freeze, realizing they saw an elite swordsman technique. The veteran fighter unleashes a powerful aura sword technique, revealing a hidden trump card in the midst of battle. The mentor acknowledges the achievement with a proud smile. However, the troubled youth hesitates, unable to ask his question. The young swordsman jolts back as an unexpected shock interrupts. The host steps forward and announces the gathering is over. The cloaked leader strides ahead and signals the others to follow. After clashing blades, one fighter demands they talk directly instead. In the quiet study, the young guest waits as the elder organizes papers and the attendant observes, signaling that an important conversation is about to begin. A lively feline mentor boldly steps forward and claims the role of mystic arts master, leaving the young observer visibly stunned. A newcomer meets a mentor, who urges a more relaxed conversation. The young trainee stands before two elders and introduces himself to the academy's vice headmaster. A senior interrogates the youth about 5 missing years and current trouble. The seeker studies mystic books, pondering how a vision guides research. The advisor admits he cannot solve the dream but can still guide. The startled youth recalls as an urgent command to leave echoes through the quiet library. The mentor proposes staying to train if resisting demonic beasts proves impossible. However, doubts arise about whether that choice is truly right. A troubled youth stands beneath an imposing shadow, wrestling with the burden of a legendary swordsman's expectations. The speaker explains the inner world is only a fragment of reality. The elderly mentor shares insightful advice, emphasizing how one's perspective and heart can transform with changing surroundings. A mysterious presence hints that the swordsman's weapon can further evolve. Urged to seek answers, the young swordsman prepares to venture into the unknown, driven by visions of the enigmatic figure haunting his dreams. The young man stops before the shelves, silently considering his situation. The elders urge the swordsman to reflect carefully before making his choice. Eventually, the young man stops avoiding everyone and steps forward decisively. The older man urgently addresses the young swordsman, admitting to avoiding tasks that frighten or unsettle him, while the animated feline reacts with visible shock. The young swordsman declares he will face whatever comes without hesitation. The swordsman pauses by the window, thinking about his next steps. Finally, the older man asks the gray-haired observer to evaluate another's performance. The silver-haired observer hesitates, doubting the other's true nature. Someone harshly judges another, dismissing their abilities as inadequate. An elder gently teases, easing the tension between them. Meanwhile, in the hall, someone suggests waiting longer, trusting the child will succeed. The young swordsman stands outside, quietly determined to discover a solution to his difficulties. A new day begins, marking the passage of time. Two young men part ways, one pleading for the other to stay. He is surprised the red-haired swordwoman is also traveling west. His friend urges him to visit the Western Kingdom's famed sword schools and coliseums. With a cheerful wave, the young swordsman departs the grand hall, his feline companion perched contentedly on his shoulder. The two companions silently separate, walking in opposite directions. The lone figure pauses in the vast, silent hall, deep in contemplation. The young swordsman issues a firm command, preparing for the next move. The earnest youth calls to the imposing woman, gaining her attention. He urges her to turn insecurity into strength, and keep improving. The commanding figure urges everyone to hold on and move forward with unwavering resolve. A shadowy voice repeats an old warning, reinforcing past behavior. Instead, the swordsman struggles to suppress rising anxiety as he clenches his jaw. The determined youth agrees with the poised woman's command. The cautious traveler enters the bustling square with a feline companion, pausing in confusion while considering their next move. A starving figure collapses before the traveler, begging for food. The man lunges closer, desperately begging the onlooker to recognize him. Later, a loud orc boasts at a booth about knowing two youths. The swordsman suddenly remembers this orc from receiving the mysterious note. Nearby, one diner devours food while an armored watcher observes. A wary companion warns about a stranger, but the relaxed youth dismisses it. The young man sits in silence, troubled by the mysterious note and the unsettling questions about his age. The cat criticizes the green stranger for acting overly familiar during the meal. Then a gloved stranger offers a strange wooden ball to the cat. The feline ecstatically hugs the ball, delighted by its strong scent. The mischievous man describes how the rare powder excites cats, emphasizing its origin from a remote region. Afterward, the cat cheerfully suggests the orc might actually be friendly. The grinning newcomer enthusiastically offers to repay the meal, prompting the wary youth to question how that's possible without any money. The bold shaman instead proposes using his fortune-telling powers as payment. The young man, visibly uncertain, asks for his fortune to be read. The larger man playfully interrogates the unimpressed youth about a non-existent persimmon tree. The man assures the younger listener with playful confidence about a forgotten memory from the past. Someone firmly denies the existence of anything in question. Growing suspicious, the cat demands the cautious youth read its fortune too. Finally, the grinning man teases him about obviously loving raw salmon. The feline challenges the other about cat knowledge, prompting a smug boast about correctly guessing despite being an outsider. Then the loud cat exposes the suspicious man's incompetence, shocking the onlooker. The nervous man forces a laugh, trying to downplay everything. With unwavering determination, the young swordsman steels himself amid swirling mist. The monster remarks that the other's emotional burden has worsened. Soon after, the blonde youth recalls as something completely unexpected happens. The young swordsman stands still as a long-concealed truth finally emerges before him. The sharp-toothed man inspects the wound and notes an iron stake inside. The swordsman reveals an outsider implanted the stake, stunning his anxious companion. The investigator reaches into the bag, focusing intently while using spiritomancy to detect traces of unnatural metal energy. The young swordsman senses an unfamiliar surge of metal energy, his eyes widening in shock. Across the table, the instructor outlines a theory about life's origins, describing 5 distinct energies as the foundation. A glowing magic circle appears, showing 5 elemental forces connected together. Thus, it explains that true harmony comes from balancing 5 energies. The anxious youth learns from the stern mentor that an iron stake is disrupting his internal energy balance. Frustrated, he demands to know how to end this situation. The bandaged mentor demonstrates a technique, stressing harmony is required to control power. He explains excess energy is suppressed by an opposing force, gesturing to the candle. Then a resolute figure snaps his fingers, releasing a sudden energy surge. The young swordsman releases a surge of fire energy, while his energetic companion watches with excitement. The mentor says mastering his wild energy can help. The youth forges the glowing stake with focused strikes. A radiant new sword is revealed to everyone. The young swordsman freezes in shock as a sudden realization strikes. The desperate youth demands to know how to control his fire energy. The quiet youth listens intently as a mentor urges him to nurture his inner strength, prompting a moment of thoughtful self-reflection. With unwavering resolve, the young swordsman locks onto his target as newfound clarity sharpens his vision. Suddenly, he feels a small inner flame ignite, urging action. The surrounding flames surge higher as his effort intensifies. Inside, the ember slowly expands, marking the start of growth. The young swordsman steels himself and prepares to take decisive action. One figure politely ends the conversation and prepares to depart, while the other responds with hesitation, watched by shadowy onlookers in the courtyard. A determined young man strides through the bustling square while his worried companion calls for him to slow down. A determined stranger urgently asks the startled youth if he can join his journey. A cheerful wanderer eagerly offers to guide the newcomer through the continent in exchange for payment. The young swordsman pauses beneath the open sky, weighing his options as his feline companion looks on expectantly. He then invites the traveler to join his journey, forming a new partnership. The swordsman and companion stand together, quietly examining the road ahead. The companion awkwardly admits he has another reason besides payment. Finally, the older man says he seeks purpose by guiding younger people. The strict feline issues a firm warning about withholding payment, prompting the disgruntled man to reluctantly comply. Meanwhile, they walk, discussing their trip to a famed smithing city. His companion suggests visiting a useful place before the Western kingdoms. The cat dismisses the need for getting a new sword. Later, the mentor insists they must find the greatest fire and iron masters. A hammer strikes heated iron beside a blazing forge. Soon, a glowing sword slowly forms as the forging truly begins. The cat explains mystics train by visualizing wishes, making the youth ponder. Then the mentor suggests forging-style training for his mind, shocking him. The mentor laughs, clearly pleased with the trainee's mental discipline. With renewed resolve, they get ready to leave for Darinku. The guide leads the curious traveler down a forest path, confidently revealing a shortcut ahead. 2 negotiators argue over the price while the uneasy observer stands between them, a cat perched on his shoulder. The youth publicly challenges the innkeeper's inflated prices before the patrons. One suggests storing their luggage before eating, and the other grudgingly agrees. One diner loudly demands free beer, drawing attention as another at the table suddenly realizes the true skill of a nearby guest. Someone urgently shouts from outside the shuttered bedroom window. Later, one asks for an exciting story, and the other thinks about it. The youth jolts upright in bed as his companion inquires about the continent's 10 most powerful individuals. He shyly praises the headmaster and another famed swordsman he respects. The man with bandaged arms lounges, surprised by the swordsman's ignorance. The speaker gravely explains that the continent's most powerful individuals have typically come from the 5 Western kingdoms and the Holy Kingdom. However, one person broke that tradition and excelled. The head of the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy left a lasting legacy. Next, several famed leaders and warriors gather for a challenge. The narrative introduces the group recognized as the continent's 10 strongest individuals. One warrior notices 11 contenders, stunned by an unexpected rival. Meanwhile, a cat companion suddenly senses something important missing. The rugged narrator questions who truly is the strongest swordsman. He introduces a man who achieved Swordmaster at 70. The youth jolts, shocked someone reached Swordmaster rank at 70. Many mocked the old man's training, yet he continued alone. Eventually he mastered sword at 70 and was strongest by 90. The blonde observer expresses admiration for another's impressive abilities. The contemplative figure recalls the enduring greatness of a legendary warrior even at 50. The youth reflects on that once mock swordsman's true greatness. Sitting on the bed, he ponders unrecognized perseverance. Elsewhere, a shadowed figure hints at dormant power somewhere. With a sly grin, a sharp-toothed watcher admires such prodigies. Finally, the gray-skinned man lies intrigued by an unseen talent. The young man reflects quietly, training alone at night. A watchful observer silently admires the young man's intriguing presence. The guide points toward the misty mountains ahead as the eager companion urges them to begin the crossing without delay. Upon hearing that bandits are nearby, the young swordsman freezes in alarm, realizing they cannot proceed alone. A fan traveler suggests joining a merchant caravan, showing his mercenary tag. The green-skinned ally grins and urges everyone to depart. Soon, the newcomer is accepted after receiving a silver tag. The cheerful orc brags that any merchant group would gladly hire him. A cat-like observer dryly points out that someone was tricked. The eager feline offers to do any job for pay, startling an armored stranger. Then the armored leader declares it's time to go, and the girl agrees. The startled girl recoils, her eyes widening as she reacts to the sudden shock. Elsewhere, a determined runner sprints while clutching an important helmet. Chaos erupts as the girl, armored youth, and cat all flinch. Afterward, the armored youth watches the bubbly girl praise the embarrassed cat. The energetic girl steps forward and introduces herself with a bright smile. The swordsman politely declines the repair offer, smiling awkwardly with a gloved hand raised. Soon after, the lively girl runs off demanding payment, leaving the trio behind. The young swordsman clutches his companion as a sinister energy intensifies, sensing imminent danger. The masked girl steps forward, finally revealing her strange powers. The group moves through the forest, watching for danger. The uneasy observer notices the swordsman's troubled expression and realizes he is lost in thought. The mentor hears the youth ask if he can kill. The youth hesitates, starting to confess something personal. Finally, he admits he has killed someone before. Later, the swordsman walks on, dreading another upcoming duel. He struggles with the prospect of killing as the moment nears. The young fighter doubts chasing bandits away is justice if they return. The mentor laughs and reassures the confused youth, urging him not to worry for now. The youth warns a famous bandit leader seeking peace hides here. Two travelers move cautiously along the mountain path while one explains how the local bandits demand a toll from those passing through. The young swordsman shares his thoughts with the guard about how the local outlaws act more like businessmen, with merchants viewing their demands as little more than an extra fee. A perplexed figure questions why authorities allow corrupt groups to exploit merchants without consequence. They note bribes have aligned local territories with the corrupt faction. The anxious observer tries to clarify the situation while the exasperated companion clutches her head in frustration. A sharp-toothed speaker says the world is not simply good or evil. Soon, the group meets a hostile crowd blocking the road. The traveler hands over a bag of coins, confirming passage across the mountain before nightfall. The bandit chief, flanked by armed followers, aggressively orders the travelers to surrender their possessions and leave. Finally, the taller man pointedly questions his companion about their supposed shared goals. Travelers face an armed group blocking the forest road. Meanwhile, the startled man demands clarification about earlier words. The girl demands passage, warning blockers to leave or die. The anxious speaker forces a nervous smile and questions the other person's sudden strange behavior. The assertive figure steps forward, forcefully imposing new rules on the group. The youth demands answers from his stunned ally as another watches. The swordsman braces himself as dark energy gathers, ready to face the approaching threat. Suddenly, the young swordsman tenses, focusing on a suspicious onlooker. The watcher senses demonic power from the man clutching a glowing pendant. The swordsman and ally discuss resisting demonic energy while walking together. The swordsman confesses that being near demonic energy, and the iron stake triggers uncontrollable rage within him. The cautious youth tenses as an unseen figure draws a sword behind him, sensing a threat that defies his expectations. An armored fighter points his blade at them, finally showing open hostility. A veteran raises a famed sword, turning tension into relief. A confident blond man assures his companion he will not cause trouble. The armored guard warns further fighting is costly and suggests ending the standoff. The armored man blocks them, demanding the sword for safe passage. Instead, the swordsman attacks fiercely, driving the armored opponent backward. The determined swordsman delivers a powerful blow that shakes the battlefield. The wounded knight collapses by a broken tree and weakly begs for help. A man shoves a mercenary forward, urgently demanding action. 3 survivors argue over surrendering their valuables to survive. 3 men freeze in alarm as an abrupt decision catches them off guard. The furious man, overcome with rage, threatens to kill everyone present. The young swordsman suddenly realizes something important. Then the swordsman calms his companion and cat by explaining a plan. A cloaked stranger steps forward, starting a tense standoff. The wary figure steps forward, urgently confronting the unstable man and demanding answers. The young swordsman steps forward and confidently announces his status as an official trainee of a prestigious academy. A young girl challenges the group, mocking the 27th generation's reputation. The defiant leader stomps down and demands to be taken seriously. Suddenly, an enraged attacker lunges from behind at the calm trainee. The swordsman raises his huge blade, charging it for a finishing attack. The attacker freezes as his blow is caught easily with one hand. A blonde attacker hammers the man's gut, demanding the necklace's origin. An armored brute looms over the injured man writhing on the ground. The enraged man tightens his grip on the sword, eyes blazing as he prepares to strike. The young fighter raises his hand, preparing to face the next threat. The blonde mentor offers stern encouragement to the uneasy youth standing in the doorway. A blonde girl loudly denies worrying about someone, hiding her concern. A commanding voice echoes in the dark, announcing intent. Then, the hammer-wielding attacker charges as the swordsman holds position. The swordsman stares down his enemies, focusing his killing intent. Suddenly, a shockwave rips through the arena, knocking people back. A daunting challenge is declared, demanding the defeat of dozens. The young fighter raises a shield, preparing for the coming battle. A terrified man falls as a giant hammer smashes nearby. Meanwhile, a harsh voice mocks someone with a cutting insult. The swordsman stands over his collapsed foe, who begs for mercy. The calm swordsman halts his opponent's fierce strike with a steady, unwavering block. A wary observer inspects the red gem's strange, heavy energy. The observer suddenly realizes that the strange behavior stems from the suspicious necklace. The determined youth demands the origin of the necklace, leaving the sweating man cornered and terrified of giving the wrong answer. He admits his memory fails before wandering around while wearing the necklace. The hostile challenger demands a sensible explanation as tensions escalate among the group. A sharp warning rings out, raising the group's tension. The young swordsman stands firm beneath the bright sky, openly declaring his trust. The exhausted survivor expresses gratitude, and quickly claims the necklace as his own. The blonde youth confidently requests permission for the group to pass. One of the figures reacts with sudden enthusiasm and agreement. A figure steps forward and publicly apologizes to the merchants, expressing deep regret. Afterward, the survivors thank the swordsman for saving them. The traveler receives a warm welcome from the villagers as he rests quietly at sunset. The young man silently observes as a group approaches the house at dusk. Walking together, one regrets sparing enemies, but the other says they're safe. Perched atop the man's head, the feisty feline threatens to deal out harsh punishment, leaving the onlooker visibly unsettled. The youth vows to resume sword training, and his friend encourages him. Meanwhile, the pair discuss surviving and needing strength to protect others. The young swordsman believes stronger skills will give him more choices. The sly figure explains that famous swordsmen often duel in the artisan city to win coveted swords, encouraging his companion to broaden his horizons. The young swordsman faces the horizon, eager for the coming challenge. Suddenly, a massive energy surge erupts and engulfs everything. A wary man sitting on a log suddenly notices something unusual. The observer notices a surge of determination igniting within the other's heart. Refocused, the young swordsman reaches for his weapon to fight. The swordsman lifts his blade to shatter the glowing necklace while a desperate figure pleads for him to stop. An armored fighter seals the dangerous orb inside a protective pouch. A young onlooker stares upward, shocked by the scene above. The lively girl eagerly proposes exchanging the sword for one of her cherished treasures. The excitable girl eagerly tries to negotiate a trade, hoping to secure the sword as a gift for her captain. The swordsman refuses, saying his treasured item works only for him. However, the white-haired girl insists she can use that skill herself. A cheerful girl waves at the approaching cat and its traveling partner. Then the lively girl shows a glowing treasure to the amazed cat. An energetic inventor reveals a shining golden pig, astonishing everyone nearby. The young swordsman recoils as intense mystic energy radiates from the mysterious object. Suddenly, the startled cat demands an explanation for the bizarre object. A proud maker displays her shiny invention to the armored boy and curious cats. An eager negotiator thrusts a coin toward the swordsman in hopes of a trade, but the offer is firmly rejected as a shocked onlooker watches. A playful voice promises to make something even bigger, unseen in the empty scene. A cheerful girl offers a bulging money pouch to persuade the unseen person. A wary youth slowly lowers a coin toward the pig-shaped device. Then the pig construct inflates massively, crackling with unstable magic. Two salespeople present the huge golden pig, urging the swordsman to trade his sword. The swordsman snaps his entranced companions out of it, breaking the golden pig's allure. Later, the silver-haired girl stands alone, dejected after her request was refused. An upbeat inventor drags the enormous pig contraption away as two cloaked travelers watch. The boisterous man bursts out with laughter, clearly impressed by the newcomer, as his feline companion shares in the excitement, while the quiet observer looks on in surprise. Night falls under a full moon, quietly setting the stage for the next encounter. A fanged man calls to the reserved youth on the stairs, inviting him over. One of the men leans forward and announces that the person beside him brings news about Darinku. Then another reveals Darinku's famed blacksmith has left seclusion. He explains a renowned dwarf forges blades desired across continents. A sword marked with two shines, showing its higher rank. Soon, two glowing blades clash, revealing the legendary numbering swords. Out of many blades, only 9 are numbering swords. A crucial idea forms, shifting the speaker's thinking. Meanwhile, he explains numbering sword owners split into 2 groups. The young swordsman startles at this, feeling suddenly uneasy. He says 3 common swordsmen gained such blades and all became sword masters. The youth listens, increasingly amazed by the tale. An eager informant announces an upcoming competition in Darinku to claim the coveted 10th sword. 2 worried patrons discuss the contest details, confused and nervous. The young swordsman confidently decides to participate in the upcoming gathering, encouraged by his companion's agreement. The other men concede, deferring to the confident swordsman. Afterward, the polite youth stands to leave, surprising his protesting companion. A tired man admits he's exhausted while sitting with another. A stern drinker watches quietly, recognizing the newcomer as unusual. Despite the intriguing tale meant to captivate any swordsman, the withdrawn figure remains indifferent, gripping a foaming mug without interest. Finally, the reserved observer silently judges the other's true nature. The observer realizes this swordsman is unlike any previous opponent. He sits on the bed, quietly thinking alone at night. The young man sits beneath the window, burdened by doubts about his abilities. He falls silent, holding back words as tension grows. Meanwhile, the armored warrior walks, relieved he survived losing control. The young fighter sits quietly, preparing himself for coming trials. Cross-legged on the bed, he starts focused mental training. The young man sits in deep meditation, a fiery aura intensifying around him as his focus sharpens. A lone figure reaches toward the glow, trying to recall memories. The swordsman remembers conquering the mystic world, strengthening his resolve. The cautious youth reaches out and touches the towering monolith as darkness surrounds him. Two cloaked travelers arrive at the crowded gates of an artisan city. Their armored guide announces arrival as they enter the bustling city of swordsmen. There, an onlooker assumes the crowd gathered because of a rumor. An irritated woman questions a smug newcomer about the absent leader while another nears. A startled cat freezes after recognizing the approaching figure. Smirking, the watcher notes the captain's delay and senses a hidden master. The man staggers, shocked by news of a new sword master. Outside, the four newcomers exchange introductions, quickly establishing a friendly atmosphere. One traveler makes a playful comment about the group's quirks, prompting a reassuring response while the quiet companion observes the exchange. The young swordsman is surprised when a stranger abruptly requests his sword. Meanwhile, the dark-haired man teases his excitement over the weapon. The youth judges the situation and decides it is manageable. Then, the swordsman blocks an attack with a summoned energy shield. The observant woman narrows her eyes, intrigued as she recognizes undisclosed talent beyond mere swordplay. The fighter tenses and scans around, sensing an unseen danger. A lively girl praises the sword and says their captain would love it. A stern youth forbids stealing while the embarrassed girl insists she meant trading. Still, the young swordsman urges restraint despite recognizing the sword's high value. An anxious visitor apologizes formally as an ally's gloved hand reassures her. The cheerful youngster and the stoic guardian wave farewell as two companions depart through the lively square. Two watchers quietly evaluate a nearby giant, agreeing he could be dangerous. Later, as they walk, one wonders about the famed leader's identity. Two men startle when cloaked strangers suddenly arrive at their campsite. Two armored siblings stride in confidently, drawing everyone's full attention. There, a wary bystander says the duo together can rival a master. The young swordsman listens as someone cautions him about strong upcoming opponents. The optimistic youth expresses his eagerness to learn from the others while walking beside the stern companion. A monster halts, baring jagged teeth while the area falls silent. The elder offers crucial advice to the startled youth, urging him to seek out strong opponents to improve his swordsmanship. He is warned not to face enemies like a student. The swordsman wonders if his challenger wanted victory instead of teaching. The swordsman clenches his fists and swears to achieve victory at any cost. The youth realizes his rival's relentless effort has made them equals. A harsh voice calls him out, challenging the swordsman. The mentor demands absolute resolve before accepting the match. The challenger yells, ordering his opponent to fight seriously. Later, the youth pauses, staring thoughtfully toward the distant town. Outside, one apologizes for overdoing it, the other calmly forgives. The dark-haired fighter thanks the blonde youth for the lesson. Soon after, the cloaked traveler leaves his companion and heads to the inn. The remaining figure stays behind, quietly mulling over the advice. Nervous, he scans the area, sensing something nearby. Later, the young man sits alone on his bed, thinking. The young swordsman looks down, firm resolve to win forming. He remembers his past, always chasing someone stronger. He and an ally once charged forward together against rivals. The young swordsman realizes the true purpose behind the wise man's earlier advice. The lone figure pauses in silence, lost in thought as a somber atmosphere fills the scene. He clutches his shirt, torn between longing and uncertainty. Someone silently reflects on a recent mistake as sunlight filters across the tranquil village house. A sentient companion quietly stretches and reflects on the ambition stirred by witnessing rapid growth in another. The anxious man admits his oversight, while the small cat calmly reassures him across the table. A playful cat jumps up to greet the waking man. The inquisitive companion quickly notices a subtle transformation in the young swordsman. Across the table, the ally praises him, making him smile. The young swordsman steels his resolve, his gaze burning with newfound determination. A determined fighter stands as fierce energy flares in his chest. The uneasy man quickly dismisses his worries while the smug feline watches him with amusement. In the sunlight, they quietly decide it is time to depart. Later, a crowd gathers around the arena, awaiting the event. A startled swordsman spots a notorious warrior approaching and alerts others. A huge masked warrior appears, drawing attention with his massive sword. Two observers scan the field, recognizing strong competitors and realizing that an easy victory is no longer certain. Both observers tense as a threatening presence enters the area. Three intimidating entrants arrive, immediately seizing everyone's attention. The bearded leader steps forward and addresses the crowd with authority. The organizer steps forward in the arena, confidently announcing the simple rules and revealing the coveted sword as the competition's prize. One contestant restates the rules while another asks about deciding the winner. Finally, the organizer explains the goal is inspiring a new legendary sword. The leader announces the contest continues until the shared target appears. Meanwhile, he realizes the gathered swordsmen are required to complete the weapon. The imposing announcer signals the start of the competition, inviting participants to approach the stage. Two leading fighters enter the arena as the crowd watches. The masked challenger attacks while accusing his opponent of hypocrisy. An armored onlooker notices the younger swordsman's fierce determination. Three companions eat while discussing renowned mercenary swordsmen nearby. One companion warns the nervous swordsman that rising fame will draw envy. The masked contestant addresses the judges, asking for a rule clarification. The question about killing unsettles both men. The red-bearded fighter accepts the contest and waits for the opponent's answer. The red-haired swordsman agrees, confident he can win. The masked fighter glares and hurls a furious curse. A shadowy figure stands ready as an authoritative presence prepares to give the signal to start. The red-haired contender clenches his fist, steeling himself for battle. Then the challenger slams his fist down, starting the duel. The masked warrior swings a glowing blade, firing energy at the enemy. A searing wave of energy tears through the shadows, signaling a decisive attack. The masked combatant suddenly charges, making the rival brace defensively. The armored challenger dodges the debris, drawing an impressed comment from his foe. The armored fighter realizes he survived the lethal attack. The onlooker stares in disbelief as the swordsman shatters his opponent's blade, while the crowd erupts in cheers. Two observers quietly discuss how overwhelmingly strong the unseen fighter is. The analytical onlooker assesses the distant fighter's reputation, noting that few across the continent can rival such skill. A wary youth asks to confirm who their actual targets are. The observer confirms the magic has identified their target among the armored group. Then a commander orders that the others be marked too. Reluctantly, the white-haired girl activates 2 days' worth of stored magic. The young mage releases a surge of power, quickly defeating the 2 armored enemies. Next, the white-haired contender hurls a spiraling blast toward the arena. 2 armored fighters trade light taunts as they prepare to spar. An armored challenger steps forward and signals for the duel to begin. As the spellcaster readies her magic, her ally stands behind her holding a glowing orb. The young swordsman notices his companion suddenly reacting to a magical disturbance. A relaxed youth sits with a cat while his excited friend celebrates their visit. A superior scolds a subordinate for tagging the wrong target, but he argues it changes nothing. Someone doubts whether spending 1 piggy bank justifies placing 2 marks. One figure explains that mystics are more resistant to damage. A gray-haired mentor sighs, wondering how such a spoiled person became a mystic. Privately, an observer evaluates the girl's overwhelming talent as she casually eats her popsicle. A magic piggy bank grants wishes limited by its savings. Meanwhile, a wounded fighter kneels, struggling up beside a shattered weapon. An undefeated swordsman wins the bout with a single strike. Other armored fighters react uneasily as the dominant challenger wins again. 2 armored rivals face off in the arena before spectators. Then, the red-haired challenger beckons his opponent into the arena. A burly official scoffs, clearly unimpressed by the proposed challenge. A determined youth steps forward, leaving his seated companion behind. The mentor urges the trainee to fight with everything. The young man reassures the group with a promise to return soon before stepping away. Suddenly, the red-haired fighter tenses as a new armored opponent approaches. A new fighter enters the arena, drawing the crowd's attention. The determined challenger steps forward, ready to follow the previous contender into the fray. Onlookers silently acknowledge the young swordsman's overwhelming strength. One contender courteously offers the other the chance to step onto the stage first. The armored youth smirks, noting his opponent has no weapon. The red-haired rival smirks and taunts her opponent, sensing hidden motives. Later, the cloaked swordsman walks away into the sunlight. An armored fighter steps forward with firm resolve. The burly observer senses a surge of fierce determination in the air. Golden energy suddenly floods the area, hinting at unknown power. Meanwhile, the swordsman stops, sensing the event's importance. On the day of the midterm assessment, the determined youth pushes himself to the limit, racing forward under the intense pressure. The same runner keeps charging ahead across the open grounds. A silver-haired rival dashes past, overtaking the struggling youth. Then a shout declares everyone united toward a common goal. The exhausted boy still forces his body forward. Later, an armored contender strides into the arena confidently. A knight watches an armored fighter clench his fist. The challenger steps up and proclaims he will win. A wary fighter braces as an unexpected opponent arrives. The young swordsman, ablaze with energy, prepares to unleash his full strength against his enemies. Suddenly, a voice interrupts as 2 armored students are about to fight. A red-haired contestant rushes over, announcing a sudden decision. Soon, an announcement promises to reveal the 10th numbering sword's owner. A firm figure grabs another's wrist, stopping any further action. A towering man seizes the startled youth's arm and loudly draws attention to him before the crowd. Later, an armored swordsman angrily questions a burly craftsman during the standoff. 2 angry contenders protest the ruling and demand their duel. Finally, the red-haired fighter shouts that the contest seeks someone who inspires him. The 2 elders face each other, both firmly agreeing to choose the young contender despite their attempts to avoid overlap. The authority figure declares the competition over, signaling everyone to disperse. Afterward, the leader walks ahead, ordering one armored subordinate to follow. 2 armored allies congratulate him as the sword's future owner. The young swordsman bows gratefully as an armored peer acknowledges him. A masked onlooker sits apart, silently brooding. Meanwhile, the young swordsman trains relentlessly, swinging his blade repeatedly. The cautious youth approaches the group and prepares to lay down the heavy sword as instructed. The smith and apprentice inspect the blade, puzzled by its unmarked surface. Elsewhere, 2 travelers hear the sword bearer must stay for the whole forging. The swordsman asks if his choice came from sensing another's power. The imposing figure crosses his arms, quietly weighing the possibility before him. Soon, the mentor encourages him to keep training and improving. The young swordsman stands deep in thought as a broad-shouldered figure silently assesses him from behind. Then an assertive ally demands higher pay, annoying the quieter youth. The youth requests a new sword, and the robed companion eagerly agrees. The bearded craftsman glares at his visitor, refusing to give up the sword without demanding 2 more conditions. A gruff client is shocked by requests for extra items and open viewing. A red-haired fighter demands an explanation for the unfair conditions. Finally, a red-bearded man accuses him of exploiting the quiet swordsman. 2 weary craftsmen are reminded of their prolonged inactivity as one confronts their lack of progress. The young swordsman confronts his true ambition amid rising energy. A wary woman confronts a smug stranger introducing himself. The towering brute boasts about his skills as a guide, while the uneasy companion grimaces in discomfort. 2 armored allies cheer as their small friend finishes equipment. The jovial figure bursts out laughing, clearly amused by his companion's new appearance. Night falls over a rooftop, foreshadowing coming events. The blacksmith strikes the glowing metal with force as the young observer studies every movement. Later, the young swordsman pauses, considering his next move. The smith hammers a red-hot blade as sparks fly. A blade is thrust into the forge, scattering sparks. The young swordsman suddenly realizes something crucial by the embers. Bathed in a faint glow, the young swordsman stands alone in the darkness, quietly reflecting beside an anvil and a solitary block. A figure waits, hesitating before deciding to use the hammer. Glowing hands hover over a chest as someone prepares to transform. He summons a blazing magical flame between his hands. Thus, the youth ignites a flame to begin forging. He releases another surge of fire, channeling inner strength. 1 month passes. Afterward, sunlight filters through a calm forest clearing. A companion asks about the other's mental training progress. The young swordsman walks through the forest, determined to train. Now, they note the swordsman vanished after completing their objective. An armored fighter steps forward, regretting losing chances to fight. A supporter says gaining the numbering sword will greatly strengthen him. Then, an excited ally urges everyone to see the finished sword. The blacksmith admits he can't forge the special sword yet. The resolute craftsman boldly promises to forge a sword surpassing all expectations within 1 year. The larger figure seizes the armored youth's shoulder, interrupting him before backing down and agreeing to wait. A wary companion quietly urges the composed youth to secure a contract, but the latter reassures him that acquiring a sword was never their true goal. Someone quietly resigns themselves to this outcome. Meanwhile, a red-haired leader assigns a vital mission in the desert. The leader asks where they will travel next. With a calm smile, the young swordsman plans to head toward the city renowned for its swordsmanship academies. A companion cuts off his sparring talk as something unexpected appears. The small cat abruptly orders everyone to stop moving. A figure halts abruptly, tense, as the scent of blood signals imminent danger lurking in the darkness ahead. A cloaked observer notices a dark bloodstain on the ground. The young swordsman flinches back, eyes wide with alarm as shock overtakes his composure. 2 red-haired armored fighters emerge from behind a tree, alert. The cautious youth questions his companion's odd behavior as the tense group gathers outside, with the small creature watching from a shoulder. A shadowy figure blocks the path, addressing the 2 travelers who have just arrived. The wary stranger recoils, recognizing the object's frightening importance. An armored fighter smirks, bragging about killing the enemy. Suddenly, the group staggers back from a severed head on display. A shaken witness accuses his ally of killing a man. 2 wounded allies walk away, satisfied with their recent victory. Meanwhile, a blue-eyed cat recounts the hard fight to kill every threat. A bloodied boy flinches when a menacing fighter demands repayment. Soon, the young swordsman freezes as understanding hits him. The hostile intruder demands the sword while both bloodied figures loom threateningly over their target. A furious cat stands its ground, hissing from an onlooker's head. The wounded man denies hiding the item and angrily accuses his interrogators. Now, a panicked companion warns that chasing the sword will brand them fugitives. The bloodied suspect dismisses their doubts with a confident smirk. A tense figure boasts about their group's good reputation, while an anxious companion reacts nervously. 2 wounded comrades race to help the fallen knight but arrive too late. A mocking voice in the dark challenges the listener with a question. The silent swordsman keeps walking while an enraged accuser blocks his way. Finally, a battered youth glares up and demands an urgent answer. First, the speaker admits the swordsman's famed honor and reputation. The armored youth demands an explanation for these deeds. The elder withholds the sword's location, denying reward without answers. He insists the numbering sword outweighs all other concerns. But the armored fighter asks if a sword outranks lifelong beliefs. With fierce resolve, the swordsman asserts the immense importance of the legendary blade. The youth steels himself as accusing words trigger sinister energy. Two veterans lament decades spent failing to break their limits. One voice vows unwavering devotion to their chosen cause. Meanwhile, the young man continues suffering inescapable torment. Two exhausted fighters stand together, forcing themselves past exhaustion. A shared burden binds everyone together in silent pain. The youth shields himself, barely surviving a sudden overwhelming red assault. The swordsman's eye widens as a surge of uncontrollable emotion threatens to overwhelm him. The enraged fighter screams, releasing crackling energy in open defiance. The young swordsman braces himself as a colossal surge of energy erupts before him. The swordsman recoils as a surge of unnatural energy pulses from the figure before him. Now he steadies himself as a glowing presence rises behind. A shadowed enemy fixes his target with a confident smirk. The swordsman urgently calls to his ally, who responds with equal resolve as their eyes meet. A pink-haired fighter dives down, announcing her realization. A colossal energy vortex explodes outward as the two opponents brace themselves in the heart of the chaos. Everyone freezes, eyes wide, as a sudden threat erupts nearby. Then, two rivals' energy blasts collide, violently splitting the battlefield. A determined fighter steps forward into the blazing light. The two wounded men freeze, shocked by something off-panel. There, the shaken man recoils, recognizing the Black Knight Order captain. A young swordsman stares upward, stunned as golden light engulfs him. A powerful knight appears, swirling energy drawing everyone's attention. A lone figure stands by the water, silently thinking. Soon, two travelers freeze, recognizing a dangerous presence approaching through the dust. A young man freezes, suddenly recognizing the woman before him. A formidable knight arrives, her armored presence commanding attention. A resolute fighter calls out to two others, breaking silence. Two injured warriors confront a suspicious newcomer who suddenly appeared. Now, a dominant foe stands over two fallen opponents, taunting them. An armored challenger raises her sword, briefly allowing her foe to speak. Two enraged swordsmen confront a potential adversary, ready for a violent clash. The stern woman fixes a piercing gaze and demands immediate answers. Finally, the dominant figure issues a last, uncompromising ultimatum. Two stunned figures watch as a massive surge of energy bursts from the distant mountain. The young swordsman recoils as a wave of sinister energy engulfs him, eyes widening in alarm. Meanwhile, two wounded fighters scream while unstable energy crackles around them. The battered swordsman drives his blade forward in a final, powered strike. The armored victor plants his cursed blade beside the fallen enemy in judgment. The young swordsman lowers his head, preparing to reveal a crucial insight. Then, the dominant fighter unleashes a powerful energy blast at the battered opponent. The swordsman recoils as his enraged opponent radiates murderous intent. Suddenly, the red-haired warrior lunges and swings her sword at her foe. The woman blocks the strike, releasing a shockwave across the field. The wounded swordsman staggers as blue energy explodes around him. The startled woman narrowly avoids a swift, unexpected attack that flashes past her. Later, the armored fighter is blasted backward by the horned enemy's radiant strike. The armored knight staggers from a sudden, crushing blow by a shadowy force. The fierce woman kicks the wounded man as he struggles on the ground. Next, the armored warrior unleashes a high-speed strike that shakes the air. The woman is surprised as energy beams surge toward her face. A bloodied fighter screams desperately amid the chaos. The warrior punches the armored foe's face, smashing him against a wall. Finally, the wounded fighter lunges forward, sword raised for a last attack. The leader orders the injured man to watch. The armored victor stands over the defeated enemy. Then the wounded man screams while the woman turns away. Despite the pain and blood, the wounded figure refuses to give in. A devastating surge of energy tears through the darkness. Fueled by fury, the young swordsman summons a surge of inner strength, preparing to unleash his hidden power. A massive bloody blade strikes the ground with overwhelming force. The injured woman staggers back in disbelief from the sudden strike. The armored fighter falls to her knees as her enemy coldly taunts her. Now someone stands stunned, unable to believe what just happened. A battered figure lies motionless on the blood-stained ground after a brutal fight. The woman kicks the bloodied man's face, driving him backward. A crushing blow lands, spraying blood everywhere. The ruthless woman delivers a cold sentence as blood spatters across the floor. The young man freezes, staring at something unexpected nearby. The dominant adversary stands over the fallen opponent as the ground breaks apart nearby. The anxious swordsman clenches his fist in doubt, while the silent knight stands by, watched closely by the small creature on his shoulder. The shocked man reels after hearing she beat two experts barehanded as his friend grabs him. The armored woman stares at her bloody hand, shaken by the impact she survived. Suddenly, an urgent messenger runs ahead, shouting for the captain. The companion returns the sword and offers extra cleaning. The armored leader praises her subordinate and promises a reward, while the enthusiastic girl eagerly polishes the sword. The serious man leans forward, intently asking the other for their opinion. The armored leader mocks his stiff speech and doubts he fits with nobles. The mentor smiles warmly and praises the other's progress. Someone demands an explanation after witnessing an unforgivable act. Suddenly, the armored woman turns toward an unexpected disturbance. She confronts the group, demanding answers as one member begs. The young swordsman confronts his opponent, demanding to know how one can kill with such certainty. Later, the anxious speaker leans forward, seeking a sincere answer. The interrogator confronts him about feeling no remorse for murder. The young man stands firm, refusing the demand with unwavering resolve. The young swordsman steals his resolve, eyes narrowing with unwavering focus. Then the armored woman steps forward and loudly challenges her opponent. The young swordsman freezes, shocked that this stranger recognizes him. Next, the armored woman declares this moment marks a new beginning. The commanding woman formally appoints the listener as a member of the Black Knights. The young swordsman listens intently as he learns about the powerful order directly under the Holy Kingdom. Afterward, the armored figure confronts the crowd while one onlooker hesitates. The nervous observer wonders how this woman is connected to the swordsman. The observant woman realizes her rival is forming a new alliance by recruiting another. Someone reels in shock, unable to comprehend the sudden chaos unfolding. The young swordsman turns away, firmly rejecting the offer. In response, the armored woman questions his blunt rejection. The woman cuts in, claiming the Holy Kingdom is misunderstood. The armored woman falters, unsure how to address the shadowy group. The resolute youth stands firm, sword raised, and rejects the invitation to join the order. The challenger fixes her unwavering glare on her opponent, bracing for the confrontation ahead. The young man recoils, stunned by the shocking revelation. Suddenly, a glowing-eyed enemy appears before the stunned onlooker. Recognizing this, an ally notes the enemy reusing an earlier tactic. A tired knight closes her eyes and briefly sighs. The swordsman recoils upon hearing of a man with an iron heart. A white-haired girl presents fine steel to an armored warrior. Afterward, the challenger studies her foe, smirking with confidence. She coldly declares that no one has truly mastered this steel. The swordsman grits his teeth, struggling against the stabbing pain. The speaker firmly repeats their words, directly addressing the young swordsman at the center of attention. The armored commander formally accepts the recruit into the Black Knights. Finally, an armored youth grips his sword and refuses the coercive demand. An enraged opponent accuses them of planning continental chaos. The young man clutches his head, battling uncontrollable power. The fierce companion shouts defiance at the adversary while the determined swordsman prepares for battle and the worried onlooker recoils in alarm. Meanwhile, the armored fighter eyes the talking black cat, intrigued. The startled companion recoils in pain, caught off guard by a sudden blow. A small ally blocks the way, ordering the intruders out. The swordsman pauses, briefly lost in conflicted thoughts. An armored woman, injured yet stern, questions the other's sincerity. The youth stands firm, vowing to master his heart. The assertive challenger leans forward and demands proof of the claim. The swordsman remembers dueling a knight with near-demonic fighting spirit. Then a fierce aura awakens the power sleeping in his heart. The young swordsman steels himself, vowing not to be intimidated by the fierce contender's fighting spirit. The armored challenger stares steadily, asking if a duel is proposed. The young trainee steps forward, sword in hand, and boldly challenges the captain to a duel. 4 fighters tense in the arena as swirling leaves signal the imminent clash. Nearby, a determined cat cheers while another spectator nervously wipes sweat. A worried observer realizes the glowing swordswoman's spirit matches her slain foes. The same onlooker fears the duel will overwhelm the swordsman. Finally, the blonde knight grips his sword tighter, readying himself. He tenses, admitting he still feels uneasy. The swordsman clenches his jaw, struggling to control a surge of anger that he cannot explain. The armored woman wonders if old ties caused this. The young swordsman firmly denies any misunderstanding. Now the youth questions why he acted that way. With metal-clad hands wrapped tightly around the weapon's handle, the figure braces to unleash a powerful attack. The stern overseer firmly sets the terms, declaring that the duel will commence the moment her energy is released. The resolute youth answers with unwavering certainty, sweat beading on his brow. The opponent braces as ominous energy intensifies at her feet, signaling the start of her attack. She swings, sending a glowing energy slash forward. The blonde onlooker recoils as a distant figure unleashes a torrent of sinister, purple energy that fills the sky with monstrous faces. The swordsman struggles under crushing force from a vast presence. A sharp-eyed observer glares, criticizing his loss of control. The vigilant woman senses a sudden disturbance and snaps to attention. An armored youth braces behind his sword, awaiting impact. The young swordsman braces himself, determined to channel his intense emotions for the challenge ahead. A massive monolith appears, dominating the battlefield. A determined swordsman channels energy into his blade and strikes. His growing rage erupts as he releases fiery power. The young swordsman surges with fiery power, his energy intensifying as flames erupt around him. The startled young man recoils as a torrent of flames bursts forth without warning. Exhausted swordsman braces as massive embers power threatens. Still, he pushes through flames using newfound strength. He grabs the blazing weapon, determined to change fate. He endures searing flames, refusing to collapse. Then the fighter unleashes crackling energy across the air. The young warrior clenches fists, refusing to yield. He slams his blade down, releasing a forceful strike. Nearby, 4 onlookers recoil as something shocking happens. The knight gathers fierce energy, preparing a decisive attack. The swordsman rushes forward with determination, ready to strike. A blonde fighter slams into wood, scattering debris. A dark-haired attacker thrusts at him, forcing a block. In reply, he delivers a powerful, focused downward slash. Red energy crashes into ground as the armored figure stands. The youth recoils, barely dodging the blinding fast attack. Meanwhile, the armored woman surveys the area amid falling debris. A devastating strike hits Earth, hurling debris and shockwaves. Two duelists trade rapid sword blows, straining each other. The small feline urgently warns as the man recoils from a sudden force pressing against him. The man quickly dismisses the disturbing suspicion. The armored swordswoman slams her blade into the ground. The young swordsman lunges and strikes the armored foe. He steadies himself and prepares to continue fighting. Then the two fighters clash, releasing a violent shockwave. A swordsman smashes down, blasting debris as his opponent endures. The young fighter endures a crushing blow in the dark. The onlooker stares in disbelief as the opponent effortlessly blocks the massive sword with one hand. The swordsman dives down, slamming his blade as the foe dodges. The blonde warrior is blasted backward as a violent explosion erupts at her feet. The blonde swordsman unleashes a wide, powerful sword swing. The young swordsman reels under pressure, barely keeping his balance. The dominant challenger launches a sudden, forceful attack as the distracted swordsman struggles to defend in midair. A lone figure punches the ground, shaking the forest. The injured youth reaches desperately for the falling sword. The dominant combatant coolly announces that the fight is over. The young swordsman seizes the blade with unwavering resolve as energy bursts forth from his grip. The blonde-haired youth clenches his teeth and pushes through the searing pain, refusing to back down. The armored woman suddenly looks up, reacting to the disturbance. With a fierce shout, the young swordsman brings his massive blade crashing downward in a decisive attack. An armored fighter strikes hard, making the opponent brace as the ground cracks. The startled young swordsman senses imminent danger, his eyes widening in alarm. The enraged fighter punches the stunned opponent hard in the face. The youth is flung back by a blow and drops his sword. The armored attacker releases a powerful strike that sends a visible shockwave. Elsewhere, one person drags a companion along while desperately searching for a missing ally. The armored woman calmly surveys the ruined ground as the dust settles. Two allies stroll together, discussing whether the proven newcomer should be accepted. Meanwhile, the armored observer watches the newcomer with increasing interest. The armored woman smirks, clearly confident. The victor stands over the unconscious youth as a panicked friend rushes to him. Later, the young swordsman firmly resolves to face the upcoming challenge. The injured youth wakes bandaged in bed, slowly regaining awareness. He then notices relieved companions entering, eager to check his condition. The recovering youth anxiously scans the room, urgently looking for someone. Suddenly, he jolts upright in bed, panting as two companions silently watch. An armored figure appears over the confused youth, preparing to act as he wakes. The youth recoils as the armored woman presses her hand to his stomach, startling their beast. The armored woman sharply denies the accusation, while the injured boy shrinks back. The feline companion freezes in alarm, visibly shaken by the tense exchange. A gloved healer presses radiant energy into his abdomen, treating him. The same healer channels restorative magic, making luminous runes appear on him. The startled man recoils as a surge of holy magic bursts forth, leaving him stunned. Then the healed youth sits up, saying he can move again. The battered youth steadies himself, preparing for the next fight. The wounded trainee demands the commanding woman explain the nature of her sword. The armored woman smirks, questioning his background as he confirms his identity. Meanwhile, a confident rival mocks her opponent, dismissing their reasoning as unoriginal. The armored woman senses a critical change within her weapon. Then a bold ambition is proclaimed to become the next ruler. An enraged man clenches his fist and shouts at his opponent. In a corridor, an armored fighter denies rebellion while the other hurls accusations. The bandaged figure demands the glowing pouch to purify it first. A composed speaker shows a glowing red jewel, recalling long-forbidden wars. Thus a secret is revealed: each war's chaos came from an archdemon. The armored mage activates a magic circle, warning the world is still unsafe. The swordsman lowers his gaze, burdened by lives he cannot save. The bandaged man urges the shadowed ally to stop wicked artifacts reaching humans. Meanwhile, the armored speaker declares a plan to create a nation of freedom. The resolute woman assures her companion that she will accomplish her objective through peaceful methods. The armored woman confronts the cat in the room. A companion warns that protecting relationships requires hard work. As the next challenger is summoned, wind bursts through the window. By the window, the armored figure doubts whom she can trust. The wounded swordsman hesitates, unable to find the right words. The armored woman steadies herself, about to break the silence. The resolute fighter states that her confidence will not waver. Meanwhile, the young swordsman braces himself for the coming challenge. The same fighter declares she is ready to follow her chosen path. The young swordsman recoils, trying to process the sudden shock. The armored stranger makes a firm promise, then disappears into the night. The woman leans forward with a confident smirk, delivering a pointed challenge to her opponent's resolve. The focus shifts intensely onto the young swordsman as light floods the room. A startled onlooker and their cat watch a figure leap from the high window. The speaker remembers believing two deaths were justified by one person's actions. The solitary figure wrestles with self-doubt, reflecting on another's unwavering resolve while questioning his own hesitation. The youth looks down, resenting how easily the other acted. The lone figure stands still, consumed by regret over past failures. The battered youth lowers his head and admits his envy. A carriage moves steadily along the winding mountain path, passing through the quiet landscape. The driver snaps the reins, sending the carriage forward. The anxious young man freezes in shock as he discovers a strange cat doll beside an ominous book on the table. The small companion stares ahead, bracing for what will happen. The young man stands with eyes shut, enduring crushing pressure. A lone smith hammers molten metal, forging a new sword. Meanwhile, the exhausted youth gasps for air, trying to recover. The young man inspects his work at the anvil, realizing little progress has been made. Elsewhere, a determined figure reaches out, energy crackling at his hand. The swordsman studies a faint ember, noticing its weakened power. Surrounded by flames, the warrior slams his blade downward. The first light of dawn spreads across the quiet mountains. The caretaker steps out from the carriage, signaling to the others that dinner is ready. The young swordsman pauses his mental training as someone arrives, breaking the silence in the cold room. A broad-shouldered mentor in an apron approaches the anxious apprentice and asks about his progress. The trainee faces his mentor, trusting practice despite no visible results. The swordsman suddenly turns, sensing a disturbance in the peaceful area. Later, while others call for dinner, the girl keeps meditating alone. The cook asks the blonde youth about mystic training methods at sunset. The man realizes the woman has been convinced by another. The two sit together and agree to share a meal, their smiles reflecting a cheerful mood. Two companions enjoy a hearty meal by the campfire, one delightedly complimenting the food while the other playfully keeps the recipe secret. A tense silence settles as someone readies themselves beneath the moonlit sky. A tense figure readies himself as the confrontation ignites with swift, decisive movements. The young swordsman pushes himself through relentless training, wasting no time as he hones his skills under the night sky. Meanwhile, the tusked man quietly accepts the other's sincere resolve. The exhausted youth grips his heavy blade and steadies himself. The party reaches an inn to rest before traveling. Suddenly, one rushes to the bathroom with a chasing pet. A tired drinker orders more whiskey, drawing another patron's comment. The young swordsman freezes at an unexpected off-screen voice. The blonde youth complains about ordering too much food. The swordsman's eye widens in sudden shock as realization strikes. The red-haired woman denies accusations about her overeating. Next, the blue-haired man criticizes her unhealthy eating habits. The sharp-tongued woman mocks her drunk companion. The red-haired woman jumps back, startled by his calm question. A blonde newcomer bursts in and calls to the seated pair. An armored youth enters, greeting two familiar people inside. The red-haired woman confronts the newcomer, demanding why he is here. Finally, the armored ally blocks the attacker and shields the creature. A red-haired guardian arrives as a creature orders intruders away. A frightened fighter clenches his fists at the new threat. The youth and ally trade looks, realizing the enemy's overwhelming power. The nervous young man introduces his group as friends, while the cautious figure behind him reacts with suspicion. He explains they are his fellow sword schoolmates. Two young warriors stand side by side, confidently announcing their identities. The orc steps forward and confidently introduces himself as a spiritomancer to the group. Soon, a boisterous mentor appears, calling herself the Mystic Arts Master. The red-haired girl reacts with surprise at the Mystic Arts title. The earnest man apologizes, explaining the ordeal caused a misunderstanding. A loud swordswoman slings an arm around him, joking about his growth. The enraged red-haired woman lunges forward, pinning the stunned blonde man to the ground. The red-haired fighter demands why he disappeared so long as their mascot watches. Inside, the confused youth stares around, trying to grasp the situation. The uneasy youth deflects the question with a nervous smirk. The red-haired warrior abruptly shoves her ally aside to end the talk. Then the red-haired challenger smirks and proposes a duel. The young swordsman wipes sweat from his brow and prepares to confront the challenge ahead. A surge of mysterious energy erupts through the foggy mountain forest. The group assembles at an empty training ground to start the match. On the plaza, the armored challenger questions the missing weapon. The swordsman steps forward, charging his blade for battle. The swordsman and challenger glare at each other, standoff beginning. Meanwhile, a startled youth recoils as a calm mage demonstrates magic. The red-haired rival lifts her sword and mocks his progress. Then she charges, attacking with a glowing sword. A devastating energy slash rips through the ground with explosive force. The two fighters clash, their blazing swords spraying sparks. The calm swordsman walks past his stunned foe, clearly superior. The red-haired fighter hastily raises her sword to block. A shocked woman widens her eyes as realization hits. Then the determined swordsman swings hard, unleashing a powerful strike. Steel crashes against steel as the determined swordsman's fierce attack drives the pressured fighter backward in a burst of energy. He surges in, channeling red energy into a crushing blow. Two armored warriors collide, swords sparking with red energy. The young swordsman freezes, sweat dripping down his face as he recognizes the figure before him. The resolute swordsman proposes combining his techniques with his allies. The red-haired swordswoman demands answers, confronting him with her blade raised. The young swordsman flashes a confident grin and readies his blade, preparing to strike. The impatient challenger pushes past the red-haired swordswoman, demanding a duel with the quiet swordsman. The fierce challenger issues a call for everyone to fight at once as all three prepare for a direct clash. Three combatants collide in a rapid exchange, blades flashing as one charges forward, another dodges, and the third quickly retreats. The swordsman lands a heavy strike, flinging his opponent backward. He then unleashes a surging energy slash with his blade. Another warrior drops from above, driving down a strong sword strike. The reserved observer struggles with conflicting emotions while reluctantly acknowledging the other's impressive ability to learn so quickly. A blonde youth is interrupted when a red-haired attacker lunges. Blades collide as three determined fighters engage in a fierce and rapid exchange. The challenger provokes her rivals, igniting a fierce standoff as all three glare at each other with unwavering determination. The red-haired fighter narrowly sidesteps the blonde warrior's massive overhead strike. A blue-haired onlooker watches the agile fighter dodge a blow that craters ground. The red-haired youth flinches as an attack misses and smashes the wall. Soon, the red-haired combatant guards desperately against the blue-cloaked fighter's barrage. The young swordsman jolts back as a swift threat hurtles toward him. The youth dives from above, forcing an armored foe into a defensive stance. The startled fighter twists aside as the armored attacker's sword whips past. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure escapes a crushing strike that blasts out a shockwave. An observant youth smirks, recognizing the arrival of another strong ally. A stunned spectator watches silently while the fierce battle continues unchecked. Finally, the three youths resume their energetic sparring match outside, fully engaged in competition. The red-haired fighter admits her opponent's unexpected skill in battle. The young swordsman acknowledges his opponents are far stronger than expected. Finally, the calm youth lowers his sword, ending the match despite protests. The blue-haired boy says it's time to head back at sunset. Before leaving, the red-haired challenger urges the blonde youth to show his skill. The girl mentions his decisive vertical slash, making the blonde youth smile. Meanwhile, the blonde youth stands still with eyes closed, gripping his upright sword. The young man freezes as he suddenly understands the shocking truth. Soon, the swordsman and his ally hurry forward after hearing urgent news. The young swordsman is blasted backward, smashing arena tiles behind him. Then, the young swordsman strikes down, sending a jagged fissure across the arena. The kneeling observer studies the smoking fissure, while the cloaked ally silently watches. Later, a lively swordswoman teases her stoic partner about non-stop training as they walk. The young swordsman stands proudly, displaying the new power within him. Four travelers and a small animal proceed quietly along a wooded path. The blue-haired youth announces his return to the academy, surprising his armored companion. Afterward, the blonde youth shares news he received from the headmaster and another. The cloaked visitor gets ready to describe the academy visit as a cat follows. The energetic companion praises the swordswoman's impressive strength, prompting an awkward but grateful response. The cat companion offers a glowing red gem with outstretched paws. Instead, the red-haired warrior refuses the gems and insists he keep them. The red-haired figure confronts the anxious blonde, who refuses an offer and voices fear about being cursed by a black cat, while a third quietly observes. The small feline, surrounded by gleaming red gemstones, suddenly reveals its awareness of another presence. The red-haired girl rushes forward as the wounded boy collapses. At night, a large building stands under the cloudy sky. Three companions hear the others stayed away to allow their reunion. The young man acknowledges the orc and the cat as good companions, smiling warmly indoors. The red-haired girl demands answers from the silent blonde boy. Then the young man begins explaining his life before the academy. He admits a recurring dream has been haunting him. He repeatedly dreams of himself training hard with a sword. He declares he will leave on a journey as his friend listens. Afterward, the red-haired fighter meets the quiet swordsman's gaze in tense silence. The young swordsman looks down, doubting whether his thinking makes sense. A gentle voice offers reassurance after a difficult ordeal. The young swordsman spins around, startled by a sudden interruption. The red-haired woman admits she first resented and feared her classmate's reputation. Later, the swordswoman confesses feeling conflicted about success gained through dream guidance. At night, a lone swordsman reflects on endless training to surpass a tireless rival. The silence lingers as someone's deep loneliness is quietly revealed. A startled youth is halted as a firm hand grips his shoulder. A supportive woman praises him, acknowledging his hard work. Soon, a confrontation with the enemy is about to begin. The young man hesitates, uncertain how to proceed. The young man offers a warm smile and expresses his gratitude. The woman reveals she raised the girl, shocking everyone at the table. The young man smugly claims credit for shaping her personality. Meanwhile, a heated argument erupts between two companions as another tries to calm them. The red-haired girl angrily refuses to follow his orders. The upright youth sharply scolds another for their unacceptable actions. The young swordsman observes that the once solemn companion now appears noticeably more cheerful. A spirited woman grabs his collar, insisting they travel together, and he agrees. The uneasy youth hesitates, uncertain how to respond. The anxious young man worries whether the group will get along. At a bustling tavern table, four travelers share laughter as two companions poke fun at the reserved one's inability to handle alcohol. A determined challenger demands a match, and the calm opponent agrees while another watches. A short time passes, marking the shift to the next scene. A crying girl clings to a struggling cat, begging forgiveness while it squirms away. The desperate woman clings tightly to the struggling cat-like creature on the tavern floor, while the surprised observer hesitates nearby. The young swordsman relaxes, realizing his earlier worries were unfounded. A traveler asks, revealing everyone coincidentally plans to go to the same place. The red-haired swordswoman warns him to avoid a dangerous place, and he reluctantly agrees. Suddenly, the youth snaps his head up at something unexpected. The red-haired fighter rages, shouting about the academy refusing all challenges. The academy rejects the group, enraging the hothead and leaving the rest stunned. The shocked swordsman demands to know whether any academy proof was actually shown. The red-haired swordswoman lashes out at her allies, furious over their constant excuses. A wounded companion suggests the academy refuse the duel to protect its reputation against rising talents. The enraged swordswoman explodes, screaming defiance at her opponents. The young swordsman steps outside with his small companion, both pondering their next move. A confident ally proposes traveling to a famous swordsman's city, impressing everyone with this new plan. With urgency, the leader signals for the group to set out immediately. A week passes as events move forward. The polite swordsman expresses gratitude to the cook for another satisfying meal as leaves drift gently in the sunlight. After eating, the red-haired swordswoman proposes training, and the quiet youth accepts. A blinding burst of energy marks the beginning of their clash. The shield-bearer manages to block the sword strike, prompting the challenger to taunt with a smirk. A tense pause fills the air as someone prepares to announce a crucial decision. The young swordsman jerks back in shock, visibly alarmed. Finally, the red-haired warrior steps forward and unleashes energy from her blade. The startled onlooker and their wide-eyed companion recoil as they recognize the unmistakable glow of an aura sword. He explains her small aura is far below swordmaster level. The red-haired swordswoman's aura blast forces her blonde opponent back. Meanwhile, a youth reflects after newly understanding how to use aura. The swordsman has already mastered both manifesting and focusing his aura. The quiet youth is recognized by others as having the greatest potential. The tired young man concedes defeat, while the red-haired fighter boasts her record. Later, the exhausted swordsman admits he struggles to keep up with them. A confident youth stops their duel and challenges his stunned foe to debate instead. He recalls how the red-haired fighter dodged and countered in their previous spar. The trainee listens as his mentor criticizes his predictable fighting style. The confident youth introduces the concept of a sword discussion, inviting feedback on their recent duel. A reserved youth declines to join and chooses to observe instead. The young man pauses, sweating, and reflects on the strength he just witnessed. The young swordsman clenches his resolve, determined to catch up and join the conversation. That night, someone calls from a window after a departing guest. A determined youth leaves the table to train, shocking the remaining group. The red-haired woman jumps up from the bench and rushes outside. Finally, the blue-haired youth stands with a sigh and moves to follow them. Determined not to fall behind, the red-haired swordswoman steps onto the training floor. The young man asks the group if this happened before. In response, the man hints it already happened. The observer states the other person's behavior has not changed. The man bursts into mocking laughter at this. The resolute swordsman unleashes a powerful strike, his blade cutting through the air with overwhelming force. The young swordsman is suddenly struck hard on the head. The young fighter slams his blade down, rejecting mere imitation. The resolute swordsman drives his blade forward in a surging, forceful arc. Meanwhile, the youth concentrates, seeking the essence of his technique. The dreamer recalls the powerful vertical slash technique demonstrated by the enigmatic figure. The young swordsman uses the great sword techniques learned at the academy. The trainee demonstrates a powerful sword technique under the watchful gaze of the observer. With both sword techniques forming the foundation, a new path begins to emerge. The watcher studies two young fighters clashing, comparing their techniques. The swordsman makes a fierce vow to perfect his own technique, radiating determination. The young swordsman braces himself and lifts the massive blade, his determination unwavering despite exhaustion. The swordsman stomps down, sending a shockwave through the ground. The red-haired swordswoman grits her teeth and drives forward, straining to overpower her opponent. However, the exhausted swordsman suddenly reveals unexpected power. Kneeling and drained, the swordsman reflects on his turning point. The observer says the swordsman has improved quickly. The red-haired swordswoman attacks while her opponent braces himself. The red-haired fighter struggles as fiery energy engulfs her. Meanwhile, the watcher analyzes another's competitiveness and need for control. 2 days pass, setting the stage for what comes next. A shocked onlooker recoils at a sudden fanged apparition. The swordsman punches his foe, knocking him backward. With a burst of speed, the determined figure slams a foot into the ground and charges forward, dust swirling in his wake. The startled swordsman barely blocks the enemy's fast, powerful strike. The victorious contender punches the air and lets out a triumphant laugh. An amazed spectator realizes she has copied another's technique. The swordswoman bursts into laughter after her daring move, while her companion, visibly impressed, praises her unexpected boldness. Her unwavering resolve drives her to keep fighting. The speaker concedes defeat, overwhelmed by the power on display. Their two swords clash, each pushing the other to grow stronger. One planner suggests attacking partisan while another doubts the plan. Overhead, a hidden observer watches, amused by the newcomer's ignorance. The party enters a crowded city of armored fighters like a mercenary base. A cheerful traveler departs, waving with a clinging cat on his shoulder. Finally, 3 cloaked travelers reach atop Academy's gate to begin. The cautious youth instructs his companion to conceal their origins as he knocks on the large wooden door. A visitor formally requests a duel with one of the Academy's swordsmen while a wary representative questions his purpose. The young swordsman quietly absorbs the troubling new information. A suspicious man grills them about age and origin, raising tension. Soon, an instructor rushes in announcing guests demanding a duel. The decision is made to allow the guests entry. The Academy head welcomes the guests with a formal greeting. The 3 guests step forward, each briefly stating their name. One newcomer politely introduces himself again to the assembled students. The observer quickly sizes up the young swordsman, realizing their skills exceed the usual and deciding not to leave them to an underling. The guide notes the crowded first floor as duel preparations continue. Then the leading youth directs everyone to an individual guidance room. A ponytailed fighter steps up, volunteering to take the challenge. The students recoil in shock as an authority figure arrives, while one of them cheers excitedly at the unexpected announcement. The spectral examiner calls for a volunteer as the group stands tense and silent in the chamber. A timid blonde youth steps forward in the grand hall and requests permission to issue the first challenge. A red-haired student playfully mocks her quiet friend for admitting a desire. To ensure safety, the long-haired man suggests using wooden swords. The youth accepts a wooden sword, signaling readiness to begin. In the bright training hall, 3 challengers face each other as 2 raise their swords, poised for the duel to begin. The match officially starts with an intense declaration. Then the challenger lunges forward, startling the spectator. The challenger smirks and boldly invites the opponent to prove their strength. The young swordsman swings his wooden weapon, but his agile opponent ducks beneath the strike. Suddenly, the long-haired man staggers from a crushing head blow. A shocked trainee grips his sword as one collapses and another rushes in. One shouts in disbelief as both realize someone was killed. The blonde student panics as the headmaster collapses, drawing alarmed reactions from those nearby. The anxious student blurts out a panicked apology to the headmaster. Meanwhile, the blindfolded official says the result was fair and calms them. The confident woman with a headband questions the newcomers about their swordsmanship academy. The 3 recruits sit in strained, uneasy silence together. Next, the blue-haired trainee confirms they are students and asks about the 27th golden generation. The uneasy youth admits their group has been called that. The examiner leans back, amazed by the group's remarkable talent. The blonde trainee urgently denies meaning any disrespect. The swordsman admits his true motives while his blunt companion calls out his past desire to face strong opponents. As their quiet ally listens, the long-haired man says his doubts about them are settled. The mentor reassures the listener, emphasizing their hidden strength. At the base of a towering stone, several figures contemplate the lofty aspirations pursued by those who wield the sword. Narration states this is the peak for mediocre candidates. A swordswoman says few headmasters here can match the newcomer. The advisor claims only 4 or 5 could challenge him, yet victory is guaranteed. The red-haired woman grows uneasy hearing such unexpected praise. Afterward, the group falls silent, absorbing the discouraging news. The man's lips curl into a confident smirk as a tense silence fills the air. The sly figure hints that someone even stronger resides in Partisan. The red-haired woman slams the table, demanding to know the newcomer's true strength. The expert explains that among 100 sword masters, one is acknowledged as next strongest. A stern white-haired fighter is introduced as the 101st strongest. The fiery competitor pumps a fist with determination, eagerly accepting the invitation to join the upcoming duels at the mansion. The newcomer stops, seeing a massive crowd blocking the academy entrance. A worried trainee wonders if the guidance duels are today. A frustrated spectator complains the crowd swells because one participant escalated things. The red-haired trainee confronts the leader, who says facing stronger opponents is valuable training. One man reveals a 10-year friendship with a renowned swordsman, shocking the other. The logical one questions why a personal favor isn't requested directly, suggesting it would likely be granted. In response, the easygoing man admits he was flatly rejected. An elderly attendant steps forward and introduces himself to the gathered crowd. Finally, the official announces only those scoring 5,000 points may enter guidance duels. 2 young men walk outside, discussing the magic gauge. The swordsman recalls scoring just over 10,000. His arrogant rival mocks the claim, amused. The results are announced, declaring one participant successful and another unsuccessful. 2 senior educators exchange enthusiastic greetings as their group arrives. The red-haired contender smiles as the board shows a record. 2 supporters cheer loudly as the nervous contender prepares to step forward into the public square. The young swordsman swings, releasing a powerful energy-filled strike. A wary attendant inspects the guest's sword, prompting a brief explanation that it is simply durable and possesses no special abilities. To ensure fairness, an elder offers a matching sword. The mustached mentor signals for the match to begin. The young knight stands tall, accepting the command before a monumental pillar as officials and onlookers watch intently. He delivers a decisive downward slash filled with energy. However, both men recoil in disbelief at the unexpected result. The contender achieves an astonishing score as the judge announces a successful pass. Afterward, 2 new contenders step forward, aiming to surpass earlier results. 2 opponents clash fiercely, each pushing their limits. The verdict is delivered as the scoreboards confirm the challenger's successful pass. One youth teases his friend about never losing outdoors. Meanwhile, a red-haired sword woman silently surveys the area, thinking. The blue-haired man mocks, and the red-haired woman snaps. Then the blue-haired youth answers with a sarcastic remark. A tense figure quickly gathers the group, directing them toward the designated meeting spot. Meanwhile, 3 cloaked newcomers approach the academy entrance crowd. The red-haired woman waits silently, burdened by upcoming responsibility. The announcer declares all upcoming duels will be 3 against 1. The last survivors assemble before the mansion, realizing no others remain. A calm observer nods, wordlessly agreeing to the plan. The elder announces the young swordsman will duel the headmaster alone. Now the red-haired contender urges her trio to seize this opportunity. A sly ally whispers secretly, drawing curiosity from her cautious companion. The blue-haired youth calmly hands the responsibility to someone else. An assertive teammate reassures the others while heading to the entrance. A devastating blast tears through the battlefield, shaking everything with its explosive force. A long-haired fighter recoils when a sword pierces his side. The defeated swordsman yields while his relaxed opponent dismisses any chance of victory. The white-haired mentor thanks his ally but firmly reasserts his leadership. The long-haired contender announces that only one team remains in competition. Within the dueling arena, the seasoned competitor readies for the next bout while another figure mentions a proposed wager from the waiting challengers. The alert man reacts with surprise, questioning this sudden betting proposal. The amused challenger outlines the bet, revealing that a group of young swordsmen will obey any request for a month if defeated. Amid playful tension, one challenger outlines the wager while his opponent laughs, both clearly intrigued by the upcoming swordsmanship contest. The schemer orders the mansion search to advance his plan. The white-haired man panics, suddenly losing his former confidence. 3 young fighters enter the hall and are recognized as experts. A bald man angrily confronts him about the missing fruit wine. The white-haired man thanks them for cooperating, keeping the tension high. Next, the blue-haired trainee steps up and states his sword academy. The red-haired trainee declares herself a 27th-generation academy student. The young swordsman boldly announces his lineage, energy swirling around him. The 3 raise their swords and declare they will cooperate. The swordsman tenses as 3 shadowy figures approach in the grand hall. The white-haired man is shocked when he hears of the golden generation. The resolute young swordsman steels himself, ready to charge into the fray. He suddenly rushes in with a fast attack, forcing defense. A fierce combatant unleashes a devastating shockwave that shatters the ground. The older swordsman recoils in shock as a blade hurtles toward him. Then the swordsman steadies himself, grasping his enemy's overwhelming strength. The older challenger lunges at the cloaked enemy, trying to surprise them. Finally, the veteran unleashes a powerful glowing slash. A burst of energy erupts as the blade carves a luminous arc through the air. The youth clashes blades with his opponent, releasing energy. The red-haired fighter blasts energy, surprising the older foe. Then the white-haired attacker charges, forcing both fighters back. The white-haired fighter studies them, planning to break their formation. Suddenly, the white-haired swordsman reacts to a new threat. The red-haired attacker lunges while the white-haired swordsman dodges. The white-haired youth freezes as the enemy raises a crushing blow. The older warrior staggers back from a blinding energy slash. The white-haired duelist is smashed to the ground by a strike. 2 duelists collide mid-air, their swords clashing loudly. The young swordsman struggles to keep up as relentless pressure leaves no room to catch his breath. A devastating blast rips through the hall, hurling debris everywhere. Elsewhere, 2 subordinates laugh, pleased their superior is struggling. The frustrated swordsman realizes he may be forced to mentor someone. Determined, the young swordsman vows to prevent the looming disaster. Meanwhile, a focused fighter prepares carefully for the decisive moment. 3 people tense up, shocked by an unexpected new threat. 2 swordsmen rush forward as an overwhelming shockwave erupts from the distant opponent. Finally, a determined challenger draws his sword to fight at full strength. A blue-haired swordsman struggles against his opponent's crushing aura. Meanwhile, the red-haired fighter advances despite her pain. The red-haired swordswoman lunges, striking hard at her white-haired foe. The older warrior unleashes a powerful, glowing sword strike with swift precision. The red-haired fighter blocks a savage incoming sword strike. Both onlookers recoil in disbelief as the sword is suddenly hurled through the air. A determined swordsman steps forward, ready to continue the fight. A cloaked attacker smashes the floor, driving a bystander backward. A startled swordsman stops as an opponent vanishes before him. Someone shouts a warning as his ally senses danger overhead. The white-haired swordsman shocks everyone by drawing a concealed blade. An observer recoils, recognizing the incoming technique. The nervous swordsman braces, preparing to block the next strike. The young swordsman powers up, releasing a surge of energy. Soon after, the youth staggers back, wounded by a sudden blow. A fighter answers with a powerful, sweeping sword slash. The startled youth narrowly dodges as a sword slices past his side in a sudden, tense attack. The resolute swordsman lands a hit, pressing his blade to his foe. Then the swordsman suddenly raises his blade, forcing a defensive response. The white-haired fighter intercepts the blonde attacker with a halting kick. A shockwave blasts 4 fighters away, abruptly halting their battle. The red-haired fighter lunges with her sword, surprising the white-haired opponent. The white-haired man slams his hand on the floor to recover. Then the red-haired warrior charges again and delivers a heavy sword swing. A fast blade cuts past, narrowly missing the red-haired fighter. The confident swordsman declares victory over his wounded, stunned opponent. Later, the white-haired man questions the blue-haired newcomer as the redhead observes. The stern examiner acknowledges the impressive skill and control shown despite the practitioner's youth. The swordsman criticizes his student's judgment as either short-sighted or overly cautious. The blue-haired swordsman admits the last strike was impossible to block. Afterward, the white-haired mentor states he fought with full effort during their training duel. The young fighter explains he retreated once his opponent lost control. Next, the instructor scolds the nervous fighter for using overly simple attacks. A blunt swordswoman criticizes his limited technique and urges smarter use of the sword. The white-haired swordsman lowers his blade while his rival freezes in hesitation. An armored challenger taunts the final opponent, who grips his sword in shock. The challenger, exuding confidence, invites his opponent to strike with maximum power. The onlookers tense up as they realize the swordsman is allowing his opponent the first move. Two individuals double over with uncontrollable laughter, while their bewildered companion looks on in confusion. The older mentor dismisses worries about damage, saying such destruction is routine during duels. The youth declares he is ready to begin. The swordsman tightens his grip on the blade, his aura flaring as he prepares to unleash his full strength. A white-haired man snaps his head toward a sudden disturbance. The youth erupts with overwhelming energy, shocking everyone nearby. An onlooker realizes the enemy has completely seized control. The fighter realizes their group failed against the calm, flaming enemy. A determined figure stands amid a swirling surge of fiery energy, vowing to seize the chance for growth. The swordsman charges ahead, releasing a surge of lightning power. Suddenly, the youth stops mid-strike, startled by an urgent shout. The defeated man raises his hand in surrender as three stunned onlookers watch the tense standoff come to an abrupt end. Later, three trainees stand before their mentors, awaiting further orders. A confident member declares they will rely on a reluctant companion's support. The scene shifts to the following day. Four entrants step into a vast chamber filled with glowing magic circles. Their mentor activates a seal, revealing a hidden training ground. Three figures struggle to keep their footing as a glowing magic circle intensifies the gravity around them. A red-haired swordswoman nearly collapses as the crushing weight hits her. The instructor explains that training the body boosts aura capacity and efficiency. The stern overseer commands the group to move the rocks to the left before noon, setting a strict deadline. Finally, the mentor warns failure will result in immediate disqualification. Several hours quickly pass, shifting the scene forward. A watcher stops at the doorway, waiting for news from inside. Two overseers watch as the workers continue clearing rubble around the still active magic circle. The white-haired man flinches as the messenger reports a third failure. Still, two tired workers keep hauling sacks past the glowing circle. The annoyed overseer watches the group advance, curious how far they'll go. Two trainees push through another round of exhausting sit-ups on the training floor. Meanwhile, three trainees drag heavy weights along the training path. A red-haired trainee pulls a rope relentlessly, nearing complete exhaustion. The swordsman pauses mid-training, his concentration masking growing anxiety. From the rooftop, an onlooker wonders if they only did physical drills again. The young man tells his cat there's a good reason sparring was delayed. The feline companion mocks the swordsman's reputation, doubting his actual strength. The young swordsman lies still, brooding over his poor ranking. At his desk, the young man freezes as something crucial clicks. The white-haired man dismisses the title as meaningless to him. Then the white-haired figure straightens, certain he has grasped something vital. The battered group recoils as a swirling shadow appears with menacing eyes. Their achievements required more than just natural ability. The white-haired figure sits quietly, drinking and sinking into heavy contemplation. A moment of internal reflection interrupts the silence. He remembers when his resolve was stronger. The instructor announces personalized sword training for everyone. Then the instructor calls the armored student forward. The swordsman thrusts his blade, unleashing explosive energy. The mentor criticizes his passive, doubtful fighting style. The trainee fears others will outclass him in footwork. A decisive statement fills the empty space, confirming an undeniable truth. Resolute, he steps in, channeling power into one advance. The trainee charges the foe in the barrier, seizing ground. A swordswoman taunts as they clash midair, shaking the hall. Meanwhile, the white-haired swordsman approaches his helpless opponent. The young swordsman stares in alarm as a brilliant aqua slash hurtles straight toward him. The white-haired fighter strikes hard, hurling the opponent backward. Grinning, he mocks his opponent, while readying another strike. The young swordsman, catching his breath, expresses gratitude after a strenuous effort in the hall. Several days pass, bringing the story into a new phase. The white-haired man pauses, carefully surveying the training hall. The mentor stops practice when the exhausted trainee collapses. As tensions rise, the red-haired fighter taunts her foe. The fighter vows to win the upcoming battle. The young swordsman braces himself in silence, his gaze sharp with determination. The mentor pulls the red-haired student aside for private advice. The red-haired subordinate hesitantly agrees to follow the superior's order, leaving her sword behind. The authoritative figure tells the others to take a lunch break, and the group complies as the discussion pauses. A loud guest slams the table, shocking his silent companion. Meanwhile, A diner hears shouting and pauses, while his companion stiffens. The red-haired warrior clenches her fist, ready to attack. The upset man storms out, leaving the other two frozen. Two visitors confront the clerk, demanding his talk with the red-haired swordswoman. A woman clutching a bottle turns and addresses the group. The elder pauses mid-pour, reflecting on the past. A young swordsman spars while recalling his early effortless progress. He sinks down, realizing he is outclassed by many swordsmen. He struggles to focus, fighting off growing frustration. The swordsman silently acknowledges how rivalry and the urge to surpass others fuel his determination. The swordswoman pours a drink, admitting she cannot control her emotions. The young swordsman glances sideways, frustration flickering across his face as he admits that being surrounded by prodigies only sharpens his impatience. He urges her to stop comparing herself and find her own path. Meanwhile, a white-haired observer notes their plan has backfired. A stern newcomer enters the office, making three youths freeze. A red-haired swordswoman halts at a door as someone calls. The remorseful figure sits at the table and offers a sincere apology. Meanwhile, the red-haired warrior admits rivals surpassed her and vows to catch up. A young swordsman states his true reason for taking up the sword. The red-haired fighter vows to live without regrets. The red-haired fighter states she fights solely to survive. She corners a wounded enemy with her sword, forcing a desperate defense. The red-haired warrior shouts that competition defines her very self. Likewise, the young swordsman resolves to surpass his limits and outdo gifted rivals. With unwavering determination, the young swordsman braces himself to withstand any hardship ahead. Then the red-haired fighter unleashes a fierce burst of fiery energy. A week passes, signaling the start of a new phase. Soon, two small groups relax in a courtyard, sharing brief, carefree laughter. The grateful traveler bids farewell to his companion, who inquires about his next journey. The resolute youth stands firm, refusing to proceed just yet. His mentor suggests traveling to the land of proof next. A legendary coliseum looms ahead, attracting a massive, eager crowd. Suddenly, a mysterious swordsman appears, raising the perceived threat dramatically. The blonde youth leans in, pressing for confirmation about a woman's identity connected to the 27th generation. A white-haired person waits silently by the window. The reigning champion of the land of proof quietly inspects her sword by the window. A solitary carriage moves steadily along the winding forest road. The young swordsman sits in silence, weighed down by anxious thoughts of a distant companion. The red-haired woman comments on another sudden increase in power. The young man reflects quietly on someone's recent progress while staring out the train window. Inside the wooden carriage, the assertive woman demands answers while the astonished man questions how the others remain unaware of the mysterious issue. They reveal the Lindsay family's eldest son has vanished. The swordsman recoils in disbelief, stunned by the unexpected revelation. Years earlier, a young woman returns home and is shocked. Her older sibling disappeared without clues, baffling even expert mages. Months pass without answers, and people think the missing one won't return. Later, the young man hears people mocked his family after the incident. A blue-haired youth insists the land of proof champion will resolve it. The young man suddenly shouts, startling the red-haired swordswoman. On a moving truck, a fighter vows to avenge a previous loss. Soon, an excited companion reaches the Colosseum and notices the massive crowd. A traveler notices sharp poverty beside wealth in the crowded streets. An amused onlooker laughs while comparing the two opposing sides. The city's Colosseums flourish, drawing gambling crowds from all around. A lively vendor approaches two youths, promoting gladiator matches. The armored youth curiously inspects an item offered nearby. The eager man urgently purchases 4 tickets for the afternoon's champion match, startling the blonde youth beside him. The crowd's excitement peaks, focusing on the arena stage. The group enters the massive arena, shocked by its size. Two onlookers exchange grins as one eagerly reveals his confident choice in the ongoing bet. The bandaged observer praises the remarkable youngest champion's feat. Officials announce a prodigy becoming a sword master at 18. The red-haired fighter freezes, realizing the figure's true identity. Soon the red-haired woman signals to the crowd to begin. The second-ranked level king gladiator enters as the crowd erupts. Another confident champion strides into the arena, drawing attention. The armored challenger draws his sword as the arena roars. The young swordsman releases a devastating, energy-filled blade technique. Suddenly the startled swordsman recognizes the youngest champion's true identity. The red-haired warrior gapes as her foe reveals an aura sword. The blonde youth freezes, stunned by an unexpected announcement. A determined young swordswoman enters the arena amid roaring cheers. The silver-haired contender narrows her eyes, steeling herself. Finally, the armored challenger steps forward, sword ready for the duel. The white-haired fighter lunges and catches her black-haired opponent off guard in the arena. She thrusts her blade, sending a powerful shockwave at her foe. The desperate fighter barely manages to evade the relentless, lightning-fast strike. Then the white-haired swordsman charges and unleashes a blindingly fast slash. The swordsman is blasted back as a heavy blow hits his chest. He regains balance, bracing for another quick attack. After another clash, he recoils, sensing his weapon is about to shatter. He clenches his fists, resolved to keep fighting and strike seriously. The young swordsman screams, overwhelmed and desperate. The determined swordsman lunges forward, unleashing a decisive and powerful attack. He descends quickly, blade raised, as the armored foe prepares to block. Later, the white-haired contender pauses in the arena while the crowd waits. The swordsman charges again, blades clashing fiercely with the calm rival. The announcement declares victory as the competition concludes. The white-haired winner walks away, leaving the defeated opponent collapsed beside a fallen sword. Soon after, the champion is officially proclaimed before the crowd. A shocked observer realizes the loser was completely outmatched. The group stands stunned, reacting to their peers' overwhelming strength. The exhausted swordsman shrugs off concern and steps away for a brief walk while his anxious companions watch. Finally, an attendant says they will wait at the lodging before leaving the arena. A cloaked traveler pushes through the market crowd. Nearby, an armored warrior inspects the scene's aftermath. An onlooker hesitates, doubting what they saw earlier. The swordsman clenches his fists, convinced the feeling was real. A surge of ominous energy erupts from the swordswoman, hinting at a power dangerously close to demonic. Fueled by determination, the young swordsman bolts forward to find her without delay. Soon, he spots the Eisenbar, deciding it's best for information. He cautiously enters the tavern, scanning the shady patrons. A powerful impact reverberates through the tense scene. The youth approaches the bartender, starting a hostile exchange. The tired barkeep offers compensation, expecting another troublesome request. The cloaked traveler demands directions to the land of Proof's champion from the startled bartender. A burly patron leans in, offering to share information. The smug youth proposes a bet, revealing his secret only if beaten. Someone finally breaks the silence by proposing a challenge. The grinning challenger suggests a contest of trading punches to the face. The rules are set, formalizing their high-stakes punching contest. The young man surveys his surroundings, steels himself, and accepts the unfamiliar challenge ahead. The challenger insists on going first while they prepare. Then the fighter lunges forward, fist aimed at his opponent. The attacker punches the blond man, snapping his head back. However, the newcomer stays standing, shocking the watching crowd. The aggressor leans in with a smug grin, taunting his adversary and daring him to endure more. The challenger surges forward, seizing the moment to launch an attack. The stunned fighter reels as a heavy blow crashes onto his head. The swordsman drives his foe backward with a fierce, decisive strike. The young swordsman launches a fierce punch forward, his resolve unwavering. Elsewhere, a subordinate shakes his injured leader, trying to wake him. The group recoils after one punch sends their leader flying. A furious underling confronts the calm youth over the fallen leader. A stern man faces the youth, ordering him to stop fighting. The youth steps forward, warning both sides more fighting will hurt everyone. An enraged fighter threatens the elf, demanding he stay out of it. The stern youth repeats his warning, urging everyone to be careful. A nervous man hesitates, sweating as he senses the growing threat. The mentor figure urges his wary companion to leave the room quickly for an important discussion. A crowd gathers along the bustling town street as people move with quiet anticipation. A lively reporter steps up, introducing himself and asking the swordsman's name. The newcomer introduces himself, prompting a skeptical local to question his origins. The unsure youth quietly asks why they are helping him. A deceitful stranger offers help while hiding real motives. With the sun shining overhead, a figure gestures for the others to follow, leading them forward. As they walk, one asks about the champion, learning a connection. The skeptic narrows his eyes and questions the newcomer's connection to the difficult champion. Two allies discuss how the new champion claimed the title recently. A listener hears that the rising contender might surpass the old record. A nervous youth hears the famed champion's history is common knowledge. Two armored rivals are compared, and the champion must defend her title soon. Meanwhile, a determined challenger trains to break the legendary record. The guide leads the visitor to the grand mansion, where the champion awaits inside. The young swordsman moves purposefully through the ornate gates, unaware that a shadowy figure observes his every step from the cover of nearby trees. A wary observer doubts the stranger can arrange a meeting the authorities failed to get. A gate guard steps up and demands the stranger's reason for visiting. The young man presents a platinum plaque, formally requesting to meet the swordswoman. Then the armored guard asks for proof, so the visitor shows the plaque. A commanding officer enters the room with an armored guard following. A uniformed bodyguard steps forward and formally states her protective role. A resolute woman stands at the entrance, firmly announcing that the lady of the house will not grant an audience despite the authenticity of the platinum plaque. The gatekeeper blocks the visitor's path, firmly denying entry despite her protest. Finally, a quiet swordsman explains the knight now prioritizes training over noble duties. The anxious youth asks if his name was shared, and the composed woman replies that she intended to deliver the news herself. The assertive visitor demands to see his friend, prompting the attendant to comply. The gate opens, revealing a bright courtyard. The gatekeeper opens the doors, inviting the visitor inside. Meanwhile, the eavesdropper hides, shocked the visitor was welcomed as a friend. A determined guest knocks on the door, waiting to enter. The young swordsman exhales, trying to steady his nerves. Then the young man bursts in, calling out urgently. The composed woman calmly welcomes her long-absent guest. Two people sit across a table, preparing for a private talk. The silver-haired woman demands the newcomer explain their lateness. The young man awkwardly confesses everything that happened. The young man summarizes his journey as the woman listens intently across the table. The silver-haired woman responds, acknowledging the hardships he endured. She adds that she watched the match right after arriving. The young man voices his concern, admitting that although the other's strength has grown, he senses instability. The cautious young man leans forward, probing the composed guest for the true reason behind this unexpected visit. He then asks if the other's actions are being controlled. The silver-haired woman suddenly demands clearer answers from him. The swordsman tenses as a surge of oppressive energy fills the air. The listener is stunned as the speaker recounts their academy year. As the group reflects on old times, a deeper sense of nostalgia settles among the elders. Two companions stand together, quietly acknowledging how that year transformed them. Looking back, someone notes how valuable last year's connections became. Among all present, the speaker singles out the first person with pointed emphasis. The white-haired ally offers a hand to the isolated youth on the ground. What matters now holds greater value than ever before. The angry youth accuses his friend of breaking the post-assessment independence promise. The silver-haired mediator urgently begs them to stop arguing. However, the determined youth insists copying their rival's path will change nothing. The silver-haired woman admits struggling with constant scrutiny as the blonde man listens silently. The white-haired fighter trembles with rage toward those hated enemies. The swordswoman grips her weapon, resolved to protect her family's reputation. The fierce swordswoman channels energy into her glowing blade and lunges forward. The woman holds her shining sword, her confidence in the path ahead renewed. The young swordsman refuses to yield, firmly claiming he is innocent. At last, the silver-haired woman rejects her old self and invites anyone to dispute it. The contender is acknowledged for relentlessly defending the top rank. The resolute figure tries one last time to change the other's mind, sensing the futility. The swordsman replies with unwavering resolve, accepting the coming challenge. The silver-haired swordswoman tightens her grip on the glowing blade, bracing herself for immediate action. With a surge of determination, the young swordsman clenches his fist, knowing only 120 days remain to surpass the champion's record. The silver-haired woman steels herself, silently resolving to accomplish her goal no matter the cost within the time given. The swordsman proclaims he will replace the current champion. His opponent recoils, stunned by his bold declaration. He firmly announces he will win the upcoming title defense. The indignant young woman confronts her opponent, fiercely challenging their judgment in the ornate room. The young swordsman issues a serious challenge, his determination filling the grand room. The stern woman aims her sword, forcing him to heed her warning. Shaken, he asks if either of them can truly win. After realizing her limits, she vows to train even harder. He stands at the door, apologizing for raising painful topics. He reassures her, saying she is still his closest friend. The determined trainee leaves the grand room after training, while the supportive mentor bids a calm farewell from a distance. One figure lies brooding on the upper bunk while two others sit below, each lost in silent contemplation. The swordswoman lies awake, startled by how quickly he improved. The red-haired fighter admits her rival is currently far stronger. The narration foreshadows major changes arriving within the next decade. A grumpy cat mutters a vague threat from the bed. Finally, the fiery girl vows victory, startling the nervous cat. The cat flinches, annoyed by an unseen surprise. The red-haired girl stammers an uneasy apology. The red-haired woman startles as the cat urgently calls out. The young man freezes in the doorway as a sharp voice demands an explanation for his absence. Two companions confront the calm youth about challenging a respected rival. He announces he will challenge the rival in 4 months. Meanwhile, the red-haired onlooker gapes as the cat confidently defends him. A worried advisor warns the swordsman against challenging a formidable sword master. However, the determined youth insists the opponent's rank won't change his resolve. He meets the warrior's gaze and declares he will face him. The fighter clenches her jaw and silently vows to claim victory at any cost. The red-haired fighter grabs his shoulder, declaring she'll challenge the opponent too. Then, the determined fighter heads out to train, leaving the observer behind. The red-haired woman clenches her teeth, refusing to stay passive. Later, the blue-haired youth notes she was motivated by the blonde boy. A doubtful youth demands to know if there is any plan. The young swordsman starts planning how to defeat his rival. Meanwhile, the desperate blonde begs for help as his companion sits overwhelmed. A single mug of beer rests on the table as a sense of cautious hope fills the dimly lit room. The group discusses rumors of experts defeating even top sword masters. A message states 3 crucial conditions must be met. He says the weapon must endure an aura sword's force. One doubts the blade, but another trusts expert-backed reliability. The reserved youth relaxes slightly, cautiously accepting the news. Next, the speaker stresses the need for a personal technique. He slashes downward, sending a shockwave tearing through ground. Afterward, he accepts the mission, determined to hone practical skills. He offers hesitant encouragement, hopeful the other can succeed. The young man narrows his gaze as he prepares to reveal a crucial requirement. The displayed swordsmanship already matches a typical swordmaster's level. The swordswoman shows perfect form, her blade glowing with aura. The mentor warns about the difficulty ahead, while the younger man resolves to make the most of the 4 months remaining. A loud patron slams his drink, startling the quiet challenger and crowd. Watching, the observer smirks, convinced following this odd person was wise. Sensing urgency, the reporter rushes forward to seize the chance. The blue-eyed cat jolts back, stunned by the unexpected news. The elven journalist steps forward and introduces himself with a confident smile. Then the assertive elf challenges the youth about eavesdropping and motives. The wary youth notes they ignored one key part of the 3 conditions. The narrator explains that access to different stages in the land of proof is determined by each gladiator's rank. A diagram outlines ranking tiers, showing fighters start low and advance upward through battles. Only the top 10 swordsmen may challenge the current champion. A strategist explains challengers need major public attention, even after meeting all other qualifications. Meanwhile, a burly man listens amused while his cat eats beside him. The schemer devises a plan to boost the gladiator's commercial appeal. An upbeat ally insists on helping the startled youth, repeatedly offering her support. Their mentor vows to raise the fighter to legendary status, rekindling determination. The scene then shifts to the following day. Competitors assemble in the crowded arena as the entry test finally begins. A commanding figure urges the group to attack with greater aggression. A bald man in the crowd loudly criticizes the participants, scribbling notes, as he shouts from the stands. Afterward, a calm warrior stands victorious while the defeated opponent kneels with sword lowered. The fierce contender charges ahead with unwavering resolve, as another figure soars through the air in the distance. The announcer states both have 3 straight wins and are promoted 2 ranks to bishop. Later, the bespectacled reporter vows to secure interviews before weekly matches, impressing his smug partner. A stern voice questions the trainees' motives for arriving in the land of proof, challenging their intentions. Meanwhile, the swordswoman and her ally pass reporters, firmly refusing every interview request. Elsewhere, a strict superior confronts his shocked subordinate, demanding reasons for his sudden return. The trembling subordinate, surrounded by swords, stammers that the arena matches are over. Back in the arena, a wounded fighter steadies himself as an armored enemy advances. An armored fighter is slammed back by a powerful blow. A stunned onlooker suddenly realizes something important. The determined youth charges after the retreating armored opponent. Suddenly, the armored warrior recoils as his blade snaps. The youth stands victorious, gripping his sword over 2 foes. Later, a messenger hands the cloaked youth an urgent letter. 2 tense figures argue over the unfamiliar name, one demanding it be written down despite doubts. A tense interrogator demands answers about the connection to a certain woman and the reason behind the group's visit to the land of proof. An enthusiastic mentor urges the hesitant youth to approach interviews with confidence and energy. However, the youth refuses to reveal anything about the others. The young man faces the crowd and boldly announces his personal pledge. The young swordsman stands tall and asserts his allegiance with unwavering pride. With unwavering resolve, the challenger proclaims a bold intent to conquer every foe in pursuit of the highest rank. Meanwhile, the swordsman smirks, clearly planning his next bold move. The youth declares he will be champion to prove himself, not just train. Spectators comment on the newcomers quickly achieving a high rank. In a tavern, 2 men discuss a swordsman leaving the academy. Then the 2 men laugh, mocking someone's ambition to become champion. Behind the closed door, someone waits to see how far the challenger will advance. Finally, the group reviews progress and relaxes after hearing the public's support. The reserved figure accepts the task and prepares to leave. The young man says the woman is currently training alone. An older man approaches, intending to question the surprised youth. Calmly, the youth notes his impatience, recalling their land of beginning interview. The young swordsman hesitates, doubting his resolve to surpass his rival. One man reveals the truth about diminutive transformation, shocking the other. 2 wounded fighters start turning into raging diminutive monsters. Later, the youth broods at a table about sensing demonic energy recently. He realizes he must act now to stop the transformation. The cautious swordsman insists they hide this from their red-haired ally. After a moment of silence, someone gives a firm agreement. The swordsman commits to facing his powerful rival in 4 months. Suddenly, an agitated creature bursts in and demands answers from them. The swordsman listens intently as the energetic creature proposes a method for rapid self-improvement. Soon after, the energetic guide announces the start of special training. The focused youth receives a crucial order about his swordsmanship. A harsh command demands he attack with complete, unwavering resolve. Night falls, marking a quiet pause in the outside world. In the shadowy stillness of the ornate chamber, the lone figure sits in silent contemplation. Meanwhile, an anxious woman waits, worried about the swordsman's recent decisions. The blond youth urges his companion to stop, saying the pursuit is pointless. Meanwhile, someone feels betrayed when their expectations are abruptly shattered. A quiet figure studies a flowered ring, inspecting it closely. However, the white-haired woman flatly refuses the request at the table. Realizing a misunderstanding, the swordswoman decides to consult the reverend. Soon, the young man crosses the courtyard toward the famed instructor recommended by the elf reporter. The young swordsman reads a letter and plans a visit during his week-long break. Later, the determined newcomer reaches the academy gate, intent on raising his ranking. A polite guest with a small animal is admitted inside using the reporter's introduction. The reserved youth and his lively companion stare upward in sudden astonishment. A newcomer is escorted toward the grand estate by a composed guide, both approaching in a carriage along the elegant driveway. In the carriage, the traveler asks for sword training, but his wary companion declines. Instead, the attendant explains the master is satisfied with life and cannot be persuaded by money. The armored youth nods in satisfaction, while his cat companion smirks. The anxious figure forces a laugh, trying to disguise their discomfort. The courteous attendant instructs the visitor to wait, while she goes to summon her master. The blond youth asks the indifferent cat for advice on handling a money-driven person. A startled youth meets a mischievous talking cat that greets him playfully. The proud nobleman enters the grand hall, radiating confidence under the sparkling lights. Two men exchange formal greetings, confirming they were introduced by a mutual acquaintance. The opportunist leans in, demanding payment for the lesson with a sly smile. The small, mystical feline startles everyone by loudly offering to pay, leaving the others in stunned disbelief. The cat reveals a glittering mound of gold. The noble nervously deflects, realizing his offer won't suffice. The shocked youth recoils as the creature reveals more treasure. The newcomer prostrates with exaggerated devotion, loudly pledging unwavering service as the amused blonde observes and a smug cat looks on. The instructor commands the trainee to demonstrate every sword technique he knows, setting the stage for his evaluation. Afterward, the instructor declares a strict, personalized training regimen. The young swordsman stands firm in the grand hall, steeling himself for the trial ahead. The feline companion nods firmly, eyes blazing with determination. The mentor warns the trainee to stay alert as he prepares with his massive sword, while a small observer watches from nearby. The feline companion declares the trainee's desperate determination to rescue the girl. A commanding voice urges him to pour desire into every strike. The swordsman closes his eyes, gripping the blade to gather resolve. A determined fighter channels unwavering intent into each movement. The young man enters the chapel and approaches the waiting figure. A nervous girl clasps her hands, quietly admitting her doubt. Meanwhile, a doubtful youth fears all his efforts were pointless. The young swordsman questions his choices, tears welling up as uncertainty clouds his resolve. Finally, the young swordsman strikes down, sending a shockwave through the ground. The young swordsman calls out, eyes fixed ahead. A shadowed figure steps forward, reassuring him with a glowing pendant. A gentle hand rests on him, silently calming the youth. Then the young swordsman lunges ahead, refusing to give up. He rejects his former envy and criticism, accepting new resolve. The hooded mentor releases energy, and warns the kneeling foe. A fierce resolve fills the scene as an unyielding vow to grow stronger surges forward. The swordsman slashes hard, sending a powerful energy wave forward. The startled onlookers react in disbelief as the mystical technique succeeds before their eyes. The youth forms a vortex, revealing his own powerful training space. Meanwhile, the shadowed leader issues a harsh, intimidating command. The young swordsman charges, declaring he will rescue the captive. A light-haired woman firmly agrees, her resolve clearly shown. Back to back, the swordsman and his ally brace themselves, unwavering in their resolve to face the coming threat. The swordsman channels energy through his blade, activating mystic arts. The small companion confidently reveals that this space exists because of the swordsman's wish. He relentlessly trains with his sword, pushing himself to the limit. A heavy sword strike pierces the floor, sending cracks spreading outward. Afterward, the tired swordsman pauses, breathing hard as energy flickers around him. The exhausted swordsman ends training while his companion approaches to check him. The cat warns him his non-stop training is dangerous. He realizes a whole week has passed without him noticing. The cat asks him to show any progress from his training. Finally, he notices his sharpened senses, proving a sudden breakthrough. The older swordsman steps forward in the formal hall, urging the attentive youth to focus on the most urgent problems first. He is shocked to learn he has a gladiator match scheduled that afternoon. The crowd roars as two gladiators are announced to start the duel. An ambitious swordsman steps into the spotlight, introduced as the central figure of the story. The armored opponent readies himself, determined to fulfill an old promise. Two onlookers debate the rumors swirling about an ambitious fighter as a crowd gathers for the match. When the signal sounds, the challenger rushes in, forcing the opponent to guard. The swordsman senses a crucial shift, his eyes widening in realization. The blonde swordsman braces as the armored foe launches a heavy strike. The young swordsman unleashes a powerful strike, his movements sharp and relentless. The steadfast fighter blocks the crushing blow and holds his ground. The armored warrior staggers back from a sudden strike to his chest. In that moment, he feels sudden clarity and renewed resolve. The match ends with one fighter standing and the other kneeling. A triumphant announcement declares the young swordsman as the winner of the match. Two spectators stare, shocked that the fight ended with a single blow. A reporter rushes over, eagerly praising the young swordsman for winning with a single strike and asking how he feels about his victory. He downplays it, saying he only kept a promise. Privately, the swordsman vows to keep moving forward. He resolves to advance until reaching the top rank. Armored, he forces his way through reporters and onlookers. News of an unexpected one-hit victory over the high-ranking bishop leaves the men at the tavern reeling in disbelief. Two patrons realize someone has slain a demonid. Elsewhere, tavern regulars excitedly await the upcoming match. A smug rival claims he spotted his opponent's weakness. On the training grounds, a mentor urges less rigid, more unpredictable swordplay. Suddenly, mentor and trainee stop, alarmed by a distant disturbance. The startled youth instinctively jerks back as a sudden projectile hurtles past and explodes nearby. An older youth feints a punch, then laughs it off as joking. A confident stranger offers a handshake, making the anxious youth flinch. Later, the young swordsman recoils in shock at something unexpected. The confident swordsman swiftly seizes his rival's weapon, leaving the other reeling in shock. The rival explains his ruthless, mind-game-focused style of swordsmanship. A strict mentor teaches the importance of cunning tactics. 10 days pass, bringing the start of a new stage. Finally, a sword clashes against a spiked flail in combat. One swordsman praises his opponent's swift maneuver as their blades collide in the grand hall. An onlooker realizes the challenger mastered every tactic in 10 days. The mentor is stunned by the student's rapid progress. The youth grips his sword, ready to advance with overwhelming power. Clouds drift past the glowing crescent moon as the night settles over the silent trees. The young swordsman tosses restlessly in bed, unable to find peace. Later, the swordsman stands outside, considering his next move. The young swordsman scans his surroundings, tension sharpening his gaze as he assesses the unfamiliar environment. Across the field, a long-haired swordsman faces his rival. The observer notices that the stern man appears older, raising concern about his accelerated aging. The young swordsman fixes his gaze ahead, demanding to know why this presence has shown itself now. A kneeling figure in finery braces for a crucial exchange. The young man insists he will accept only sincere help, rejecting hindrances. The young swordsman sits amid swirling flames, breaking free from control and choosing his own path with unwavering resolve. A restless sleeper lies motionless as a small creature creeps closer, while a sinister aura pulses above the bed. A cat notes the warrior's dedication, training continuing even during sleep. A spinning disc streaks above the arena, seizing everyone's attention. The blade slams into the ground, sending a powerful shockwave. The young swordsman stands victorious in the arena, having secured a hard-fought win as the crowd erupts in applause. With one strike, the determined swordsman decisively defeats his opponent. The defeated swordsman is slammed hard into the ground. Recently promoted, the warrior unleashes a fierce attack. Soon after, the contender wins another arena match, shocking the crowd. 2 ecstatic spectators jump up, loudly celebrating the contender's win. Again, another victory leaves the onlookers in stunned disbelief. A startled fighter looks up as the crowd erupts. Now, the dominant fighter admits no one here can match him. The armored champion stands amid confetti after reaching the highest rank. The young swordsman turns his head and smiles with confidence as vibrant fragments drift around him. 2 elated supporters celebrate as the swordsman's remarkable progress is revealed. On the stairs, the blue-haired youth taunts his red-haired rival. Later, the young swordsman pauses, silently reflecting. The determined contender strides down the aisle, drawing everyone's attention. Meanwhile, the brooding contender stops, deep in tense reflection. With newfound resolve, the young swordsman steps forward across the patterned stone floor. The youth wonders if his will is truly strong enough. The red-haired swordswoman doubts her own worth. After another loss, the red-haired swordswoman questions her value. The red-haired woman staggers as a white-cloaked attacker strikes her. Finally, a dropped book thuds onto the cobblestones, ending the silence. The red-haired woman quietly hands a package to the hooded figure. The resolute warrior gathers her resolve and prepares to deliver a decisive statement. Meanwhile, the red-haired onlooker suddenly notices a cloaked stranger slipping past. A red-haired traveler stops and turns when someone calls out. A self-assured figure approaches and initiates a conversation in the bustling square. The swordsman lifts his blade as energy bursts forth, launching a decisive attack. The fighter in red slams into the white-clad opponent. The young swordsman braces himself, enduring a relentless barrage of swift attacks. The man clenches his jaw in frustration after facing a setback. The blonde observer recoils as a sudden explosion erupts across the floor. The aggressor lunges forward with intensity, while the defender stands poised and unshaken. The swordsman grips his weapon tightly and prepares to strike. With unwavering resolve, the young swordsman drives his blade downward in a forceful attack. The startled fighter barely dodges a massive energy slash. The aggressive swordswoman lunges forward with a swift strike, catching her dark-haired opponent completely off guard. The young swordsman reels backward, overcome by a sudden, jarring blow. One contender is blasted back as the other stands victorious. The anxious swordsman tightens his grip and braces for the next attack. The announcer proclaims that the young swordsman has emerged victorious. The young swordsman braces himself in the arena, gripping his shield and preparing to confront the looming challenge. The crowd erupts in astonishment as the competitor racks up victory after victory at a shocking pace. Now undefeated, the contender needs one more win to become king. Even the top-ranked enemy loses easily, stunning the spectators. The 2 companions raise their metal mugs and toast together, sharing a moment of celebration. One companion comments on the overwhelming attention the young swordsman is receiving, noting the abundance of articles and conversations focused on him. The observer wonders if the red-haired swordswoman has reached queen rank. The blue-haired watcher says the next fight decides the contender's advancement. The man drinks and pointedly asks if his companion is equally competitive. A reserved youth listens while another questions his bond with the sword. A figure forcefully slams a mug onto the table, demanding an explanation. The quiet onlooker gazes outside, wondering what will happen next. The young man freezes in confusion as the elder behind the desk delivers unexpected news about graduation. The confused youth urgently asks if there will still be an exam. The youth explains he heard the red-haired trainee left as a graduation test. The young swordsman protests to the official, rejecting the reason for sending her away. The elder signs papers, granting him instant graduation without any exam. The young man stands stunned while the elder suddenly congratulates him. Afterward, the youth smiles calmly, showing renewed determination. The young swordsman reassures his companion, his calm smile easing their worry. Later, the blue-haired youth earns the muscular guest's approval over a shared meal. The young man in the blue shirt flinches in surprise as a sudden noise echoes from the doorway. A wounded woman enters silently, covered in fresh bandages. The astonished youth questions the warrior as they cautiously size each other. Then the red-haired fighter demands an immediate spar. Two travelers reach a hidden forest clearing, one questioning its discovery. Later, a blue-haired fighter invites his opponent to show progress. A fierce woman calls from the shadows, challenging her enemy. The onlooker studies the girl, sensing she has changed. Soon, the red-haired challenger steps up, insisting on a real duel. A swordsman stands in the forest, drawing his blade to fight. The youth recoils at the imposing building in the morning light. A concerned companion asks the uneasy youth about his condition. Suddenly, the swordsman freezes as a glowing aura engulfs him. The youth admits he sensed the aura but never saw it. The blond youth stares in shock as his training allows him to witness the glowing energy radiating from his own hand. The reserved swordsman turns as a messenger schedules his grand hall match. The anxious youth suddenly realizes that an urgent issue threatens tomorrow's plan. The nervous fighter glances back, tense after learning his next opponent. The crowd's anticipation builds as the announcer signals the start of the main event in the arena. The rookie steps into the spotlight, exuding confidence as the crowd reacts to his reputation. A cloaked fighter enters the arena, drawing all attention. The newly crowned queen of the arena steps forward, igniting the crowd with a fierce challenge. The red-haired swordswoman steps up, prepared to fight her. A nearby swordsman realizes this duel involves overwhelming power. Soon, the two rivals face off, preparing to clash. The tension peaks as the outcome of the fierce contest hangs in the balance. Elsewhere, a young man confronts his unexpected arena nomination. The red-haired fighter pauses, briefly reflecting with a small smile. Then the red-haired challenger steps forward and openly demands a fight. The determined contestant vows to surpass this rival and reach the next opponent. The signal is given, and the competition officially starts. A searing energy beam erupts, tearing through the battlefield with overwhelming force. A battered combatant slams into the ground, blasting debris outward. The swordswoman blocks a crushing strike with her blade. The young swordsman charges forward, unleashing a powerful strike without hesitation. The red-haired challenger swings upward, provoking her opponent to answer. The young swordsman clashes blades with his opponent, refusing to yield as energy crackles around them. The red-haired combatant is knocked back as the opponent stands firm. The red-haired fighter swiftly evades a devastating blow that shatters the ground. The red-haired fighter reels as a blonde swordsman lands a crushing blow across her face. The red warrior is battered by multiple white slashes. Then the red-haired fighter smashes forward, scattering debris everywhere. The weakened fighter pushes forward despite her exhaustion. Suddenly the warrior woman freezes as a shocking realization hits. The red-haired warrior recoils from a massive sword swing. Meanwhile, the cloaked warrior charges directly into the explosion. The red-haired fighter staggers back, bracing against the powerful attack. Nearby, two spectators react excitedly to the overwhelming display. An anxious onlooker realizes the fighter is completely overpowered. The determined youth charges forward as his opponent prepares to block. The red-haired warrior barely blocks the overwhelming attack with sword and shield. Now the red-haired challenger realizes her opponent has become far stronger. The young swordsman struggles to hold his cracked blade under relentless blows. The white-haired swordswoman slams her massive blade down on the red-haired fighter. The red-haired fighter staggers back, realizing their strength gap is overwhelming. Meanwhile, the troubled youth hesitates, unsure what to do next. The red-haired contender struggles to think of a way to win. The red-haired contender hesitates, unsure she can beat the next opponent. The red-haired warrior lunges forward, initiating a fierce sword assault. The red-haired attacker unleashes relentless strikes, pushing her opponent toward collapse. The red-haired fighter drives forward with relentless sword strikes, pushing the kneeling opponent to the brink. A powerful explosion tears through the area, scattering debris in every direction. The swordsman and his rival face each other, their eyes locked in a silent standoff as tension fills the air. The red-haired warrior drives her sword down with explosive force as her armored rival braces for the blow. The red-haired contender braces herself, arms up defensively as she prepares for the incoming strike in the open arena. The match ends as the steadfast swordsman stands tall while his defeated opponent collapses in the arena. The announcer proclaims the swordsman's victory as the crowd erupts in celebration throughout the arena. A sword lies abandoned on the fractured stone floor, signaling a sudden end to the struggle. The young man steps onto the stage, commanding the crowd's attention as murmurs ripple through the audience. A smug challenger questions the hero's determination before a gathered crowd. The resolute speaker addresses the crowd from the podium, declaring unwavering commitment to their goal. The young swordsman stands firm before the village, declaring his unwavering intent to overcome any obstacle. The young swordsman receives warm congratulations from two companions as he stands proudly on the platform. The energetic figure teases the other about seeming unusually happy during the interview. The blond youth laughs awkwardly, trying to ease the tension after a misunderstanding. A worried young man scans the bustling square, urgently searching for his missing companion. After the match ended, the blonde youth learns that their companion has withdrawn in distress, and silently agrees to wait and give her space. 2 days pass as the scene shifts to a quiet rooftop beneath a cloudy night sky. The young man sits on the bed, troubled by the continued absence of an important figure. The young swordsman quietly reflects on his unexpected victory over his determined rival. The swordsman freezes as a crucial memory from before the match abruptly surfaces. A red-haired fighter steps forward, raising her sword to intimidate. A youth explains negative emotions can trigger diminutive transformation, while his companion listens. The young man runs down the hallway after hearing alarming news. He sprints down a deserted alley in mounting urgency. Meanwhile, the tired swordsman pauses to catch his breath in the empty arena. Anxious, he staggers through a deserted street, still searching for something. The young swordsman's eyes widen as he suddenly grasps the answer, determination sharpening his expression. A determined runner heads through dark village streets toward the forest training ground. A silver-haired youth flees through the dark forest from an unseen threat. The young swordsman recoils in disbelief, overwhelmed by the impossible scene before him. Later, the young man silently reaches for his wine, leaving his meal untouched. The swordsman sits in thought, slowly raising his glass of wine. The young man invites the wary woman to join him praying in the square. Exhausted, the swordsman pauses in the forest to catch his breath. Elsewhere, the red-haired swordswoman sits alone, lost in thought at night. A blue-haired youth blocks the red-haired warrior's path and confronts her. Suddenly, the young swordsman stops, sensing an unexpected disturbance in the forest. A distant observer drinks from his glass, dismissing the situation indifferently. The red-haired woman refuses the offer and prepares to follow her own mission. A solitary droplet descends through the darkness. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl admits she already knew. The red-haired fighter remembers the instant their swords met. The blue-haired swordsman struggles to accept his loss. Then the red-haired runner chases her rival to overtake him. She punches the air, shouting in frustration. Both rivals sprint toward each other, ready for a decisive clash. The red-haired swordswoman falls to her knees as her rival escapes. Soon the swordswoman bursts out, leaving the young man speechless. The red-haired fighter clenches her fists and shouts, overcome by intense frustration. The young man's eyes widen as a sudden realization strikes him. The red-haired swordswoman collapses before the silent watcher, grieving. Later, a determined figure stands outside, resolved to move forward. The young man nervously asks the older figure behind the desk to delay his graduation. He states he will journey, expecting to gain something valuable. The young swordsman declares his intention to return with his companion, while the older mentor observes him with cautious curiosity. He admits he has found a purpose beyond training. The red-clad fighter grabs the blue one's arm to stop departure. The swordsman embraces the crying warrior, promising silent protection. Two combatants collide at the center of the arena as the audience erupts in excitement. An armored onlooker watches the match, drawing nearby attention. The young swordsman pauses, lost in uncertain contemplation as tension fills the air. Meanwhile, two fighters clash as their aura-charged weapons collide. The determined swordsman channels a fierce aura through his blade and unleashes a powerful strike. Steel flashes midair as one combatant descends with a fierce overhead strike while the defender braces for impact before the roaring crowd. The white-haired warrior dashes forward, lower body glowing with power. The focused swordsman lunges and attacks with a shouted swing. The red-haired fighter is knocked back by a crushing blow. The referee announces the end of the match as one fighter stands victorious while the other falls back in defeat. The determined observer realizes that mastering aura control is the true key to victory, not just possessing more power. A restless crowd assembles before the imposing structure, awaiting what is to come. The young swordsman walks through the colonnade, determined to train harder. A cheerful blue-haired spectator greets a newcomer arriving to watch. The optimistic youth approaches and warmly greets a familiar figure in the bustling square. The two young men discuss the impressive level of the recent match, acknowledging its value as a reference. The curious youth asks if the red-haired swordswoman has returned. The swordsman scans the corridor, staying alert for movement. In response, the blue-haired youth says she returned several days ago. Relieved, the swordsman smiles and decides to head back soon. The blue-haired youth agrees to meet later and departs amicably. Amidst the crowd, an onlooker spots a blonde-cloaked figure leaving the plaza. A wary youth glances over his shoulder as a determined figure silently approaches from behind on the city street. The red-haired girl demands why her companion suddenly hid from someone. An uneasy swordswoman asks the youth if their companion came while she was away. The energetic swordswoman waves goodbye and heads off to train, while her companion watches her leave with a faint smile. The young swordsman steps outside and calmly exhales, taking a moment to collect himself beneath the open sky. Meanwhile, someone notes that the situation ahead will demand patience. Several uneventful days pass, moving events forward. The young swordsman focuses his breathing and channels aura into his body. He clenches his glowing fist, feeling renewed determination to fight. He anxiously wonders how to keep training and grow stronger. The young swordsman struggles to grasp the elusive nature of aura control. The small cat eagerly asks the young man if he plans to watch the match today. The calm cat is held as its companion quietly reaffirms their resolve. The announcer energizes the packed arena as the highly anticipated championship match is set to begin. The undefeated champion waits in the arena for her next challenger. A veteran gladiator steps out, introduced as the fourth-ranked contender. The young swordsman straightens his posture and fixes his gaze ahead, while his feline companion sits alertly beside him. Someone silently reflects on the process required to forge an aura sword. The resolute swordswoman channels a powerful surge of energy through her blade, preparing to strike. The swordsman draws a glowing blade, preparing to release its power. He realizes channeling energy into his blade replicates his strongest attack. The silver-haired fighter pauses in the arena, scanning the crowd. Suddenly, the silver-haired duelist draws a glowing blade, shocking the audience. Three youths trade looks as one says the swordswoman abandoned using her aura sword. The swordsman hears the champion quit one technique after others matched her swordsmanship. The challenger denies the claim, further escalating the confrontation. At the signal, both fighters charge forward, starting the duel. One attacker strikes down, forcing the defender to block as their energized blades clash. Then the young swordsman realizes something about the fight has changed drastically. The duelist's aura-coated swords collide, releasing a burst of energy. The observer suddenly notices something wrong and stares in alarm. In response, the silver-haired fighter unleashes a rapid sword strike. The swordsman infuses aura into his blade and redirects the blow, surprising his opponent. A spectator realizes the opponent's aura control is far more efficient than expected. A devastating energy attack tears through the darkness, scattering light across the battlefield. The white-haired warrior sends a powerful slash of energy across the field. The injured swordsman staggers back as the enemy's assault forces him defensive. Exhausted, the wounded fighter falters and questions whether he can continue. Finally, the outmatched swordswoman admits her opponent surpasses her in every way. Now, the veteran fighter resents how age has weakened him. The young swordsman doubts the veteran could win, even younger. The swordsman barely blocks a sudden glowing attack. The defeated swordsman watches silently as the victor leaves. The champion stands triumphant as the defeated challenger kneels. Someone urgently calls out for another as the swordsman stands alert, eyes fixed ahead. Later, 3 days quietly pass. One figure questions the other's intent to meet a recent loser, while the second calmly reveals he wants to ask for a favor. While they walk, one insists visiting unannounced is fine. 2 travelers plan to recruit an ally using free drinks. The young swordsman plans to request aura training. The guide points ahead, saying their destination is nearby. Suddenly, the swordsman freezes after realizing something important. A green-skinned fighter turns, demanding to know what changed. Purple energy engulfs the swordsman, marking the awakening of power. Meanwhile, a wave of dark energy hurtles toward the large building. A frantic man bursts in and demands an explanation from the armored guard. 2 figures face the cursed crystal as purple energy pulses. A tense voice demands the unseen intruder to reveal themselves. Both fighters freeze, startled by the sudden development. A battered fighter sits, confronting the power beside his sword. A masked foe, bleeding from the eyes, dares anyone to approach. A kneeling swordsman releases power while 2 wary onlookers keep their distance. Meanwhile, a wounded fighter sits channeling a growing surge of dark energy. A stunned ally hears of a comrade's transformation and struggles to reassure another. The cautious swordsman notes that his enemy's transformation is still incomplete. Suddenly, the swordsman reels back as a blinding force smashes into the room. The swordsman unleashes a sudden surge of newfound energy, shifting the atmosphere. A young swordsman watches his weapon radiate newly refined, powerful energy. The youth concentrates and seizes control of his opponent's rampaging energy. An imposing leader demands an explanation from the kneeling intruder in the hall. A cloaked observer remarks on the city's fame for gladiator battles and gambling. The challenger proposes a high-stakes contest where the loser must obey any demand. Nearby, a muscular fighter sits in dark energy, grinning with clear malice. With a crazed grin, the challenger loudly accepts the proposed confrontation. A determined warrior firmly seizes the cursed sword despite the surrounding darkness. The battered swordsman radiates dark energy, preparing to finally unleash his intent. The young fighter braces behind a glowing shield, blocking a nearly overwhelming strike. A hostile figure steps forward and delivers a chilling, all-or-nothing threat. Finally, a determined swordsman kicks his foe across the room without releasing the massive blade. 2 swordsmen clash violently, their blades colliding repeatedly. The dark-haired fighter strikes hard, sending his foe reeling. The determined swordsman fiercely clashes blades with his powerful adversary, each pushing forward in their heated struggle. A determined swordsman launches an unpredictable, snake-like sword attack at his opponent. Suddenly, he strikes and catches the armored woman off guard. The young swordsman narrowly evades the fierce attack, instincts sharpened by relentless training. With a surge of realization, the young swordsman grasps the blade as radiant energy swirls around it. Empowered, the swordsman charges to cut through the enemy's trick. The blonde warrior hurls her opponent across the stone floor with a crushing blow. Mid-fight, ominous energy engulfs the startled swordsman. The shocked fighter staggers back under the sudden power. Steeling himself, the swordsman rushes straight at his target. Meanwhile, a lone warrior endures the unending assault. The injured swordsman braces as threatening power surges over him. The youth is forced backward, straining desperately to resist. The demonic warrior reels, realizing even forbidden power fails. The swordsman releases a huge energy-charged slash with a roar. In response, the struggling figure explodes with desperate resistance. Dark energy erupts outward, crackling with dangerous power. Bleeding heavily, the young man roars his refusal to yield. An attacker charges, releasing a wave of purple energy. Someone shouts a warning, telling an ally to dodge. An armored fighter stands calmly as dark energy gathers. A young swordsman silently prepares himself for the coming fight. He releases holy energy, dispelling the remaining demonic aura. Suddenly, a massive shadow attacks as the armored swordsman braces. The young swordsman jolts in shock as a crucial truth dawns on him. A massive surge of energy erupts, shaking the entire battlefield. The swordsman flinches back after seeing something horrifying nearby. A cursed blade impales the youth's torso, making him collapse. The cursed sword falls beside a kneeling, gravely wounded figure. The battered figure unleashes a surge of dark energy, his aura intensifying as tension fills the air. He steps forward, declaring that the battle is finally over. A panicked man yells as the determined youth confronts him and another person rushes past. An ally steadies the wounded man and inspects the dark wound on his chest. The dying man thanks the blonde ally, accepting that he will soon die. Anxiously, an observer notices the exhausted fighter can no longer continue. The resolute youth insists to his companion that they will both survive. Later, a wary onlooker confronts the surprised youth about yesterday's match. The young swordsman states his true goal as energy starts glowing on his chest. The armored warrior kneels by the fighter, thanking him for their battle. The orc-like foe recoils, utterly shocked by events. A stunned onlooker watches fire erupt around the wounded fighter. The victor stands amid smoke, prepared to state his demanded reward. Then the armored ally ignites his arm, empowering him for the next fight. Near the gate, two companions thank their recently recovered ally. The stern warrior confronts the shocked swordsman, demanding to know the source of the ominous weapon radiating dark energy. The man explains he was trapped instantly upon touching the mysterious object. The wounded fighter vows to seek redemption at the temple after healing. The swordsman falls silent, thinking hard amid growing tension. Suddenly, a figure appears, radiating pure energy from a glowing heart. The two agree to meet again when the chance presents itself as the sun sets quietly. As twilight deepens in the forest, the serious traveler confronts his wary companion, tension thickening with each step. The swordsman pauses as his companion recalls a crucial statement from the absent leader. A furious man yells when hooded figures and two foes emerge from shadows. The battered fighter glares forward as the next crucial name is announced. The black-haired knight releases glowing power, freezing the observer in shock. The tusked warrior warns that peace was broken long ago. The stern man changes topic, asking about any unfinished business with Grayson. Finally, the young man urges the injured ally to focus on recovery. The group walks through the forest, discussing the earlier strange power. The swordsman resists corruption, but realizes something inside him is changing. He clenches his fist, deciding to use this power to attempt a rescue. The vigilant swordsman exchanges a tense glance with the anxious blonde in the shadowy forest. The fanged man senses a purifying, life-giving power in the woods. Someone worries what will happen if the master learns the boy's location. Another quietly wonders how the rest of the group will react. The swordsman firmly urges his companion to eat properly, prompting an annoyed protest as they sit together in the bustling tavern. A blue-haired youth waves at an arrival, making his red-haired friend turn. A blonde youth cheerfully greets a flustered swordswoman, catching her off guard. One person angrily confronts another at the table while a third, sweating nervously, quickly excuses himself to escape the awkward atmosphere. The blonde swordsman asks the red-haired warrior about her recent training. The gloomy fighter stares down and admits he has not progressed. He pauses, struggling to understand the difficulty of aura training. Suddenly, the red-haired woman reaches toward the startled blonde across the table. She gapes, asking how he can be so unfamiliar with aura use. He explains he only recently gained the ability to see aura. The anxious swordswoman demands details, and he admits training alone by instinct. The red-haired warrior recoils, shouting in shock at his confession. Around the tavern table, two companions react with disbelief and irritation to their peers' surprising strength gained through self-study, while the third listens in silence. Student is praised for mastering aura manifestation unusually early. The young man freezes, shocked by the revelation. The woman sits in tense silence while the man beside her waits nervously for a reaction. Meanwhile, the red-haired fighter rises as the others brace. The assertive mentor energetically offers to teach a powerful new technique to the shocked apprentice. The fierce teammate demands unwavering focus from the anxious newcomer, while another quietly observes the tense exchange. In a tense clearing beneath the forest's shadow, two swordsmen silently prepare to clash. A cloak user manifests a beast-shaped aura during the lesson. The swordswoman reinforces herself by concentrating all her power. The red-haired swordwoman demonstrates advanced aura and explains. The red-haired instructor explains the principles behind the trainee's vertical sword strike in the quiet forest clearing. Meanwhile, the instructor says an aura sword needs 6 balanced concepts. The trainee realizes his technique might finally form an aura blade. The swordsman channels energy into his blade, focusing intently as training begins. A firm order tells everyone to strengthen fundamentals using theory. A month later, the swordsman prepares himself for upcoming trials. The swordsman grips his weapon tightly, channeling every ounce of strength to gather his aura. A determined fighter channels condensed energy into the sword with both hands. The young swordsman pours energy into the blade, trying to awaken it. However, the exhausted trainee fails again to properly infuse the blade. The blade absorbs swirling energy, rapidly growing stronger. The young swordsman grips the empowered blade, briefly testing it. A startled blonde youth turns as a messenger rushes in to announce the outcome of the match. Meanwhile, a fierce contender hears the next opponent is the former champion. The young man recoils in shock upon discovering the truth about the former champion. A speaker reports that a famed expert has returned wielding a new weapon. The armored heir raises the legendary sword, unleashing its fiery power. Later, the young swordsman asks what the numbering sword means. Another youth explains that winning with a meritorious sword grants a chance to challenge the champion. The challenger warns that the upcoming trial will be far more difficult. Suddenly, an onlooker stiffens as his usually reserved opponent smiles. The determined swordsman boldly vows to win against this strong foe. The crowd roars as the main event begins, with two champions stepping into the arena. The rising contender faces a seasoned warrior in a tense arena standoff. An armored challenger advances, brandishing her sword at the famed gladiator. Now, a resolute contender scans the arena, sensing the crowd awaiting his next move. A red-haired challenger unleashes a fiery strike with a dark blade, overwhelming the foe. The tension rises as the match officially starts. Then, an armored contender charges across the stadium, leaving blazing ground behind. A vigilant swordswoman snaps her gaze toward an unexpected disturbance. The challenger locks eyes with the opponent, declaring the fight won't end until their blades clash. The swordsman lunges with a glowing blade, catching the red-haired fighter off guard. He channels power, releasing a blazing aura blade. The white-haired fighter lunges, hurling an energy strike that makes the redhead reel. Then the red-haired warrior retaliates, unleashing a blazing strike and charging forward. Two armored duelists meet mid-arena, their swords clashing with explosive force. The red-haired fighter braces, struggling to block the fierce strike with her blazing sword. She strains again, using her flaming sword to block another powerful blow. The young swordsman lands a devastating hit, sending his foe crashing through debris. Meanwhile, the armored warrior's power surges, a massive aura flooding the battlefield. With a single, forceful stomp, the figure sends a burst of flames erupting from the ground. The startled fighter recoils as a sudden surge of energy blasts past. Then two armored combatants collide midair, trading rapid sword blows. The blonde attacker slams a powerful strike into the red-haired swordswoman's blade. An onlooker notes the opponent's flawless focus and advanced aura control. As the duel escalates, the fierce woman lunges in again, testing her opponent's strength. Blades collide as the relentless attacker drives forward and the defender braces against the explosive force. Soon, both duelists charge, their blades clashing in a furious opening exchange. Two armored observers watch the match from a balcony, focused on the former champion. Finally, a tense challenger faces the throne as her next opponent is revealed. Despite a prolonged absence, the resilient contender matches the former champion blow for blow in an electrifying duel. The enraged warrior lunges forward, swinging her sword at the foe. The swordsman lunges downward, aiming directly at his opponent's weapon. His strike hits the blade, triggering a massive explosion in the arena. Two spectators freeze, struggling to grasp the reckless attack they just witnessed. Two anxious onlookers react with disbelief as someone prepares to challenge an aura sword, risking everything against overwhelming odds. The opposing fighter glares, daring anyone to try destroying her weapon. The challenger loudly accepts, and the opponent meets his gaze without flinching. A commanding voice orders all fighters to push themselves to their limits. Then the swordsman surges forward, unleashing a swift, forceful slash. A red-haired fighter blocks the blow, holding back the powerful strike. Their blades collide violently, sending shockwaves through the arena. The swordsman stomps down, shattering the ground beneath him. The blonde youth braces himself, eyes locked forward as he charges ahead. The blonde swordsman and red-haired foe clash again, their blades sparking on impact. The red-haired swordswoman recoils as a sudden strike narrowly misses her. The young swordsman presses in, delivering a powerful blow to his opponent. Armored fighters trade rapid blows as their blades collide repeatedly. The crowd gasps as the swordsman is driven backward by the impact. Finally, the young swordsman meets the armored foe head-on, their blades colliding explosively. A swordsman slams his blade into the ground, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Then he surges forward, gathering power for a decisive attack. He lunges at the armored rival, who blocks the powerful strike. An armored woman steps before the throne to protect the person behind. Meanwhile, a young man dashes forward, chasing the distant figure. A red-haired warrior clashes blades with the swordsman in a rapid exchange. The underdog suddenly takes control of the fight, shocking the spectators. At the arena's center, an ornate red sword begins to crack. Spectators push forward through the crowd, reacting in shock. A blonde swordsman lands a heavy blow on the red-haired opponent. Suddenly, both fighters recoil and brace as an unexpected threat emerges below them. The red-haired warrior tightens her grip on her ornate sword, preparing herself. At the same time, the young swordsman recoils as he sees the object starting to break. The armored woman stops cold as she realizes what has happened. The red-haired fighter grips her glowing sword and forces herself forward. The young swordsman charges in, releasing a powerful energy-charged slash. Finally, a radiant figure advances, unleashing a massive wave of destructive energy. An armored fighter blocks the final strike, ending the match. The onlookers recoil, stunned by the sudden outcome. The armored challenger staggers back as his prized sword shatters. The swordsman stands alone after securing a hard-fought victory. Two spectators stare, shocked by his unexpected feat. The young swordsman stands tall amid the ruins, drawing awestruck cheers after his astonishing display. The resolute contender steps into the arena's center as the crowd focuses on him. The armored official declares that next month's match is confirmed. The crowd erupts when the championship match and rising contender are announced. Two duelists enter the arena as their match is declared. The nervous fighter exhales, trying to steady himself before fighting. The swordsman unleashes a focused, powerful strike at his opponent. The youth stands alone, frustrated after failing to control his aura again. The trainee admits struggling with aura sword practice while a mentor instructs nearby. The red-haired woman mocks the youth for expecting instant aura sword mastery. Meanwhile, a sharp-tongued ally teases her companion as a small cat watches. The red-haired swordswoman taunts him, telling him to form an aura sword. The stoic observer quietly reacts to the cat's playful charm. At dawn, a grand castle shines, marking the start of a new phase. An armored fighter staggers to stand while a red-clad opponent observes. An orange-haired watcher comments on the competitor's relentless, sleepless training. A silver-haired ally grips her weapon, worrying about her teammates' limits. The lone figure sits quietly on the rock, deep in contemplation as the sun sets behind him. An anxious youth stands alone, doubting his own abilities. He must now make a crucial, direction-changing decision. The anxious youth tries to steady his nerves as the sun sets behind him. The swordsman calls the red-haired warrior, demanding her attention. The reserved swordsman quietly seeks reassurance while the blunt warrior responds with playful honesty, deepening their candid exchange. The red-haired woman freezes in shock and growing anxiety. The troubled youth admits his jealousy and frustration over his companion's rapid progress and superior aura control. The red-haired warrior acknowledges her rival's impressive abilities, though her admiration is tinged with reluctance. The red-haired woman admits her conflicted feelings as she stands in the fading light, unable to muster hatred. The swordsman hesitates, troubled by uncertainty about the other's emotional state. The red-haired woman offers a warm reassurance, her gentle smile radiating confidence in her companion's sincerity. Suddenly, the red-haired fighter punches him, knocking him back. The red-haired girl urges her companion to give their all as the sun sets behind them. Later, a blond youth calmly promises his advice will end worries. Night falls quietly as they await the coming challenge. The young man lies awake, burdened by apprehension as he braces himself for what lies ahead. By morning, the challenger focuses his resolve on the duel. Sunlight spills across the stone wall as the scene quietly shifts outdoors. In the yard, the swordsman faces the watching challenger. His aura shifts, anger replaced by steady determination. A tall figure scans the area, noticing the sudden quiet. The young swordsman freezes, struggling to comprehend what just happened. The looming opponent stares at him, intensifying the standoff in the courtyard. Then, a bearded fighter steels himself, ready to finally speak. The young swordsman's eyes widen in shock as he realizes something critical. The blond youth leans forward, forcing out his hesitant words. Meanwhile, an observer silently wonders what those confusing words really meant. Below the clouds, the arena appears as the tournament is about to start. Soon, the packed stadium roars as the championship match nears its start. The young swordsman strides into the arena, drawing every eye. The undefeated champion advances in armor with sword raised as applause crashes. The orc issues a fierce challenge for the throne as the startled pair watch from the sidelines. The two fighters lock eyes, bracing for their decisive clash. With a booming announcement, the tournament battle officially begins. A silver-haired challenger lunges, driving her sword toward a stunned foe. A white-haired warrior lands a crushing blow, rocking the entire arena. Then, the focused fighter fixes on the target, planning the next strike. A determined swordsman swings hard, but his agile rival dodges. Two opponents collide with their swords, unleashing a burst of sparks and energy as either side gives way. Finally, the crowd stares in disbelief, unable to follow their blinding speed. Blades collide as the two opponents engage in a fierce and fast-paced duel. The young swordsman erupts with energy, aura flaring around him. Both fighters swing hard, their swords crashing together again. Suddenly, she stomps down, sending a shockwave across the arena. The duel escalates as one unleashes a devastating sword strike. The onlookers freeze in shock as someone demonstrates the rare ability to channel manifestation through their footwork. Then the red-haired fighter gathers power and lunges forward explosively. One expert technique meets an immediate counter, blades colliding violently. The young swordsman is blasted back, debris scattering across arena. Reeling, the young swordsman suddenly realizes something crucial. Blades collide with explosive force as the dominant duelist's attack meets the underdog's unwavering defense. The armored challenger staggers back, stunned by the unexpected strike. A sword breaks apart in a burst of fiery energy and sparks. The swordsman attacks fiercely, exploding energy forcing the silver-haired rival back. The young man suddenly drops down the shaft, completely unprepared. The reigning champion is driven backward by a surprise attack. Meanwhile, the crowd gasps as an unprecedented event unfolds. The reigning fighter dashes away, shaken and struggling to recover composure. The challenger wipes sweat from his brow and braces himself, ready to confront the reigning champion in a make-or-break moment. Finally, the swordswoman thrusts her empowered blade forward in a decisive strike. Protagonist recoils, realizing the enemy uses a lethal technique. Then the lone fighter surges forward, unleashing a battlefield-tearing tornado. The young swordsman swings his giant sword, forming a black and white vortex. The young swordsman charges forward and unleashes a forceful strike with his blade. Meanwhile, a massive energy surge explodes, ravaging the battlefield. Two onlookers gape in shock as someone unleashes the sky sword in the arena. A huge shockwave blasts through the arena, flinging both fighters back. Eventually, the struggling fighter sweats, barely keeping pace as the duel continues. The blonde challenger raises his sword, demanding his foe show true strength. The veteran warrior stands stunned after seeing her move perfectly copied. Thus, the armored fighter demands his opponent reveal their mightiest weapon. Sensing danger, the nervous opponent stiffens as sweat beads on them. One fighter warns the other their next attack will shatter the sword. Purple energy engulfs the opponent's blade, leaving watchers stunned. Now the champion draws an aura-lit blade, escalating the confrontation. A cloaked contender stands as the cheering crowd marks the contest's true start. The swordsman braces himself as a surge of dark, swirling energy erupts across the battlefield. The young man freezes as he suddenly realizes something important. Suddenly, the white-haired attacker fires massive purple energy at the bracing swordsman. The young swordsman staggers back, barely dodging the purple energy slash. The young swordsman unleashes a devastating slash at the unseen foe. Meanwhile, the crowd doubts he can defeat his opponent. The small cat steps in, stopping the brute's advance. In response, the spectators cheer, urging the youth to win. The young fighter steadies himself, preparing for the next attack. The two duelists clash, their swords releasing a violent shockwave. Then, the swordsman swings hard, sending shockwaves toward his foe. He blocks a lightning-charged strike, holding his ground. His crushing blow hits, cracking the ground beneath them. Two spectators watch, stunned as the duel reaches stalemate. Now, the youth realizes he can match the veteran. The focused fighter readies himself, prepared to move instantly. The aggressive warrior charges, sword glowing for a finishing strike. The determined swordsman charges forward, his blade crackling with energy as the formidable opponent braces to block the powerful strike. The white-haired warrior steels herself, hiding any sign of weakness. The swordsman and ally notice a restless fighter growing impatient. The feline observer silently assesses the duel, noting that the swordswoman has the advantage, but her opponent endures due to rigorous training. Dark energy erupts from her, awakening destructive power. The shaken swordswoman freezes, realizing her rival's overwhelming influence. The armored swordsman charges ahead to face his strongest foe. The fighter gathers strength, preparing a powerful strike. Then, the swordsman unleashes a blinding, devastating energy attack. Two armored fighters clash swords, releasing a burst of energy. The warrior slams his energy blade into the ground, sending shockwaves. The young man locks his gaze on his opponent as the tension in the arena intensifies. The silver-haired attacker releases energy and presses her assault. The young fighter drives his attack forward with surging energy. The anxious swordsman stands his ground as his resolute opponent meets his challenge head-on. A stern woman watches the uneasy youth eat, increasing the tension. The silver-haired woman stops at the doorway and looks back gratefully. Suddenly, the exhausted swordsman charges, wrapped in dark energy. The swordsman lands a decisive energy strike, overwhelming his foe. The silver-haired duelist staggers as her opponent narrowly dodges. The speaker steps forward, prepared to support the others. The determined swordsman unleashes a devastating attack, sending waves of destructive energy through the swirling smoke. A colossal sword slams down, erupting with overwhelming energy. The youth hammers the forge, channeling energy into the metal. The young swordsman unleashes the radiant blade's overpowering energy. Meanwhile, the swordsman smashes down a glowing blade, forcing her desperate block. Two onlookers recoil as blinding light erupts from the sword. The swordswoman attacks hard, driving her opponent back. Golden energy erupts, engulfing the field in explosion. A massive golden blast erupts, shattering the ground and flooding the area with blinding light. Soon, a blinding surge sweeps the arena, marking a devastating attack. The audience surges with excitement as the atmosphere in the arena intensifies. A group stands frozen in disbelief as their companion's unexpected win leaves everyone stunned, even the startled animal atop one head. The silver-haired fighter parries a heavy sword strike. The young swordsman stands victorious in the arena, gripping his glowing blade as the crowd erupts in celebration. The silver-haired contender collapses to her knees in defeat. Afterward, the pale-haired woman broods alone over her loss. The determined youth summons his power and calls out to his ally. With unwavering resolve, the young swordsman prepares to unleash his next move. The victor hesitates, confessing unexpected concern to his kneeling opponent. The young man extends his hand forward, offering reconciliation with a hopeful expression. The battered swordswoman pauses, silently reconsidering her choices. The weary knight looks up, finally relieved the fight is over. The young swordsman clasps hands with his silver-haired rival as the crowd erupts in celebration of his hard-fought victory. The crowd erupts as the lone victor stands triumphant in the center of the battered arena. A bald spectator jumps up, roused by the chanting crowd. An angry onlooker grabs a cloaked stranger, demanding an apology. A startled man jerks in shock as a sinister force seizes his shoulder, radiating ominous purple energy. Meanwhile, he stands frozen while a hooded stranger disappears. An armored watcher notices unusual clarity radiating from the silver-haired woman. He is surprised to meet a human using antidemonic energy. The armored youth stares ahead, bracing for the next challenge. Soon, a hooded figure emerges, radiating power that shocks everyone. A young man silently absorbs the controversial news about objections to the recent championship victory as he reads the newspaper at the table. The group sits in tense silence as the official announcement declares the arrival of a new sword master champion, ending the recent controversy. The fiery swordswoman slams her hand on the table and vents her frustration, while her companions laugh and tease her to give up. An onlooker realizes an extraordinary, seemingly impossible feat was just achieved. Despite injuries, the youth sits up, ready for upcoming challenges. A watcher notes how much the swordsman has changed since first meeting. Privately, an observer wonders why bitterness rises when seeing that distant figure. One youth changes the topic, asking what happened to the great sword. The swordsman inspects the pulsing blade, trying to understand its sudden change. The pensive youth pauses to consider whether the recent events are linked to a mysterious dream. The young swordsman gives a cautious, uncertain answer. One of the group presses for answers while another immediately questions who they should ask. A gentle youth supports the hopeful plan, calming the others. Finally, the hopeful swordsman tells his stunned companion he now believes the impossible is reachable. 1 week passes, and the scene shifts to a grand castle under the clear sky. Someone knocks on the castle door and is told to enter. A smiling hostess greets him as he offers her yellow flowers. Watching, another woman recognizes the bouquet as belonging to Adonis. The nervous youth hesitantly offers the gift, unsure it will be accepted. With a gentle tone, the host reassures the visitor and invites them inside. Later, one of them asks the other about the upcoming departure. The young man says he will leave soon but has no destination. He then asks his companion what she plans to do next. The silver-haired woman sits silently, thinking about her uncertain future. A young man clenches his trembling fist against the table, overcome by anxious uncertainty. The swordsman confesses his uncertainty after the duel, admitting how lost he feels as both sit across the table in solemn reflection. He remembers facing a stronger foe and realizing his goal is unreachable. The youth freezes as he realizes his lifelong path has disappeared. He wanders an empty white void, searching desperately for any sign. The silver-haired girl looks down, unsure what she should do now. The resolute figure commands the other to follow without hesitation. Suddenly, the silver-haired woman jolts upright, shocked by the announcement. The young man admits he is just as directionless as she is. The young swordsman acknowledges that the faith of others gives him the strength to continue pressing forward. The silver-haired girl lowers her gaze and thanks him for the support. The young swordsman meets the girl's gaze and assures her of his trust. The young swordsman offers comfort and gently leads the anxious girl forward. She nods in agreement while standing in the decorated room. The young man rejects the offer, shocking the red-haired swordswoman behind him. A tense figure confronts the newcomer, demanding an explanation for the sudden return. The earnest young man highlights their shared academy background and introduces the next participant. The worried fighter asks if she and the redhead are truly trusted allies. The girl pokes his cheek repeatedly, but he stays annoyed and unresponsive. The confident youth suggests getting closer, surprising one companion while another listens. The calm figure promises to reveal a secret, inviting the others to deepen their trust. Instead, one youth blurts out an embarrassing secret, shocking the others. In a brief memory, the swordswoman once behaved gently during peaceful days. The blue-haired boy admits his childish reason, embarrassing the redhead, while others stay silent. The enraged redhead lashes out, landing a powerful blow on her stunned companion as tempers explode. The swordsman and his companion exchange mischievous smiles as someone reacts angrily to a secret being exposed. The red-haired woman grabs his collar and orders him to confess. Soon after, she rages at both companions, throwing a table and demanding answers. The night sky glows softly as a crescent moon peers through drifting clouds. Meanwhile, the young swordsman rests alone in the dark, breathing quietly. Two opponents face each other under the night sky, tension rising as their confrontation begins. The youth clutches his chest, demanding the other's identity. The dreamer demands the figure explain these recurring visions. A warrior braces for battle, gripping his sword tightly. Then the youth approaches, confronting the giant sword. The challenger smirks and taunts, further provoking his opponent. The resolute youth stomps his foot and boldly issues a challenge for a match. Suddenly, a warrior swings a massive glowing sword downward. An attacker fires an energy blast, causing a massive explosion. The swordsman blocks the blow with his glowing weapon. Meanwhile, a long-haired fighter unleashes a surge of fiery energy. The challenger lunges, her weapon crashing into the defender's blade. A determined figure sprints forward with urgent speed. The exhausted swordsman admits his opponent is far stronger. Soon two opponents clash again, their swords battling through smoke. With fierce resolve, the young swordsman grips his blazing weapon and swears to follow in his idol's footsteps. Blades collide as the two swordsmen unleash powerful strikes in a fierce duel. Next, the youth unleashes energy, driving his glowing blade upward. The long-haired man recoils, shocked by the unexpected turn. Finally, a searing energy beam erupts, ripping through the darkness. The young swordsman's eyes widen as he suddenly grasps a crucial truth. Then the blonde fighter strikes, breaking the darkness around his foe. The young swordsman stands firm, his resolve burning as he prepares to declare his next move. A tired man gazes ahead, silently deep in thought. Meanwhile, the mentor encourages the startled student to continue. A startled youth recoils as a ghostly old man suddenly appears before him. The young man urgently shouts to stop someone from acting. He jolts awake in bed, gasping from the nightmare. Later, the group meets, sharing news of distant support. The blonde swordsman says the mysterious figure vanished after questioning. The orc sits silently, fearing someone important will never return. Next, their leader proposes traveling to Drakali, surprising the others. The red-haired warrior asks her companion about the city's location, and he explains it is an orc city in the northwest. He reveals Drakali is his homeland and his mentor lives there. A powerful orc shaman appears, commanding attention amid magical flames. The blonde youth suggests his mentor might know about the dream figure. The calm swordsman accepts the proposal, prompting the bold companion to shrug off any concern with a mischievous grin. The energetic companion boasts about spending every day with the two most powerful people, leaving the others visibly startled and uneasy. Meanwhile, two friends excitedly anticipate visiting the orc village. A carriage exits the city gate the next morning, drawing stares. In the square, a traveler departs, asking greetings be sent home. The absent-minded girl suddenly realizes she forgot to bid farewell to the priest. The silver-haired messenger informs the group that the priest left the city a few days ago due to urgent business. The white-haired traveler waves confidently and leaves the bustling square. A small companion enthusiastically waves from atop the departing carriage, signaling the start of the journey. A cluster of uneasy townsfolk stands in tense silence, apprehensively watching the carriage disappear down the road. With the champion gone, villagers nervously speculate about upcoming events. In the grand arena, one contender loudly asserts dominance while another defiantly challenges for the champion's title. Several travelers set up camp beside their parked carriage, each taking on tasks to prepare the site for the night. Unexpectedly, the swordsman volunteers to drive the carriage, surprising his companion. The supportive figure acknowledges the hardships faced by their dependable guide. The energetic girl and her serious companion step forward, eagerly volunteering to handle lunch for everyone. Time passes, moving the story forward. The boy inspects the burnt meal while the embarrassed cook stands aside. The caretaker presents a steaming pot of soup, prompting delighted reactions from the others gathered around the campfire. Suddenly, everyone spits out the poisoned food, realizing the fatal mistake. The worried cook frets over the soup as her companion laughs. As evening falls, a stubborn camper insists on cooking alone, driving others away. The instructor calmly encourages the determined trainee to treat the sword as an extension of her own body, offering crucial guidance at sunset. A silent guardian kneels nearby, watching a small companion sleep. The young man admires the handmade flower crown while smiling softly in the warm glow of sunset. Nearby, a small cat naps on the grass wearing the flower crown. The campfire burns steadily, its flames flickering in the dark. The silent figure stares into the campfire, deep in thought as dusk settles around him. Eventually, a trainee returns, and a companion asks if practice has ended. The swordsman notices his companion's anxiety, prompting him to voice concerns. He admits fearing return to the place he left disgraced. He hesitates, admitting he's afraid to travel alone. The young swordsman suddenly understands, his eyes sharpening. A sudden realization dawns as someone questions the true motive behind the wanderer's journey across the continent. The older man admits relying on the group and feeling ashamed. The youth looks down, realizing his courage inspired the journey. The speaker bares his fangs and delivers a sharp accusation to the other figure. The young man bows, quietly expressing his gratitude. A startled shout erupts as the wagon wheel snaps, plunging everyone into sudden chaos. One man apologizes to his companion as they stand beside a broken carriage wheel, weighed down by regret. Tension rises as the frustrated newcomer defends their mistake, while one companion questions their inexperience and another looks on with concern. A traveler spots an approaching cart and hurries to seek help. 3 merchants greet them and offer help reaching the nearby orc tribe. The group introduces themselves to the merchants, establishing friendly relations. The young man pauses, realizing the merchants' names sound familiar. Later, travelers cautiously follow a dangerous mountain road in a rattling wagon. The silver-haired traveler lowers her gaze, releasing a weary sigh. The troubled girl answers distantly while her anxious companion and a cat watch. Finally, the silver-haired woman pauses, uncertain about the path ahead. The cloaked woman jolts as the creature tells her to stop overthinking. The small feline offers soothing guidance, urging release of bottled emotions to restore composure. Later, she sits dazed on stairs, clutching her motionless companion. A red-haired figure laughs and teasingly questions the cloaked woman. One worker suddenly shouts, making his co-worker jump back. Then an onlooker realizes the famed golden generation is here. The mustached observer notices the newcomers and studies them. The man in a wide-brimmed hat excitedly connects their famous names. An elder angrily hits his younger companion during their argument. The elder remarks these skilled fighters joined remote arena matches for money. The older man gestures, so the younger turns around surprised. A mocking figure openly ridicules the group's reputation, while the others sit in silence, visibly shaken and unable to respond. A wagon moves cautiously down the rocky path as hidden figures prepare to strike. A hooded lookout yells to wake everyone, warning of danger. One man demands answers as the other warns bandits are approaching. Suddenly, orc bandits swarm from hiding and block the road. Their tattooed orc leader steps out, clearly commanding the gang. A horde of raging monsters surges forward, unleashing a brutal assault. One massive strike shatters the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. A monstrous figure lunges forward as a defenseless victim recoils in terror. The swordsman blocks a brutal strike, protecting his ally. The young swordsman silently resolves to keep fighting. The leader shouts a warning as three figures surge forward to attack. The swordsman unleashes a luminous strike against the monster as his ally crashes down with a forceful kick from above. Two rivals charge and clash, blades carving into the ground. The swordsman's slash instantly kills several advancing orcs. The youth panics upon realizing the orcs vastly outmatch humans. The onlooker stares in terror as allies are overwhelmed and defeated by relentless attacks. A squad of talented youths advances, led by a golden-bladed warrior. A monstrous creature roars, violently shaking the battlefield. The determined swordsman pierces the foe's chest, ending the battle. The wounded swordsman collapses while a monster lunges at him. Still injured, the swordsman launches a powerful counterattack forward. The young fighter charges ahead, felling monsters with a single swing. A devastating surge of energy tears violently through the empty space. The swordsman stands stunned, horrified by killing 6 enemies. The exhausted swordsman barely stands, clutching his weapon. Meanwhile, the weary youth insists he is fine despite exhaustion. The battered youth overcomes hesitation and prepares to move. Several monsters confront an unseen foe, one taunting while another roars. With tension rising, the speaker prepares to unleash their full power. The monstrous adversary stumbles back in terror as an overwhelming, sinister force closes in from behind. The wounded fighters recoil as their opponent makes a reckless move. The towering brute gathers crackling red energy in his fist, preparing to unleash his wrath. The towering fighter reels forward as a savage strike tears across his back, blood spraying in the air. The creature crashes down, shaking the ground on impact. An onlooker recoils after witnessing forbidden blood magic activate. Suddenly, a monster lunges forward, forcing 2 defenders to react. A massive hammer crashes down, shattering the ground. A thunderous blast tears through the ground as the swordsman and his ally leap aside to avoid the incoming attack. Then the wounded beast bellows as a huge weapon pierces its chest. The battered youth recoils as a sudden attack catches him off guard. A surge of energy tears through the cliff, shattering rock. The tusked attacker crashes down, striking the opponent below. The young swordsman freezes as he witnesses a horrifying scene. 2 determined warriors rush headlong into the exploding inferno, weapons drawn. Dark clouds gather overhead, signaling an approaching threat. A massive black and purple axe slices through the air with tremendous force. In response, the commander charges, rallying fighters into an all-out assault. A squad of armored fighters storms down the cliff in a sudden attack. The swordsman cuts down multiple monsters in a single, devastating strike. Meanwhile, the crouching swordsman spots unknown orcs and tenses. 2 figures tense as a group of orc warriors emerges from the shadows, signaling an imminent confrontation. Then, a legendary spiritualist steps from the shadows, radiating power. A white-haired orc appears, revealed as the father. In the arena, the estranged heir confronts his stern father. The imposing elder delivers an ultimatum: leave now or face punishment. The anxious young man stiffens as he notices his father's arrival. The older man forcefully orders the unwelcome guest to leave and never return. The agitated elder refuses the plea and demands immediate departure. However, a protector blocks him, urging the father to hear his son. An armored youth introduces himself as the companion and apprentice of a respected master. The determined youth insists on intervening in the clan dispute despite the beast's opposition. The creature demands he be ready to share the burden with allies. In response, the youth vows to do anything for his companion. A gray-skinned challenger swings a glowing hammer, testing the swordsman's worth. An enraged fighter unleashes a massive energy blast across the wasteland. The young swordsman endures the devastating energy attack. Soon after, their blades clash midair, blasting a shockwave over the cliffs. The determined warrior slams a glowing axe down, sending power surging outward. Glowing blade clashes with block, releasing an energy burst. The older warrior charges his glowing hand with dangerous energy, ready to strike. A massive, radiant hammer hurtles through the air toward the 2 opponents standing on the barren ground. Then the swordsman lunges, sending out a blinding slash. The nimble fighter recoils, realizing the hammer moves itself. A veteran blocks a projectile, her blade blasting a shockwave. The imposing fighter reluctantly acknowledges his opponent's strength. The swordsman strikes again, cloaking himself in golden protection. Meanwhile, she taunts him while launching a furious aerial attack. Their blades clash repeatedly, steel ringing with relentless blows. The challenger releases a blinding slash, yet the foe endures. The furious opponent charges forward, unleashing a final ultimatum. The steadfast swordsman advances, slashing powerfully through crimson haze. A tusked warrior swings his massive glowing sword in devastation. The duelist and her opponent collide, weapons erupting in energy. Nearby, an observer studies the newcomer, judging possible magic. The challenger braces himself, gathering strength for a decisive attack. The armored leader erupts energy and orders everyone to evacuate. The elder raises his glowing axe, threatening to cripple his foe. Suddenly, A small ally leaps in, crackling, and stops them. The small cat erupts with purple energy, forcing the armored pair back. Then the cat advances, issuing a dark ultimatum to the unseen enemy. A lone figure shouts desperately into the chaos as a surge of purple energy explodes before them. Meanwhile, lightning gathers along the sword, preparing a decisive strike. Crackling energy erupts between the opponents as a massive attack is released. A young man stiffens, suddenly recognizing a familiar presence nearby. Overhead, a winged woman hovers as violent purple power surrounds her. The axe wielder braces as the floating adversary, surrounded by crackling energy, unleashes a surge of dark power. The swordsman and his companion freeze in shock as a monstrous figure before them begins to take the form of a dragon. A small demon hovers, startled by her suddenly stiff, unfamiliar wings. A seasoned fighter recoils, realizing too late that the enemy is a mystic. The winged guardian fires a magic blast to shield her companion. The mage channels power through her staff, launching a heavy spell at her foe. An armored veteran raises his axe as flames slam into the cliff overhead. The swordsman pulls back, frustrated as his strike completely misses. Two armored fighters dive aside to avoid a blazing incoming projectile. A huge explosion engulfs the cloaked group, flinging one member away. Later, a wounded survivor watches the distant cloaked group stagger after the blast. A frustrated swordswoman admits she still cannot master the technique, stunning her nearby partner. Finally, a mediator steps between them, stopping the duel before it starts. The troubled figure admits uncertainty about the consequences of a significant past decision. The white-haired figure quietly reflects on the relief he feels about leaving his former home behind. The young swordsman sits in silence, troubled by the possibility that his choices could have been wiser. Dropping to his knees, the young man is struck by the painful truth about his homeland and the loved ones he left behind. The young swordsman clenches his teeth in frustration after realizing he missed a crucial opportunity. A penitent figure kneels and bows, formally greeting the imposing armored man looming above with a massive axe after 17 years of absence. Surging energy gathers as the figure's gaze sharpens, signaling the imminent release of power. The armored warrior steps forward with unwavering determination, cape trailing behind. The tusked figure, struggling to maintain composure, urgently orders everyone to continue the conversation inside the castle. A figure, radiating magical energy, materializes before the startled swordsman, revealing unexpected power. The youth lifts the weary shapeshifter, questioning her sudden transformation as she struggles to stay awake. The young swordsman settles down to sleep, gently holding the small creature as his companion offers a quiet farewell from nearby. The silver-haired companion suggests they both rest to prepare for an early departure, and the other agrees. A massive dust cloud erupts, sweeping forcefully across the twilight sky. The silent mourner stands before the blazing pyre, lost in grief as flames consume the remnants of the past. A commanding voice breaks the silence, drawing the young swordsman's full attention. One youth quietly asks the other if any regrets linger as dusk settles around them. Two companions stand side by side, watching the devastation unfold as one struggles to speak. By the firelight, the self-reflective youth silently vows to strengthen his resolve while his quiet companion listens. The swordsman steels himself, accepting the weight of his duty without hesitation. The swordsman lowers his gaze, accepting reality. Several uneventful days quietly pass. Three travelers in a cart notice something remarkable ahead. A traveler stands in awe, marveling at the grand city of Drakali rising atop the cliffs. One traveler announces an inspection and leaves the others waiting. The red-haired girl quickly checks on her injured ally. The tusked man promises to return and walks away. One warrior doubts the inspection, but another insists the prince must answer. Soon, an imposing guide orders them to follow for their audience. 5 determined figures stride down the sunlit hallway, united in purpose as they advance toward their next challenge. The red-haired youth demands to know how the two men are connected. Her calm companion explains that man is also the tribe's chief. 2 wary figures huddle together, exchanging tense glances as they discuss the threat posed by the most aggressive orc among the roughest. 3 delegates approach the figure at the table to be judged. A confident newcomer sits at the table and greets the others with a warm introduction. The tusked warrior smiles, grateful to reunite with his brother. Quietly, one companion wonders if the swordsman is kinder than rumored. The hesitant young man nervously brings up the subject of the inspection. The gray-skinned elder assures him the inspection went safely and is nearly finished. The blonde youth looks ahead with concern, questioning the group's understanding of their current predicament. The red-haired person hesitates, unsure how to start. The patriarch stands between 2 wives, revealing his polygamous family. The solemn woman relinquishes her hope of bearing a child as the older man stands silently behind her. The second wife bears a son, immediately named heir. When the older sibling turns 10, everything in the family shifts. 2 adults cradle a newborn, marking the beginning of another heir. Suddenly, chaos erupts, catching the onlooker completely off guard. Rival factions form as prince and sibling each claim the throne. Both camps stand opposed, the rift between them unmistakable. Years later, a hooded figure approaches, recalling the brother who departed. Heavy boots echo as a determined warrior enters the chamber. A grieving woman weeps into a handkerchief, while her stern guardian stands behind. Then, a sudden impact shakes everything, signaling a drastic shift. Both figures advance side by side, each tense and hesitant as uncertainty lingers between them. A resolute youth walks the red carpet toward the throne. Suddenly, a tusked, red-eyed enemy appears, exuding overwhelming menace. The speaker announces his sibling has finally grown strong and fearless. His grateful sister thanks the party for making her brother courageous. An armored ally offers the heroes a reward, and one companion eagerly asks for another. Finally, the group enters the famed treasure vault in stunned disbelief. The examiner invites the group to choose from the displayed weapons and shields. The pair stares at the weapon wall, focusing on a gigantic axe. Then a tall guide approaches, offering weapons recommended by his sibling. A man showcases two ornate swords, fully capturing the other's interest. A dark blade clashes with a radiant sword, their energies colliding. The red-haired swordswoman presents a sheathed pair called the blue and red swords. Suddenly both fighters gape as their swords flare with opposing colors. The excited woman shouts, thrilled by the display. The observer realizes the swords revealed true forms, recalling the absent sibling's recommendation. However, the cautious youth hesitates, unsure about accepting such valuable blades. The older swordsman reassures the enthusiastic apprentice to freely use the chosen weapons, prompting her grateful excitement. The young man asks his small companion if a choice has been made. The indecisive feline surveys the options, uncertain which to pick. The group carefully inspects the impressive selection of swords, with one showing delight at spotting a particularly appealing weapon. Then the feline reveals a glowing dagger, shocking the nearby youth. A determined ally points at the glowing pendant, calling it the key item. The quick-witted observer spots a necklace and reacts with surprise. The young man offers a pendant to the surprised girl, and both sense something special about it. Meanwhile, a red-skinned mystic warns him about the necklace's ancient dangers. The young swordsman gratefully accepts the mystic's gift, while his cheerful feline companion perches on his shoulder. There, the red-haired swordswoman corners her companion, demanding an explanation for her choice. The silver-haired woman chooses a dagger, startling the other. The silver-haired observer looks down and calls the choice unimpressive. Meanwhile, the swordsman struggles alone to understand who he really is. Morning comes, suggesting new chances for decisions and action. Four companions stride down the sunlit hall and greet the lone figure ahead. A small cat urgently asks the cloaked one about hiding problems. The smug man mocks them, bragging he knows all their secrets. Then the grim figure states his mentor died a year ago. The young swordsman staggers back as a shocking truth hits him. The armored man reflects that the dead mentor was older than his father. The blonde youth calmly reveals that a letter from the teacher was left behind. Nervously, the speaker explains the letter holds a riddle anticipating their visit. The two discuss their plan to uncover the answer and secure what their mentor left behind, agreeing to wait and proceed cautiously. Later, two fighters cross swords in the arena, measuring each other's strength. Two onlookers halt on the stairs, quietly watching the newcomers below. Two young rivals from opposing families prepare to duel before everyone. A young noble wielding a huge sword enters, drawing curious stares. A contemptuous man with a glowing eye ring insults another's low birth. The red-haired fighter stands tense as spectators whisper about her lacking lineage. Silently, the red-haired fighter studies the area, planning her move. The swordsman warns that interference could hinder their companion's efforts. The red-haired warrior holds back, focusing on the opponent ahead. A week later, the determined swordsman and the fierce challenger collide in a rapid exchange, with one unleashing a powerful blow in the open arena at sunset. Two onlookers size up the female fighter's skills from the arena stands. The tired swordswoman steadies herself, tightening her grip on the weapon. Two sentries whip around, startled, as a sudden shout breaks the tense dusk. The defiant challenger blocks the group on the steps, forcing a standoff. One man spits insults in orc tongue, leaving the others shocked. The fiery swordswoman vents her frustration in the plaza, loudly criticizing the disgraceful behavior of the orc warriors. Meanwhile, the red-haired warrior loudly challenges anyone nearby to face her. The challenger steps onto the arena floor, prepared to face opponents. The towering warrior introduces himself to the wary youth on the steps. Then the cautious youth recognizes one worn threat and stiffens. An enraged orc warrior steps forward, issuing a challenge over the insult. The red-haired woman cuts in, bluntly exposing the fabricated story. The armored leader recoils as his defiant subordinate questions his authority. Later, the red-haired orc condemns his kin's hypocrisy toward orc honor. The red-haired challenger demands a duel to prove the true warrior. The challenger taunts with fierce confidence while the opponent meets the threat without backing down. A breathless messenger announces someone formidable has arrived at the temple. The red-haired man recoils upon hearing the knight has unexpectedly returned. The nervous man sits by the crackling barrier, struggling to speak under the onlooker's gaze. Suddenly, a spirit appears above the rune-covered box before the watcher. A youth recoils as a glowing apparition suddenly appears before him. The warrior reels on learning the shaman has revived Gruger and suspects a scheme. Meanwhile, an elder speaks calmly to defuse the growing tension. The composed figure reassures the anxious companion as they walk together into the sunset. The Fang mentor calmly explains his visit is to reconnect with his long-absent pupil and thank the accompanying nobles. Then the tusked leader orders the uninvited guests to leave, starting a confrontation. On the platform, the cloaked woman thanks the group for reuniting her with her disciple. With a surge of determination, the young swordsman steels himself for what comes next. The young swordsman freezes as all attention is suddenly fixed on him. The white-bearded elder straightens, ready to reveal his real intentions. However, the wary youth stiffens when a stranger claims he can interpret his dream. A shadowed warrior steps forward, his massive weapon instantly drawing all attention. The shocked youth realizes the older man beside him is his distant past self. The inquisitive companion presses for answers about the swordsman's former life as they walk side by side at sunset, with the small creature watching attentively from her shoulder. The armored leader stops to talk, saying the past must wait until preparations are complete. Finally, the robed figure announces a mysterious gift has arrived, surprising the caped onlooker. The beast orders the kneeling man to urgently summon another companion. The cloaked figure tells the group the talk with the night ended. The gray warrior reveals the gift is Drukali Elite Aura. A stunned onlooker recoils as the legendary technique draws two gazes. A defiant warrior steps forward and openly challenges the tribe leader's decision. The top official confronts the court representative for deciding major matters alone. Meanwhile, a glowing diagram reveals the 5-element divine technique. The sharp-toothed speaker says ancient heroes shared knowledge, advancing other tribes. The speaker wishes their people could enjoy prosperity and growth. A panicked fighter rushes in, warning about the enemy's strength. Yet events unfold in a completely unexpected way. The silver-haired warrior explains her view of two sword masters. The young swordsman doubts he can match his ancestor. The red-haired swordwoman steps forward without hesitation. She explodes, accusing the outsider of insulting her family and tribe. In response, the youth accuses the tribe of starting the insults. The youth insists the woman failed to prove herself worthy. The red-haired warrior decides to arrange a meeting. The stern figure issues a firm warning, demanding that the other put their warrior's honor on the line and speak the truth at the meeting. The anxious subordinate nods and agrees to follow the given orders. With the path ahead empty and the sun setting, patience is quietly requested before moving forward. One of the figures admits responsibility as the group sits in tense silence, weighed down by regret. The red-haired fighter steps up, vowing to atone for her past mistakes. The young swordsman is shocked by her sudden apology. Suddenly, the red-haired woman yells furiously at her foe. A determined figure advances across the floor toward the group. A wary swordswoman braces herself as a menacing group closes in beneath the blazing sunset. The tribal envoy addresses the group with a solemn apology and announces the tribe's decision. The examiner rejects the candidate, saying their qualifications are invalid. In response, the red-haired fighter accepts the tribe's warrior trial. Two worried youths shout off-screen to calm someone down. The red-haired woman declares she will beat the trial. The pair steps into the arena as the crowd erupts with excitement. With determination and a hint of anxiety, the young swordsman steps forward to face the warrior's trial. A determined contender ties her hair back on the arena stage, readying herself for the test of fighting with only her body. The judge announces a trial of defeating 3 opponents consecutively. With unwavering resolve, the swordsman vows to earn recognition. A mascot is hoisted up, shouting support to the entering swordswoman. 2 challengers face each other in the arena as the first trial begins. An enraged spectator urges an ally to attack the intruder immediately. A towering challenger steps up, daring his opponent. The red-haired challenger steps forward, demanding her opponent's strength. A ferocious beast charges forward as the unyielding challenger braces for the imminent clash. A crazed fighter transforms into a monster with glowing symbol. The warrior strikes, smashing the monster and shaking the field. Meanwhile, the gray-skinned fighter recoils, shocked by the surprise. An onlooker grins, clearly impressed by the fight. The wounded beast clutches its head and shrieks in pain. The red-clad fighter narrowly dodges a heavy incoming strike. She steadies herself, preparing for a decisive counterattack. The monster staggers as a crushing blow hits its face. The fierce contender lands a devastating punch to the opponent's side, sending shockwaves through the intense battle. The swordsman stumbles backward after receiving a critical hit. The red-haired challenger taunts, demanding her foe try harder. Next, the leading fighter charges and unleashes a roaring attack. The furious challenger closes in, demanding an answer from him. The red-haired warrior launches a sudden, crushing blow that lifts the monstrous foe by the neck. She drives another powerful blow in, drawing a scream. The red-haired fighter slams her opponent to the ground. Finally, 2 brutes freeze, stunned by what they see. The lone fighter stands over the defeated brute as spectators recoil. A young swordsman pumps his fist and shouts in excitement, while his startled companion clutches a small animal beside him. A newcomer steps forward, signaling the start of a confrontation. The second trial begins as a powerful fighter faces a focused challenger. The challenger locks eyes with their opponent and demands to begin the fight immediately. The red-haired warrior calmly declares that she will not back down. Then the strongest contender steps forward, making the onlookers shrink back. The match officially begins, charging the atmosphere with anticipation. The red-haired contender narrowly dodges a powerful strike that tears across the arena. The red-haired swordswoman suddenly freezes, shocked by the unexpected development. The young fighter slams his glowing fist downward in a crushing attack. The red-haired combatant hurtles forward, launching a direct charge at her opponent. The fierce contender stiffens, realizing this opponent will be far tougher. Soon after, the fierce challenger rushes in, channeling power into his fist. An imposing man and the red-haired woman lock eyes before the silent spectators. Meanwhile, Two determined youths brace themselves for the dangerous trial ahead. Both fighters lock eyes in the arena, their powerful auras clashing as the tense duel is about to begin. The red-haired fighter steadies her stance, preparing for a brutal fight. At the opening signal, a muscular challenger charges while the red-haired fighter braces. The swordswoman narrowly evades a deadly blow as the attack rushes past her. The red-haired fighter staggers as her opponent attacks. She lunges forward to strike the towering enemy. With a surge of blinding energy, the young swordsman hurls a devastating punch forward. The red-haired fighter is knocked back by a blow. A warrior strikes, sending a shockwave across the arena. The swordsman stomps, sending a shockwave toward his distant foe. A masked attacker charges with a blazing fist at her. Meanwhile, she warns the group of an enemy approaching right. She kicks hard, sending her opponent sprawling. The tusked figure harshly condemns someone. Then the red-haired warrior smashes the ground hard. She is blasted backward by a devastating strike. Later, a towering challenger steps up, warning about fate and limits. The red-haired fighter steadies herself after the clash. An imposing mentor warns her, and she bows. Now, the towering combatant demands surrender, offering one last mercy. She steps forward, openly provoking her opponent to attack. Suddenly, the young man freezes, realizing disaster is unfolding. A fighter kicks, sending the red-haired opponent staggering. The dominant contender punches the red-haired fighter hard. The challenger unleashes a stronger attack, escalating the battle. The red-haired warrior kicks the monster back. Then the red-haired warrior releases a surge of energy. A fighter blasts red energy through the enemy's chest. A sudden headbutt catches the onlookers off guard, leaving them stunned. The wounded warrior staggers, clutching his painful chest. Two heavy strikes hit the floor, intensifying the clash. The red-haired fighter fires a blazing punch forward. The young swordsman is hurled back by a chest-burning flame. The dazed fighter reels as a flaming fist hits him. The beast-like figure senses an unexpected surge of fiery energy and stares ahead in shock. The two rivals glare at each other, either retreating. Two determined fighters collide, their fists crashing together in a burst of raw power. The tusked warrior jerks back as flames burn his hand. The narration states the fire spirit is the toughest elemental. The mentor warns that reckless fighting could cause serious injury. The red-haired fighter smashes her foe, knocking him back. The red-haired fighter reels backward as a crushing blow lands squarely on her face. The observer narrows his eyes, quickly noting that his adversary struggles to harness the fire energy effectively. Despite the flames, the fighter endures through sheer will. The huge foe hurls a punch, sending the red-haired fighter flying. Another massive punch slams into her, hurling the red-haired fighter backward. This devastating strike marks the start of a brutal clash. The battered fighter narrows her glowing eyes, gathering every ounce of determination to press on. The young swordsman grips his sword, accepting his jealousy without resenting his past. The youth silently yearns to embody the freedom, strength, and talent of those standing beside him as rain falls around them. At last, the exhausted fighter admits he is jealous. He accepts this jealousy without turning it into self-hatred. The dark-haired fighter launches a powerful punch straight at his red-haired rival. The red-haired fighter drops to her knees, barely enduring the crushing blow. She clenches her fists and declares that her resolve will not break. The startled combatant recoils as a fierce energy blast surges toward him in the arena. In the stands, three supporters shout for the arena fighter to keep going. The young swordsman drives his flaming fist forward, turning jealousy into raw power. A trembling youth steels himself in the dark, eyes fixed with fearful resolve. Meanwhile, the red-haired fighter charges in, unleashing a blazing punch. Her fiery blow slams into the dark-haired opponent, driving him backward. The muscular fighter collapses, signaling the end of the match. The crowd erupts as the winner is declared, shocking one companion and delighting supporters. Amid the noise, a desperate voice calls out to the red-haired swordswoman. The red-haired warrior falls to her knees amid chaos. One voice breaks the tense silence by urgently reminding everyone that one last hope remains. The desperate figure urges the massive beast to finish off the opponent in the heat of battle. In response, a commanding voice urges action for fallen comrades. An imposing warrior calls out sharply, shattering the silence. An orc freezes, realizing the stern warrior is his father. The massive warrior enters the arena, towering over the tense challenger as the crowd stirs with anticipation. A blonde swordsman yells, seeing his companion endangered by the orc. The red-haired challenger stands firm, fists raised to invite attack. The red-haired fighter staggers as she hears of their defeat. Thus, the warrior claims true fighters are forged by spirit and determination. Someone admits defeat as the outcome becomes clear. The battered contender steadies herself in the arena, quietly reflecting. One warrior acknowledges the other's strength as they stand face to face in the early light. A week later, a commanding figure gathers the assembled group in the field to begin the five-element ceremony before the next stage of training. An elder presents an ancient urn, stressing its role as a sacred relic. The guide explains that interacting with the mystical urn reveals spirit compatibility, crucial for mastering the five-element divine technique. A calm swordsman summons the red-haired warrior forward, and she nods to begin. A cautious hand slowly reaches into the steaming cauldron. Meanwhile, a tusked warrior hesitates, burdened by unspoken tension. The pot erupts energy as the red-haired warrior braces herself. The red-haired woman summons a glowing orb above a golden urn, preparing to unleash its power. The swordswoman slashes near the table as a cloaked watcher observes. The swordswoman charges toward the raging pillar of fire, while her companion stands ready behind her. Soon, two bystanders freeze as an unexpected event begins. A fiery candidate overwhelms the examiner, astonishing everyone watching. The next armored challenger steps forward to begin the trial. Then, a lone swordsman sweeps his flaming blade, sending fire forward. The blazing weapon hurtles ahead, its flames ripping across the ground. The flaming sword slams down, releasing a burst of energy. The seasoned fighter recoils in shock as he realizes the fire beneath him has transformed into a dangerous metal energy. Nearby, a gray observer is stunned by the boy's dual elements. The young swordsman asks an elder about his limited spirit knowledge. The master realizes the youth wields spirits easily and questions teaching the technique. The red-haired fighter mocks her surprised companion with a smug comment. The assertive swordswoman challenges her anxious companion to a contest of fire, declaring her unbeatable confidence. From a distance, the observer silently watches as two companions clash in the open field, one startled and the other confrontational. Meanwhile, another observer feels relief seeing the once depressed companion improving. With renewed confidence, the red-haired girl shouts a proud warning. The young swordsman pauses, quietly appreciating his companion's bright mood. The young swordsman recoils in shock while the vigilant onlooker watches his reaction with surprise. The anxious youth pleads while the guarded woman backs away under watchful eyes. The announcer calls for the next participant to step forward, shifting everyone's attention. A woman releases a burst of fire, showing her combat power. Next, a youth steps up and unleashes water magic, impressing the onlookers. Their gray-skinned leader praises their strength and predicts growth through cooperation. A tusked fighter steps forward, vowing to personally train the young swordsman. The young swordsman bows and energetically expresses his gratitude. Suddenly, a messenger rushes in to deliver urgent news to the armored pair. The stunned youth hears preparations are complete, and that he will be taken to the peak. Several figures assemble around a glowing ritual circle, quietly readying themselves. An imposing overseer orders the youths and a creature onto their marked stone platforms. A cloaked leader briefs them as they prepare to face the source of their dreams. The young man lies down, steadies himself, and signals he is ready. Meanwhile, a worried swordswoman asks what they should do next. A spectral elder performs a mysterious ritual over two unconscious youths sprawled on stone slabs. Two armored sentinels before grand doors formally announce that departure must begin. The young swordsman clenches his fist and declares it is time to go. Elsewhere, three cloaked figures walk as rumors spread about a possessed child and demon. A raging crowd accuses a lone person of the demon attack and denounces their escape attempt. A defiant youth confronts the leader and his guards, demanding an answer. A desperate villager accuses another of betraying everyone to the demons. Suddenly, the young swordsman realizes a horrifying truth. The young man admits his selfishness and decides to reveal everything. A mysterious figure had appeared in the village 1 week earlier. Nearby, a terrified woman clutches a motionless infant as her partner collapses beside the bed. Dark energy erupts from the crater, covering the area in red smoke. The monstrous figure leans forward from the shadows, delivering a chilling ultimatum to the desperate parent. A woman clutches a bundle tightly as she and her companion recoil in shock at the sudden appearance before them. A jester-like demon emerges from the red smoke, radiating deadly intent. A menacing captor emerges and forces a victim to choose between two loved ones. The young man erupts in anger, refusing to accept the outrageous demand. A sinister presence taunts the woman with the baby, implying the demon raid was planned. A threatening figure reveals a dreadful secret, leaving the listener stunned. A chilling ultimatum forces the girl to make a life-altering choice as a menacing presence looms. A supportive woman tries to calm her anxious partner as he holds their baby tightly. The woman rushes out of the room while the man desperately calls after her. The young man recoils in terror, his face contorted as he cries out in panic. The robed figure sprints toward the open window, ignoring the desperate plea behind. Outside, a worried woman leans from a castle window and urgently calls to someone below. The desperate youth drops to his knees and pleads to intervene before it's too late. With tears shining in her eyes, the woman entrusts her child to another and turns away. Someone cries at the window as something escapes outside. A young man collapses, clutching his head in agony. The distressed youth recoils in shock as the rules are suddenly broken. A dark captor looms over the infant, gripping the child tightly. A shadowy figure abruptly rejects the previous agreement and declares a new decision. Meanwhile, a shaking youth is calmed by a steady companion. A monstrous figure seizes the sobbing child and delivers a ruthless ultimatum to the helpless onlookers. A trembling captive weeps while an unseen voice offers cold comfort. The monster demands a life or death choice for the territory using the child. One man confesses his devastating loss to the other in the center of the square, surrounded by silent onlookers. The weary messenger leans in, urgently warning his superior that the ordeal is not yet over. Fearing a curse, the youth flees the burning city to escape. The determined youth insists he will move forward alone. Someone forcefully demands to continue without anyone stopping them. The lone traveler moves silently along the quiet forest path. A masked observer questions why the tired leader travels without escorts. A brooding man hears a sinister voice urging him toward revenge. The monstrous figure proposes a new deal, while the cautious young man listens intently. A sinister figure offers a demonic contract, urging the other to transform and kill. The cloaked youth stops as a masked attacker appears menacingly behind him. An indifferent swordsman walks on, ignoring the dramatic figure hanging upside down behind him. Meanwhile, a shadowy woman narrows her eye, doubting she chose the right opponent. A caped fighter advances, driving the startled enemy backward. The cloaked youth turns and demands an explanation about the demon-gathering plan. The taunting foe leans in, locking eyes with a sinister grin. Then an enraged father confronts him, demanding answers about the demons and his child's curse. The grinning manipulator admits the deception, leaving the youth stunned by the truth. The trembling victim clutches his chest as a dark force engulfs him. At last, he realizes with shock that he has been deceived all along. The young man, overwhelmed, questions what is happening to him. The desperate youth cries out for reasons behind his suffering. The masked foe crouches, considering how to answer the demand for a reason. In response, a menacing stranger admits he targeted them out of boredom and fate. A terrified boy collapses as a red-tinged enemy advances on him. The masked intruder taunts the crowd with a challenge, then vanishes into red mist. Afterward, the cloaked villain staggers away down the path while the wounded swordsman watches helplessly. The furious young man glares ahead, his voice shaking as he swears deadly vengeance. The cloaked ally drops to one knee and urgently orders the other to stay. With tears streaming down his face, the young man clenches his fists and swears he will find the person he seeks, no matter how long it takes. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure quietly contemplates the difficult path ahead. An elder welcomes the newcomer, inviting him to stay and ask. The newcomer walks through the village with luggage, drawing curious stares. A wary villager eyes the stranger, gripping his pitchfork nervously. Soon, the traveler confirms the village is untouched by the spreading rumors. The young swordsman steels himself to train harder and begin the search for his target. Suddenly, something streaks across the sky at incredible speed. The determined youth raises his sword, preparing a decisive strike. The skeptical observer glares in disbelief, questioning the rumors about the swordsman's rapid progress. The observer recognizes a rare determination in the young man's focused gaze. The young man continues training, struggling to control his turbulent emotions. The youth unleashes a powerful sword slash, pressing the attack forward. An enraged villager, supported by the crowd, demands the accused be banished. The armored warrior turns away, refusing to teach swordsmanship before the tense crowd. The exhausted swordsman keeps swinging his blade despite his failing strength. The lone swordsman readies his massive blade as the wind intensifies and leaves whip around him in the fading light. A violent blast erupts, sending shockwaves and smoke through the surroundings. The swordsman braces himself to face a looming, shadowy enemy ahead. The boy staggers as a group hurls vicious insults, forcing him to endure their hostility. The battle-hardened woman tenses as she confronts the reappearance of her adversaries. Meanwhile, the enraged youth attacks, vowing to kill everyone. Haunted by visions, the youth recoils from accusing voices. In response, a furious fighter swings wildly, forcing the enemies back. A dark figure accuses a shaking man holding a crying baby. A tormented spirit confronts the other with anguished accusations of betrayal and death, her face twisted in agony. The desperate swordsman charges forward, unleashing a powerful attack with unwavering resolve. Sunlight streams through the clouds as a new day begins. An exhausted survivor stares at morning, unsure how long he slept. The swordsman quietly lets go of everything he once valued. From the shadows, an observer overhears orders to start training surviving recruits. The young fighter keeps swinging his huge blade as someone urges him to rest. Suddenly, the swordsman freezes, realizing an important truth about himself. His little sister appears, quietly encouraging him with a small smile. A small hand raises a yellow flower, offering it hopefully. The small girl steps forward and presents a flower to the silent swordsman. Then the child runs off, waving as someone far away calls her back. A worried parent scolds her for entering a stranger's home, and she apologizes. Later, the girl anxiously asks her father if something is wrong. He grows uneasy when someone mentions an unknown, threatening person. A solitary hand lifts a yellow flower, pausing in a moment of quiet reflection. The young man stands shirtless, quietly reflecting as he holds a yellow flower and smiles softly. Then, something unknown stirs inside him, leaving him confused. A hand extends the yellow flower as if offering it. Soon, the young swordsman realizes a powerful energy awakening inside. A small boy stands between his parents, receiving gentle affection and unwavering support. A child is lifted playfully by a parent as another watches. Then, the long-haired swordsman unleashes a massive energy slash. The young swordsman strides forward as the townspeople greet him with admiration and warm smiles. The swordsman swings his massive blade with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, a distant memory resurfaces amid faint glowing embers. Two parents gently embrace their newborn, overwhelmed with affection. A gentle light envelopes the yellow flower as a powerful emotion takes hold. Afterward, the swordsman resumes intense training he once neglected. The young swordsman trains alone, swinging his massive blade. The young swordsman powerfully swings his blade through the snowy air, scattering leaves in his wake. The resolute warrior braces himself beneath the stormy sky, tightening his grip on the massive blade as battle approaches. A barefoot enemy advances, radiating a dark energy aura. The long-haired fighter advances through darkness, gripping his massive blade. A furious bandaged fighter blocks his path, accusing him of fleeing again. Surrounded by spirits, the long-haired fighter endures their accusations. At first, the elder admits he suspected a demon caused their arrival. A heavy realization settles in as the atmosphere grows tense. Two monstrous figures recoil in terror as a chilling realization dawns on them. The elder glares and condemns the other man's consuming hatred. One member steps forward and takes responsibility for the revealed actions. The young man steadies himself, ready to advance despite the looming darkness. A resolute figure stomps the ground as energy surges through his body. The watchful fighter locks eyes with his target, poised to strike. The warrior gathers his strength and swings a devastating glowing sword strike. Meanwhile, a blazing sword strike drives two startled enemies backward. A masked enemy recoils in disbelief at the unexpected presence. The accuser glares at the villain and denounces his continuing crimes. The challenger rushes in and overwhelms the defender with a glowing sword blow. A dark caster hurls a spinning sphere of energy forward. The swordsman releases a powerful glowing slash that slams into the stunned opponent. Afterward, the swordsman's blow cuts through darkness, leaving the opponent defenseless. A terrified man sprints away, trying to escape the relentless pursuer. The relentless pursuer charges forward, blocking any chance of escape. The startled man jerks back in alarm at the sudden shock. The exhausted fighter collapses as his strength completely fails. Sudden blinding light blasts through the doorway, stopping all movement. He kneels, barely steadying the glowing blade planted in the ground. The weary elder admits he no longer has strength to retaliate. A wounded fighter collapses, begging on their knees for one last chance. The young swordsman steels himself, hardening his resolve to continue. The tired swordsman silently considers an impossible wish for change. Two listeners hear a story about a lone swordsman fighting a demon. The white-haired woman begins discussing inheritance while the green-skinned man listens. Soon, the young swordsman is chosen as the next challenger. At sunrise, a lone figure sits in the arena, considering what comes next. An armored youth rests on the steps while another starts a serious talk. Afterward, the youth hesitates, unsure what to do next. The young swordsman quietly acknowledges the challenge, his expression reflecting deep contemplation. Two figures sit quietly at sunset, reflecting on memories from their time at the Swordsmanship Academy. The introspective youth quietly admits to his companion that he once harbored resentment. As one fighter stands wreathed in energy, another admits he has been surpassed. At a huge chasm, the blue-haired youth surveys the battle's devastation. The young swordsman finally confesses the deep resentment he has carried. The young swordsman falls into darkness, convinced all his efforts were meaningless. He is consumed by despair, doubting escape is possible. The youth confronts his injured ally, reminding him of past vows. The swordsman admits he feels truly alive only while wielding his sword. The young man contemplates his true priorities and comes to a realization. In the quiet courtyard at sunset, the speaker weighs the value of personal relationships over the pursuit of swordsmanship. The red-haired girl laughs and boldly proclaims her ultimate ambition. A youth abruptly confesses love for a friend, shocking his companion. The injured woman steels herself, determined to become the continent's best swordsman despite the relentless battles ahead. The young man quietly promises to stay by her side and support her until she achieves her dream. Later, the blonde youth grips his friend's shoulder, urging unwavering commitment to his beliefs. The young man nods, clearly resolved to follow that path. Two armored fighters enter the arena. One requests to spar, the other invites attack. Then the swordsman surges forward, fully accepting the challenge. The two combatants clash violently, their impact shaking the entire field. The swordsman's eyes widen in shock as he reacts instantly to the startling event. Suddenly, a powerful presence is felt, signaling a drastic turn in battle. A surge of power erupts as the young swordsman unites his inner fire. The fierce challenger leans forward, pressing for answers about the other's sudden transformation and newfound resolve. Steel rings out as the determined fighter blocks his relentless foe's heavy blow. The young swordsman reveals his desire to wield the blade stems from something deeper than loyalty to loved ones. The young swordsman raises his voice, declaring his unwavering resolve to create a world where many can find happiness. Two warriors clash with full force, shaking the ground as the duel escalates. The challenger raises his enchanted weapon and demands the other's true ambition. The youth asks if that bold promise was made understanding its cost. A fighter releases a surge of blazing energy at the enemy. With fierce determination, the swordsman charges forward through the flames, weapon blazing. A determined swordsman and a fierce opponent rush toward each other, weapons colliding in a powerful clash. Their blades collide again, releasing a powerful shockwave across the arena. However, an elder confronts the challenger, calling their courage admirable but insufficient. The young man braces himself on the fractured ground, gripping his glowing sword as a harsh voice questions his ability to handle the weight of heroism. The swordsman thrusts upward as the axeman descends, their weapons colliding midair. A cloaked attacker dives from above and slams hard into the opponent. The young man recalls the words of the swordsman he has encountered. The swordsman grips his glowing blade and restates his unwavering resolve. A monstrous figure bares its fangs and addresses its adversary with a menacing glare. Then a blazing golden sword appears, radiating overwhelming power. The resolute youth makes a heartfelt vow to follow the path of a hero, eyes fixed determinedly on the future. The desperate youth demands to continue the spar, while the towering opponent eagerly prepares to unleash his strength. For months later, several recruits appear on magic circles as a cloaked overseer watches. The mentor-like figure acknowledges the group's perseverance and expresses particular admiration for one member's newfound skill. Bathed in the glow of the magic circle, the young swordsman channels the water spirit's energy with remarkable focus. Swordswoman channels fire spirit, releasing a massive blaze. Mentor warns trainee her fire practice may harm her. Later, the warrior endures flames, testing her new strength. Red-haired woman admits she never sensed any spirits. Someone hesitantly accepts the suggestion, their uncertainty lingering in the air. At the center of a radiant circle, the young swordsman channels the combined power of fire and metal spirits in perfect harmony. The calm observer notes that the other's energy is moving in the wrong direction. Suddenly, a metal pillar ignites, revealing rare power. Youth listens to a warning about balancing fire and water. Silver-haired challenger faces the older opponent on stage. Silver-haired mentor encourages the swordsman to keep training. The silver-haired woman pauses, silently thinking alone. The anxious swordsman steels himself while his silent observer gauges the tension between them. The scene shifts to the following day. The companions observe as one chooses to stay behind and continue training alone on the terrace. Two armored youths explain why they are not returning. One youth insists he must meet someone before acting. Another declares they will return to the academy together. At sunset, the blonde regrets that they must separate. The two exchange brief reassurances before one turns to head back toward the dorm as night falls. One companion decides to return with the swordswoman, while the other calmly heads off alone under the fading sky. The red-haired fighter unleashes a blazing sword strike. Meanwhile, the red-haired onlooker recalls another warrior's relentless determination. The swordsman raises his glowing blade, displaying his hard-earned strength. A determined fighter grabs the flaming sword, craving its power. The young swordsman clenches his fist, resolving to face the next challenge. Then the red-haired warrior surges forward, wielding a blazing sword. The youth clenches his fist, vowing to give his all. The confident swordsman challenges the focused duelist to a spar. The young swordsman draws his blade, ready to test his training. A devastating blast of energy engulfs the battlefield, consuming everything in a torrent of flames and light. The youth staggers under a blazing strike as the duel intensifies. The amazed contender reels back, stunned by the opponent's sudden surge of strength. Meanwhile, two swordsmen clash fiercely, each driving forward. The young swordsman bursts forward, wrapped in blazing energy. The swordsman strains to withstand the surging heat as his water spirit falters against the relentless blaze. The red-haired warrior charges in, unleashing a blazing slash. Elsewhere, a blue-haired warrior blocks a rooftop foe's blazing attack. The young swordsman is slammed to the ground, racked with pain. Rain pours onto the empty street, signaling the aftermath of the confrontation. An injured boy sits up while his friend checks him. The swordsman apologizes nervously to the silent red-haired warrior. The flustered youth insists he never meant to do it. The red-haired swordswoman stares, demanding her companion acknowledge his words. Suddenly, the youth freezes as a troubling realization hits him. Then someone finally confesses their feelings, shattering the long silence. The red-haired fighter recoils, struggling to process the sudden confession. The red-haired girl blurts a confession, leaving the blue-haired boy stunned. Despite his injuries, the battered youth confesses to the red-haired woman. Suddenly, a blue strike hits the red-haired fighter's neck. After hitting him for a bad joke, she harshly scolds him. Still desperate, the young man insists his confession is sincere. The red-haired girl recoils, stunned by the sudden declaration. Overwhelmed, the red-haired woman demands to know why he chose her. The blue-haired youth protests when the red-haired fighter grabs his collar. Gathering courage, the young swordsman finally confesses his admiration. The red-haired woman freezes, realizing he has quietly watched all her sides. Flustered, the youth blurts out his overwhelming admiration for her. The red-haired swordswoman blushes deeply, flustered by his unexpected compliment. Swordsman demands answer from cornered warrior. The swordswoman demands an answer about their relationship while the anxious youth freezes, caught off guard by her bold confession. A pendant falls and suddenly begins glowing. The small observer inspects the glowing pendant, considering transforming. The young swordsman suddenly feels power surging through him. The winged mage channels magic, trying to discern her opponent. Several hours pass as the scene shifts forward in time. Eventually, the winged caster collapses, admitting her magic completely failed. A young swordsman enters, greeted enthusiastically by his companion. The moonlit room falls silent, shadows stretching ominously. A restless figure lies awake, lost in thought, while a small companion sleeps peacefully nearby. The small companion jolts awake, startled by the sudden call. The young man in bed mentions meeting an important figure. The woman states their next meeting depends on her resolve. The young man lies awake in bed, confiding his uncertain feelings to the small creature perched on his chest. Quietly, the feline wonders if she can face him confidently. The young man confirms his decision and awaits their next destination. The swordswoman swings, sending energy surging across the arena. The silver-haired fighter hesitates, briefly questioning her recent actions. Finally, the anxious swordswoman steadies herself for the incoming trial. Someone decides to stop dwelling on the past and move on. The young swordsman focuses on his towering rival's overwhelming presence. A solitary figure pauses in the barren arena, breath misting in the tense evening air. Meanwhile, the young swordsman freezes, doubting his recent actions. The challenger calls to the cloaked swordwoman, starting their duel. Soon after, the young swordsman steps forward, asking for a talk. Two swordsmen sit on the steps, discussing their training progress. A silver-haired observer suddenly senses a gentle warmth nearby. The reserved youth admits he feels comfortable here at dusk. The reserved young woman pauses, gathering her courage to make a careful request. An earnest youth vows unwavering devotion as his companion listens. Later, a thoughtful youth says he will visit someone important, prompting questions. The young man urgently insists on meeting the newly mentioned person. An armored youth quietly admits his jealousy and poor self-control. The young man clenches his fist, filled with newfound confidence as he prepares to face someone significant. A cloaked fighter invites his companion along, unsure what awaits them. The silver-haired one finally confesses to avoiding the truth. An armored swordswoman fears facing her rival as chains restrain them. The young swordsman steels himself, determined to confront his looming challenge. Finally, the silver-haired woman confidently agrees to accompany her companion. The next day begins, hinting that new events are coming. A tense standoff unfolds as a group blocks the stone bridge, confronting two figures near a carriage perched at the cliff's edge. A crying girl hugs her cat and promises they will meet again. The group exchanges brief farewells as they prepare to part ways at dusk. The red-haired woman thanks two beastmen as they part ways. A puzzled youth asks if something happened between the other two. An observer teases two swordsmen about acting distant, and they deny anything happened. A group waves farewell as two figures stand by a cart at sunset, each preparing to go their separate ways. The two companions share a determined look and head out to continue training. Two fighters clash, their swords smashing together. A mage releases a burst of magic from the glowing circle. Suddenly, an enemy hurls a fire attack at a shocked youth. Eventually, several months pass, moving the story forward. Near the castle at sunset, the group gathers to say farewell before leaving. The young swordsman sadly says goodbye to his gray-skinned companion. After hearing from the elder, one youth urges the other to chase their wish. A determined young man discusses his chosen path with a worried companion. The young man hesitates, admitting he might fail. With defiant resolve, one figure forcefully asserts control over the situation. A towering stranger with a bandaged arm suddenly confronts the startled youth. The assertive man urgently reveals that the young swordsman possesses a unique ability. The gentle girl offers uplifting encouragement, assuring her companion of their power to inspire those around them. Bathed in golden sunrise, the speaker affirms the other's destiny, crediting them for ending years of wandering and inspiring hope for a changed world. The young swordsman listens intently as he is acknowledged as a friend, apprentice, and teacher. The emotional figure grasps the young swordsman's hands, expressing overwhelming gratitude as sunlight pours over them. With unwavering resolve, the young swordsman narrows his gaze, determination blazing in his eyes. The young swordsman lowers his gaze, lost in heavy contemplation. The smaller figure bows respectfully before the towering man, expressing gratitude and a promise to work harder. The young swordsman faces forward, determined to become a hero for all. The confident woman steps forward with an inviting smile, signaling it's time to move on. Two figures stride confidently toward the castle at sunset, their loyal companion perched on a shoulder, exuding pride from their recent triumph. A carriage speeds along the mountain road as dusk settles over the landscape. Inside the moving carriage, the swordsman and the warrior lock eyes in silence, each bracing for what comes next. The red-haired swordswoman sits alone on the bench, her posture heavy with silent contemplation. The young swordsman tenses as he senses imminent danger. The anxious young man confronts the red-haired warrior with a direct, heartfelt question as tension fills the air. The red-haired girl erupts defensively, startling the silver-haired youth behind her. The frustrated youth clutches his head, overcome with regret after acting impulsively. The lone warrior steps forward, ready to face whatever awaits in the arena. The anxious woman averts her gaze, hesitating to reveal the truth. The swordsman freezes, stunned by the unexpected suggestion. A youth quietly sits beside a suddenly shouting swordswoman. Later, the swordsman freezes, seized by sudden self-doubt. The red-haired warrior recoils in sudden embarrassment. The swordswoman, visibly flustered, gives hesitant permission as the two sit close in an uncomfortable silence. Two cloaked visitors return to the renowned sword academy. The young man realizes a year and a half has passed. Both swordsmen flinch in alarm as a sudden bang echoes through the area. Eventually, one fighter suggests ending their exhausting duel in the ruined arena. The older swordsman laughs and challenges his opponent to continue fighting. An imposing swordsman issues a threat while gripping his sheathed weapon. A bystander mocks their poor cutting technique and suggests more training. At the staircase, they freeze upon seeing the continent's strongest swordsman. Later, the elder greets the returning group with guarded curiosity. Two young swordsmen stand together and greet the approaching headmaster. Meanwhile, in the arena, the red-haired fighter smirks and taunts her opponent. A stern man demands her identity, and the red-haired woman hesitantly confirms. The older man shouts urgently, his eyes fierce and teeth clenched. Suddenly, the red-haired fighter reels after being asked to become an apprentice. A lively newcomer joins the group, introducing himself with confidence. The lively coachman eagerly offers his services as both driver and guide in exchange for payment. The man leans forward, revealing he has concealed his real purpose. The masked figure abruptly confesses to leading the bandit gang. Their ringleader reveals a plan to ambush travelers as his armed gang prepares. A greeter shakes the newcomer's hand, explaining step 1 of targeting rich clients. The ringleader outlines the ambush, while subordinates prepare to strike and captives wait anxiously in the carriage. A firm voice claims their method will keep working. Meanwhile, a schemer greets the visitor, already planning to exploit him. A cheerful shopkeeper greets the newcomer at the counter with enthusiasm. The host warmly receives the visitors, expressing gratitude and respect. Inside, the group enters the building as the smallest member threatens to take every coin. A carriage races down a forest road, raising dust behind it. The thrill-seeker grips the controls tightly, exhilaration flooding his face as the vehicle speeds forward. Inside the moving carriage, the swordsman and his companion share a lively conversation, laughter filling the elegant atmosphere. A red-scarfed watcher brightens on spotting unmistakable noble children. Later, a grinning thief enjoys his loot, sure it will last. 3 travelers stand in a clearing as their carriage departs down the road. The pair chooses to camp and starts preparing a fire at the forest edge. A confident swordswoman volunteers to gather wood, raising her blade to chop a tree. Finally, the red bandana man offers to handle it with his axe. The relentless swordswoman surges forward, unleashing a blinding, high-powered slash that tears through the air. The red-haired fighter staggers back in shock. The swordswoman drives forward, unleashing a blinding, powerful slash. A fresh stack of firewood lands on the grass as the task is completed. The silver-haired challenger exploits her shock with a sudden strike. A young man with a red scarf answers hesitantly. Suddenly, the cat announces it's her turn, shocking everyone. A small companion suddenly charges the campfire, yelling wildly. An excited ally boasts she can control spirits. The observant youth playfully points out the recent display of mystic arts. A nervous man recalls on the forest path, startled by the sudden appearance of unfamiliar youths. The next morning, events move in a new direction. 2 duelists face off in the field as one unexpectedly unveils a massive sword, signaling the start of their sparring match. The swordsman rushes in with a glowing blade as his ally backs him. An onlooker realizes both fighters wield aura blades, marking them as masters. At the edge of the chaos, the lone warrior unleashes a devastating magical blast that engulfs everything in blinding light. An annoyed companion scolds a noisy youth as another quietly watches. With a burst of frustration, one figure declares surrender, the atmosphere heavy with defeat. A despairing member insists facing the threat will only get them killed. Finally, the group reaches a country inn, and someone suggests staying overnight. A nervous man asks if their hideout is compromised. The attendant rushes ahead to delay the approaching group. A wary sentry steps forward and challenges the 4 newcomers as they enter the clearing. 3 threatening figures block the path, demanding valuables from the travelers. Their leader charges forward, yelling at the intruders to leave. The anxious subordinate steps forward, questioning the leader's abrupt and aggressive actions. The superior snaps orders, forcing the hesitant woman to move. The red-scarfed fighter lands a heavy punch on the beast. A shocked youth calls out to someone hidden from view. A panicked figure screams at the others to escape as chaos erupts behind him. An enraged guard drives the group off with a lethal threat. A silver-haired ally praises her comrades' win over the thugs. An eager supporter raises a paw, insisting they deserve a reward. An excited man holds gold mice as his partner promises even better future rewards. Later, a guest announces a special feast prepared for the group. A startled cat is served a gleaming tuna steak. A younger worker worries about overwork, but the elder insists on continuing. Several days pass, moving the story forward. The exhausted man slumps onto the grass, taking a break after strenuous work in the shade of the forest. Finally, a thief hugs a bulging gold sack, planning to quit crime. The grinning opportunist hoists the sack, proposing they earn more. The vigilant observer spots 2 unfamiliar figures by the campfire in the forest clearing. The swordsman quietly checks on his companion's well-being as she admits her worries remain despite some improvement. Afterward, he reassures her, easing her lingering anxiety. The silver-haired woman nervously admits fearing the upcoming meeting. Hidden nearby, a snoop watches them, hoping to see a kiss. The swordsman urges the group to get up and prepare for an early departure, catching the seated companion off guard. A flustered spy bursts from the bushes, disappointed by the dull scene. The red-banded man face plants onto the ground, yelling in pain. 2 newcomers rush to the fire and examine the injured man. The woman falls silent, tension hanging over the group. Eventually, the white-haired traveler storms off, leaving the others behind. The anxious ally urges the armored youth to chase her. The calm swordsman offers a logical excuse, while his exasperated companion silently fumes at his obliviousness. A carriage arrives and stops beside a small smoking house. 2 figures step cautiously into a dim room as their host gestures for them to sit, watched intently by a crimson shadow. The armored youth strides into the tavern, eager for the legendary dungeon. The white-haired woman startles upon hearing the Holy Kingdom will join. The bearded man realizes the dungeon is far more important than expected. Deep inside, a legendary horde appears, said to predate the demonic Dragon King. The kingdom tried to conquer the newly found land quickly, but nearby realms attacked the fortress and stopped the invasion. To prevent war, The Holy Kingdom sent its knights to mediate between the rival nations. Soon, a young swordsman asks a seated man which knight order arrived. Afterward, the bearded man confirms he is also a swordsman. A stern woman is introduced as commander of the Black Knights. The young bladesman turns away, steeling himself for the coming challenge. The silver-haired fighter suddenly realizes something alarming about the situation. Meanwhile, the youth asks if outsiders may join the dungeon expedition. He specifically questions whether mercenaries are allowed to participate. A bearded official warns him the large expedition will be extremely dangerous. The bearded man insists he can handle any problems that arise. The observer reevaluates the quiet applicant, sensing unexpected composure and strength. Soon, the guide sends him to Kelvin, where mercenaries are urgently needed. The blonde youth beams with gratitude, acknowledging the support given. Several days pass as the scene shifts forward in time. The determined traveler bids farewell to his companion and heads into the city of Kelvin. A youth with a cat on his head waves gratefully to the red-capped man. A cheerful man in a red bandana waves energetically at the departing party. As two companions head into the lively square, a silent observer contemplates the existence of many yet unseen powerful individuals. He vows to act kinder while carrying his burden. A furious figure slams a gloved hand onto the wooden floor, seething with anger at recent betrayals. The vice commander insists the new dungeon is their territory. The enemy mobilizes their top attack force, signaling an imminent confrontation. A masked mage lifts a glowing orb, gathering dangerous power. A famed sword master appears, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The involvement of the Holy Kingdom is revealed, heightening the tension. The strategist realizes their rivals may seize all dungeon spoils. A determined leader decides to hire a skilled mercenary. Later, an officer hears of arriving mercenaries and asks their skills. The anxious man in the helmet hesitantly reassures the other, trying to hide his worry. Resolute, the leader declares they will investigate personally. Two challengers face each other in the arena as a group of onlookers enters, signaling the start of an intense duel. An armored fighter asks if the newcomers are expedition mercenaries. The vice commander steps forward, sword in hand, and challenges the newcomer to a test in front of the gathered onlookers. Suddenly, a silver-haired woman stops speaking and urges everyone onward. The stern woman commands the other to demonstrate their abilities without delay. She nods in acceptance, prepared to execute the command. A young swordsman exhales, steadying himself for the duel. His opponent lunges in, sword blazing with a powerful strike. He suddenly realizes something crucial. The masked attacker lunges, striking the unprepared swordsman. The blue-haired youth staggers from the unexpected blow. Then the silver-haired fighter rushes in, surprising her. The bespectacled fighter launches a strong counterattack. The outmatched swordswoman attacks wildly, failing to keep up. Suddenly, the silver-haired attacker strikes the blue-haired youth from behind. The blue-haired observer notices danger and urgently warns everyone. A stunned onlooker recoils as debris crashes violently into the ground ahead. Two swordsmen clash, releasing a massive energy blade. A gloved agent uneasily inspects the twisted dagger. The blue-haired interrogator sharply demands the newcomer's name and origin. The determined knight steps forward to formally announce her lineage and allegiance before the assembled group. A solitary schemer sits at a grand desk, quietly plotting in the shadows of a dimly lit office. The bespectacled schemer smiles, having secured a powerful ally. Meanwhile, a major turn of events is approaching. The confident swordswoman demands the caped stranger identify himself. The newcomer reveals his identity, stunning everyone present. The newly crowned swordmaster stands firm, symbolizing hope for the nation. Finally, a bespectacled observer absorbs news of her joining the dungeon expedition. Suspected personal motives threaten to disrupt the expedition party. The onlooker silently resolves to monitor the swordswoman's actions with greater attention. After finishing chores, the caretaker rests as the small companion approaches. A flustered youth barges in and urgently demands training. A shocked girl recoils when the table cat suddenly speaks. The hesitant youth reaches out and gently pets the pleased feline, who eagerly encourages more attention. The blue-haired woman remarks he resembles a friend from before. The energetic companion eagerly demands a quick lesson in the technique just demonstrated. The bespectacled youth doubts a cat can perform the technique. Suddenly, a radiant feline spirit appears, forcing an onlooker to recoil. The horned girl shows her transformed hands, and the blue-haired one recoils. The bespectacled observer freezes, sensing an overwhelming surge of magic. Near the window under the moonlight, the vice commander nervously confides a secret hobby to a cheerful confidant, who eagerly promises to keep it hidden. Several days pass. The party reaches Labat's city gate, preparing to enter before the expedition. The confident warrior informs the attentive swordsman about the banquet scheduled for tomorrow night, and he acknowledges the instructions. Soon, the bespectacled leader beckons her small companion to join the expedition. One traveler asks the cat to transform, and the intrigued animal accepts. The bespectacled leader calmly prepares to separate from the others. Hopefully, the cheerful ally says goodbye, promising they will meet again. The lone knight channels power, his aura intensifying. The young swordsman calmly recognizes that his fierce determination has fueled his inner fire all along. Fueled by jealousy, the resolute swordswoman channels her fierce determination into confronting the dark energy before her. The young swordsman steels himself to confront the formidable figure who haunts his dreams. Then he decides to abandon fighting and choose a new path. The swordsman kneels, gripping his blade, recalling a crucial past lesson. Suddenly, overwhelming energy erupts, driven by regret and sorrow. Bathed in golden energy, he steps forward to control his destiny. He focuses, mentally preparing for the approaching challenge. The vigilant swordsman turns abruptly, catching his concealed observer by surprise in the shadowy forest. A cloaked traveler moves warily, answering when he first sensed trouble. A confident man emerges from behind a tree, questioning the other's skills. The youth stands silently, wondering about his purpose as a swordsman. A wary man interrogates the unfamiliar mercenary about her allegiance in the forest. Later, the visitor walks into the night, leaving the other alone. The observer silently acknowledges the young one's remarkable awareness, realizing there is hidden potential at play. Someone secretly plans to secure an alliance during the dungeon expedition. At night, only one window glows in the otherwise dark building. A man in a white cloak greets the two returning companions. Finally, a famed sword master is introduced as Palanque's greatest knight. The green-haired superior orders a secret probe of the expedition members. Wind howls as the full moon pierces through rushing clouds, heightening the tension of the stormy night. An aide hands the expedition roster to the seated leader. The green-haired officer studies the open document carefully. The man's eyes widen as he spots a familiar name on the document, while the armored figure behind him remains silent and watchful. Thus, the noblewoman's role in the expedition seems secretly motivated. An armored warrior steps forward, displaying a distinctive sword. A watcher wonders if the swordswoman is upset by her recent loss. The youth realizes the swordswoman's victor was once her academy classmate. Later, an onlooker reports that two travelers departed together. With a confident smirk, the sharp onlooker instantly recognizes the figure before her. A young swordsman steps out, publicly revealing his famed identity. The dungeon expedition ahead is expected to bring unforeseen challenges. The schemer leans forward, a confident smirk spreading across his face. The next day dawns, shifting events to a new scene. Guests assemble in the grand hall for the important gathering. Two hosts descend the stairs, mentioning two newly arrived sword masters. An old knight asks about a missing delegation, and a woman confirms their absence. The blue-haired guest concludes the absent faction is asserting dominance by skipping this banquet. Finally, someone speaks reassuringly, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. An elderly man and a woman approach the robed figure, beginning negotiations. The court mage steps forward with a self-assured smirk, introducing himself to the newcomer. The challenger questions his foe about hastily hiring mercenaries for support. The crown leader assures everyone that nothing will hinder the expedition. A man in a white cloak steps in, halting the confrontation. Two men face off as one accuses the other of secret scheming. Four elegantly dressed figures turn in surprise as newcomers enter the grand room. Three newcomers stride into the ornate hall, preparing to meet their potential allies. A small figure in yellow halts, sensing a strange energy. A man in red freezes, feeling immense magic from the horned girl. Meanwhile, a cunning woman exploits the enemy's distraction. A taunting foe boasts that Calvin's attack force cannot be stopped. A cautious observer overhears murmurs nearby and glances over warily. Two cloaked youths notice a famous swordswoman and wonder why she is here. Elsewhere, a determined walker strides on, ignoring whispers and stares. A worried girl frets over her missing friend as a boy silently watches. An exasperated fighter grumbles that the same problem keeps happening. Two onlookers stare in disbelief as one of their group unexpectedly breaks their composure with a loud exclamation. An annoyed official complains about constant interruptions while four adults confront an unseen person. A stern woman suddenly explodes in anger, startling her nervous companion. The red-haired mentor tells her to ignore others' reactions. She urges the trainee to stop impressing others and insult boldly. The red-haired fighter explodes in anger at the demand. She then urges the startled swordswoman to move quickly. The white-haired woman stiffens, uneasy with the sudden encouragement. She freezes as a sudden realization sends a jolt of shock through her, eyes wide and sweat forming. Usually composed, she mutters a curse, unable to hide frustration. The red-haired mentor demands louder shouting from the distressed woman. The energetic mentor urges the hesitant trainee to shout even louder, prompting an embarrassed scream into the sky. A cloak leader strides ahead while her two companions lag uncertainly. She urges the startled companion to stop hesitating and follow to their seats. The older man bursts into laughter at the energetic outburst, while the young woman shifts uncomfortably beside him. The atmosphere shifts as the announcement signals the commander's approach to address the assembled guests. The eldest speaker steps forward and thanks the assembled group. Noise interrupts as an observer scans the room, gripping a drink. Suddenly, the ground shakes, throwing the banquet into chaos. A black vortex erupts from the floor, scattering energy projectiles. Then a portal bursts open in the hall's center, shocking everyone. A fierce attacker surges forward, energy blazing around their legs. Armored defenders brace themselves as a violent energy surge erupts. The bespectacled observer freezes, recognizing the armor. A stern man and a girl lead a column of armored knights. A silver-haired woman jolts upright, sensing trouble across the hall. A lone figure bursts onto the scene, radiating intense power as two opponents brace themselves. The young swordsman steadies himself for the coming clash. An armored warrior lands hard, releasing a powerful energy shock. Then the same warrior raises a dark, flaming sword. A banquet guest jumps up as a commanding figure enters. An elder scolds the nervous girl for opening a portal inside. The armored leader bows, apologizing for her subordinate's misconduct. The elder calmly explains his group is exhausted from a recent mission. The armored woman asks permission for her team to rest. Meanwhile, an alert woman startles at unexpected orders from an unseen superior. The armored warrior stands and leaves the banquet hall in silence. A young man yells a desperate warning to protect his allies. The bespectacled observer jumps up, shocked by the sudden disturbance. The two men freeze, startled, as their eyes meet in sudden shock. A young woman falls silent, thinking deeply about recent events. A stern superior confronts the pair at the table, startling them. A dark-haired challenger taunts the blonde youth, demanding his attention. A determined youth faces a powerful challenger in the hall. The bespectacled one panics, wondering why the swordswoman is missing. They suspect the young swordsman knows the person she approached. The watchful observer notes a striking transformation in someone nearby, questioning if there is a prior connection. Their leader greets returning allies and remarks on their rapid change. The authoritative figure leans forward, eyes blazing, and demands an immediate explanation. An imposing woman demands answers while the nervous one recoils. Suddenly, both tense up as overwhelming energy floods the area. The cautious youth suddenly senses something abnormal nearby. The young fighter stands firm, revealing unexpected strength against his opponent. Meanwhile, the swordsman steels himself, dark aura gathering for battle. The woman leans in, pressing harder for an answer. The composed one exhales and quietly accepts the outcome. Their commander warns the knights their actions will now be monitored. Later, the two stand side by side, silently preparing for what comes. A white-haired woman freezes, clearly stung by being ignored. The swordsman stares down his foe, steeling himself to fight. There, a girl in yellow almost spills her drink, suddenly recognizing the person opposite. An energetic girl bursts into view, eagerly announcing herself to the one across the table. The small figure sits quietly in a yellow outfit, holding a glass of juice while another marvels at her unexpected transformation. The annoyed girl turns away in defiance, leaving her baffled companion demanding an explanation. The assertive girl slams an accusation across the table, leaving her shocked companion scrambling to defend herself. A furious figure demands answers as the swirling portal crackles and the accused stands startled beside the bewildered victim. An armed girl hesitates, unable to attack her former friend. The apologetic youth tries to make amends, but the upset companion turns away in anger while another sits nearby, tense and uneasy. Later, the worried girl considers how to calm her friend. The mischievous guy dodges the question and urges her companion to ponder the answer until their next meeting. The anxious girl lingers on the floor, hesitating, while her companion urges her to leave the hall. One competitor collapses to the floor as the other stands over her, insisting she get up. An onlooker realizes the rumored transformation has actually happened. Someone marvels at the astonishing speed of progress. The observer studies the scene below, unsettled by the reckless behavior unfolding. Meanwhile, time passes and the setting shifts to a new scene. The young man admits he gained confidence from fighting the swordswoman. The young swordsman hesitates, struggling with uncertainty as he looks down. Suddenly, a burst of energy marks a decisive turning point. The swordsman focuses, channeling power to achieve his chosen goal. He raises his glowing sword, preparing for a decisive strike. The swordsman releases a surge of energy, striking forward with unwavering determination. The swordsman charges in, pouring all his resolve into one final blow. The young swordsman prepares to fight with everything. He unleashes overwhelming power, flames erupting as he confronts danger. The swordsman steadies himself, energy crackling around him as he prepares for the next challenge. The full moon appears among drifting clouds in the night. The lone figure stands by the window, silently gazing at the moon in quiet reflection. A young woman stands quietly, staring into the distant night. Several days pass, moving the story forward. The leader gathers everyone to brief them before entering the dungeon. The strategist proposes splitting into two teams to raid both entrances. One expedition team is named, with 3 members and a commander. The second team is assigned to the elite corps under its commander. Nearby, a nervous youth watches 2 armored knights discuss a comrade's troubles. 4 days prior, leaders were gathered to choose expedition commanders. The determined contenders' demand for the position sparks a heated dispute with the opposing knight, quickly escalating into a fierce duel. Both knights stand tense together, facing the disappointing result. The stronger fighter stands victorious while her defeated opponent collapses. A stern officer fumes, believing the other's recklessness justified the unfavorable decision. The strategist recognizes a terrifying enemy and vows to defeat 2 powerful foes. A wary man surveys the battlefield, shifting focus between multiple threats. The cautious young man listens as his cheerful companion encourages him while they walk together outdoors. Adventurers gather at the dungeon entrance, preparing to enter. The anxious vice commander hesitates at the entrance while her superior calmly reassures her with a gentle touch. Then their leader signals the armored team to advance into the ruins. An armored figure enters the corridor, gripping a twisted staff. The armored scout suddenly turns, sensing something wrong. A lone swordsman stops in the shadows, gripping his sheathed blade. The challenger realizes the dungeon is actually an ancient temple. A lone challenger kneels at the heart of a swirling vortex as the temple's ominous trial begins. The armored fighter pushes forward through the darkness without stopping. Another challenger panics and is consumed by the dungeon's darkness. Meanwhile, the group's leader predicts many will fail from the start. An armored swordsman tightens his grip, bracing for the looming trial. A young swordsman freezes in shock, drenched in sweat. The armored warrior strikes decisively and stands over his fallen opponent. A wounded swordsman staggers while his armored enemy charges with a raised blade. The armored fighter rushes ahead, shattering the dungeon's battlefield illusion. Still, the armored swordsman pushes through the oppressive darkness, clutching his weapon. A caped fighter spots a possible exit at the far end. The armored adventurer suddenly turns toward the doorway after hearing something. Finally, a confident armored entrant reaches the courtyard and wonders if he arrived second. A newcomer freezes, seeing someone already inside. A white-haired woman hears the creature report the expected person missing. A companion realizes the calm stranger is not the expected candidate. A swordsman stops, realizing another challenger arrived before him. Two men quietly share shock at the unexpected news. Outside, a swordswoman broods even though she cleared the trial first. A silver-haired observer watches the tense confrontation from behind the table. The silver-haired swordswoman falters, shaken after being completely ignored. A restless crowd gathers at the stone gate, anxiously awaiting the trial's outcome. Anxiously, a spokesman reports that fewer than half have escaped so far. Their weary leader notes their kingdom has far fewer survivors than the others. Suddenly, new information shocks the assembled survivors. An older man worries that the supposed frontrunner still has not finished. An armored warrior insists the group must depart immediately. In the hall, an elder accepts stepping back during this divine trial. The advisor urges the others to remain patient and trust in their companions. Then a cloaked challenger steps forward to confront the watching crowd. One cautious figure questions the calm suggestion to trust and wait, while the group stands in tense debate before the looming building. The resolute woman explains the trial's purpose is to overcome doubt and fear. The stern woman hesitates as the older man challenges her resolve in the echoing hall. The speaker advises trusting yourself and others' faith. The tense figure abruptly announces that further delay is impossible as a group begins to emerge from the massive doorway. A young swordsman enters with a glowing sword, recognized instantly. Soon, the newcomer steps out, apologizing for being late. An armored stranger approaches the trio amid a crowded hall. The swordsman freezes as unexpected news shocks him. Then, a young leader advances, leading knights with a raised glowing sword. The story jumps back 2 hours to explain upcoming events. An armored fighter staggers in darkness, shouting for anyone nearby. He splashes into dark liquid, demanding answers from the unseen. The armored figure is dragged mercilessly across the ground by a surge of dark energy while pleading for help. He crawls through murky water, still screaming for help. A terrified survivor pleads as a strange light pierces the dark. The armored man recoils when sudden light explodes before him. The wounded warrior reaches for the glowing beacon overhead. The swordsman jerks back, feeling a strange new power inside. The armored figure leans closer to the radiant light, drawn by its warmth and reassurance. A golden brilliance engulfs everything, overwhelming all who see it. The swordsman raises his shining blade and rushes as his foe retreats. Afterward, a young knight explains to an elder how they escaped the darkness. The observer stares, shocked that someone interferes with the divine trial. A nervous youth apologizes after being scolded for speaking too loudly. Meanwhile, the elder king ponders a mortal daring to interrupt a divine trial. Someone recognizes that the youth stands out from the rest. Soon, a newcomer arrives, relieving the cat holder as strange radiant energy appears. The older commander hides frustration at being overshadowed by the younger boy's success. With no options left, the group can no longer deny the truth. The group assembles, focusing on the quiet leader in the center. The leader orders the assembled group to prepare quickly as the expedition is about to resume. The armored captain signals the party to advance carefully through the corridor. The swordsman stands firm, raising his blade to block the incoming blow. A masked attacker smashes the ground, releasing red energy across the battlefield. A horde of golems storms the front line as defenders scramble into formation. The commander rallies the mages, ordering a concentrated magical assault on the front line. A leading warrior releases a torrent of fire and magic, overwhelming the armored enemies. A determined caster channels green energy through his fingers, unleashing a strong spell. An armored fighter fires a rapid barrage of green blasts through the chamber. Consequently, a radiant surge obliterates a stone golem, scattering fragments across the chamber. A cloaked mage releases crackling energy, further charging the battlefield. Finally, the swordsman leaps up and slashes his glowing blade into the giant's arm. The leader orders them to destroy the red stones. The swordsman unleashes a powerful strike, cutting down foes. Another fighter slams his sword down, cracking the ground. The airborne swordwoman cleaves through the towering stone golem, reducing it to rubble. A massive crystal beast erupts from the ground, sending debris flying in every direction. The leader confirms everyone survived the chamber. The leader urges everyone to push onward through the challenge. A mass of figures advances in unison across the courtyard, pressing toward the looming temple entrance. One cautious member pauses, feeling an increasing unease. The troubled swordsman cannot explain the tension in his mind. A determined figure steps forward to proceed. A robed man freezes as a dark tendril appears. A stunned observer stares at a mountain of skeletons engulfed in eerie purple mist. A cursed altar of bones rises, glowing with purple light. The pair reels back, shocked by the glowing altar scene. The group freezes in alarm as they discover a scene filled with human skeletons. One panicked warrior urges everyone to retreat immediately. In response, the leader orders calm and tries restoring order. The armored squad retreats as a crazed, sinister force approaches. Then crimson energy erupts, tearing through darkness and ground. A huge flaming sword falls, sending dark energy across battlefield. A massive foe grips a cursed sword and mocks the intruding challenger. The startled onlooker freezes, sweat trickling down as something unthinkable unfolds before him. Then the dominant fighter blasts dark power, horrifying the crowd. The stunned man reels back in disbelief, unable to accept what he just witnessed. Meanwhile, the swordsman gathers strength, preparing one decisive strike. The crouching stranger radiates darkness and calmly vows their death. A dark figure unleashes a chilling laugh as blood and ominous energy swirl through the air. The man recoils in disbelief as he realizes the demons have not disappeared. Soon, a hulking demon emerges, its evil aura crushing everyone. Corrupted energy surges through the group, leaving armored warriors staggering. A foreboding presence settles in as danger draws near. One armored fighter staggers as dark energy overwhelms and consumes them. The resolute fighter releases darkness, turning his hand into claws. A terrified commander screams as shadowy enemies overrun his soldiers. A monstrous being releases dark energy, brutally overwhelming the armored group. A masked warrior is flung back by crashing red-black energy. Two terrified men desperately beg for help as dark energy engulfs them. The sinister controller advances, brandishing a red-clawed hand to dominate. Finally, a determined figure thrusts out a hand, unleashing blinding power. An armored fighter staggers back after a crushing blow. A crazed caster claps and releases a deadly spell. A monster thrusts out its claw, releasing dark power. Kneeling in red light, the armored leader issues a deranged order. Their commander watches helplessly as his soldiers are slaughtered. The armored foe emits a binding aura that completely immobilizes his enemy. Meanwhile, a man collapses under the demon's crushing aura. The same overwhelming force paralyzes the entire group in place. A menacing guard hesitates, surprised to see only one intruder. The swordsman dashed through the bone-strewn corridor, launching a direct assault on the demonic adversary ahead. Soon, the determined swordsman appears, revealing his true identity to everyone. The swordsman charges forward and releases a blinding, forceful strike in the heart of the arena. The stunned onlooker recoils in disbelief as the swordsman charges fearlessly toward the demon. The fighter lunges forward, swinging his blazing weapon in a bold attack. A looming monster threatens a captive, delivering a deadly ultimatum. The blonde swordsman slams his glowing blade downward with explosive force. Nearby, a red-eyed swordswoman glares sharply, struggling to restrain her anger. A shadowed warrior hurls armored enemies aside with overwhelming strength. The young swordsman unleashes a blinding, decisive strike, overwhelming the foe with sheer force. Finally, a battered swordsman collapses as a dark-empowered blade pierces him. The swordsman silently accepts the apology, still conflicted. Suddenly, a devastating attack erupts, endangering the expedition party. The swordsman realizes his actions may scar his enemies' families. The fighter braces as the surrounding crowd's hostility targets him. Meanwhile, the resolute warrior stands firm in blazing golden light. A sinister caster hurls a crackling sphere of dark energy. The young swordsman advances, determined to confront his burden. The fierce adversary hurls a massive wave of dark energy toward the resolute swordsman across the battlefield. A new, overwhelming presence manifests before the demon. Above, the masked attacker releases a storm of crackling energy. An electric blast hurls a fighter into the wall, screaming. A monstrous body convulses as a glowing weapon impales it. The young swordsman erupts with energy, declaring his unshakable resolve. The masked foe staggers back as the blade cuts through their darkness. Fueled by rage, the enraged figure unleashes a surge of violent, dark energy, preparing to annihilate every opponent. The swordsman fires a flaming strike, blasting the enemy out of the crater. A panicked warrior begs for aid as a giant eye rains violet spikes. The young mage unleashes a chaotic surge of energy as the magic circle shatters in a burst of power. A fierce woman steps up, insisting on handling the threat alone. The young swordsman thanks his allies and charges ahead with renewed resolve. A trapped defender conjures a barrier to block flames. The swordsman unleashes a powerful, energy-charged strike. The warrior's thrust triggers chained explosions across the battlefield. The masked enemy staggers back, engulfed by a searing blast. The young swordsman freezes, trying to recall the weapon. Suddenly, a fighter is confronted and ordered to reveal themselves. The resolute figure forces himself upright as the oppressive energy weakens, regaining control over his body. Two figures surge forward through the flames, urgently racing to support their struggling ally. A stunned onlooker recoils as the swordswoman overpowers the dark force. Two armored fighters clash, trading heavy blows. Then a powerful warrior hurls lightning down onto the shadowed foes. A massive radiant surge erupts skyward, ripping through battlefield darkness. A devastating sword strike erupts, blasting one opponent backward through a cloud of purple energy and debris. A malicious figure recognizes an old adversary, her sinister grin revealing the moment of realization. Suddenly, a named attack is unleashed, echoing through darkness. The swordsman recoils as a wave of sinister energy hurtles toward him. A surge of dark energy erupts from the shadowy figure as the startled young man reels back in disbelief. The young woman shouts desperately, her voice cutting through the swirling darkness as she reaches out in alarm. Meanwhile, a blinding fiery explosion engulfs the battlefield. The young swordsman recoils in shock, eyes wide as an unexpected event unfolds before him. The caped swordsman recoils as golden energy erupts between fighters. Their blades clash, releasing fiery energy between the opponents. The challenger braces as a massive electrified fireball approaches. In response, the woman unleashes all her remaining energy. The blazing swordswoman drives her allies forward with a single, forceful command. A destructive blast engulfs the armored foes and battlefield. Meanwhile, the masked woman stiffens, reacting to the sudden change. The creature's mask splinters as it erupts in a deafening roar. At the chasm's center, one figure stands amid surging purple energy. The exhausted swordsman steadies himself, gripping the radiant blade as power surges through his trembling arms. A fighter is slammed into the ground by dark energy. 3 figures stare in disbelief at the devastation caused by a single blow. The armored warrior releases a final energy burst with her sword. Several allies rush toward their wounded leader through the rain. Suddenly, the long-haired fighter senses an imminent attack. The armored woman steps forward and orders everyone to stop. Nearby, dark liquid rises from the corrupted pool, unsettling the chamber. The swordsman flinches under crushing pressure, struggling to endure. The tormented youth convulses violently as dark energy consumes him. A cursed claw smashes down, releasing another wave of darkness. A lone man collapses, overwhelmed by dark energy. The lone warrior lowers his head as waves of sinister energy surge and crackle around him. The corrupted fighter erupts, spreading dark power outward. A swordswoman charges with blazing blade, forcing allies back. A young fighter unleashes a ferocious flaming strike. A dominant foe releases dark energy, blasting everyone away. A monster lunges, firing sinister energy from its claw. A figure punches forward, releasing an explosive purple blast. Then, a cloaked attacker dives into the vortex toward a waiting enemy. The two opponents collide, locked in a violent struggle. Both warriors brace themselves as a surge of dark energy crashes toward them. The young swordsman steps forward, firmly advancing. Later, he awakens in darkness, gripping a massive sword. In the dark, he struggles to tell how much time passed. Elsewhere, a relentless pursuer advances, recalling his chase of a demon. The swordsman stops, staring at an unexpected glow ahead. He pushes on, energy flaring as his resolve hardens. The resolute swordsman confronts the startled opponent and speaks boldly. The bearded man recoils, asking how the stranger knows him. Bathed in a stark light, the young swordsman confesses his startling realization about a past life connection to the stunned listener. The man reels, stunned by a revelation about reincarnation. The mentor offers a glowing sword, confronting the youth with truth. The swordsman stands still, accepting that he will die. The bearded man lowers his head, tense in the heavy silence. The weary fighter admits his long search has left him directionless. The young swordsman recalls fragments of his homeland, his gaze distant and lost in memory. He remembers his childhood land, imagining its bustling castle town. An armored warrior explains that land and its people disappeared centuries ago. The observer silently acknowledges the significance of the fiery energy before him. The swordsman pours violent power into his blade, preparing a massive strike. He then unleashes a blazing attack at his bare-chested opponent. The youth's eyes widen as a shocking realization hits. The determined youth ignites his inner power, flames surging around him. An elder acknowledges their shared resolve and quietly feels pride. A radiant hand blocks the youth's advance, forcing him to stop. The mentor figure channels his energy and entrusts the next move to his ally. The focused swordsman channels energy into one devastating, radiant strike. The blade suddenly erupts with new energy, changing the surrounding air. Gripping the glowing sword, the youth makes it fully obey his will. The young swordsman freezes as a sudden realization flashes in his eyes. The young swordsman unleashes a glowing strike that blasts through darkness. Then a massive light beam crashes down, staggering the monster. A shadowy attacker lunges out and grabs the stunned creature. The youth grips his shining blade, drawing on hidden power. With fierce resolve, the swordsman unleashes a colossal, radiant slash that cuts through the darkness. The cornered foe raises its hands, begging for a chance to speak. The young swordsman rejects the demand with unwavering resolve. Suddenly a harsh voice warns that all his allies are swallowed by darkness. The masked enemy adds that failure will doom his companions forever. The youth silently absorbs this threat, growing tense. Meanwhile the enemy studies him, suspecting he is stalling. One startled figure recoils in disbelief at a sudden, unsettling revelation. The resolute swordsman defiantly rejects his adversary's underhanded tactics as tension crackles between them. Then a violent energy surge rips through the dark, starting the assault. An armored warrior unleashes fiery and purple energy across the field. Startled by the sudden appearance in the darkness, the man recoils in terror. The armored figure demands an answer from the steadfast youth. A stern woman demands to know how he reached the demon first. Her rival struggles to accept that the other arrived at the source. Finally, a crushing strike hits the vortex, sending purple waves outward. A caped warrior slashes, his sword energy shaking the battlefield. A swordswoman readies her glowing blade within a purple aura. An armored fighter demands to know how her foe pierced the blocking darkness. The swordswoman steadies herself before the looming purple light. Then a challenger steps forward, dismissing the doubt and making her foe recoil. The determined figure hesitates, deciding to postpone her question and step back from the confrontation. Their leader issues sharp orders, forcing the tense group to focus. A band of determined figures charges forward as an explosion lights up the chaos behind them. The leader issues a grim order as the group faces the raging inferno, preparing to take down their hated foe. Two fighters rush in together, driving their attack without pause. A monstrous enemy steps from the shadows, grinning with imminent violence. With a desperate surge of fury, the speaker issues a deadly threat, vowing to prevent any escape. The transformed being erupts with sinister energy, roaring uncontrollably. The furious figure unleashes a surge of menacing energy, overwhelming everyone nearby. A swordsman strikes, his blade tearing through the red-lit darkness. An onlooker recoils as a masked fighter tears off his disguise. The enraged foe hurls a massive energy blast at them. A swordsman charges with a blazing blade while his ally flees the coming blast. A colossal purple explosion rips across the broken ground, rocking the battlefield. The young swordsman freezes as blinding energy hurtles toward the group, aware that escape is impossible. A startled onlooker looks up as someone yells to move. Two warriors clash midair, their blades releasing a huge shockwave. The swordsman charges forward and unleashes a devastating attack, blue energy crackling around his blade. Suddenly, a blinding blast of energy engulfs the battlefield. Meanwhile, a massive purple barrier cracks under crushing pressure. A glowing attacker bursts through the broken barrier, releasing more energy. Two fighters endure exploding debris as the arena collapses around them. Then the rival releases dark energy through her cursed blade. Gasping, a subordinate runs to his injured leader for help. The wounded fighter raises his head and shouts to his foe. The shaken youth demands an explanation as the stern figure confronts him in the tense, glowing atmosphere. The young swordsman closes his eyes, silently steeling his resolve. The armored leader collapses, overwhelmed by dark energy as allies scream. Afterward, the exhausted youth lies unconscious on the ground. Suddenly, darkness engulfs everything, leaving the narrator disoriented. Later, an observer enters a ruined square, watching cloaked villagers move quietly. Nearby, children cheer when they hear they will eat twice daily. A determined youth pounds his chest and shouts his commitment. The lively leader announces a new job offering regular meals. At a stall, a seeker learns looters ended all remaining work. The weary shopkeeper announces the store's closure as a concerned girl desperately tries to reach him. A worried leader fears the civil war will ruin their prospects. Inside the dim tent, the girl quietly reads a letter, while the others sleep nearby. The young man reluctantly accepts a sealed, gold-emblazoned envelope. The armored mentor gives a recommendation letter to the academy, promising future benefits. The woman silently debates a crucial decision, avoiding everyone's eyes. A tense group quietly gathers near the fort's entrance, sharing urgent news in hushed voices. The younger one clings desperately to her older companion, pleading not to be left behind as the crowd looks on. The older girl grips the younger one's shoulders and promises to return stronger after a year. The sparring match ends abruptly in a burst of energy. The swordswoman is declared the winner as her opponent kneels in defeat. Hidden onlookers marvel at how quickly one fighter has advanced. The young warrior gathers her strength and prepares to return. The woman stands stunned, unable to respond to what she sees. A lone survivor surveys the ruined battlefield as night approaches. Another shaken figure searches the wreckage, desperately hoping to find survivors. A startled villager stops as a cloaked stranger appears at the gate. Later, the survivor tells the searcher the missing children were captured or killed. A quiet person studies two red beads tied together in silence. The swordsman looks down, doubting whether any of his battles mattered. A wounded woman collapses while allies hurry to assess her. She lowers her head as her armored ally clenches a fist. The standing figure confronts the nervous one about the source of his new clothes as tension builds between them. Then someone demands to know if the clothes were stolen. Two injured youths stare each other down in stubborn silence. One youth grips his shirt, agonizing over brutal survival choices. A heavy sense of self-blame fills the silence as the thought lingers in the darkness. Meanwhile, she reflects on the terrible suffering everyone endured. The young man looks down, accepting everything has changed forever. The woman turns away and walks off, leaving the group. A determined fighter grips his sword, bracing himself for harsh reality. A wounded woman quietly vows to stop such tragedies from happening again. Now an armored leader stands before assembled soldiers, commanding attention. A subordinate reports all eliminated academy swordsmen have been gathered. The woman steps forward and announces an important offer to the assembled group. She proposes forming a mercenary band, and two hopeful recruits cheer for fame. The resolute leader stands tall, rallying the group toward a purpose greater than profit. With unwavering resolve, the assertive figure pledges to challenge and defeat the noble families to spread their reputation. She declares they will rule the continent, shocking her companions. An awe-inspiring artifact unleashes a surge of overwhelming power. The resolute leader steps forward, eyes blazing, and proclaims a bold vision to transform the world. The cloaked woman firmly rejects the captain's proposal. A worried swordsman warns that joining the Holy Kingdom means losing rights and freedom. The young swordsman declines grand dreams, admitting his own limitations. The uneasy youth faces the assertive figure as nearly everyone in the group signals disagreement. The lone figure, undeterred by the situation, decides to move forward alone. The armored woman walks away, leaving the silent youth behind. Meanwhile, the armored fighter steps forward, ignoring everyone else's satisfaction. The young man stands alone, vowing to shape the world with only his strength. Soon after, the lone swordsman advances, trusting only in his own power. A lively girl eagerly tugs the armored leader's arm, asking to join his mission. The stoic leader turns away as one onlooker comments about the cold attitude, and another bursts into cheerful support. The withdrawn youth crushes his hopes, sure everyone will eventually leave him. The solitary woman admits she has long been used to isolation. The cloaked stranger strides into the empty darkness without hesitation. The monstrous figure looms closer, pressing the challenger with a harsh question. The cloaked challenger asks if their ruthless ambition brings anything beyond mere power. The monstrous figure unleashes a vicious taunt, aiming to break the lone swordsman's resolve. The somber figure leans in, voice sharp with frustration, confronting the listener with a bitter truth. Suddenly, a demon recoils in shock as a red slash cuts its face. The cloaked fighter charges forward and unleashes a glowing sword strike. Afterward, she admits she would never have started if given another chance. Two allies lean over the newly awakened leader, shouting in alarm. Nearby, the wounded leader slumps while someone shouts for the commander. The subordinate restrains her exhausted commander while another ally kneels amid swirling ominous energy. She asks how long she was unconscious and learns it has been 2 days. The stern woman demands an update on the situation. A cursed glowing barrier traps the entire expedition inside the dungeon. The young swordsman drives back the darkness, saving the surrounding soldiers from danger. An onlooker watches as a powerful aura spreads and affects everything nearby. The determined woman further explains her revelation to the confused man. She admits she faced the demon because she completely trusted someone else. Bathed in light, the young swordsman stands firm as others hope he can protect everyone. Two groups confront each other under a turbulent sky as one side presents a conspicuous bundle. The swordsman and his companions smile and share snacks while carrying several parcels. The woman steadies herself, readying for the coming challenge. Villagers gather in the square, happily reuniting with one another. The woman pauses in silence, her face showing quiet reflection after the recent conflict. The leader orders her aide to assemble everyone before the swirling portal, drawing a questioning reply. The lone figure realizes escape is impossible without assistance and resolves to seek help. The loyal subordinate stiffens in disbelief as the commander unexpectedly seeks assistance from another. A lone contender steps into the arena, facing the restless crowd beneath the storm-churned sky. The resolute woman calls for assistance to break through the barrier and escape the dungeon. Someone explains only divine power breaks the curse, but it can't be shared. The resolute mentor announces she will share her power and begin teaching her secret sword technique. The stunned man reacts as the revelation about the legendary weapon sends a shockwave through the tense assembly. Two warriors clash, unleashing a sword technique that rivals a demon. The resolute swordsman fends off a monstrous demon's ferocious attack in a burst of explosive energy. A trainee realizes the technique is still difficult, even with guidance. The blue-haired woman, brimming with excitement, eagerly accepts the chance to learn the hero's sword as the others watch in astonishment. Then two others step forward, begging to be taught too. The leader agrees that everyone here may learn the technique. The mentor invites the two onlookers to join the training. The conflicted swordswoman hesitates, torn between preserving her pride and accepting guidance from a rival. Still, another woman vows to give everything during training. An anxious aide scolds the girl for speaking too casually to the leader. The leader casually grants permission, clearly unconcerned by the behavior. The challenger calls to the silent swordsman, firmly demanding his answer. The two determined figures brace themselves as they prepare to break the curse without hesitation. The swordswoman faces the assembled crowd and begins outlining the basics of demonic energy. A monstrous figure, shrouded in darkness, lunges forward as waves of demonic energy explode outward. Suddenly, divine energy erupts and overwhelms the spreading darkness. A powerful statement foreshadows the strength of human determination. A defender swings a glowing sword, releasing energy to protect humanity. The young swordsman stands transfixed as a surge of energy radiates from the glowing force before him. The resolute warrior unveils a radiant sword, its power surging as energy swirls around her. The anxious trainee hesitates with his sword as the stern observer watches his struggle. The mentor warns that mastering only basics will never suffice. The student realizes forming a sword with will needs a new method. He exhales in frustration after failing to manifest the power again. An onlooker gapes as the youth unleashes a massive, glowing sword. The young man inspects the blade, doubting it is the legendary weapon. The swordswoman names her dark swirling technique the Heart's Sword. 3 weeks pass in training and repeated attempts. Afterward, two armored duelists clash swords before a watching crowd. The pair note that only a few manifested the Heart's Sword. At first, only one youth successfully executed the technique. A determined swordswoman wields a glowing blade with much improved skill. An aloof woman admits she does not care about saving humanity. Finally, they reveal the Guardian's will unlocks the Heart's Sword. A young fighter channels power into his sword, preparing to strike. Meanwhile, a warrior steels herself, vowing to protect her people. The blonde swordsman notices his companion's unease and questions him as tension thickens in the air. Two figures freeze on the platform as an unexpected noise echoes from the swirling barrier. A colossal energy surge erupts upward, ripping through the darkness. Another massive energy burst erupts, shaking the entire area. Two men freeze as the barrier suddenly flickers, their alarm growing with each passing second. An imposing enemy crashes to the ground and strides forward. A bespectacled observer freezes, suddenly realizing a crucial truth. A towering fighter steps onto the broken arena, instantly silencing everyone. The lone warrior braces for battle as the enemy horde closes in beneath the turbulent sky. A young swordsman freezes, stunned by the overwhelming scene before him. A kneeling woman is revealed alive, shocking the witness. The defeated woman bows her head and apologizes quietly. The White Knight's leader steps forward, his presence commanding everyone. An expedition party arrives and sets up camp amid bustling activity in the Labat territory. Soon, a commander orders camp packed while a subordinate rushes to gather supplies. A strategist reflects on their escape from the dungeon, crediting Holy Nation reinforcements. A hidden group of sword master reinforcements appears, inspiring awe among the onlookers. Later, a swordsman recalls how the group reached the former demon's site. A masked schemer hides in darkness, secretly plotting. The figure at the head of the table informs the group that there will be no extra reward for the dungeon raid, but a standard payment will be issued as compensation. He cuts in and declares there is one condition. Therefore, the elder orders them to hide everything about the dungeon. The official accepts compensation, fearing chaos if the incident spreads. Someone yells, demanding to know what is happening. The anxious observer scans the crowd and recognizes several familiar faces. Suddenly, several elders tense as unexpected paladins arrive. An elder demands to know who died here years ago. A bearded elder demands to know the Holy Nation's intentions. 1 week later, a lone youth sits on a bench, thinking. The young swordsman pauses, remembering a crucial past moment. Back then, the swordsman and a warrior faced a demon's self-destruction together. The young swordsman freezes in fear, momentarily unable to move despite his resolve to fight the demon. Later, the armored youth accepts his weakness and resolves to improve. A serious woman approaches the bench, startling the young man. A confident man enters the clearing and greets the swordsman. The older figure insists the startled youth follow him immediately to an undisclosed location. A subordinate reports that he and his ally were recommended for a subjugation party. So the swordsman warns that hidden demons will trigger a coming subjugation party. The outcome of the Holy Nation's investigation is about to be disclosed. A swordsman hears the clown demon probably survived. Two cloaked visitors enter the council hall, attracting the officials' attention. Two knights are introduced as officials question why they were recommended. Meanwhile, a confused woman wonders why she was recommended. The distant figure glances away, leaving the observer to wonder about her sudden change in behavior. The onlooker clenches their fists, unable to grasp what just happened. Still, an elder official insists they must verify things further. A newcomer bursts into the room, signaling an impending confrontation. The stern leader strides forward, ordering the two younger companions to follow without hesitation. The cautious challenger leans forward, demanding a display of skill. Two opponents step into the arena, watched closely by a tense audience as the duel is about to begin. The instructor draws his sword, starting the match. The young swordsman addresses the ancient spirit within the enchanted blade, seeking its name. The guarded older man reveals his identity but warns the other not to share it. Elsewhere, a woman learns the former Crimson Knight's commander might still be alive. An elder studies the supporters, asking if they are paladins believed dead. The challenger raises a large sword as the duel officially begins in the grand hall. The armored warrior unleashes a powerful sword technique filled with radiant energy. Finally, two elders examine the sword, impressed by its aura and young owner. A swordsman grips a glowing blade, knowing it's insufficient. He steels himself, wishing to be accepted by the crowd. The driven fighter unleashes a radiant sword technique, pushing beyond previous limits. He squints as he notices something wrong nearby. An armored warrior charges energy into his sword for a massive attack. The young man recognizes his own limitations as he observes the impressive group of paladins. At the front, a woman stands with two looming allies. The young swordsman clenches his fists, refusing to fall behind. He grips the radiant sword, vowing to match his rivals. Suddenly, a powerful burst of flame erupts in the darkness. He hardens his resolve, drawing on new determination. The youth shouts for his opponent, standing firm amid the flames. The armored challenger charges, swinging a sword wreathed in flames. The onlooker recoils as the heart sword erupts with even greater flames, flooding the area with intense energy. Then a legendary technique appears, shocking everyone present. An elder pauses, carefully considering what to say next. The blonde warrior unleashes a torrent of flames from the massive sword, leaving the onlooker in awe. A determined fighter reaches out to seize the powerful blade. Meanwhile, a caped figure stands in surging energy, ready to unleash everything. An older man abruptly stops everything with a single commanding glare. The match is halted and both duelists sheath their swords. The cloaked official is shocked when the challenger stops the duel. The young swordsman freezes, surprised to hear unexpected praise. After conferring briefly, the two judges approve the test. The woman says verification is incomplete, delaying any decision. The swordswoman steps forward, prepared to face the same trial. Meanwhile, a silver-haired observer notes a promising recruit recommended by the commander. The silver-haired fighter is praised for clearing the dungeon's former darkness. The young woman is stunned by how easily the newcomer mastered the hero's sword. Then, the authoritative woman steps up and declares support for the accused. The swordswoman stands still as her abilities are openly acknowledged by another. The swordswoman freezes, her mouth suddenly opening in astonishment. The white-haired woman hesitates, clutching her sword without knowing what to say. The uniformed woman rushes forward, trying to halt the cloaked group. Elsewhere, the young swordsman anxiously calls out to the missing person. The purple-cloaked figure strides forward, hand resting near their sword. The confused youth runs off, gripping the sword at his side. Recognition from the other figure triggers a moment of intense reflection. However, the silver-haired figure turns away, visibly disturbed. Finally, the distressed figure dashes forward, emotions once conquered surging back. The conflicted swordswoman struggles to suppress the overwhelming emotions stirring within her. Meanwhile, the leader strides ahead, leaving the cloaked watchers behind. Two elders stop, confused by the sudden incident. The older man and the stern young woman face each other in uneasy silence, tension thickening the atmosphere of the grand hall. Off-panel, someone blames the woman's behavior on a complicated situation. The young swordsman urgently calls out in the vast, echoing hall, his eyes filled with worry. The armored youth eyes the shadowed figure and pushes straight to business. The authoritative figure publicly denies the younger man's request to join the subjugation party, leaving him visibly stunned. The anxious young man, sweating, acknowledges the swordsman's impressive potential after witnessing the recent battle. An elder explains that talent alone is insufficient to join. A mysterious group boldly reveals its ominous identity. In secret, one cloaked source reveals all present knights are retired or dead. The imposing figure explains that the organization demands absolute secrecy from all its members. An elder proclaims their mission is to protect the world from demons. They warn that human chaos will reopen the rift between realms. Thus, the leader states only elites may join the subjugation party. The older strategist insists that, before expanding the group, they must first recruit the influential warriors and leaders from the West and the major sword families. The young swordsman stands stunned, unable to answer the harsh question. The young swordsman resolves to grow even stronger. He vows to grow strong enough that demonic magic can never defeat him. The young swordsman steps forward, requesting to join the subjugation party. The old man locks eyes with his foe, fierce resolve blazing in his gaze. A hostile figure issues a warning to the wary listener. The leader releases powerful energy while announcing the group's objective. The imposing adversary declares his intent to eliminate the younger opponent before he can grow stronger. The young swordsman strains under the crushing opposing power. The swordsman narrows his eyes, gathering his strength as energy crackles around him. The authoritative figure offers a chance to join after laying out the conditions. The blonde youth turns, waiting to hear why he was called. The elder demands he gain another's approval before joining the purification squad. Elsewhere, a silver-haired traveler walks the forest path in thought. The swordsman reflects on his decision to retreat, overwhelmed by regret. The swordsman tightens his grip, readying for the next move. The silver-haired warrior delivers a powerful sword strike at her target. The character recalls a realization that started back in the banquet hall. The swordsman realizes the distant figure cares nothing about him. The silver-haired woman tenses as a cloaked figure approaches across the table. The speaker decisively ends any remaining attachment to the woman. The silver-haired fighter follows up with another forceful sword strike. Ultimately, the lone figure commits to continue following their chosen path. The resolute woman steps forward and firmly pledges her support for the other. The observer silently acknowledges that the young swordswoman now stands among the greats. The troubled swordsman reels internally, struggling to process the weight of a single life-altering phrase. The white-haired woman grips her sword cane, barely holding back anger. Later, the warrior quietly reflects on completing the dungeon trial. The swordswoman readies her glowing blade to cut through darkness. Meanwhile, the fighter doubts herself, wanting recognition from the distant knight. A lone traveler freezes on the path, fearing her lasting control. The swordswoman spins around, startled by someone calling her. Outside, the young woman falls to her knees, crying hard. A white-haired man steps out and greets his daughter. A sword crashes to the ground with a resounding impact. The young swordsman runs forward and throws himself into his parents' arms for a tight, emotional hug. The white-haired man tells the traveler their hardships are over. The young woman forces a smile while trying to comfort them. The elder gives the armored candidate a mission to prove worth. The young man stands in awe as he encounters the legendary swordmaster's ethereal presence. The elder explains that only by meeting the harshest standards and earning recognition from the strictest judge can acceptance within the squad be achieved. The young swordsman accepts he will make all future decisions alone. Finally, an imposing elder enters the hall and inspects the group. A caped stranger enters, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The youth realizes the newcomer is the swordswoman's father. Two distinguished figures reunite in the grand hall, and one immediately asks the other about the reason for his visit. The patriarch addresses the room, stating he knows his daughter's trouble. The elder pauses, choosing to set aside his questions for a later time. Afterward, The white-haired woman asks to speak privately with the youth. The elder curtly ends the discussion, allowing no further debate. The reserved young swordsman freezes, startled as an unfamiliar voice thanks him and asks to speak. A stern figure orders the hesitant youth to follow him down the corridor. Two onlookers quietly watch a tense meeting in the grand hall. The elders agree that news of the demon encounter complicates everything. Thus, one elder remarks they were lucky for the young man's distraction. The stern elder sharply questions the other, demanding an explanation. The older man presses him, asking if he is truly ignorant. The patriarch is introduced as famously doting toward his daughter. The reserved youth confirms his awareness as the imposing elder demands recognition of his status. A stern figure confronts the other with a direct question about their connection to his daughter. Eventually, the blonde youth calmly confirms it while continuing to walk outside. The white-haired woman recoils, unable to believe his unexpected answer. Finally, a confident fighter confronts the lone traveler, noting the other's absence and accepting this location. The swordsman is stunned by a sudden accusation. He lunges with his sword, demanding answers about his daughter. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure interrogates the armored one, who denies everything. The panicked youth insists he is innocent and begs to be believed. The elder angrily confronts him, demanding why he disrespected his daughter. The young swordsman recoils in disbelief, visibly shaken by the unexpected revelation. The mentor abruptly orders training to begin, brandishing a glowing sword. The restrained captive struggles and desperately asks why this is happening. In rage, the fighter smashes the ground, blasting debris outward. The injured swordsman is thrown back by a powerful energy impact. The enraged assailant leans close and delivers a harsh accusation. The relentless warrior lands a heavy strike, flinging the foe away. The enraged woman confronts the youth, loudly accusing him of wrongdoing. Their blades clash as the swordsman's strong attack is evenly blocked. The silver-haired fighter lunges forward, delivering a fast, forceful slash. The surprised swordsman instinctively raises his arm to block the sudden assault. The two swordsmen clash repeatedly, either willing to back down. Soon after, the determined swordsman is blasted back, still clutching his glowing blade. The swordsman staggers, shocked by the strength behind that blocked blow. Finally, the silver-haired swordsman lands a glowing strike that completely overwhelms him. A colossal blade slams into the ground, scattering debris. The stronger fighter unleashes a decisive blow during their clash. Still, the exhausted trainee grips his glowing sword and continues forward. The swordsman advances, pouring power into each blow. The confused youth studies the man, trying to understand his change. A carriage races down the road under the bright sun. A frantic father demands information about his endangered daughter. The elder explains the blood-marked map reveals anyone's location. Suddenly, black flames erupt, revealing the dangerous power inside the girl. The elder warns she is trapped in a place full of demonic energy. The white-haired leader orders the rider to go faster. In a lavish office within Labat territory, 3 individuals convene as a crucial meeting begins. The man tells the worried mother her daughter is safe after escaping. A nervous visitor forces a smile as a guarded woman observes, while a tense remark about family devotion hangs in the air. Later, the guardian recalls the caretaker growing overprotective after the heir vanished. The elder insists the sword master and her spirit ally can protect the girl. The gray-haired man asks if they are talking about someone else's friends. She doubts real friends exist, remembering only one boy stayed with her. The suspicious officer questions the anxious subordinate about why the group has split up, pressing for an explanation. Enraged, the man storms off to confront his rival. The focus shifts to the current moment as the story moves forward. The swordsman lunges forward and unleashes a swift, forceful slash, channeling energy into the attack. He clenches his fists, preparing to launch a counterattack. Meanwhile, a swordswoman charges, driving her foe back with clashes. The observer is stunned to discover a level of sword mastery that had been concealed until now. The silver-haired fighter unleashes a devastating glowing sword strike. The young warrior braces, crossing radiant blades to block. Then a colossal tornado of energy erupts, overwhelming everything. A fast blur shoots across the sky, trailing sound. The cloaked swordswoman staggers back, shocked by the surprise hit. The resolute swordsman, sweat beading on his brow, urgently brings up the sky sword. A white-haired accuser yells they manipulated an ally and stole the sky sword. The enraged attacker swings a blazing sword down at them. A violent energy clash explodes, blasting debris across the battlefield. The dominant figure stands tall at the crater's edge as the defeated opponent tumbles into its depths. The beaten youth lies limp and motionless against the shattered wall. The swordswoman calmly admits she is angry at her fallen foe. Elsewhere, a startled person spins around at a sudden shout. A worried runner calls along the forest path while another follows, alerting a young woman. Finally, the anxious companion shakes the wounded youth, trying to keep him conscious. Now a furious young woman demands her parent explain guidance training. The silver-haired woman calls for help, supporting the injured young man. The injured swordsman steadies himself as his companion rushes to him. After sparring, the veteran duelist thanks the younger fighter, who reacts surprised. The silver-haired youth politely asks the blonde mentor for more guidance. The young swordsman pleads for help, driven by a desperate need to grow stronger. The anxious man recoils as the stern woman confronts him, her arms crossed and glare unwavering. Later, the silver-haired mentor accepts, becoming the youth's nightly training partner. The cloaked leader rests, assigning the woman in red to guard the girl. The two exchange thoughts about how the young swordsman's progress is thanks to the influence of another. The observer quietly assesses the young swordsman's impressive manners and skill. The proud rival clenches her resolve, determined to make her challenger suffer in tomorrow's confrontation. A beam of sunlight exposes the concealed mouth of a cave amid the thick forest shadows. The masked attacker releases dark energy, saturating the area threateningly. The shadowy foe staggers back, clutching its shoulder as energy crackles. The sinister figure regains strength as dark energy circles and her malicious grin widens. The armored opponent endures divine energy from the black-haired Holy Kingdom warrior. In hiding, the schemer notes the failed attack and incoming paladins. A shadowy being plans continental chaos via the widening dimensional gap. The cloaked figure blocks the other, forbidding any return to the underworld. An intruder steps forward, startling a creature that recoils. Meanwhile, an onlooker realizes a critical mistake has been made. The man calmly confirms he is a demon. In response, a seated demon demands the visitor distract the Holy Kingdom. The masked visitor leans in and flatly refuses. The angry schemer blames him for ruining plans and provoking a continent-wide Holy Kingdom search. Someone confidently declares they will take a student to mentor. Then the mastermind reveals the goal is turning the human world into the underworld. The villain warns that exposed ambition leads to a terrible fate. The young man raises his hand, revealing swirling dark power. The masked challenger staggers back as corrupt energy explodes nearby. Suddenly, the taunter laughs, finally grasping the visitor's true importance. The sinister one leans closer, laughing mockingly at the situation. A figure in red light reveals a demon with an unnatural origin. A week later, the young swordsman walks into a forest clearing. The exhausted trainee duels as the calm instructor relentlessly tests him. The young fighter pushes harder, determined to surpass his previous limit. The youth freezes, surprised by a sudden challenge from an unseen voice. At the clearing's edge, a silent spectator watches two swordsmen prepare to clash. Meanwhile, another watcher eyes a strong newcomer, expecting a challenge to the leader. The challenger steps up, signaling she is ready to duel. The silver-haired duelist raises her rapier and boldly invites combat. The challenger remains unfazed as a powerful blow crashes down at their feet. The two fighters clash fiercely, each struggling to gain advantage. One swordsman slams the ground, blasting debris out in shockwaves. The defender blocks a powerful glowing strike in mid-clash. Soon, the red-eyed warrior charges straight toward the enemy. Both opponents collide, blades sparking as energy bursts from impact. The male swordsman realizes his rival matches his strength and speed. He steadies himself, determined to face the coming challenge. Then the swordsman dives from above, forcing his foe to guard. A focused swordsman draws his glowing blade as his rival approaches. With a fierce shout, the swordswoman unleashes a massive whirlwind attack that tears through the ground. The agile fighter charges forward, narrowly escaping as a violent explosion tears through the battlefield behind her. The swordswoman unleashes a colossal energy slash, splitting the battlefield with overwhelming force. Suddenly, blue and purple energy surges outward, consuming everything ahead. Wounded, the swordsman studies his foe's aggression for a counter. Both combatants trade constant blows while maintaining their positions. In response, the silver-haired warrior drives forward with a violent energy surge. A massive burst of purple energy detonates, engulfing the entire area. A violent energy blast erupts, scattering dust across the battlefield. Then a massive sword slams into the ground, flinging debris. The tired warrior leans on the buried sword, catching her breath. The silver-haired challenger raises his sword and demands an answer. The swordswoman lowers her gaze, exhausted, and admits defeat. The white-haired fighter issues an ultimatum, vowing non-stop attacks until she yields. The wounded woman grips the sword, accepting the challenge. Meanwhile, the swordsman strains to contain the darkness rising inside him. An onlooker remembers being unable to intervene before. The wary swordswoman draws her blade, preparing for the imminent fight. A cloaked man stands over a fallen ally, quietly expressing regret. The watcher now regrets staying silent, trusting the other to endure alone. The young man, burdened by guilt, blames himself for the disappearance. He admits he once lacked the courage to speak up. At last, the reserved fighter reveals a guarded secret to his companion. The white-haired challenger confronts the hesitant woman again, demanding a clear answer. He recalls living with friends in an abandoned house as a child. The swordwoman states she feels nothing for the young heir while the listener stays silent. The solemn figure prepares to reveal the truth about the opponent the listener's son once faced. Finally, the resolute woman begins describing the ordeal that forged her will to survive. The young swordsman stares ahead, silently bracing for what's coming. He clenches fists, convinced of the woman's true nature. The woman stands firm, gripping her sword with resolve. The white-haired observer notes, with admiration, how the accomplished woman has rapidly advanced to her current position. The assertive challenger demands that the startled youth speak up while a silent observer watches the confrontation unfold. The assertive figure demands that the outsider reveal something personal in exchange for what was overheard. The youth stares ahead, still confused by the situation. An elder aggressively questions the youngster, demanding immediate answers. In response, the woman tenses, unsettled by the other's role. The young man hesitates, struggling to respond. The young man summarizes his journey, his expression resolute as he reflects under the open sky. The resolute woman comes to a critical realization, her determination clear as she gazes forward. At a quiet desk, the young swordsman reflects on the reason behind his rapid progress. Two companions stand at sunset, quietly sharing renewed hope. A red-haired ally slaps the blonde youth, urging him onward. In the arena, two warriors clasp hands, confirming their alliance. The swordsman acknowledges that the strongest force lies in the bonds formed with his companions. A dark-haired woman reflects on how much her bonds matter. An armored ally pauses as a child clings, restoring their bond. Finally, a dark-haired fighter smirks confidently amid drifting embers. A powerful fighter erupts with energy, leaving two bystanders stunned. The swordsman realizes in shock that his words influenced his rival. Later, he stands on the pillar, resolving to train harder alone. The young swordsman clenches his fists, and silently vows to one day surpass his rival. The captain is congratulated by his subordinate for successfully awakening. Then the young swordsman turns, startled as someone calls his name. The imposing figure demands that the listener join the subjugation squad within 3 years. In response, the wounded youth accepts and boldly claims he will do it in 1. The determined fighter instead vows to earn recognition within a year and return. A silent rooftop overlooks the city beneath a blanket of stars, setting the stage for what comes next. There, he recalls someone awakening merely from hearing another person's story. The observer concludes the armored warrior's power and resolve will keep growing. The young swordsman stands quietly as others acknowledge his remarkable abilities. The white-haired man sits alone at a desk, thinking. He pauses in the shadows, slowly strengthening his resolve. The silver-haired elder smiles faintly while remembering the one who disappeared. A disembodied voice claims the listener could have rivaled the greats under different circumstances. A sudden impact shakes the scene. A wary person reaches toward the table as the cup's rippling water warns of trouble. The anxious swordsman searches frantically, shouting for his missing companion. The anxious figure sits in silence, startled as a knock echoes through the room. Startled, the tense figure looks down and demands identification. A composed young woman stands at the doorway and announces her arrival. The young swordsman closes his eyes and takes a steadying breath, determined to hide his anxiety for the sake of his companion. A commanding person permits entry as someone steps into the room. The silver-haired visitor stands in the hall, earnestly asking for guidance. The uncertain young woman confesses her struggle to assert herself, while her companion listens intently in the quiet room. The silent observer pauses, lost in deep contemplation. The silver-haired woman cuts in, correcting a key misunderstanding. Then the silver-haired speaker questions why the other insists on isolation. An advisor explains self-reliance while still offering limited help. The white-haired instructor insists conversations should mainly focus on oneself. Next, the silver-haired woman confronts the man about insulting nobles. An older mentor offers sincere praise, creating a supportive atmosphere. However, a guarded person rejects the idea those harsh words were helpful. The silver-haired woman simply dismisses the earlier criticism. The long-haired figure firmly decides to ignore all harmful remarks. Still, a silver-haired man cautions against ignoring certain statements. A battered blonde ally reassures them by vouching for their friend. Finally, two cloaked figures sit quietly, reflecting on powerful words. The mentor offers clear advice on how to judge and accept guidance before challenging the listener to consider the crucial step for making the right choice. The resolute mentor delivers firm advice, urging the other to concentrate on personal growth above all else. Alone, the white-haired one decides to follow her own path. The young woman thanks him so intensely that the elder is speechless. A resolute figure rushes out into the night as a startled voice calls after her. The young man silently considers his connection to a certain knight and the constant judgment from those around him. Meanwhile, the young swordsman sprints through the forest, determined to cast off doubt. A silver-haired runner races through the woods, desperate to reach someone important. The swordsman suddenly stops as a shocking realization hits him. Later, the white-haired girl faces sunrise, mustering courage to finally confess. The young swordsman grips his glowing blade, ready to act on his feelings. The silver-haired girl widens her eyes, stunned by unexpected news. Suddenly, the young swordsman whirls toward a nearby sound, body tensing. A startled young woman halts in the forest as someone confronts her. Under the night sky, a wary figure questions the silver-haired stranger. However, the nervous speaker can barely force out a single word. The anxious girl frets about her appearance, hoping to be accepted as an ally. A worried youth rushes over to confirm his companion is unhurt. The uncertain figure clutches their hands, admitting confusion about which path to take. A desperate plea for more time echoes through the tense moment. A visitor admits wanting to meet, surprising the other. Two acquaintances exchange updates during a brief nighttime conversation outdoors. A silent resolve is made to suppress emotions for now. The young swordsman reports his training is going well. A silver-haired woman smiles, briefly showing contentment. Crowds stream through the city gate as activity swells beneath the bright sky. A worried girl asks a small companion's mood, receiving cautious reassurance. The eager girl excitedly asks the animated feline about their friendship, and the companion reassures her that their bond never ended. The traveler takes his leave after exchanging farewells, while a lively companion spins excitedly in the background. A shadowy figure calls out at the city gate, causing the swordsman and his companions to stop in surprise. An armored mentor sets a 3-year deadline for improvement. Meanwhile, an armored youth vows to reunite within a year. A dark-haired woman mocks the young man's confidence while he listens quietly. An armored fighter claims to know much about someone, surprising a comrade. Eventually, the woman states the target is at the Sword Academy and urges a decision. An armored ally accepts thanks, observed silently from behind. An armored woman calmly surveys the surroundings. The stern woman confronts the girl, demanding a response. A challenger proposes another match, which the other accepts before leaving. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion rocks the area, blasting debris and earth into the air. The swordsman taunts his kneeling opponent's weakness. The silver-haired man insists he saw everything that day. The cloaked speaker explains the girl ran out to see him. A powerful refusal echoes across the scene, signaling determined opposition. The determined challenger unleashes a powerful attack as the stalwart opponent braces for impact amid a flurry of clashing swords. The swordsman endures a barrage, trying to surpass his limits. The young swordsman surges forward, intent on seizing the rare opportunity before him. However, the leading woman threatens to intensify the battle. The youth grabs the glowing sword and charges ahead. The warrior unleashes a massive energy strike that shakes everything. The young swordsman, overwhelmed by sudden danger, cries out desperately for help. An onlooker shouts as the swordswoman presses her training attack. The silver-haired man pressures the youth until he agrees. The observant onlooker notices a brief moment of hesitation. A companion sees his tired friend and suggests resting. The swordsman takes a long drink from his jug while his companion sits nearby, offering a calm, reassuring presence. The cheerful girl invites her startled companion to visit her family estate as they walk together outdoors. The girl explains she and her father must leave soon. One traveler suggests the other train with her father for a year to improve, prompting thoughtful consideration. The energetic girl eagerly gestures for the newcomer to join the group. A commanding figure interrupts, halting any further action. The young swordsman looks up, startled by the sudden disturbance. A winged monster charges them, forcing both to brace. A girl rushes forward, shouting a warning. Soon, a rider on a red griffin appears, shocking the trio. The cloaked watcher recognizes the griffin and suspects the nearby woman is magical. A cheerful cloaked girl appears, calling out with crackling purple energy. A lively girl throws her arms around the startled young man, while a third onlooker stares in disbelief. A white-haired girl stiffens, jealous as she sees the hug. An armored youth introduces his shy companion to the newcomer. The enthusiastic woman suddenly remembers a key detail about her companion's family as another figure approaches from behind. 2 young women formally introduce themselves to each other outside. The long-haired newcomer greets the group with a formal introduction. A stern relative confronts the uneasy young man about his 2-year absence from home, demanding an explanation for why he hasn't visited. The swordsman announces he will attend the renowned academy to train. The young woman is stunned by the sudden academy announcement. Later, the silver-haired woman declares she will seek future recognition. The silver-haired woman acknowledges their imminent separation with a conflicted smile. A blonde traveler pauses in the forest clearing, silently thinking. Finally, the young woman admits jealousy of the girl's closeness to her sibling. The confident sibling accepts the decision as the others silently watch. Then the armored youth leaves with the girl after elders permit. The flustered girl rushes out of the room. One figure offers sympathy while the other silently absorbs the weight of their recent ordeal. The woman admits causing the trap and apologizes to the creature. Suddenly, someone's hands tightly squish the startled creature's face. The young man gently reassures the emotional feline as the compassionate woman offers comforting support. The younger sibling grips his shoulders and declares she will join. The determined girl pressures her nervous sibling, using the distressed pet as leverage. The young swordsman reluctantly agrees to join the other person, masking his apprehension. The energetic girl welcomes the startled newcomer with enthusiasm as the boy watches from the table. Meanwhile, a carriage stops as 5 hooded travelers surround it. A companion tugs his cloak, asking him to visit within a year. The outspoken woman playfully warns her agreeable companion that she will seek him out and pester him if he fails to keep his promise. The youth freezes, suddenly realizing how attached he has become. She insists he promise, her encouraging smile urging him to agree. The armored youth steels himself, preparing for their impending separation. The young man offers a gentle farewell before turning away. The 2 remain behind, waving as the carriage vanishes down the road. The assertive woman strides ahead, prompting the startled youth and his small companion to follow her into the forest. The traveler suggests taking the griffin for a more comfortable journey. The assertive woman firmly rejects traveling on the griffin. The siblings start traveling together, one leading while one hesitates. The blonde demands to know if her presence is unwanted. The anxious youth raises his hands in defense while a watchful feline peers over his shoulder. Annoyed, the blonde glares and criticizes his slow answer. The anxious companion quickly defends the embarrassed swordsman, who awkwardly agrees under pressure. Several days quietly pass as their journey continues. The group moves quietly along the sunlit path, accompanied by their small animal companion. Eventually, the younger sibling asks the elder a curious question. Startled, the swordsman looks at the glowing crystal necklace. The armored traveler checks his waist and pulls out a pouch. The gloved ally explains the blue pendant shattered from demonic energy. The apologetic youth confesses regret, but the solemn companion gently reassures, blaming the demon for their misfortune. The companion reassures him, noting the glowing necklace may still help. Relieved, the youth thanks her as the woman smiles. Later, the one ahead confronts him about secrecy, prompting a quick apology. Soon, the traveler suggests resting at an inn, and he agrees. That night, the young man sits on the bed thinking. Earlier, the silver-haired mentor gave the youth important advice in the forest. The young swordsman is warned not to be consumed by flames. Determined to surpass his rival, the swordsman pushes his growth relentlessly. The mentor warns that uncontrolled power will bring disaster. Similarly, another figure warns about being consumed by one's power. The young man rises from bed, steeling himself for what comes. Soon after, the blond youth sits on his bed meditating. A massive blazing sword suddenly appears, cutting through the darkness. The young swordsman grabs the blazing weapon, shocked by its intensity. The anxious onlooker stares as the flames swell rapidly. In the rain, two foes face off as one raises an unstable red blade. The young swordsman, shrouded in dark energy, barely maintains control. The youth channels the blade's power, straining to keep its flames contained. The young swordsman concentrates, seeking the key to controlling flame. The young swordsman channels intense water energy between his hands, sweat beating down his focused face. With a shout, the swordsman slams his fists down, unleashing a powerful surge. A colossal flaming sword tears through smoke, releasing destructive energy. The lone swordsman falters as his water energy vanishes, leaving him trapped and overwhelmed by raging flames. Desperate, the young swordsman focuses, channeling water energy to restore balance. A single candle burns in darkness, casting a harsh light. A tense figure clenches a fist, struggling to control rising emotions. A young swordsman on his bed faces nearby purple shadows. A tense figure hesitantly requests entry, and the anxious occupant allows the door to open as swirling energy intensifies. A girl barges in and catches him secretly training. One companion scolds another for overexerting, and the exhausted one thanks her. The swordsman calms his breathing, telling himself to stay patient. Later, he exhales on the bed, resolving to face upcoming trials. Dark energy suddenly surges beneath him, signaling approaching danger. A cheerful companion jumps in, loudly declaring their arrival. Soon after, two travelers reach the Sword Academy gates to begin training. The trio strides confidently down the cobblestone path, preparing to enter their next challenge. Two armored visitors enter the grand hall, startling the lone occupant. Two delighted hosts rush toward their recently returned guest. Later, three peers crowd the new swordsman, demanding details about his victory. A startled student questions why a stranger suddenly appeared in the hallway. Two students explain the red-haired trainee left with the master days ago. One youth angrily confronts another about traveling with suspicious companions. The shocked student recoils after hearing the two travelers are involved. An elderly leader interrupts the argument, instantly quieting everyone. A stern figure enters the hall, causing the startled group by the window to tense as he singles one of them out. The headmaster warmly greets the young visitor after a long absence. The young man sits tensely across from the elder as a silent observer watches from the background, and a serious discussion begins. The elder confirms the visitor seeks water energy training. The youth admits he fears being consumed by his power. In response, the elder dismisses this fear, startling the younger man. The elder advises him, blaming shame from constant competition. The speaker reassures the listener by acknowledging their perseverance and encouraging them to recognize their own progress. However, the mentor replies regretfully, knowing his answer disappoints the seeker. Elsewhere, a startled girl confirms her name when an older figure calls. The elder leans in, asking if the mystic can summon a griffin. The young swordsman confidently accepts the griffin summoning challenge. Then the older man suggests riding the griffin to another location. A supportive woman tells the hopeful cat that her dream is achievable. With plans decided, the group quickly prepares to depart. Soon, the woman soars skyward while riding a griffin. Later, they reach a river where their guide announces water sword training. A cautious onlooker studies the calm lake for anything unusual. The elder figure steps forward by the river, unsheathing his sword as the two younger onlookers watch intently. He channels energy through the blade, making the riverbank glow brightly. Maintaining focus, the old swordsman releases power and swings in one strike. Finally, he rushes forward and smashes his glowing sword into the water. A huge impact splits the ground and water, shocking everyone. The resolute swordsman slices through the towering wall of water, forcing it apart with sheer power. A watcher clutches her ally, watching the lake divide. Then a sudden light bursts out, startling the young swordsman. The old swordsman stands before the sundered wave, technique revealed. The armored youth faces the elder, puzzled about the lake's meaning. Meanwhile, the mentor teaches that understanding water leads to sword mastery. The youth quietly contemplates his new training beside the river. The determined student accepts the challenge, eager to prove himself. He raises his sword by the river, preparing a decisive strike. He slams the blade down, releasing a blue energy burst. However, he gasps in the rain, realizing he still falls short. The swordsman splits the high waves again, standing firm between them. He continues harsh lakeside training, refusing to rest. The scene shifts forward to the following day. Suddenly, energy erupts across the field, scattering birds skyward. A lone fighter grips a huge sword, facing the stormy river. The exhausted youth steadies himself, holding the glowing blade in the grass. Later, An elder finds the weary trainee still practicing swings. The nervous student admits he has made no progress. The elderly mentor reassures the listener and offers to demonstrate the technique again. The younger swordsman accepts, facing the mentor in the clearing. The older swordsman unleashes a powerful wave of energy from his blade, slicing through the air with intense focus. Next, he cleaves the pond, sending water shooting into the air. The trainee's strike leaves the lake unmoved, shocking him. He asks if his technique changed since yesterday, and the student says yes. However, the mentor insists today's technique is identical to yesterday's. The young swordsman puzzles over the cryptic claim, searching for its true meaning. The mentor tells him to stay patient and keep training. The youth tells the elder he will be away soon while they walk. The young swordsman resolves to trust the process and focus on training, determined to find answers through perseverance. The older figure departs as the trainee relentlessly practices sword swings by the lakeside. The elder doubts the disciple can master the sword of water quickly, yet a watcher by the river hopes his own doubts will be disproven. A desperate inner voice urges the exhausted swordsman not to give up. 4 days later, he trains even harder beneath a pounding waterfall. The elder cleanly deflects the incoming water strike with one precise motion. The vice headmaster formally presents an important letter to the young swordsman. The stern elder examines the letter as the attendant announces its urgent origin. He recoils in alarm upon learning of a demon's rampage. The elder approaches the waterfall, burdened by his generation's duty. A stern, bearded elder arrives, his presence heavy and imposing. This formidable elder appears, his expression warning of impending danger. Meanwhile, a tusked warrior steps from the dark, eyes fixed ahead. Someone admits grimly that all of them have grown too old. They warn the continent's overall fighting strength will soon be halved. So the elder worries his promising students lack time to grow stronger. A devastating blast erupts, shaking the battlefield with violent shockwaves. An older swordsman spins around, startled by the sudden disturbance. Then a towering fighter slams the ground, launching a swordsman into the air. The veteran swiftly raises his glowing sword, deflecting the sudden strike. A bearded challenger lunges in, demanding a duel with his glowing blade. The elder glares and vows quick retaliation for the failed ambush. A stern fighter gathers crackling blue energy, preparing to unleash it. Elsewhere, a determined youth blocks a swordswoman's fierce strike, their blades clashing. Both fighters surge forward, their swords crashing together in a shockwave. An older attacker lunges aggressively, pressing his assault while mocking his opponent. Suddenly, a white-haired warrior's glowing kick breaks the swordsman's guard, forcing him back. The younger swordsman erupts forward, blasting his elder opponent backward. Finally, a resolute fighter stops a deadly glowing blade barehanded. The young swordsman pursues his rival, aiming to become strongest. The older fighter unleashes a defiant roar, refusing to surrender as blue energy flares around him. Soon, the swordsman swings his glowing blade at the older opponent. The older fighter narrowly evades the vicious attack as it tears through the ground beside him. The elderly fighter brings his weapon down in a fierce, decisive strike. A fierce warrior unleashes a sword strike, flinging the foe away. Then the seasoned fighter rushes in, swinging a glowing sword. The swordsman stomps forward, launching his next aggressive attack. The older man mocks his foe, questioning their ability to keep up. He smirks and warns he is about to fight seriously. The older warrior swings his charged blade, sending energy roaring through the forest. The swordsman unleashes a massive surge of energy, blasting forward with overwhelming force. The veteran brings his glowing sword down in another heavy strike. The older man scowls openly, complaining in open frustration. Meanwhile, a violent energy surge rips through the darkness, lighting everything. The blue-clad swordsman slashes forward as the cloaked enemy retreats. A massive blast erupts beneath them, flinging both fighters away. The older swordsman senses deadly energy coming and knows a hit would crush him. The seasoned warrior jerks back as a surprise sword strike whistles past. Finally, a fleeing figure sprints downhill, dodging the crashing debris behind. The older swordsman raises his weapon defensively, startled by the sudden danger above. Meanwhile, the attacker slashes downward, cleaving trees and devastating the area. The swordsman sends a massive shockwave slicing toward his distant opponent. The veteran warrior lunges forward, channeling energy into his sword as he unleashes a decisive attack. Afterward, the silver-haired man surveys the smoky battlefield, assessing the outcome. The grizzled warrior charges straight through falling debris toward the fight. The exhausted swordsman accepts he probably cannot defeat his enemy. Then the warrior surges forward, unleashing a powerful lightning strike. The lone figure releases a surge of blue energy that crackles across the hillside. The elderly figure snaps his head around as a menacing presence sweeps past him. The older fighter launches a sweeping surge of energy, overwhelming the battlefield with force. Meanwhile, the young swordsman dashes ahead, blue aura flaring as he races his rival. The older swordsman unleashes a forceful attack, his blade slicing through the air with determination. A powerful surge of green energy slices through the air, tearing across the battlefield. Soon two seasoned fighters clash as one channels energy through his blade, driving the other back. The swordsman unleashes a lightning-charged slash that crackles through the air. The elder studies the explosive surge of blue energy with unwavering focus. The swordsman fires blue lightning that tears the ground apart. The older fighter braces himself, struggling to keep up as a barrage of blindingly fast attacks closes in. Finally, a crack of light splits the darkness, hinting they might overcome the barrier. The swordsman prepares to intercept the incoming strike precisely. He attacks, trying to break his opponent's blade. The older fighter halts mid-strike, shocked by interruption. Then the older man realizes his rival expected this. An onlooker realizes everything was arranged to force this choice. The vigilant swordsman braces himself, realizing his opponent is targeting his throat with a sudden, lethal move. The defeated fighter clutches his chest and concedes the battle, overwhelmed by resignation. Two warriors clash violently, releasing energy that shakes the ground. A huge crackling sword slams down while two fighters brace. Later, the mentor asks why the youth hesitated to win. The young swordsman says his real challenge is beyond weak foes. The older challenger demands answers from the uneasy figure, forcing him to confront what is troubling his mind during their tense standoff by the river. By the river, one man teases the other, breaking silence. The elderly man urges his companion to place greater trust in the young swordsman. A mentor quietly acknowledges that personal worries cannot aid a pupil's growth. He concludes that steady support and belief are enough for the student. The elder thanks his companion, now feeling calmer. Soon, one man mocks the other's softness, drawing an annoyed response. The swordsman walks alone by the river, thinking. Meanwhile, the old mentor realizes he was wrong to doubt him. The old mentor quietly resolves to trust in the young swordsman's ability to master the water sword. The old man freezes, stunned by the revelation. The bald observer recoils in shock as a massive, swirling demonic energy sphere erupts from the water. The older swordsman charges forward, determined to confront the demonic presence head-on. The woman on the great bird urgently warns the elder by the water not to break the barrier. A tense man demands answers from the pressured woman. Soon, the blonde points to the lake, saying the veil trapped him. The elder recoils in disbelief upon hearing unexpected news. Suddenly, blue energy erupts, sending dark tendrils across everything. The exhausted swordsman rests in the water, still gripping his weapon. A menacing entity emerges, greeting him with a taunt. The young swordsman strains to pull the glowing blade free. A sinister figure emerges from the darkness and confronts the swordsman, who stands ready in the water. Later, the youth channels power through his glowing lakeside blade. He raises the radiant sword over the riverbank, readying himself. The exhausted swordsman realizes that 2 days have passed without any progress, heightening his anxiety. The mentor states his technique is unchanged from yesterday. The young man ponders the confusing words spoken by the headmaster. The swordsman grips the ornate hilt, wrestling with frustration. By the river, he questions whether his training method works. The man walks over the river, energy glowing in his hand. The swordsman pushes through the water, refusing to stop. He clenches his fists and vows to give everything. 2 days pass under the moonlit, clouded night sky. Then the swordsman unleashes a powerful glowing strike over water. The blonde swordsman brings down a colossal wave of blue energy in a single, devastating strike. Exhausted, he pushes on, gasping above the turbulent water. Frustrated, the trainee clenches his jaw after another failed cut. The desperate swordsman steels himself to master the water sword without delay. Resolute, he steps into swirling water as red energy crackles. A lone figure unleashes a surge of dark energy, sending crackling power through the environment. The dark energy erupts violently, swirling and filling the surroundings. Suddenly, a menacing voice freezes him as red energy engulfs everything. He stands firm while a shadowed adversary radiates crackling power before him. The dark foe steps out, taunting as energy crackles around him. The swordsman halts on the water, bracing as the demon reappears. The enemy continues taunting, grinning sharply at the swordsman. The determined fighter charges, striking with a powerful golden blade. Next, the blonde warrior surges forward and releases a devastating strike. However, his lunge passes through the shadow, leaving it unharmed. A frightened youth faces a shadow as darkness materializes. The enemy warns escape is impossible once she dies. The stunned youth freezes, sweat beading on his brow as disbelief overtakes him. The young swordsman freezes in the pouring rain as a surge of power crackles through his weapon. Meanwhile, the storm intensifies, rain pounding harder around him. The confused fighter looks up as rain suddenly crashes down. The flaming shadow starts a wager and declares the win conditions. Then he issues a strict warning about failing to meet the deadline. The lone swordsman steadies himself as rising water signals an approaching danger. A sinister figure issues a fierce challenge as the two adversaries prepare to clash. The young swordsman steels himself in the storm for the coming trial. Now he suspects his own wishes helped create half of this distorted realm. Resolute, he grips the glowing blade, striving to master the water sword. The lone figure tenses as swirling energy engulfs the surroundings. A messenger reports the lakeside evacuation is complete, and the elder approves. Two riders study the unchanged barrier from atop their crimson mount. The older man realizes the barrier was formed by more than just demonic energy. Earlier, the elder pauses, sensing the existence of a powerful barrier. They suspect the mysterious source was partly created by the young swordsman. A blonde ally and a watchful cat lock eyes, anticipating what follows. The swordsman sees his ally trapped inside a magical barrier. Meanwhile, the cat tells the girl their ally is stronger now. The cat insists the swordsman will soon recover from this trial. A devastating energy slash tears diagonally through the battlefield. The young swordsman unleashes a massive wave of blue energy, shaking the battlefield with a fierce attack. The young swordsman gasps for breath, frustration mounting as his attack fails to cut through once again. The youth grips his sword as rising water reaches his thighs. With fierce resolve, the swordsman channels energy and unleashes a devastating attack. With unwavering determination, the swordsman unleashes another devastating, water-like strike. The soaked youth stops in waist-high water, sensing the threat increasing. In the darkness, he wonders why his constant attacks keep failing. He pauses, doubting whether he can continue fighting. The young fighter struggles to steady his breathing and suppress rising panic. Still, he forces himself forward through the surging water. The swordsman braces as a huge shadow charges, water crashing around them. As rain intensifies, the struggling man sinks deeper into negativity. Suddenly, the blonde swordsman drives forward with an energy-charged strike. The young man stands frozen, overwhelmed by despair. A sinister figure unleashes a chaotic force, threatening eternal torment. Sheets of rain hammer down under the ominous sky as tension builds. The young man bursts from the water, struggling to breathe. The lone survivor braces against a towering wave crashing down in the midst of a violent storm. The young swordsman fights to stay afloat as he clenches his fist underwater, his resolve unwavering despite the crushing pressure. He resists the current, trying to reach the surface and fight. The confused swordsman sinks, reaching upward as he disappears underwater. The desperate figure thrashes beneath the surface, gasping for air as panic takes hold. Nearby, a battered fighter reaches desperately toward his fallen sword. The exhausted youth struggles to keep his head above water. The young swordsman sinks deeper into the murky water, his blades slipping away as he drifts unconscious. Meanwhile, the young man continues sinking into the dark depths. A sinister armored watcher observes calmly as the helpless one sinks. The grinning enemy lets the weakened opponent black out and sink. Now, the dominant foe leaves the cornered swordsman with no chance. A lone figure drifts unconscious beneath the water, suspended between life and death. Suddenly, a mysterious light pierces the surrounding darkness. A determined rescuer reaches out and firmly grabs another's arm. The swordsman recoils in shock as sudden understanding hits. He sinks again, too shocked to react. A sinister figure recoils in disbelief as an opponent recovers unexpectedly from the consuming darkness. Later, the wary youth confronts him about lying over his supposed death. The swordswoman reels as a hidden truth is revealed. The swordsman conjures a radiant blade, preparing to strike. The young fighter grips the radiant blade, committed to his goal. A tense silence fills the air as a critical truth is about to be revealed. The swordsman stands firm beneath the eerie light, confidently revealing that malicious intent cannot physically harm him in this place. The monster staggers back, injured by the sudden attack. The young swordsman brings down his radiant blade with overwhelming force. The swordsman struggles to swing his blade underwater. The swordsman realizes he cannot alter his surroundings with magic and must rely solely on his physical abilities. With a confident smirk, the young swordsman firmly accepts the situation. The young swordsman cuts off the shadowy attacker's advance with a decisive surge of energy. The monster mocks him, exuding heavy, oppressive power. The monstrous figure recoils as its strength rapidly diminishes. The swordsman charges forward as a dark creature bursts from the shadows behind him. Elsewhere, a grieving boy lies motionless after his mother's death. The withdrawn youth surges forward, finally confronting his fears head-on. The swordsman recalls training hard while trapped in the magical prison. Still, he keeps training relentlessly, despite frustration over his slow progress. An onlooker panics as the enraged figure suddenly starts calming down. Gripping the golden hilt, the youth refuses to quit and seeks growth. Waking up, the swordsman remembers a vision exposing his greatest fears. The swordsman stands firm as a radiant column of light splits the darkness, his determination unwavering despite the uncertainty ahead. Still, the lone swordsman refuses to yield in the surrounding darkness. With relentless resolve, the young swordsman pushes through exhaustion, driving his blade forward. The resolute swordsman grips his glowing blade and shouts his unwavering belief in himself. Sensing a dangerous power surge, he moves to stop the growing monster. The swordsman steels himself against the taunts of the looming shadow, refusing to give in to despair. Meanwhile, an enraged foe mocks him, claiming the challenge is impossible. The youth stands firm, denies the accusation, and the shadowed enemy recoils. He suddenly understands the true meaning behind his master's lesson. He gathers himself to deliver a decisive strike, power surging around him. A radiant orb bursts, flooding the area with unleashed energy. A terrified creature staggers back as darkness engulfs its face. A shield spins away as a devastating strike connects. The swordsman concentrates fiercely, unleashing a surge of power into his radiant blade. He channels intense energy through his pendant, readying a crucial move. His decisive attack crashes down, cleaving the surrounding water apart. Then a massive blue surge erupts upward, obliterating everything in its path. The magical shield shatters as the swordsman, astride a crimson griffin, stares ahead in alarm. Finally, he slams his blade into the ground, parting towering waves with energy. A frantic girl runs over water, shouting for her brother. The swordsman stands in the shallows, calling urgently for his companions. The anxious sibling confronts her calm brother by the lake, venting her frustration and relief after his ordeal. An elder approaches, noting the youth has changed since the barrier. The mentor calmly asks if the student mastered the water sword. The young swordsman hesitates by the water, uncertainty evident as his small companion remains quietly at his side. Later, the two stand together, quietly sharing their relief. Across the desk, investigator and mentor discuss a demon-linked, past life space. The old man simply smiles and decides to stop worrying. Someone slides a graduation token over, startling the young recipient. The anxious youth hesitates as the mentor reassures him, urging acceptance of the recognition as a new beginning. The mentor explains that graduating from the academy grants the right to engage as equals with other top swordsmen. Elsewhere, a commander urgently orders a search for a missing ally. The young swordsman receives encouragement and answers with renewed confidence. Riding a griffin, the cheerful boy asks if their friend is there. The youth explains the girl is training under a new instructor. The blonde boy fondly describes his close companion, sure the other will like her. 3 allies land on their mount and spot their endangered friend near the cabin. 2 armored fighters and their beast watch a brutal battle in the dust. 2 armored allies and a cat reach the grounds as one calls to the sparring group. The furious mentor urges the determined swordsman to unleash even greater power as he charges forward through the chaos. The swordsman, the cautious girl, and their animal companion recoil in fear as an intense atmosphere fills the room. The fierce swordswoman snaps to attention, readying herself as danger erupts before her. The red-haired warrior charges, screaming in rage. The red-haired girl lunges, threatening the stunned blonde boy. Days earlier, a sword was slammed into the ground. The exhausted trainee collapses to their knees, gasping for breath as the stern mentor towers over them and demands more effort. The mentor urges, channeling rivalry into drive for mastery. Then an elder rushes in, attacking to prove endurance. The enraged fighter lunges and launches a brutal assault. A trainee doubts shouting, but the instructor insists it's vital. The youth surges forward, turning frustration into a desperate attack. A commanding voice urges using intense emotions against the rival. The swordswoman braces herself, gripping her weapon against her rival. The young swordsman lunges forward and unleashes a powerful strike. The red-haired fighter vents frustration and slams a downward blow. Provoked by the white-haired man, the swordswoman charges. The furious elder erupts, commanding everyone to insult the absent youth whenever his name is mentioned. The red-haired subordinate answers loudly, showing firm determination. Finally, a commanding voice demands to know which one is iron. A red-haired woman shouts angrily as flames erupt. A furious swordswoman lunges through the flames, launching a relentless attack. The swordsman leaps forward, positioning himself between his 2 companions and the threat, ready to defend them. Blades collide with a burst of sparks as the determined fighter blocks a crushing blow from his relentless opponent. Meanwhile, the enraged woman yells at her pleading companion. The red-haired fighter vows loudly to fight until victory. An armored warrior slams down, striking the opponent unexpectedly. The red-haired swordswoman staggers back, suddenly realizing something crucial. A dominant foe slashes her hard, hurling her backward. Wreathed in flames, she vows to surpass her rival. The older observer recoils as the wielder's fiery sword surges with overwhelming energy. Then the red-haired attacker unleashes flames, forcing him to brace. The swordsman endures the blow without using an aura sword. Next, the red-haired warrior releases a massive golden energy slash. Her strike detonates, barely missing her dodging blonde opponent. A young swordsman counters with a slash, shaking the battlefield. Panicking, he realizes his full strength released and shouts warning. The red-haired fighter collapses, stunned and writhing on the ground. Later, a mentor praises an armored trainee for countering an aura sword. The mentor also thanks the swordsman for inspiring new training. At once, the young onlooker realizes his opponent is unexpectedly strong. The woman and her small partner rush to the cliff, shouting to the unconscious fighter below. The group checks the fallen warrior, while another insists she will recover. The blonde woman lashes out at the group after someone collapses. A healer treats the injured woman as the small companion assists. The determined woman leads the unconscious figure toward shelter while the others confirm the way is clear. A wary man introduces his armored younger sister to the observer. The observer quietly evaluates the strength of another's personality. Soon, the hesitant youth is startled when the battle preparations begin. An older warrior draws his sword, signaling their decisive clash. The silver-haired man confronts his opponent with a mocking challenge. The resolute youth accepts guidance, his gaze unwavering as he prepares for what lies ahead. The older warrior advances with his charged sword as the fight begins. The startled onlooker freezes as a surge of blue energy crashes into the distant cabin. A massive blue blast rips through the area, destroying everything. The white-haired attacker lunges, striking the armored foe with lightning. Elsewhere, the young swordsman steadies himself, preparing for the coming clash. Blades clash as the determined challenger drives his attack at the defender. The blonde fighter staggers after taking a heavy electric strike. The young swordsman fails to find an opening against his faster opponent. The mentor calmly explains that the water sword is a weapon designed to refine one's inner self as the attentive student listens. The young swordsman channels fire and water, seeking balance. He steadies his breath, refocusing as he grips the blade. The blonde fighter stands over his defeated rival after victory. An older man recoils in alarm as understanding strikes. A determined figure unleashes a powerful, flowing aura that radiates throughout the area. The warrior slams the ground with explosive force as his opponent observes from above. The wounded warrior staggers back as his glowing sword splits the ground. Then, the swordsman gathers golden energy to prepare a finishing strike. Two duelists clash blades, sending a shockwave that cracks the ground. Two fighters collide midair, their empowered swords triggering a blinding explosion. The older warrior smashes the ground, creating an opening with an energy burst. The young swordsman charges, releasing a fierce blast of fire. An intense sense of suspense builds as the next crucial detail is about to be revealed. The swordsman feels strong water energy behind him, recalling someone from his past. An elder releases crackling blue lightning, displaying overwhelming power. Later, the blonde visitor and red-haired patient discuss their budding rivalry. The seasoned mentor lunges forward, locking blades with the determined youth. A black feline quietly watches as two figures clash swords in the fading light. Finally, the caged observer and her companion watch trainees continue their relentless practice. The exhausted swordsman collapses to his knees, gripping his weapon as the radiant opponent stands over him in silent dominance. The exhausted youth pants heavily, struggling to regain his strength as flames roar around him. The trainee begs to continue, but the swordsman ends their training. The imposing figure silences the group, asserting control and acknowledging the youth's impressive command of multiple auras. The young man insists there is something no prodigy or rival can copy. The red-haired fighter attacks, her aura flaring as she overpowers her foe. The mentor says focusing on one aura brings more pain but greater potential. The elder grimly warns that an unavoidable defeat is coming. The young swordsman watches the flames, accepting that power is beyond him. The young swordsman quietly resolves to push himself harder, determined not to slow down his companion. A burly swordsman taunts the cloaked youth, sparking a heated exchange. The young warrior bows as the mentor departs, ending their session. Suddenly, the white-haired mentor tosses a mysterious item to the youth. A gloved ally presents a shining emblem, granting new recognition and protection. The young swordsman clenches his fist in gratitude as the sun sets behind him. A determined woman steps forward as someone announces it is her turn. Later, an injured woman thanks her companion for first aid as they rest together. The mentor welcomes the recovering student and her companion as they approach. The red-haired woman leaves briefly to talk, promising to return before night training. Exhausted, the mentor cancels training and walks off, leaving the student alone. The red-haired girl mocks another's hidden weakness. Two figures sit in the shadowy clearing, quietly confronting the link between demons and a mysterious former life. Meanwhile, their feline ally inspects the necklace, pondering its strange power. The swordswoman teases her ally's growth, leaving him embarrassed. The red-haired fighter eagerly anticipates more training after recent progress. An armored comrade jokes about her rumored romance, startling the woman. The fair-haired youth questions academy rumors, and she angrily overreacts. Months earlier, key events quietly begin to shape everything. As two swordsmen converse outside the gate, unseen observers listen in from the shadows. Soon, the young man warns his partner their duties will separate them. The red-haired swordswoman freezes as she hears an earnest confession. A group of onlookers excitedly whispers as the reserved swordsman and the confident warrior converse, fueling rumors of a budding romance. The pair awkwardly agree to meet the next day, both visibly flustered. Then, the story jumps to the next day, starting a new development. A musician captivates the crowd, entrancing two particular spectators. A confident youth guides his startled companion into the crowded ballroom. There, a server balancing trays on the stairs impresses bystanders. Two allies share a meal together in the dining hall. Night settles over the land as the full moon illuminates the quiet sky. Sitting back to back, the quiet youth asks, and the shy one admits enjoying today. Two youths sit tensely on a bench, avoiding eye contact. One onlooker yells for a kiss while the embarrassed target shouts back in protest. The reserved swordsman calmly asks the flustered warrior if his behavior is making her uneasy, prompting her to hastily deny any discomfort. Blushing, the red-haired girl claims she is only embarrassed. The red-haired fighter grabs the blue-haired boy's collar and yells. Suddenly, the red-haired swordswoman kisses her companion, shocking them both. Three hidden spectators recoil in shock and embarrassment while spying from bushes. Later, the red-haired girl corners him and forces his agreement. The blue-haired swordsman makes her promise to meet after gaining permission. The assertive swordswoman corners the blue-haired youth, demanding he focus solely on training and reporting to her. She demands intense training and improvement as conditions for continuing their relationship. The nervous youth flinches under harsh orders and quickly stammers out an anxious reply. The swordsman brushes off the companion's curiosity with laughter, keeping the mood light as they sit together in the night. The red-haired girl urgently asks to use the griffin to escape. The blonde youth, confused, questions this sudden request. The young swordsman asks his companion to deliver a letter to someone in the Lloyd territory, and she agrees without hesitation. The guest thanks them before being dismissed as everyone prepares for training. The armored youth declines her invitation, committing himself to training instead. Suddenly, a distressed cry pierces the tense silence. Two rivals trade respectful words about improvement before parting ways. The elder departs while the armored youth and ally wait with the griffin. Soon, the travelers fly off on the griffin, waving goodbye below. One girl expresses envy over another's romantic luck and turns to her companion with a bold question about their preferences. The blonde girl describes her ideal person as someone pure and dependable. Her lively companion teases, asking if she already likes someone. The swordsman freezes, stunned by the sudden mention of romance. Meanwhile, the silver-haired woman smiles brightly, genuinely pleased. The armored youth jerks around, reacting to an unexpected disturbance. The young swordsman is startled as thoughts of a distant companion suddenly invade his mind. As the giant red bird descends through the clouds, the travelers catch their first breathtaking glimpse of the vast estate below. The group enters a bustling city square, noticing the cheerful atmosphere and the happiness of the townspeople. A bearded local explains her father is the lord and probably a good ruler. The young swordsman watches the crowd, quietly satisfied by their happiness. The swordsman and ally stop at a wooden building to eat before continuing. Inside, an exhausted youth slumps at a table as two armored visitors watch. One figure spots someone familiar in the crowd, prompting the companion to ask about the sudden reaction. A despairing drinker collapses onto the table in drunken longing. Suddenly, a startled youth calls out to the blue-haired person across the table. A lone man slumps over a tavern table, muttering his yearning. The anxious youth confronts the man across from him, startling them both. The armored patron confronts the cloaked visitor about his disguise. The embarrassed youth fumbles for an excuse to avoid being seen. The young man nervously denies any feelings while his companion watches the tense exchange in silence. The nervous man denies lying when the suspicious cat confronts him. After being questioned, the cloaked man turns to leave without arguing. The blue-haired man rushes excitedly toward the blonde recipient. The uneasy man asks where the item came from, surprising the onlooker. Suddenly, the woman spins around, shocked by the visitor behind her. A cheerful, bandaged youth warmly greets the newcomer after a long absence. The blonde woman unexpectedly feels she can trust the person before her. The upbeat host introduces his shy younger sibling to the startled guest. Three heirs exchange introductions in a grand hall, establishing a formal yet friendly atmosphere. The bandaged boy leans in, pressing the swordsman about his academy status. The young master places a reassuring hand on his companion's shoulder and invites the group to continue their discussion at the estate. Sunlight reveals a vast palace surrounded by carefully maintained gardens. Four guests dine together, discussing the graduation exam and the purpose of this visit. During the meal, a guest asks about the parents, and the host says they return tonight. The reserved boy silently listens as someone comments on his father's reputation. The young traveler quietly takes in the bustling, cheerful surroundings. The young man raises his glass and credits his achievements to his father's guidance. The blue-haired youth gazes forward, quietly marveling at another's talent. He pauses, silently uncertain about what to do next. The blue-haired challenger suggests a duel, and the smiling opponent readily agrees. One challenger steps forward and demands a duel with the swordmaster, who calmly agrees. The satisfied guest requests to retire for the evening, and the attentive host arranges rooms for everyone. Three newcomers enter the hall and stand before the restrained captive. A swordsman steps into the training grounds, signaling readiness to fight. Despite knowing defeat is certain, the challenger lunges at the swordmaster. The challenger charges forward, preparing to endure the attack and counter-strike. His opponent releases a devastating, luminous sword strike. The young swordsman staggers backward, overwhelmed by an invisible crushing force. Moments later, the challenger is blasted back by a crushing blow. A quick hand catches the descending blade, abruptly stopping the attack. Seizing the opening, the swordsman lunges and strikes his unprepared rival. Blades collide with explosive force as one fighter recoils in pain, struggling to withstand the onslaught. The composed swordsman lands a dominant blow without even using full strength. He braces himself, realizing his rival has grown vastly stronger. Suddenly, one fighter releases unexpected power, forcing his opponent into desperate defense. The swordsman swings his blade downward with overwhelming force. Exhausted, the younger fighter finally accepts their overwhelming difference in skill. Just as the swordsman prepares to strike with his golden blade, a sudden gesture forces him to stop. Finally, the bandaged youth raises his hand, conceding defeat to the stronger swordsman. The young swordsman steadies himself, awaiting the next challenger in the hall. One figure steps forward with a sword, declaring a challenge as another reacts with annoyance, and a third looks on in surprise. The eager challenger rushes in, starting a sparring match with the confident swordsman. The armored fighter and his opponent clash swords, both forcing forward. Steel collides as the swordswoman swings down with force while her opponent braces to block the attack. Suddenly, the young swordsman spins around, sensing an unexpected threat. A blonde attacker swings at his rival, triggering a fierce clash. In response, the focused swordsman unleashes a devastating radiant sword strike. A startled young man recoils as a sudden splash of water hits his face. Two warriors clash swords, releasing a shockwave that splits the ground. The swordsman unleashes a devastating energy wave, tearing the ground apart in a fierce clash. The resolute swordsman counters a devastating energy attack as the ground shatters beneath the force of their clash. The young swordsman falters as every strike is easily deflected. Then, two opponents collide, sending blue energy crackling through their swords. The swordsman swings forcefully at the watery barrier, but his attack passes through without effect. The young swordsman reveals a refined aura technique, his sword glowing blue. The determined fighter meets his rival's golden blade in a fierce mid-air clash. Both youths collide with full force, either willing to back down. Meanwhile, the spectator marvels as the wounded challenger endures seemingly impossible blows. A young man clenches his fist, frustrated by his perceived weakness. Then two duelists clash, releasing a surge of energy as their blades collide. One swordsman staggers, barely remaining standing from sheer exhaustion. However, the weary fighter spots an opening and prepares a decisive counterattack. The two swordsmen lock blades, each straining to overpower the other. The blue-haired warrior punches hard, sending his opponent's sword skidding away. Meanwhile, a desperate fighter unleashes a powerful blast against an overwhelming enemy. The armored mentor comments on the exhausted swordsman's non-stop offensive. The confident youth smiles and eagerly praises the other's impressive new technique, seeking to learn how it was done. The young man blocks the other's advance with a sly grin, refusing to reveal the secret. An attendant strides up to the group in the sunlit hall, urgently requesting the young master to follow him at once. The summoned figure walks toward the main door, leaving the observer behind. A new visitor enters the hall and is warmly greeted, leaving him confused. Two classmates quietly discuss a troubling change in another student's behavior. The younger man admits to his ally that leadership feels overwhelming. The resolute swordsman, flanked by his steadfast companion and noble escorts, strides down the guarded hall toward his looming trial. A powerful rival is presented as the family's greatest remaining threat. A prosperous territory emerges within the Gerbera kingdom, renowned across the continent for its flourishing lands and wealth. The current lord's reforms and diplomacy rapidly grow the territory, earning him legendary status. The young heir, shaped by constant scrutiny and a life spent in different places, quietly contemplates his future role in the territory. So, he explains the restaurant disguise was to avoid recognition. One figure quietly shares confidential information, while the other quickly agrees to keep it secret. He welcomes his returning parents in the hall. He greets new guests and introduces the companion he mentioned. A grand structure looms silently beneath the crescent moon, signaling the start of a tranquil night. Later, several people gather at a long table for a tense meeting. Two men face each other, both eager for this meeting. Soon, an uneasy silence falls as the small companion admits feeling uncomfortable. A sly guest starts chatting, suggesting they get to know each other. The host welcomes everyone and tells them to start eating. 2 hours pass. Around a cluttered dining table, the three companions exchange names and relax as camaraderie begins to form. A small onlooker eyes the empty bottle, considering joining the drinking. At the table, two companions trade stories about their limited drinking experience. Afterward, the uneasy guest stands and suggests going to the balcony. A cheerful girl suddenly invites a startled boy to walk with her. The older woman leaves the table after cautioning the young man, who quietly sips his wine amid the empty bottles. The young man sits alone at the grand table, surrounded by the remains of an unfinished meal. Finally, he quickly reaches into his pocket while no one is watching. The sword woman hesitates at her desk, starting a letter. The young swordsman blushes and covers his mouth in embarrassment, while reading a heartfelt letter at his desk. A trainee clashes with her instructor during intense, fiery training. Later, a tired reader studies the letter, doubting their progress. The hesitant youth sits quietly, unsure what to do. The young man sits slumped with a letter in hand, struggling to decide what to do next. Two companions stand on the roof, overlooking the quiet courtyard. Together, they gaze from the balcony at the glowing city below. The dignified elder acknowledges the other's burden and dedication to a greater cause. The young swordsman quietly reveals the motivation behind his journey, standing alone beneath the night sky. The elder recalls dreaming of creating a land without suffering. The swordsman pauses, worrying he has missed something important. The elder warns the younger about the dangers of becoming obsessed with lofty goals while they stand together on the balcony. The mentor adds that chasing the dream will demand a dear sacrifice. The elder asks if rushing forward has made him overlook anything. The young swordsman stands frozen under the night sky, shocked. The swordsman freezes in disbelief, stunned by the unexpected revelation. Frustrated, the swordsman clenches his fists at his current limits. A loud demand cuts in, challenging anyone present to answer. The older figure gently tries to reassure the anxious youth on the quiet balcony. The young man admits he has been resting more. The older figure scrutinizes the anxious youth, probing about recent sleep patterns. Then, the host reassures him that his pace is fine. The mentor offers practical advice, encouraging the listener to reflect on their recent conversation. The young swordsman steels himself, affirming his resolve to move forward for both his own sake and his dreams. The youth lies alone on the bed in the dark. The swordsman lies awake, confused he couldn't answer the lord. He settles into bed, deciding to rest and drop past attachments. Meanwhile, he considers letting go of something to gain more later. The youth appears alone in the strange space, unsure why he returned. The anxious youth spins around, tense and alert, as a sudden noise breaks the silence. The blond youth jerks back, startled by a sudden shock. Suddenly, he sees himself lifting a huge sword and stares in disbelief. The swordsman swings his huge blade, straining to surpass his limits. The young man jolts awake in bed, breathing hard. He sits up, disturbed and confused by the strange dream. However, in the dream he trains angrily, doubting the point of it. The troubled youth admits he is still burdened by doubt, and unable to let go of his negative feelings. The swordsman battles his inner turmoil, driving his blade downward as water erupts around him. The young swordsman processes the mentor's advice and decides to move forward with patience. A tremendous surge of energy detonates at the arena's center as onlookers brace themselves for the impact. The swordsman releases a devastating, energy-charged slash that sweeps across the battlefield. The young swordsman strikes with overwhelming force, launching his older adversary through the air. After training, the youth kneels and thanks the academy leader. The anxious youth is confronted about his lack of dedication as the sun sets behind him. The mentor praises his talent and promises he can surpass expert rank. Later, the young fighter stops and wonders why he is stagnating. The younger traveler confides a newfound realization to the elder during their serious exchange. He insists becoming a great lord matters more than swordsmanship. The swordsman slams his hand down, sending blue energy across the ground. The grown heir enters the hall, immediately drawing hidden onlookers' attention. Nearby, two schemers discuss how difficult overthrowing the interim lord is. At the gate, a calm youth declares himself the lord's representative to arriving elders. The older man turns away, leaving the younger observer stunned. Two watchers judge the departing swordsman unreliable after his long disappearance. The tense fighter admits he lost because the enemy was stronger. A resolute warrior channels lightning and smashes it down into the ground. Despite exhaustion, the youth keeps running without slowing. A grand cathedral basks in sunlight beneath a clear blue sky, introducing a moment of calm. Exhausted, he sits on the bed's edge after another sleepless night. A blue-haired guest scolds the blonde for overworking. The concerned figure confronts the uneasy one on the bench, pointing out the sleepless night despite attempts to appear fine. The visitor declares he'll lead today, making the youth prepare. A nervous young man hesitantly reaches out to pet the horse as he prepares to ride for the first time. The anxious youth wobbles on the restless horse as the older figure calmly assures him in the stable. The determined swordsman urges his anxious companion to focus as they both race across the sunlit plains on horseback. The cheerful rider points at the sunset, startling his companion. The young swordsman suddenly senses a presence amid swirling leaves. The traveler sets out at dawn, pressing forward toward an unknown horizon. The next morning dawns, hinting that circumstances are changing. A younger sister drags her older brother outside for an outing. Another day passes, moving the story to its next stage. The energetic feline urges her companion to follow her through the village, eager to introduce new friends and a fellow black cat. The following morning marks the beginning of a new chapter. A woman in red welcomes two companions onto the balcony. At the center of the grand hall, the poised figure raises a baton, commanding the orchestra with precise authority. A young man sits quietly, absorbed in the orchestra's music. Elsewhere, a young swordsman rests in an ornate room, regaining composure. A wary observer freezes before a gaping hole radiating dark energy. The young man realizes the spreading void reflects his inner turmoil. Anxious swordsman confronts void of his gathered dark energy. Carefully, he stops at the cliff edge and peers into the glowing chasm. A sudden water surge sweeps through, dissolving the dark energy. A sense of calm steadily settles in. The young swordsman sits calmly as a menacing surge of dark energy gathers behind him. The wary youth senses a strange presence in swirling purple energy. He suddenly sits up, drawing his two companions' attention. Afterward, the group waits on the balcony for a delayed companion. One young man checks on the other's condition, receiving a relieved response about newfound clarity and energy. The swordsman proposes they leave the hall together before annoying others. A decisive answer breaks the silence, signaling unwavering resolve. The young swordsman instantly senses the unspoken emotions of those around him. He pauses, reflecting on the kindness he has seen. He bows in thanks, sincerely appreciating their support. The swordsman steps forward, deciding to be more open with his companions. The taller youth pats his companion's shoulder, both sharing a laugh and a moment of encouragement. Suddenly, the swordsman jolts as a blinding light erupts nearby. The younger fighter recoils while the older companion urgently asks what is wrong. The young swordsman stiffens, alert as a surge of dark energy brushes past him. Amid red light, someone urgently senses a surge of demonic energy. A massive, crimson beast races urgently through the darkness above. Perched atop a winged beast, the rider urgently points out a surge of demonic energy emanating from behind the mountain. From atop the griffin, the leader informs the cloaked group below that the source of the demonic energy lies further ahead. The blue-haired mage stops and checks something hidden in the robe. The officer staggers back, shocked by this revelation. The assertive leader commands the group to keep the upcoming information absolutely secret. The knight says the Holy Kingdom summoned him over a demon report. The imposing figure behind the desk informs the nervous visitor that urgent pleas for assistance have arrived from kingdoms and influential nobles. The older man silently weighs his next move, his determination clear in his intense gaze. The observer sees the holy water turn blackish red, confirming powerful demonic presence. The shocked group hears someone shout the energy comes from a real demon. Therefore, the blue-haired mage insists they must alert the Holy Kingdom. The determined warrior declares he will confront the demon, stunning the others. A dangerous demon is recognized by the distinctive clown mask it wore several months ago. The panicked youth backs away, demanding to know how his secret was exposed. A frightened witness reports the demon appeared and released overwhelming psychic power. The resolute swordsman volunteers to confront the demon immediately to prevent any delays. Another ally steps up to help, surprising him as a new voice interrupts. The determined youth claims responsibility and refuses to let his friend fight alone. The determined man firmly announces his intention to use his hard-earned power for the sake of the territory. Before departing, the swordsman orders his companion to warn the Holy Kingdom. The resolute figure urgently commands his startled ally to escort the elder to safety. The trio surges forward with unwavering determination, energy crackling around them as they charge into the fray. A tense figure clenches his fist as a startled swordswoman braces herself under the night sky. The youth panics as he realizes their secret is exposed. Without hesitation, the trio charges straight into danger together. The young swordsman admits he is too afraid to advance. The watchful swordsman sees demonic energy pouring from a cave. As they rush in, one fighter glows purple, recalling the retreat warning. A monstrous being strains amid debris, grasping for greater power. A solitary figure draws upon ominous energy, summoning a stronger power amid the floating ruins. The towering beast roars, demanding more victims to feed its hunger. Two young warriors dash forward, bodies wrapped in a red aura. A stone giant stops suddenly, sensing an overwhelming sinister presence nearby. A lurking monster senses an approaching human and prepares to attack. The caped leader halts at 3 glowing tunnels, warning the group to stay alert. The determined youth runs toward the tunnel with the strongest demonic energy. He charges deeper into the cave, ignoring his allies' shouts. The young swordsman presses to the wall, startled by a sudden threat. Finally, the swordsman releases an energy slash, blasting open the stone entrance. The swordsman slashes downward, shattering the ground with power. The young swordsman recoils in shock as debris hurtles past, caught off guard by the sudden impact. Then the fighter senses the terrain suddenly shifting around him. 2 allies climb cliffs, shouting for their missing friend. The swordsman crouches, realizing the maze hides his companions. Meanwhile, 2 youths realize the cave is a demonic maze. The cavern abruptly shifts again, making the swordsman tense. The pair keep searching the cliffs, still calling their companion. The young swordsman runs through twisting corridors, now completely separated. Soon, the pair confirm the cave is a demon maze. A small ally leaps to search while another tries stopping her. The duo races across jagged ground, resisting a force pulling them apart. The swordsman charges ahead with unwavering resolve, catching the onlooker off guard by unraveling the maze's secret. From hiding, a monster gloats that the maze already trapped them. A giant stone crashes down, shattering the ground with dominance. The looming enemy targets the lone blonde, preparing an attack. A monstrous figure steps out, its red eyes hostile. Suddenly, part of the cave collapses, revealing bright light outside. An observer gasps in shock at the unexpected maneuver. Finally, a glowing fighter lunges forward, releasing overwhelming power. The pursuer has discovered the target's location and is rapidly closing in. A massive stone golem crashes down, shattering the ground below. Meanwhile, a relentless force smashes through cavern walls, rapidly advancing. A gigantic stone hand bursts from the shattered ground below. A determined figure channels raw power to hoist an enormous boulder overhead in the scorched wasteland. The monstrous attacker hurls itself at the cliffside, initiating a fierce assault. The lone combatant is blasted backward by red energy and the incoming boulder. A surge of power slams into the stone barrier, blowing it apart. The ground erupts, leaving a shattered fighter at the crater's edge. The towering beast, wreathed in crimson energy, confronts a searing attack. A colossal stone creature slams its fist down on the solitary opponent, shaking the ground with force. Then the towering creature reels back, stunned by the counterattack. The lone swordsman stands at the chasm's edge after unleashing devastating power. The young swordsman braces himself, gripping his golden blade tightly. The enraged beast staggers back as dark energy pours from its wound. The monstrous foe reels, its face cleaved by a radiant strike. The battered swordsman is slammed into the ground by a violent shockwave. A colossal golem barrels forward, flinging debris in its path. A dominant figure slams her opponent against the wall with explosive force as sparks scatter from the impact. After the mind realm, the swordsman crouches, sensing newfound lightness and strength. The swordsman charges forward and unleashes a devastating attack, aiming to defeat the demon in one blow. The towering monster mocks its opponent, boasting about its endless regeneration. A colossal, armored beast is overwhelmed as a surge of radiant energy crashes into its body. A devastating blast tears through the shattered ground, sending debris flying in every direction. The blonde warrior unleashes a furious barrage of sword strikes, refusing to relent. The enraged swordsman unleashes a furious vow to annihilate the monstrous foe until nothing remains. A colossal beast is slammed in the face by a fierce, blinding strike that erupts with explosive force. 2 opponents collide at blinding speed, each unleashing a devastating attack in a fierce clash. The resolute swordsman leaps forward and delivers a crushing blow to the massive armored golem amid a fiery explosion. The swordsman clenches his fist, his fury blazing as a red glow ignites in his eye. The relentless swordsman drives his glowing blade into the hulking stone creature, leaving no chance for retaliation. A towering, stone-skinned beast emerges, intensifying the threat. A hidden power within the target is identified as a tool for manipulation. The young swordsman charges forward and unleashes a forceful, glowing strike at his opponent. Someone recoils in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how such a person could exist. The resolute swordsman realizes he cannot outwit the monstrous adversary and braces for a direct confrontation. A massive explosion rips through the area, sending debris and fire everywhere. A monstrous, stone-plated creature slams into the ground, sending shockwaves through the area. The blonde youth rushes toward the hulking foe, preparing to create a clone and make his escape. The monstrous figure hurtles across the wasteland, intent on tracking down more humans to gain strength. Meanwhile, amid a collapsing canyon, two fighters plunge downward through crackling purple energy. The resolute swordsman charges ahead after locking eyes on the enemy's position. The hulking monster is struck, its rocky body exploding into fragments. Then a blue-haired attacker pins the youth as a purple aura erupts. A towering foe hurls a massive boulder at three opponents while mockingly greeting them. The swordsman releases energy, forming a shield against the charging stone monster. Suddenly, the young man recoils as dark energy announces the continent's most feared monster. A towering demon bursts from the shadows, radiating a hostile red aura. Soon, the swordsman shouts a warning as a monster tears through the purple barrier. A massive clawed limb surges upward, ready to strike. The swordsman thrusts his blade forward, releasing a powerful strike. His glowing slash devastates the ground and sends energy rippling across the battlefield. The wounded swordsman is flung backward and crashes hard onto the ground. The injured fighter braces as the massive stone monster lunges with a crushing blow. The battered swordsman recoils, suddenly sensing an imminent lethal threat. At once, an explosion erupts, forcing the pair to leap aside. The enraged beast targets the child and prepares to strike. A raging fighter slams into the ground, sending a shockwave that shatters the earth. The red-haired warrior is blasted into the cliffside by a powerful impact. The startled warrior realizes an imminent threat as debris whirls through the air. A sinister presence delivers a chilling farewell as the startled youth recoils at the edge of the spiraling abyss. A monster bursts through shattered stone, charging with gaping jaws. A warrior is slammed into a wall as purple energy erupts. A desperate shout erupts as the ground shatters from a powerful impact. An injured ally lies unconscious, pinned beneath broken debris. Meanwhile, a battered brute crouches, admitting weakness from their previous clash. The swordsman releases a bright slash, cleaving into the stone beast. A massive strike hits the ground, blasting debris and energy outward. From the smoke, a hulking creature appears, threatening with a bloody fist. As dust settles, two remaining fighters ready themselves for a final clash. The wounded swordsman rises slowly and retrieves his bloodied sword. The battered youth blames himself for his fallen companion while struggling to breathe. The injured fighter doubts he can defeat the demon alone. Still, the wounded swordsman charges uphill toward the crimson-shrouded enemy. The blue-haired swordsman unleashes a powerful upward strike, channeling intense determination. Suddenly, a towering stone beast awakens, eyes glowing within red energy. Clutching his chest as dark power erupts, he resists the corruption. A sinister force recognizes a hidden darkness and prepares to seize the opportunity. The young swordsman rushes in to meet the lunging stone monster. The agile fighter narrowly dodges a crushing strike from the monster. The young swordsman readies himself for the coming fight. A chilling presence suggests that a hidden truth is known by both parties. The enraged opponent shouts a brutal truth at him. The young man steps from the shadows and confronts the other, demanding confirmation about a hidden truth. His rival taunts him cruelly, further escalating their confrontation. The young swordsman, trembling with desperation, calls out for his father as sweat drips down his face. The towering enemy smashes the blue-haired youth into the ground. The blue-haired youth crashes hard, debris exploding around him. Soon, the wounded swordsman staggers as a commanding voice orders him to focus. The swordsman steals his mind, fiercely rejecting the demon's illusion. He rises and attacks the deceiver who impersonated his father. The enraged swordsman delivers a powerful strike to his giant foe. The armored brute mocks him, saying even the blonde ally was stronger. The swordsman confronts his adversary, tense and ready for battle as a shadowy force gathers around him. The older fighter accuses his foe of running away after failing. The desperate youth's plea to become a great leader is instantly and coldly rejected by the imposing figure below. The older man leans in, claiming he can read the other's thoughts. A domineering voice takes full control of the conversation. The swordsman stands frozen, sweat beading on his brow as he confronts the painful truth he has long concealed. At last, the swordsman grips his weapon, wrestling with the lies he admitted. The bold attacker strikes, intent on breaking his opponent's mind. Meanwhile, a massive stone beast roars, taunting the hesitant hero. The battered youth collapses, refusing to accept the harsh truth. After returning home, he is overwhelmed by powerlessness. The young swordsman recoils, stunned by what he sees. He remembers when the village warmly accepted and supported him. Now he stands in the hall, realizing everything has changed. The young successor moves forward alone on the crimson carpet, burdened by the weight of new and daunting responsibilities while faceless figures watch in silence. Two rivals face off, both pressured by heavy expectations. Suddenly, a massive barrier rises, making the swordsman recoil. An imposing foe radiates danger while warning of an impossible challenge. A sinister presence implies someone once sensed an important truth. A monstrous creature roars through the mist, deepening everyone's helplessness. The young swordsman drops to one knee, screaming in desperation. Wounded, the swordsman accepts the painful truth of his own limits. The frightened swordsman crouches, wishing to escape overwhelming expectations. The monstrous beast unleashes thicker dark energy, further increasing the threat. Then a harsh command echoes in darkness, worsening the torment. A hulking monster blasts dark energy, driving the cloaked fighter to their knees. A desperate plea erupts as someone demands the power to become stronger. The young man rejects the proposal with unwavering resolve. He leans over the balcony, surveying the view. He quietly surveys the familiar cityscape, remembering the past. Meanwhile, he watches the town square, noting villagers remain unchanged. The swordsman affirms he returned to protect those dear. The speaker vows to defend their world without faltering. The youth braces himself to confront the towering stone creature. Two onlookers accept the lone figure is still unready. Soon, a shadowy figure notes events are proceeding as predicted. The young swordsman hesitates in silence, uncertainty flickering across his face. The young man clenches his collar and defiantly prepares to face the next trial. The swordsman shouts defiantly, refusing to feel humiliated. The swordsman faces the crouching armored beast as surrounding darkness shrinks. A red eye emerges from fractured stone, revealing a sinister presence. Afterward, a defeated clone lies still as news of its fall spreads. The swordsman smashes through the stone foe with overwhelming force. The creature breaks free from its bonds, unleashing a surge of dark power. A monstrous claw slashes toward the swordsman, initiating a deadly attack. Finally, the swordsman delivers a final blow, shattering the towering monster. The massive creature recoils in shock, its red eye widening. Suddenly, the armored beast recoils, realizing its foe is dangerous. The young man clenches his fists, refusing to surrender. Someone contemplates their purpose regardless of their circumstances. Surrounded by allies, the swordsman draws strength from them. Then the swordsman releases energy, refusing to back down. A raging beast raises its glowing fist, ordering its foes silent. A massive beast spews flames, incinerating everything ahead. The swordsman swings, sending out a devastating blue wave. Fire and ice collide violently, trapping a lone fighter between them. The young swordsman pushes forward through crushing dust and pressure. Meanwhile, the monster taunts its staggering opponent in the debris. A stone-clad giant issues a final ultimatum amid pulsing red energy. A cloaked fighter dodges as a blast rips open the ground. A giant stone fist smashes down, releasing a surge of red energy. A monstrous beast hurtles downward as the lone swordsman braces for impact. Next, the swordsman unleashes a powerful, glowing strike. A monstrous maw crashes down toward the lone swordsman, threatening to swallow him whole. The young fighter screams, pouring all his will into one move. The young swordsman stands firm, vowing to endure. The resolute youth braces himself as a monstrous beast lunges forward, undeterred by the danger. The youth lunges forward, raising a glowing sword to attack. Then the swordsman releases a blinding explosive strike. He smashes the ground with a devastating sword blow. The energy slash tears through rock, scattering debris. The young man stops, shocked by an unexpected revelation. A powerful refusal breaks the silence, signaling a pivotal moment of defiance. He stabs his radiant blade down, releasing energy. A forceful command demands immediate surrender, escalating the tension. The young swordsman clenches his fist and shouts his resolve with unwavering intensity. The swordsman channels a surge of energy through his weapon, driving it into the ground with explosive force. A stone creature staggers as red slashes rip through it. The fighter charges, cutting through incoming stone projectiles. The hulking monster roars angrily amid the flying debris. The wounded swordsman yells at hidden enemies under falling rubble. The wounded swordswoman claws her way out from the jagged rubble, straining with every movement. The woman recoils as a sudden explosion tears through the air nearby. A girl releases purple energy while desperately calling for help. A massive stone beast is hammered by continuous attacks. Weakened and unable to heal, the creature tries to flee. A violent surge of purple energy crashes against the rock, shaking the entire area. The furious girl hurls a devastating blast of energy at the towering demon, determined to end the battle. A blazing sword arcs forward, releasing a powerful strike. The armored fighter charges and swings a flaming blade at the monster. The cloaked warrior rushes in, swinging a glowing sword at the foe. The two opponents unleash a surge of golden energy together, their shouts fueling the explosive clash. A monstrous creature unleashes a deafening roar, shaking the surroundings. Two fighters clash midair, their swords meeting and blasting out a shockwave. Nearby, red energy crackles through smoke as rocks float unnaturally. The swordsman realizes he has defeated the demon. The exhausted swordsman stands and quietly receives acknowledgement from allies. The younger fighter announces a famed master's arrival, while his companion watches proudly. Suddenly, sinister energy erupts from the cracked floor, obscuring the path ahead. The two youths freeze as a mocking voice echoes from above. A colossal shadow demon materializes, unleashing a surge of dark energy as it threatens retribution. A young woman warns the group about a deadly curse approaching. A menacing figure unleashes a wave of darkness, threatening to consume everything in its path. Three allies recoil as a surge erupts, prompting defensive stances and protection. The swordsman strikes the ground with a glowing blade, raising a barrier and calling allies. The swordsman releases a massive surge of golden energy, sending waves of light crashing through the battlefield. The stone monster senses the young opponent's unique power and predicts he won't endure much longer. A young swordsman warns the demon's lingering will could trap everyone unless destroyed. The youth realizes he has been chosen for a crucial mission. The resolute swordsman unleashes a secret technique, his blade radiating intense golden energy as he prepares to confront the demonic threat. He raises the enchanted blade, ready to strike down the demon. A monstrous figure emerges from the shadows, challenging the group with a hostile glare. 3 figures withstand a massive surge of golden and purple energy as a violent explosion engulfs them. The exhausted swordsman struggles to control the unstable energy in his blade. Blade in hand, he asks how long they've been trapped. The determined swordsman struggles to maintain his power as fatigue threatens to overwhelm him. Afterward, he steadies himself and prepares to resume training. Holding the sword, he steels himself by remembering his duty to protect. A fierce resolve to protect a cherished person grows in him. That vow to protect echoes again through the surrounding darkness. The swordsman channels energy into his weapon, preparing another powerful technique. He releases the technique, and energy erupts from the glowing blade. He pulls the glowing sword from the ground as his ally cheers. Empowered, he rushes in, forcing the beast to retreat. The monster flees, mocking them while a stunned observer hesitates. In response, the swordsman charges after the fleeing target. Suddenly, a howling spirit lunges, vowing to possess their loved ones. A rune barrier activates, releasing intense magical energy. Suddenly, energy erupts outward, forcing the observer back. A menacing figure issues a final threat, signaling an imminent end. A fighter slams the ground, releasing another energy surge. A flash of light exposes a newly emerging dark force. The robed man staggers after a massive energy blast hits. A shattered object falls through darkness, trailing smoke. 2 youths argue after realizing purification magic endangers nearby people. Then, wholly armored soldiers emerge, the kingdom's demon subjugation force. Their armored leader orders the young swordsman to step forward. A stern officer accuses him of breaking rules, and he calmly admits it. The stern elder confronts the other figure about their arrogance, and warns of the consequences their actions may have on the continent. The youth insists he acted because he could confront the demon. The young swordsman stands firm, boldly proclaiming his willingness to face the demon again regardless of the consequences. In the cavern, 2 knights argue over risking the demon remnant's escape. An armored opponent charges, swinging a glowing sword. The challenger demands proof, leaving the youth momentarily stunned. Soon, a colossal energy surge crashes down, obliterating the terrain. At the crater's center, the lone swordsman releases a devastating shockwave. The challenger demands proof of strength as the 2 combatants clash swords in a fierce, close-quarters duel. Initially, 2 fighters clash head-on, unleashing full power. With fierce determination, the swordsman unleashes a powerful downward strike. An attacker drops from above, smashing a heavy blow onto the armored foe. The swordsman staggers back, stunned by the sudden hit. Recovering, the swordsman releases a glowing strike that hurls his foe back. The armored warrior staggers as the brilliant blow crashes into his guard. A veteran observer watches as the swordsman uses a rare draining technique. The armored fighter twists aside, barely avoiding the incoming slash. Then, the armored combatant unleashes a massive wave of energy forward. The swordsman answers with a devastating radiant attack that rips through the field. The armored warrior rushes straight into the center of the blast. The armored challenger roars a challenge, demanding the other prove their strength. Afterward, the blonde swordsman slams his blade down, smashing the armored foe to the ground. The swordsman suddenly stiffens, reacting in alarm to something unforeseen. The blonde fighter brings his sword down toward the fallen armored opponent. The armored man endures the blinding sword strike as debris and energy erupt. Suddenly, a massive blast rips through the ground, sending shockwaves outward. The warrior reels as an unexpected surge of power overwhelms him. The swordsman is flung back, barely enduring the crushing vertical blow. A lone figure freezes as a sudden, critical realization strikes. The white-haired swordsman cleaves the collapsing wall with energy. Then the fighter slams his weapon down, releasing destructive energy. 2 cloaked figures recoil as dust from the blast spreads. The armored fighter staggers yet stays standing amid falling debris. The winded challenger steadies himself, acknowledging his opponent's strength. The armored warrior raises a glowing sword, charging a powerful strike. The eager fighter grins, anticipating the impending clash. Suddenly, a determined figure grabs the glowing sword midair. The armored woman swings her fist, releasing a huge energy wave. The swordsman hurls a devastating, energy-charged strike straight ahead. Meanwhile, the armored warrior sends a massive energy wave underground. The impact slams into the ground, blasting debris outward. The armored fighter looks up as a caped attacker dives down. The swordsman smashes his blade down, shattering the wall. The young swordsman braces and withstands the incoming glowing strike. The armored attacker lunges, driving the startled youth onto the defensive. The young swordsman steadies himself under relentless, staggering blows. However, the veteran realizes his foe has been holding back. At the end of a daunting path, the swordsman steels himself to face a group of powerful adversaries blocking his way forward. Finally, a determined warrior slams a glowing sword down, still far from victory. An armored fighter stomps the ground, releasing a powerful shockwave. As they fall, the determined fighter reaches out, refusing defeat. The swordsman braces as his armored foe dives to strike. Then the armored challenger lunges upward, thrusting a glowing blade toward victory. The swordsman cries out, channeling power as sparks erupt. An old observer recoils, suddenly realizing what is happening. 2 fighters clash midair, their attacks meeting in a shower of sparks. Meanwhile, the swordsman raises his glowing blade, charging a finishing blow. The armored warrior pauses, catching his breath after the battle. Earlier, the armored challenger calls to the white-haired swordsman, initiating their cavern duel. The armored leader commands everyone to join the subjugation expedition. The young swordsman freezes, instantly sensing a sudden threat. A nervous subordinate urgently challenges the superior's sudden decision. An armored aide prepares to report the duel and display of skill. The battered swordsman stands as his strength is finally acknowledged. The uneasy youth hesitantly begins to respond, his gratitude quickly giving way to a lingering doubt. The older man, surprised, demands an explanation for the sudden apology. The battered youth requests a delay before joining the expedition. The armored challenger presses him as the youth admits his own shortcomings. The swordsman narrows his eyes, demanding an explanation from the unseen figure. Someone realizes something important upon arriving here. Meanwhile, he admits ignoring others for an impossible dream. He cries but smiles, remembering his family's past support. Then a swordsman charges with a glowing blade and allies. He vows to be a better son before saving everyone. The youth decides to improve himself before challenging greater enemies. Afterward, the swordsman declares he will open his heart first. He slams his shining sword into the ground, causing tremors. Kneeling, he begs for time and swears on the sword. The young man shouts with conviction, vowing to return stronger and more deserving of his role. A jubilant voice rings out as the figure approaches the sunlit castle, signaling a long-awaited return. A parent checks him anxiously, but he insists he is unhurt. The reserved swordsman freezes in shock as his emotional companion suddenly pulls him into a desperate embrace. The older man embraces the younger one, overcome with pride and emotion after the triumph. The wounded youth hears praise and becomes visibly moved. He thanks them while embracing his parent tightly. The insistent figure challenges the contemplative one to confirm a pivotal choice as sunlight streams through the window. The elder questions lofty ideals and regrets ignoring present problems. The young man expresses his understanding but admits he finds the situation regrettable. Finally, the investigation results emerge, triggering upcoming major events. They learn demon infestations across the continent are far worse. The senior leader debates needing another swordsman for the expedition. The old mentor reassures them, urging trust in the newcomer. The injured youth smiles, promising to return stronger as his partner cheers. A firm knock echoes against the ornate door, breaking the silence inside. A cloaked visitor announces himself as the door opens. The young man steps into the room, exuding unwavering determination. The younger swordsman respectfully asks the elder for a coaching spar as they stand face to face in the dim hall. The young swordsman admits his limitations but asserts his determination to protect the territory and its people if danger arises. The older leader quietly strategizes how to withstand a demon assault until reinforcements arrive. The older man acknowledges the future leader's significance and impressive achievement in reaching the master level during the recent battle. With unwavering determination, the young swordsman earnestly requests guidance from the seasoned master. The elder orders a meeting at the drill hall, and the youth agrees. Later, the youth announces a new demonstration, drawing everyone's attention. The stern elder reveals a legendary sword technique, shocking the juniors. The mentor draws a glowing sword and tells them to choose their path. The swordsman raises his weapon, preparing to unveil a powerful technique that requires mastery of the aura blade. The two youths freeze, realizing the holy knights use divine power. The swordsman channels an immense aura, shaping it into a powerful weapon before the stunned onlookers. The watcher recoils as the foe fires an orb aura, recognizing a feared technique. Older swordsman shows precise aura control by reshaping energy. Then he forms an aura barrier, changing the battle. The instructor ends the demonstration and challenges the onlookers to attempt the technique themselves. The instructor commands the trainee to channel energy to the sword's tip as the lesson intensifies. Shortly after, the scene shifts forward in time. A swordsman focuses aura into his blade, preparing. The youth admits his energy is nearly gone. Exhausted, he falls to his knees as the enemy approaches. The swordsman struggles to maintain control as the overwhelming aura drains his strength. He charges with a glowing blade as his opponent braces. The young fighter declares he will win against his rival. Two travelers stop at a crowded inn, observing the area. The solitary patron sets a bottle down, lost in brooding silence amid the tavern's gloom. The young man sits in silence, grappling with his insecurities as he realizes he is the only student among sword masters. Despite the demon's arrival, three figures surge forward to confront the threat without hesitation. The young swordsman freezes, regretting his failure to act. He clenches his jaw, consumed by self-disgust. The stern mentor urges resilience and self-improvement, echoing the vice headmaster's advice. The swordsman trembles, struggling under a heavy inferiority complex. Finally, he stands in dark energy, releasing corrupt power. The young man startles, snapping to attention as a sudden command interrupts the quiet room. He looks up as a confident woman approaches carrying bottles. The bold woman steps forward and confidently asks to join the group. A robed woman sits rigidly, waiting in tense silence. Across the table, a worried friend questions the quiet protagonist. Later, the withdrawn youth sits alone, silently gathering his thoughts. The supportive woman encourages the young man to share his feelings, suggesting it may bring him relief. Suddenly, a gentle hand stops him from lifting the mug. The flustered swordsman recoils in shock as the embarrassed girl quietly admits her true identity. He awkwardly confesses his inexperience, blushing bright red. The earnest woman leans in, her cheeks flushed, openly asking to hear the other's thoughts. The next morning, four cloaked travelers enter the castle courtyard. Two cloaked figures slip through a passageway to infiltrate unseen. Three hooded observers watch silently from the hallway shadows. In the courtyard, the swordsman unleashes a powerful, focused strike. Afterward, the battered swordsman kneels, struggling to catch his breath. A firm voice insists that nothing is wrong. The resolute speaker delivers a blunt truth about everyone harboring feelings of inadequacy. The resolute swordsman channels deep sorrow into a fierce, decisive attack. Despite the struggles, life continues for all. Despite hardships, they keep pushing forward. The young man acknowledges the other's hardships with a sincere expression. He invites his troubled companion to move forward together. The young swordsman acknowledges the support received, feeling strengthened and ready to move forward. He steadies himself, preparing to push forward again. Empowered, the swordsman stands firm as power gathers around him. Elsewhere, a hooded elder speaks cryptically while another listens in hiding. A competitor surveys the crowd, impressed by the many strong participants. A girl happily announces their return home, while her older sibling stays quiet. The swordsman lowers his gaze, lost in silent contemplation. Soon, the blonde youth suggests a brief stop, drawing a curious question from a companion. He then declares he will travel to the southern kingdom to find an old ally. Another challenger proclaims a future duel, leaving the listener surprised and questioning. The confident youth boasts about his remarkable progress as the two companions walk together, sharing a lively exchange. A startled woman with a feline companion unexpectedly crosses paths with a stern figure on a quiet, tree-lined road. The swordswoman and her companion share a confident smile, silently affirming their resolve before moving forward. Two riders depart on the griffin, while three companions stay behind watching. The young rider flies off on the beast, waving goodbye to those below. Meanwhile, a knight teases the shocked youth about his choice as their cat watches. The young swordsman reflects on his coming confinement at the estate and a past promise. The woman beams with confidence as she affirms the existence of a special connection. A troubled man clutches his chest, fixated on someone missing. The young swordsman steadies himself, preparing to confront his feelings. Meanwhile, a winged beast carries the group over Adon Kingdom. The party reaches the estate's massive gates, surprised by its size. Noticing the crowd, a youth suggests joining the entrance line. A stern swordsman steps from the carriage, startling nearby onlookers. The young man suddenly halts, sensing something wrong around him. At the gate, a guard refuses two newcomers, angering them. A haughty host berates the pair for wearing improper clothes. In response, one man mocks the other's status, escalating their argument. Two bystanders notice three arguing at the carriage and recognize the infamous instigator. The academy headmaster remarks that only one person could cause this. The arrogant heir hurls insults at the swordsman, igniting a public clash. Suddenly, the man's eyes narrow as he spots something odd nearby. A wary observer studies the tense youth, struggling to remember him. Then a cloaked figure emerges, making a tense onlooker spin around. A resolute, white-haired leader strides through the doorway, drawing every gaze. A cloaked stranger appears, and two armored guards react with alarm. The stunned man realizes the stranger comes from the legendary Land of Proof. The shocked man suddenly realizes the swordsman's legendary status, and proclaims his achievements to everyone present. The anxious young man awkwardly offers birthday wishes. A stern father ends the talk, stating the visit concerns his daughter. The confident mentor strides forward, issuing a challenge to the trainee to demonstrate their progress. Both duelists take their positions in the vast arena, standing tensely across from each other as the confrontation is about to begin. The group quietly reaches the terrace at early morning. An onlooker realizes he can finally watch the master fight the youth. Two opponents face each other in the courtyard, signaling their readiness as the duel is about to begin. The challenger steps forward, drawing her sword to signal the start of the confrontation. The young fighter channels energy, making his sword blaze with power. The aggressive combatant launches a forceful attack while the resolute opponent blocks in the center of the arena. A lone warrior releases a devastating blow that tears up the ground. Amid the chaos, someone shouts a warning to stop it. The ground splits apart from the overwhelming impact of their collision. An onlooker turns, stunned by the sword display he just saw. The fierce assailant drives a powerful blow toward the steadfast defender, who braces and blocks amidst the chaos of battle. A massive tornado rips across the battlefield as the young swordsman recoils in shock. The blonde warrior charges forward, releasing blue energy in a fierce attack. The swordsman unleashes a tornado technique, hurling debris everywhere. The two onlookers gape in disbelief as the target narrowly dodges the attack amidst swirling smoke. The observer notes the enemy has mastered water and improves rapidly. He realizes his old solution is now useless. The challenger stands amid wreckage, daring the foe to go stronger. The blonde figure surges forward, urgently reaching out to intercept the sudden threat. The swordsman unleashes a single overwhelming slash of energy. Steel collides with steel as the determined swordsman and his relentless opponent engage in a fierce, high-impact clash. A devastating blow crashes down, splitting the earth and sending debris flying. Meanwhile, the mentor attacks swiftly while scolding the trainee's slow progress. Both men stiffen, beads of sweat forming as they silently endure biting criticism. Then the swordsman lunges, vowing to surpass his limits. The rival quietly fumes, finding nothing new to criticize. The white-haired fighter halts the bout, offering the swordsman time to prepare. The forceful challenger locks eyes with her opponent and demands a demonstration of their attack. The resolute swordsman braces himself, channeling all his strength for a final, powerful strike. The swordsman grips the golden blade, ready to act. The battered youth issues a calm but firm warning. The challenger smirks and urges her opponent to prepare, clearly eager for the confrontation. The young swordsman channels energy into his weapon, preparing an ultimate attack. He releases a devastating wave of fire from his blazing blade. Suddenly, the swordsman senses deadly danger approaching. A massive fiery blast surges forward, overwhelming the onlooker. A determined fighter raises a glowing blade to attack. A fighter slams the ground, blasting debris everywhere. Suddenly, a huge tornado drops, catching the swordsman off guard. Panicked by the sky sword, bystanders flee down the steps. The swordswoman releases a glowing slash that sends energy spiraling. The fierce combatant unleashes a devastating overhead strike, energy erupting around her. The two attacks collide, sending shockwaves ripping through the area. Next, purple energy surges forward, ripping through the ground. A massive explosion erupts, shattering the ground and hurling debris. A destructive shockwave rips across the battlefield, scattering wreckage. Amid ruins, a wounded man steadies himself as two foes approach. A silver-haired winner stands over a defeated opponent on the field. Later, she quietly debates praising the opponent she previously spared. A frightened daughter demands answers as her father suddenly unleashes power. After sparring, one swordsman collapses, shocking the nearby spectators. The silver-haired mentor notes how fast the swordsman has improved. The furious instructor confronts the anxious swordswoman for recklessly using a powerful technique during training, while the latter nervously insists she held back. The resolute protector yanks her companion away as the furious elder tries to halt their escape. The anxious authority figure quickly apologizes for the chaos in front of the guests and arranges for an escort to their rooms. A caped visitor enters the empty hall and looks around. The onlooker watches in awe as the two duelists unleash sword strikes powerful enough to surpass even the realm of sword masters. The young man clenches his fist, determined to push himself further after learning from the spar. The ambitious contender seizes the opportunity to form alliances with two influential families. A sense of overwhelming darkness signals the loss of consciousness. Later, the youth wakes up and realizes he fainted mid-spar. The young swordsman realizes his abilities are far inferior. The exhausted youth barely stays awake beneath his looming opponent. Meanwhile, a dark-haired onlooker recalls a similar past incident. A young man stirs in bed, murmuring someone's name. A blonde youth jolts up, seeing a silver-haired person above him. A fierce fighter looms over a weakened opponent, shocking onlookers. The young man wakes suddenly to a calm silver-haired guest beside him. Once he wakes, a worried woman quickly explains the situation. The bedridden youth reassures the worried companion, downplaying his condition and offering an apology on behalf of her father. The blonde youth again downplays the spar, trying to reassure her. A young hostess greets the visitors heading toward her family's territory. The young swordsman laughs awkwardly while a white-haired woman teases him. A concerned woman presses the startled youth to explain his earlier words. Finally, a confused youth wakes as someone says he spoke another's name. The swordsman remembers collapsing before and recognizes the same reaction. The attendant hurriedly leaves the youth to handle arriving guests. He watches the guests leave, agreeing to talk again after banquet. Later, he sits on the bed, brooding over the brief reunion. He stares ahead with a thin smile, regretting how events ended. Suddenly, his angry sister bursts in, demanding to know what happened. The young man sits defensively while the agitated woman demands an explanation, escalating the confrontation. Another witness mentions seeing the secretive visitor depart, heightening suspicion. From the balcony, he notices an unexpected guest entering the hall. A white-haired woman enters, her cold presence making the room tense. Elsewhere, a blonde boy is cornered and questioned about that earlier talk. An embarrassed girl fumbles through a misunderstanding while her friends silently watch. He observes that things have finally settled after his explanation. His younger sister scolds him for being completely clueless. A small cat sniffs the smoky air, tracking an unfamiliar scent. Soon, the little companion perks up and chases a mouth-watering smell. The small creature perks up on the balcony, eagerly sniffing the air as a delicious aroma drifts by. One ally urgently points toward the distant mansion, having noticed something troubling. While the smug figure relishes his cunning plan, the delighted feline becomes completely absorbed by the tempting spread of fish. A cheerful host invites the starving cat mystic to eat, and she agrees. The attentive host urges his eager companion to pace herself as they begin their abundant meal. The young man hesitantly approaches the small creature munching on a fish and politely asks for a favor. The sly figure leans in, probing for details about the swordsman's preferences while plotting a careful apology to the companion. The small companion stops eating to consider what the swordsman needs. While eating, the girl plainly states her main goal. The caped girl demands answers from the group, confronting the tall man. A newcomer steps forward, offering help about the swordswoman's incident. The creature nervously explains after being confronted for exposing their secret. The blonde woman earnestly apologizes for her previous rudeness while the stern man questions her sudden change in attitude. The earnest youth boldly reveals his desire to form a connection, causing the other to recoil in startled disbelief. The outspoken youth boasts about his survival skills, insisting that the task should be entrusted to him. The anxious swordsman asks for guidance while his unimpressed companion silently reacts to his honesty. A pointed remark irritates the swordsman, making him look down. One figure mocks another's outfit, while a third steps in to defend him. The young man apologizes for his earlier rudeness but firmly maintains his criticism about the other's clothes. The blonde onlooker recoils, stunned by the bold behavior. A tournament is announced for the family head's birthday celebration. Someone loudly declares complete confidence in winning. The young man shouts that ignored minor mistakes here can be deadly. The enthusiastic woman eagerly volunteers to handle the task of dressing the other person in the latest southern fashion. Young man pauses, silently thinking. Two rivals agree to test their skills in private, while their anxious companion looks on. Exhausted person slumps at desk from frustration. Afterward, the silver-haired girl reconsiders the vague explanation, worried. The furious woman slams her hands on the table and shouts in frustration, exposing someone's hidden feelings. Silver-haired woman suddenly stiffens, sensing unexpected discomfort. Elsewhere, a resolute woman studies herself in a mirror, thinking. The young woman pauses, weighing how she should present herself for the upcoming tournament. The assertive figure yanks the startled man forward through the grand hall, throwing him off balance. Desperate person grabs the other's wrist, demanding another chance. Later, a strict mentor scolds a trainee for stumbling during dance practice. Hesitant trainee follows instructor's lead, learning each dance step. The young swordsman wrestles with his reasons for going to such lengths for another. 2 days later, a grand banquet hall buzzes with anticipation as a major gathering begins. The reluctant celebrant voices irritation over the unexpected banquet, while the companion encourages acceptance and a smile. 2 elegantly dressed women move toward each other across the bustling ballroom, their eyes locked in silent determination. A charismatic figure enters the room, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Soon, a poised woman enters, drawing every gaze in the hall. The young woman stands in her formal dress as her smiling parents shower her with proud compliments in the ornate hall. Finally, a man bows and formally petitions the surprised noblewoman. Terrified, the young man turns and runs from approaching energy. A panicked man runs while a dark figure approaches 2 women. A stern woman grabs him, ordering a smile so others approach. Meanwhile, a determined figure walks steadily across the hall. A mysterious newcomer enters the ballroom, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Someone silently wonders if anyone in the kingdom possessed qualities like this young man. Then the observer realizes why thoughts of the smiling girl persisted. The young man pauses, pondering the meaning of their short conversation. Yet a lingering desire within him remains unsatisfied. One dominant thought emerges, revealing his true driving motivation. A lone swordsman steps forward, blocking his fearsome opponent's path. A uniformed officer hurriedly speaks to the silver-haired woman in the ballroom. The silver-haired lady blushes nervously in response to his sudden request. 2 spectators watch in astonishment and admiration at the unexpected development. The young man offers his hand, inviting the lady to dance. Soon, a solitary figure enters the grand hall, attracting everyone's gaze. The swordsman and his partner glide across the ballroom floor, moving in perfect harmony beneath the glittering chandelier. 2 observers stand captivated by the striking dancer beneath the chandelier. The self-assured noble proudly showcases his new look, while the unimpressed companion remains skeptical, and the enthusiastic feline reacts with delight. A wide-eyed cat remarks that the swordsman now looks far more impressive. The reserved man agrees to dance but rejects anything further. Then, during the dance, one partner suddenly confronts the other. The anxious youth fidgets in the ornate hall, nervously questioning his appearance. The silver-haired woman quickly reassures her anxious companion in the ballroom. The young man smiles, voicing his relief. The silver-haired woman quietly wonders why her companion is trying so hard tonight. A decorated officer dips his partner, leaving them both tense. Elegant figures gather in a lavish ballroom, surrounded by music and celebration. A newcomer stops at the entrance, surprised by the crowded hall. At a lively formal gathering, the young swordsman greets the assembled group after a long absence. The young man looks around, realizing the hall feels different now. Meanwhile, the silver-haired woman reconsiders her feelings for a long-time friend. The young man stands in the grand hall, finally admitting his desire to grow closer to the swordswoman. The woman steps forward, openly revealing her heartfelt feelings. The uneasy young man considers stepping outside to clear his head. The solitary figure stands on the balcony, quietly lost in thought as he gazes into the distance. The reserved man turns, startled, as 2 women approach and speak. 2 women clash as one demands the other leave, but neither is willing to back down. Then 2 women hurry over, shouting to get the man's attention. 2 smiling companions lean in, teasingly asking about each other's tastes. One woman reacts indifferently as the group discusses recent events at the formal gathering. One woman urgently instructs her startled companion to leave and seek help from the Lord while she handles the situation. The silver-haired woman quickly denies the accusation. The woman pushes her companion ahead, urging her to hurry. Meanwhile, the silver-haired woman scans the hall for the missing youth. The woman in the blue gown scans the room, searching intently for someone. A bystander sees the swordsman talking with 2 women outside. There, the silver-haired woman leans aside, regretting arriving late. The silver-haired woman flinches at an unexpected question. The young man declares his admiration for a skilled swordsman, shocking both women. The swordsman expresses a longing to find a partner who truly understands both him and his blade. The white-haired woman excuses herself and starts to leave. Another person blurts out their agreement, visibly startled by the sudden confession. 3 noblewomen mock another sword excuse and complain about being rejected. A lively woman cheerfully greets the surprised young man in the hall. Later, the reserved man explains why he is there as they pass. The silver-haired guest grumbles about the stuffy venue as her uniformed ally listens. The composed woman leans in and confidently starts flirting in the hallway. The lively girl suggests sparring, but the embarrassed youth hesitates. The enthusiastic swordswoman grabs her companion's hand and pulls him toward the drill hall at a brisk pace. The young man chases the determined figure across the courtyard. 2 anxious figures crouch behind a bush, secretly observing an unfolding scene with a cat at their side. The calm observer assesses the group's slow progress but remains confident in their abilities. The pair dances joyfully beneath the moonlit sky, immersed in a unique atmosphere only they can share. 3 days pass, and a new dawn marks another beginning. A silver-haired warrior strikes, catching her opponent off guard. Her rival's blade clashes with the swordsman, sending sparks flying. A torrent of clashing attacks erupts across the battlefield, sending shockwaves through the chaos. The determined youth kicks, releasing a shockwave across the ground. The swordsman slashes once, ripping open the ground. The swordsman acknowledges his opponent's overwhelming strength with a sense of awe. Afterward, the silver-haired fighter stands resolved, freed from past attachments. The white-haired woman smirks confidently, asserting control. The young swordsman jolts back, stunned by an unexpected development. Later, the white-haired attacker dives from above, surprising the unprepared youth. The blonde youth crashes to the ground, overwhelmed by a brutal strike from the white-haired combatant above. The young man lies on the ground, enduring sharp pain. He sits up, embarrassed, while his trainer mocks his clumsiness. Finally, the young woman wipes sweat and offers a hand, ending training. The young swordsman grips an item tightly, struggling with new feelings. As the sun sets over the mountains, the young man and the supportive companion quietly acknowledge that this is his final day before departure. She watches the sunset, lamenting time passing as he silently listens. He debates confessing his feelings, afraid rejection will ruin their relationship. A determined resolve fills the air as the desire for progress outweighs the thought of separation. The young man calls out to the vigilant woman, prompting her wary response as they prepare for a serious discussion at sunset. The young man hesitates at sunset, nervously struggling to confess but ultimately unable to speak. He looks away and dismisses concern, leaving his companion uneasy. Suddenly, a gloved hand grabs his shirt, heightening the tension. The reserve swordsman recoils in astonishment, his face flushed as realization strikes him. A shy woman falters as she begins confessing her feelings. Then the earnest swordswoman suddenly hugs the stunned young man. She bows and thanks him for visiting as promised. She says she enjoyed the days they spent together. The young man hesitantly agrees to remember, his unease clear as he forces a promise. The swordsman hesitates while his companion suggests returning and starts walking away. Nearby, a silver-haired fighter stops and silently contemplates something. The young swordsman startles as he suddenly hears an ominous warning. The white-haired woman delivers a stern warning and glances back impatiently. He struggles to control his emotions as the surrounding tension increases. Finally, the white-haired swordswoman hurries away as the blonde youth watches, stunned. With a clenched fist, the young swordsman silently vows to overcome his defeat next time. The resolute youth clenches his fist and vows to become stronger. The small companion departs, ending their quiet farewell. 2 irritated adults sharply urge the outsider to move along and stop delaying them. The young swordsman and his companion exchange warm farewells before heading in separate directions. The pair cling together as their flying mount speeds away. Instead, their feline companion suggests stopping at another city first. Riding a beast, they decide to buy their parents a gift. The swordsman gazes into the distance, ready to begin the journey back home. Remembering past supporters, he regrets having neglected them. With quiet resolve, the young man silently promises to repay the kindness he has received. An armored subordinate waits under an archway, holding an item. A superior orders storage upstairs but is interrupted by a summons. A panicked messenger rushes down the corridor to deliver urgent news to the stern figure awaiting answers. The frustrated leader urges the group to stop stalling and move quickly due to their shortage of people. The blonde officer recoils, demanding an explanation as disbelief flashes across his face. A sobbing attendant embraces the armored youth upon his return. The young master and his loyal companion exchange a warm greeting in the grand hall. The youth asks about his parents. The attendant reports they are safe. Finally, he asks his attendant to evaluate the prepared gift. The attendant offers comfort, assuring the young heir that his efforts are enough. The young swordsman looks up, confused by unexpected news. Startled, the youth turns as a loud newcomer leads a group toward him. Soon after, a towering leader bursts in with 2 companions. The older man rages, demanding why the visitor still lacks his sword. Anxiously, a messenger reports the stubborn guest arrived last month and refuses to leave. The imposing master demands an explanation, promising forgiveness and the sword if satisfied. The youth bows nervously after knocking the red-haired fighter down while their companion watches. With regret, he hurriedly apologizes for what he did unintentionally. The gruff artisan, clutching the sword, begrudgingly accepts the explanation and decides to let the matter drop. Enraged, the swordsman lunges forward to launch a fierce strike. The red-haired warrior reveals a massive ornate blade, flaunting its overwhelming power. 3 elated craftsmen unveil an impressive sword, with one loudly taking credit for its creation. A cat-like companion belittles the new sword, provoking an argument over which blade is superior. Next, the feline ally declares the long sword evolved and urges a power test. The swordsman unveils the evolved blade, and his opponent recoils in disbelief. 2 onlookers freeze as a blinding light suddenly erupts before them. The older observer marvels at the flawless form of the radiant sword as the younger figure presents it with evident pride. 2 men stare in awe when the expert says this sword might surpass legends. Finally, the glowing sword stands revealed, leaving every observer stunned. The bearded man rushes over to check his companion. Meanwhile, the red-haired man struggles to contain his emotions. Nearby, the red-haired warrior lies unconscious as someone cries out. Several people hurry the wounded warrior into a nearby room. A determined woman sends her partner to the estate and stays behind. A blonde ally urges him to meet the 2 waiting. The young man thanks his helper before heading inside. The armored youth enters and announces his return to his parents. The young man hesitantly apologizes for his absence and nervously presents gifts to the unseen listener in the decorated room. The taller youth freezes in shock as the smaller figure suddenly wraps her arms around him in a tight embrace. Another relative rushes in crying and hugs the returned youth. The older figure embraces the younger one, offering heartfelt praise after a hard-won achievement. The older man pulls the traveler into a welcoming embrace. The young swordsman stands tense as those around him close in, their presence heightening the uneasy atmosphere. He clings to the embrace, finally understanding the other's words. He resolves to give something meaningful to the ones who raised him. The young man hugs his parents tightly during their reunion. 3 days pass. A man pounds on the door, demanding a response from inside. 2 workers whisper that the young man has stayed inside for 3 days. At dawn, the young man wakes, sensing something wrong. A weary drunk slumps among bottles, silently drinking again. The red-haired man drinks, haunted by years of swordsmithing. At the forge, the burly smith hammers out a glowing blade. The craftsman tests the new sword with a few practice swings. With unwavering resolve, the swordsman proclaims his purpose and commits fully to his chosen path. Meanwhile, the red-haired warrior stares ahead and fiercely repeats his unshakable resolve. The young swordsman vowed to live entirely for the sword. Then a golden longsword appears, completely changing the situation. The youth raises the radiant sword, revealing the long-sought legendary weapon. The smith studies the masterpiece, realizing his own skill will never match it. The young swordsman suddenly understands how insignificant he truly is. The red-haired woman stands turned away, utterly defeated and slumped. The exhausted fighter admits his limits and begins to crumble. The broken fighter collapses to his knees, admitting defeat as despair overwhelms him. The fallen sword hits the ground and shatters into scattered fragments. Later, the red-haired woman collapses among bottles, overcome by despair. The young man gathers his resolve, preparing to speak. A blonde visitor enters and calmly delivers urgent news to the red-haired man. An unyielding pursuer corners his terrified foe, driving the man backward. A worried onlooker assesses the crisis and intervenes. A grim swordsman confronts a trembling victim begging for mercy. A commanding figure unleashes a surge of energy, her glowing hand reaching out over the debris-strewn battlefield. The young swordsman reveals that his travels taught him how aura can influence others. An armored healer restores a wounded man's chest with magic. 2 young swordsmen clasp hands, forming a new alliance. The swordswoman narrows her eyes, bracing for the next trial. Meanwhile, an armored fighter reassures a trembling survivor amid flames. The unseen speaker encourages the craftsman, expressing strong faith in his ability to forge another remarkable sword. The young swordsman offers heartfelt encouragement, urging the listener to persevere for the sake of friends and supporters. Suddenly, a bearded man feels his mind sharpened with power. The swordsman acknowledges a stronger and more ambitious drive within himself than ever before. An earnest youth begs to stay forging swords, and the blacksmith agrees. At the forge, 3 smiths work together shaping weapons. A confident youth is praised for persuading a master to stay. One figure excitedly suggests organizing an event while the other reacts with surprise, a cat nestled in their arms. The energetic woman pitches an ambitious swordsmanship lecture, envisioning people from across the kingdom gathering to attend. An armored youth watches, surprised, as the cloaked leader approves. After hesitating, a young man accepts the challenge, shocking his ally. The young man resolves to prioritize his family over training. Several days later, a crowd gathers around the sunlit arena in anticipation of the upcoming event. A crowd bustles with excitement as news spreads of someone becoming a sword master at just 20. The young sword master steps forward, drawing the crowd's admiration. Suddenly, a hooded stranger appears and captures everyone's attention. An armored fighter steps onto the stage before the spectators. A caped announcer takes the stage and addresses the crowd. The swordsman releases a decisive attack infused with energy. Then, he unleashes energy that showcases his harsh training. A figure demonstrates a powerful aura technique on stage, captivating the crowd with a display of glowing energy. The swordsman channels energy into the blade, concentrating as he readies his body for a decisive strike. The hooded traveler quietly studies his uneasy companion. The elder nods, acknowledging the other's humble attitude. The young swordsman steps forward with his weapon, signaling the start of a demonstration and pausing to pose a question to the gathered audience. A commanding voice asks why they choose to wield the sword. The swordsman hesitates, still struggling with that fundamental question. The swordsman lunges forward, channeling determination into a powerful strike. A forceful challenge demands the swordsman's true motivation and conviction. With newfound resolve, the swordsman unleashes a torrent of rapid, powerful strikes. The young fighter charges ahead, urging everyone to stay resolute. Finally, the swordsman bursts forward and releases a surging attack. The blonde swordsman delivers a decisive finishing strike. A guiding message pushes him forward to find purpose and weapon. A shockwave rips through the arena, panicking the crowd. The young swordsman ends the special lecture, standing tall on stage as sunlight and smoke frame his commanding presence. The gathered villagers applaud loudly, focused on the unfolding event. Elsewhere, a hooded watcher studies the rising Hail Kingdom. News of a newly emerged sword master spreads, astonishing everyone. A resolute figure stands bathed in radiant light as hope for the kingdom is proclaimed. Two observers whisper, amazed by how the idle noble changed. A girl smiles at the young man while holding a cat. A figure in the crowd quietly calls out to the swordsman, drawing his attention amid the noise. The serious man silently prepares himself for the coming challenge. There, beside him, the woman struggles to accept the unexpected news. The bearded man admits he is unsure about events. Now, the young swordsman receives enthusiastic praise from his gathered companions. In the hallway, a cloaked visitor approaches the wary swordsman and companion. The dignified guest bows deeply and offers a formal greeting. The commanding figure steps forward and asserts his position as the leader of the Twilight Knights of the Hail Kingdom. A solemn envoy delivers a royal order to the listening swordsman. A modest kingdom struggles for relevance amid more powerful neighbors, its flag fluttering beneath a brooding sky. For 3 centuries, the kingdom survived through an unknown power. The 4 kingdoms formed an alliance to resist spreading chaos. After peace, each kingdom competed fiercely to avoid subjugation. A grand carriage stops at the entrance of the Slyke estate as its distinguished passenger prepares to disembark. A stern-mustached nobleman steps out of the carriage. The uneasy guest hesitantly arrives outside the imposing building, compelled only by the upcoming banquet. The envoy steels himself, resolved to complete his diplomatic mission. The young woman silently prepares herself, accepting the weight of a sacrifice for her struggling nation. The youth enters a vast hallway lined with silent, hooded figures. Inside, the newcomer strides into the hall, drawing every hooded gaze. A suited envoy walks toward the guarded entrance without slowing. Suddenly, a hooded attacker lunges, hurling crackling energy forward. The lone figure strides forward as the heavy doors part, ready to face whatever awaits inside. A muscular man casually greets a newly arrived red-haired woman. 2 exhausted captives sit quietly on a lavish bed, recovering. A mustached official bows and begins a formal proclamation. On the throne, a ruler addresses a kneeling subordinate awaiting orders. A renowned archmage of the kingdom arrives, radiating authority. Over time, a new kingdom rises, rivaling the continent's greatest power. A battle mage from the secluded realm channels energy through an enchanted gauntlet. An unexpected incident disrupts the kingdom's existing order. Meanwhile, the archmage's uneasy union with the royal is officially announced. Onlookers quietly watch the situation develop. Consequently, the scheme is exposed as a bid to control the central continent. The ruler hears that a new sword master has appeared in a neighboring kingdom. The envoy warns about the youth and notes the banquet will occur in Hail Kingdom. The emissary confirms his mission before the assembled court. Still, the monarch insists the kingdom's honor must endure despite this troublesome child. The determined mage accepts the task and prepares to act again. The envoy is stunned that his superior will intervene personally. He recoils in shock as he witnesses something terrifying. Then, the superior glares menacingly at the trembling subordinate. The mustached official bows, apologizing and urgently requesting help. A visiting noble kneels and accepts the throne's invitation to the banquet. A guard stands before ornate doors with 2 hooded sentinels, blocking passage. Later, a young man walks the red carpet, demanding a status report. At the corridor's end, an observer questions letting that suspicious person operate alone. On the throne, the ruler exerts control while the kneeling captive writhes. Again, glowing chains torture the imprisoned woman, forcing her into helpless submission. A lone man clenches his fist, barely containing anger. Someone breaks the silence by offering a serious apology. He remembers a cherished smile, which deepens his regret. The man grins smugly as a sinister light swirls around him, exuding confident anticipation. A stern man approaches the person he once failed to greet. Another figure bows deeply, desperately begging the other for forgiveness. The red-haired fighter smirks as she shatters the glowing chains restraining her. At the table, a leader announces the approaching four-nation banquet. A stern messenger announces that the king commands the lord, a knight, and a mystic to attend the upcoming banquet in the kingdom. In response, the wary advisor realizes the ruler has acted sooner than expected. The two siblings firmly request permission from their father to attend the banquet, and he consents to their decision. Their group finalizes escort arrangements and schedules a later meeting. Soon after, a cloaked traveler heads across the courtyard to the blacksmith. A polite youth approaches the surprised smith and starts a conversation. He asks if there are swords suitable as gifts for valued people. The smith protests he only visits for others' needs, prompting his apology. A young swordsman enters the armory and is invited to choose a blade. The hopeful youth asks the surprised blacksmith to forge a sword. A determined warrior draws her sword, recalling a powerful influence. The young man insists on choosing a sword that perfectly suits his companion. Finally, noticing someone is in love, the red-haired woman decides to intervene. The burly man orders the startled youth to bring someone to the room, leaving him wide-eyed and hesitant. He requests meeting the sword's owner before forging it. The anxious youth explains that the person in question is too far away to arrive easily. The mentor instead proposes sending a letter using his ability. Night falls quietly as a crescent moon casts its soft glow over the peaceful sky. The young man stalls, gripping paper amid discarded drafts. The young man crumples another sheet of paper in frustration and prepares to try again. The anxious young man hesitates over the blank page, uncertain how to begin expressing his feelings. The mentor urges the hesitant figure to express genuine feelings, assuring that sincerity will be recognized. The swordsman sits silently, thinking about what to say. The young man leans over his desk, channeling all his determination into every word he writes. A small group gathers at the city gate, exchanging brief farewells before setting off on their journey. A worried caretaker cautions the energetic companion to handle the small creature gently as the group discusses its name. The young man startles when he hears the girl is leaving. Meanwhile, the feline companion says they must deliver a letter. The winged girl flies above the street, waving goodbye. Riding a red beast, the cat urges it to fly faster. During flight, the small companion plans upcoming visits and tasks. A small creature quietly lets a pencil fall to the ground. Suddenly, the red-haired youth blasts bright pink energy skyward. A small winged being meditates quietly under the open sky. Meanwhile, the horned girl struggles to remember anything about her unfamiliar body. A young man decides to search for the place that can restore his memories. Elsewhere, a worried girl fears drifting apart from the person she likes. A griffin with a rider descends, startling the silver-haired watcher on the terrace. A small feline messenger arrives and announces the delivery of an important message. Soon after, an animal messenger delivers a letter and gift, putting two adults on guard. A proud fighter scoffs and refuses the offered sword meant to win favor. In contrast, the young man admires the sword, fascinated by its exceptional quality. The little cat boasts loudly, revealing who forged the remarkable weapon. After reading the letter, the silver-haired woman recoils while the caped man brandishes his glowing sword. The silver-haired observer leans over the edge, suddenly spotting something unexpected below. A determined newcomer approaches, drawing a startled reaction from the onlooker. A resolute girl dashes downstairs, ignoring the older guardian trying to restrain her. Soon, a traveler urges her companion to the kingdom, making her drop earlier plans. The silver-haired warrior dives from above, clutching her feline partner as they descend into battle. With urgency, someone declares they will go to the central person immediately. Unable to wait, the determined woman sprints forward. A focused rider flies above the clouds on a griffin, surveying the land below. Meanwhile, the silver-haired scout watches the area warily beside her uneasy cat. The silver-haired youth buries his face in frustration, while the beast beneath him remains utterly indifferent. Meanwhile, the woman regrets impulsively fleeing to Pereira territory. The girl panics, fearing her secret crush will be exposed. A sudden question interrupts them, creating tense uncertainty. A nervous young man introduces himself to a composed swordswoman in the castle's drill hall while a small animal observes. A watchful attendant questions the anxious visitor, who confirms she has come to meet the young master. A messenger reports the young heir already departed for the capital. Frustrated, the fighter scolds herself for not acting sooner. A startled young woman spins around as the cautious youth calls out, drawing the attention of their feline companion. Soon, a confident officer in blue descends the staircase, drawing attention. A startled cat confronts the intruder and demands an explanation. The traveler explains his recent journey while the small companion reacts with surprise. Then a blue-haired man questions the flustered visitor in the hallway. The young man stares, puzzled by the other's startled reaction. An excited onlooker praises his companion's growth, shocking the tense observer. The woman argues back, claiming her calm companion misread her intentions. The blonde youth points and accuses the swordswoman of harboring feelings. Suddenly, the assertive fighter rushes in and challenges her stunned opponents to spar. The focused woman warns her opponent just before their duel begins. Finally, the swordsman steps up, displaying new power as blue energy surrounds his blade. The silver-haired warrior lunges while her opponent raises his blade. A carriage approaches the capital as its occupant prepares to outline the upcoming banquet's agenda. Later, a calm official announces a simple hunting tournament after introductions. Inside, a young swordsman hears it is a ceremonial archery tournament. The stern figure issues a grave warning as the wagon hurtles down the dusty road. The carriage jolts to a halt, leaving both passengers visibly startled and searching for answers. At a broken bridge, a traveler freezes before the blocked road. He realizes the bridge has been destroyed since his last visit. The group quickly decides to take an alternative route to reach the hunting tournament on time. A message of concern about a delayed arrival echoes through the sunlit castle of the kingdom. A troubled knight reports a possible accident, angering the ruler and spurring action. In response, the ruler orders the hunting tournament to begin immediately. The anxious monarch braces himself in the grand hall as a stern knight approaches with urgent purpose. One officer volunteers to gather the missing party, and another grants permission. Groups gather at the sunlit camp below, preparing for the next phase. A stern commander addresses his ordered troops as battle preparations start. Nearby, the armored army forms ranks while the crowned ruler inspects them. The resolute monarch presents his kingdom while reviewing the assembled soldiers. The king of Biseo then appears before his armored formation. An armored strategist notices all rival armies assembled and grows increasingly worried. A massive carriage arrives, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The ornate carriage advances, guarded by hooded, green-glowing attendants. Meanwhile, the monarch watches as a massive object is unveiled. The ruler skeptically questions the mage-powered carriage before his watching soldiers. The leader gives the signal, and the horn sounds to mark the start of the hunt. A sudden signal blasts through the air, prompting the group to move quickly past the carriages as the hunt officially begins. An older swordsman suddenly freezes, noticing something ahead. A powerful impact shakes the building and fills it with dust. As the carriage door bursts open, 3 cloaked guards ready themselves. Soon, a towering figure strides through the smoke-filled corridor. 3 exhausted companions collapse together, barely able to move. A displeased onlooker snaps as the carriage spectacle unsettles the crowd. The veteran swordsman stiffens, recognizing the dangerous newcomer and confirming his suspicions. At last, a renowned archmage from a great house steps forward. The anxious ruler clutches his chest atop his horse as a loyal knight calmly offers reassurance. An armored knight urgently warns the ruler of imminent danger ahead. Mounted fighters drive boars with spears, signaling everyone to get ready. Now, the ruler steadies himself on horseback, preparing to release his shot. A surge of energy rips through the battlefield, cutting a blazing path toward its target. A wild boar is slain midair by a glowing projectile. 3 crowned rulers freeze, stunned by an unexpected incident. Both men snap to attention as a sudden threat is revealed. The resolute swordsman charges forward, releasing a devastating technique with his radiant blade. A noble accuses another of insulting royal traditions before the assembled kingdoms. Outside, a worried ruler wonders if his kingdom should oppose refrain. Suddenly, a massive boar bursts out, forcing the group to prepare. At the center, a veteran fighter stands as crackling energy gathers around him. The desperate youth pleads for the powerful figure to stop. A crowned leader calmly explains the tournament rules to an uneasy outsider. 2 allies say the tournament builds unity by letting each kingdom hunt in turn. The announcer states this land's ruler will act first and minor protocol breaches will be ignored. A calm swordsman tells the archer to lower their weapon, easing the standoff. A determined youth loudly demands respect from the others. On a tense open field, one man summons a glowing magical sword while his opponent braces for the impending clash. A spear user demands the cloaked stranger's identity, and the stranger calmly confirms it. The shocked ruler suddenly recognizes the youth's true identity. An onlooker feels the youth's overwhelming aura and notes his unusually early mastery. Meanwhile, an elder wrapped in green energy studies the younger fighter's strange bloodline. The young man listens intently as someone expresses envy over his family's unexpected rise, fueling a tense atmosphere. The confident figure extends an assertive invitation to visit Luntel. The young swordsman stands his ground and rejects the demand with unwavering resolve. The imposing man warns him, showing a glowing object. Suddenly, the green-haired attacker lunges, surprising the armored foe. Nearby, a glowing box hovers as onlookers stare, confused. A desperate woman runs down the path, companion chasing. A masked figure orders everyone away from the ominous cube. Then a powerful figure halts the hunt, requesting the swordsman privately. The cautious observer urges the impatient companion to stay hidden and avoid interfering as they watch the tense scene unfold. The assertive figure leads the wary youth into a soundproof room and insists on a private conversation. The youth insists the other person must come to Luntel. The young man asks why such power is interested in him. The leader boasts his group's strength, including expert swordsmen and 3 masters. The crowd's hunger for victory surges, pushing expectations even higher. A legendary sword family is founded to rival the 3 great houses, as 3 flames merge into one powerful blaze. The speaker nominates his ally, claiming he can surpass the nobles. The youth notes many prodigies failed to build lasting legacies. However, the narrator says the blame is not on them. Instead, their surrounding circumstances and influences are held responsible. The speaker denies the charge, saying the person is misunderstood. Finally, a persuasive voice urges abandoning the small kingdom for greater ambition. Meanwhile, an ally assures them a powerful patron will handle consequences. The young swordsman firmly rejects the rival's offer and demands an apology, heightening the tension between them. The stern man demands an apology for the king and his father. The youth stands firm, rejecting any insult to his homeland or family. The defiant challenger refuses the order, increasing the room's tension. The boisterous figure bursts out laughing as he forcefully demands a duel, catching his startled opponent off guard. The imposing man questions the sheltered opponent's ignorance of the outside world. The swordsman exhales, trying to steady himself after the interrogation. The fiery challenger points ahead, declaring she will escalate the fight. Later, the young swordsman pauses, remembering lessons from his former companion. The battered fighter glares up and taunts his opponent. The enraged swordsman locks eyes with his enemy in open confrontation. Amid a violent explosion tearing the ground apart, the resolute swordsman and his steadfast companion brace themselves and endure the destructive force together. Surrounded by energy, the challenger firmly accepts the duel. The young challenger vows to make his opponent regret starting this duel. Meanwhile, the armored challenger proposes a duel, startling the already anxious ruler. Two cloaked fighters face each other silently beneath the cliffside building. Therefore, a worried advisor warns the ruler the duel's result could trigger foreign retaliation. The cautious aide insists they must trust the master's judgment for now. The concerned woman calls out as she and her tense companion stand side by side, facing what lies ahead. Both fighters enter the field, officially starting their duel. The young swordsman closes his eyes, calmly readying his blade. In response, the green-haired mage releases gathered magical energy. Sensing danger, he reveals a hidden strategy prepared earlier. Glowing magic circles suddenly appear beneath the massive carriage. The mage channels the carriage's artifact, unleashing powerful brainwashing magic. A sinister mage emits dark aura, intending to enslave his enemy. The masked attacker thrusts his hand, firing a huge green blast. The green energy wave erupts, engulfing everything ahead. A colossal green surge bursts from the building toward the swordsman. Below, the swordsman stands still, drawing power from his radiant blade. He steels himself, suppressing his turmoil. Then the swordsman unleashes a strike, sending energy across the field. The younger fighter swings a glowing downward strike as his opponent braces. The dark-haired challenger dashes in too fast for the spellcaster. The swordsman freezes in terror, unable to defend against the sudden threat. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the ground and hurling debris. Nearby, armored soldiers reel as smoke fills the field, obscuring vision. One armored warrior looks up, shocked by something above. Finally, the wounded man collapses beneath the blonde youth's glowing sword. Robed attackers charge a towering foe with a glowing sword. Afterward, the armored swordsman stands victorious before the stunned crowd. A shaken onlooker confronts the swordsman, demanding an explanation. Later, a cloaked swordsman is hesitantly recognized after years away. The swordsman braces himself as two armored figures and a mounted leader block his path under the glaring sky. He slams his massive blade down, violently shaking the ground. The eldest heir of a noble house steps forward and formally announces his lineage before the assembled monarchs. The young swordsman unleashes a powerful attack with his glowing blade. The wounded swordsman collapses, kneeling as his blonde enemy approaches. A kneeling knight tells the ruler any insult harms all four realms. The battered fighter struggles up, defying the surrounding enemy soldiers. Someone cries while fiercely denouncing threats to the Four Kingdoms' legacy. An injured man staggers forward as a woman rushes to support him. A lone watcher hides in shadow, overwhelmed by regret. Elsewhere, a solitary person lies silently in bed at dawn. A frustrated figure strides down a dark corridor, fists clenched. A parent falls to their knees, begging desperately for forgiveness. A cloaked man staggers, gripping his side in pain. The young swordsman drives his blade into the ground and vows to bear all consequences of the duel, assuring the sovereign that their nation will remain unaffected. Finally, the crowned ruler lifts his sword and swears a binding vow. The swordsman quietly thanks above, tears running down. With unwavering resolve, the young swordsman makes a solemn vow before the duel. An older man watches the youth's progress with mixed feelings. Then the young man loudly swears to change everything. The Four Kingdoms' grand hunting contest finally ends. Afterward, the kingdom laments failing to prevent the tragedy. Two riders face off in a field, awaiting action. Robed guests leave by carriage as a guarded man watches. An armored leader broods over the Four Kingdoms' collapsing alliance. Meanwhile, someone recalls pledging loyalty in that crowded castle. The ruler proudly presents the famed swordsman to the hall. Two well-dressed men exchange approving words about the ruler's clear fondness for the young noble as they stand together in the ornate hall. The elder pauses, reconsidering these unexpected developments. A dominant swordsman floors a shocked mage with one blow. A blast cracks the ground, hurling debris and shocking onlookers. An older watcher realizes the youth has advanced incredibly fast. A fearsome swordsman erupts with power, stunning the entire crowd. Hooded bearers carry an ornate coffin toward a lit castle. The carriage jolts while hooded guards keep watch outside. Finally, a terrifying presence charges down the hall, panicking the girls. The humiliated mage channels power, making the room violently shake. Still enraged, she gathers power and vows immediate revenge. Her opponent retaliates, unleashing a powerful vengeful attack. The foe releases dark energy, forming a vengeful orb overhead. The wounded fighter staggers back, spitting blood from the blow. Despite his bleeding hand, the sorcerer forces himself to continue. The bloodied warrior grins and keeps fighting instead of yielding. He threatens to break his foe's pride by enslaving their parent. A commander releases cursed spirits that rush down the hallway. Meanwhile, a blinding energy arc hurtles toward the building. The attack slams into the castle, shaking its foundations. A spectral beast bursts into the building, its glowing form radiating menace as two figures stand motionless behind the window. Two cloaked guests raise their glasses in a casual toast. The resolute swordsman brings his blade down with force onto the dragon's head. With a surge of excitement, the young swordsman seizes control of the glowing green energy, finally sensing its presence. A caster erupts with dark energy, flooding the area with power. Nearby, someone sees a deadly force heading for the window and its victim. The attacker recoils when the younger fighter blocks the blow with a glowing weapon. The mage staggers back as his foe catches the spell barehanded. A massive impact slams into the shield, rippling shockwaves outward. A youth is overwhelmed as green energy erupts from his pendant. The young swordsman inspects the glowing necklace as the ominous energy vanishes from the air. The young swordsman recoils in alarm, desperately reaching out as a menacing shadow surges closer. Meanwhile, an armored figure endures on a balcony as dark energy swirls above. A defeated sorcerer trembles on the ground, realizing his magic has vanished. The shaken man looks down, realizing something has gone terribly wrong. The man recoils in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow as he stares wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. The green-haired figure urgently warns others to stay back from the barricade as danger erupts in the dim room. A powerful attacker smashes through the building, blasting debris everywhere. The youth drives his blade into the fighter, knocking him backward. The swordsman recoils in disbelief, sweat dripping down his face as he struggles to process the impossible. The wounded fighter staggers, still unable to understand the attack. Despite the suffocating demonic energy, two warriors surge forward, unyielding in their assault. The swordsman fights off the corrupting force, struggling to remain himself. Again, the young swordsman recoils, unable to grasp what just occurred. A nearby observer flinches from the oppressive energy radiating off the figure. The fighter shakes as an overwhelming dark force presses down on him. The swordsman's eyes widen in terror as he recognizes the overwhelming threat before him. The young swordsman channels a surge of golden energy and brings his blazing blade down in a furious strike. Finally, the young man collapses, begging forgiveness and vowing never to return. The young knight threatens the opponent, vowing harm to their family. The youth pleads for one chance, hoping to be spared. The bloodied foe collapses, begging desperately for mercy. The blonde youth clenches his teeth, enduring intense pain. The blonde fighter commands an attack as flames erupt behind him. The attacker strikes, hurling the opponent backward with overwhelming force. The defiant youth shouts, unleashing a surge of energy to resist the manipulator's influence. A battered fighter staggers from a blow as a harsh warning sounds. The swordsman stands firm, challenging the enemy with his glowing blade. Amid chaos, the swordsman advances, gripping a radiant blade at masked foes. The blonde traveler walks carefully through the dark forest, staying alert. The armored fighter hesitates, then resolves to act decisively. The young swordsman doubts whether punishing someone not truly evil is right. In the dark, a leader delivers a stern warning. The mentor says a hero must be ready to kill anything, confusing the youth. The young swordsman recoils in shock as a probing question forces him to confront the true meaning of justice. The challenger demands if he is willing to kill humans too. The young swordsman steadies himself, his resolve growing. Suddenly, the armored youth freezes, sensing a lurking threat. The young man remembers stopping a powerful spell that almost harmed his father. An armored fighter hesitates at the forest edge despite urgency. They realize the figure before them is human, not demon. A wounded survivor remembers when someone once begged desperately for mercy. A young man clenches his fist, struggling to hold back frustration. The anxious youth wonders if he could have beaten that foe. Elsewhere, in the eastern continent, a dark forest spreads under fading light. There, a wild swordsman strikes hard, scattering bones across the clearing. A towering beast bears bloody fangs, threatening unseen prey nearby. A weary warrior grips a bloody blade, craving excitement beyond hunting monsters. A beastman brandishes his bloody spear, taunting his foe to come out. Meanwhile, a powerful entity declares humans are urgently needed as darkness spreads. The monstrous beast emerges from the shadows, driven by an insatiable hunger. A sinister warrior blocks the path, confronting the large beast in the forest. A red-eyed demon beast frets over the Holy Kingdom's recent demon hunts. A masked scout crouches in shadow, quietly preparing to escape approaching danger. The monstrous beast suddenly lunges forward, shaking the ground. A dark attacker crashes down, smashing a wounded foe away in a spray of blood. Nearby, a hulking creature crouches, its oppressive aura darkening the forest. The swordsman extends his hand, dark energy swirling into sharp, menacing claws as he taps into a new power. A masked intruder crouches low, dark power gathering for an imminent attack. The masked man inspects his healed body and power. An attacker lunges at him, swinging a dark, bloodied sword. A watcher examines a glowing letter, suspicious of its origin. He realizes a long-dormant threat has finally begun moving. A schemer tightens her grip on swirling dark energy, plotting revenge against her unsuspecting manipulator. A monstrous presence emerges from the shadows and issues a chilling threat of vengeance. A lone traveler rides quietly in a mourning carriage. The three youths rest in the carriage, returning home from duty. One young swordsman sits silently, absorbed in thought. Outside, he pauses under the sky, doubting his strength. The swordsman clenches his gloved fist, refusing to give up. Suddenly, he turns back, resolved to return there. An armored warrior strides into the forest, heading forward. However, he hesitates, torn about returning to mete out punishment. He wonders if he can bear this responsibility. He worries his choice could endanger his family and kingdom. Later, he pauses in the night, silently reflecting. He suddenly turns, sensing a hidden threat nearby. He wonders if different past choices might have changed things. His concerned sister confronts him about vanishing the previous night. The sheepish youth apologizes for his absence while the annoyed companion demands better communication next time. The anxious young man silently decides to keep yesterday's events a secret to avoid causing concern. Inside the carriage, one figure sits in uneasy silence while the other stands nearby, watching intently as tension fills the air. The older man calls out to his attentive son as the young woman watches quietly inside the carriage. The elder abruptly proposes marriage, shocking the youth and worrying their companion. The ruler, raising his goblet, praises the young knight before a crowd, mentioning marriage proposals from neighboring kingdoms. The advisor reports rejecting all proposals, deferring completely to his ruler. The stern figure confronts the anxious youth, who hesitates and struggles to speak. The embarrassed young man finally admits he likes someone. The elder guesses correctly, turning the talk toward a noble family's daughter. Several days pass uneventfully. 3 cloaked travelers arrive at a large stone castle gate. The startled youth glances up sharply as someone urgently calls from the hallway. An attendant rushes in to announce unexpected visitors, surprising the young man. 2 startled figures spring into action as someone dashes past them through the open doorway. A silver-haired assailant lunges, forcing the armored youth to retreat. A sudden crash sends one figure stumbling into another, as the onlookers freeze in shock. Later, a cheerful woman approaches, startling the young man. A drunk woman staggers closer, leaning over the startled youth. Exhausted, he collapses and weakly reaches toward the frightened cat under the table. Startled, the youth recoils as someone suddenly grabs him. A gloved woman grabs him, forcing him to meet her eyes. The silver-haired woman leans close and demands his full attention. Suddenly, she collapses into his arms, leaving him stunned. 2 companions trade worried looks, realizing the situation is getting worse. Their leader orders an ally to escort the injured girl, then return quickly. Soon after, the blonde woman urgently calls everyone to an emergency meeting. The silver-haired girl murmurs a name in her sleep and smiles. The group gathers as the leader reminds them her drunken confession happened in public. 2 friends confront a quiet ally, insisting they fix this before morning. The assertive figure pressures his reluctant companion, who finally agrees to take action the next day. A demanding ally presses her companion to explain their next move. The young man steels himself, and boldly declares his intention to confess. Morning light shines on the castle, marking the new day. The silver-haired woman wakes with a headache, struggling to remember yesterday. She admits she spent the night drinking heavily with her companions. Elsewhere, one girl is dragged away screaming as the others panic. A young swordsman suddenly charges forward, unleashing overwhelming power. A cloaked person frantically searches for an escape, eyeing the window. A white-haired woman jumps as a loud knock breaks the silence. The hooded woman recoils in terror at something unseen. The cloaked woman jumps back, startled by the doors bursting open. A respectful attendant announces the arrival of a young lady. A feline maid appears alone in the hall, surprising everyone nearby. A confused girl hears the maid say the swordsman wants her alone. The silver-haired woman is surprised but pleased by this invitation. She realizes they are alone together, and wonders if it is a date. Thus, the flustered woman decides she cannot refuse the date. The silver-haired woman rises from bed to start preparing. She chooses a dress while her small companion offers matching shoes. The feline attendant leads the white-haired visitor through the doorway. The silver-haired girl stops at the threshold, startled by something outside. Meanwhile, the young swordsman pauses at the gates, glancing back warily. The lively young man waves enthusiastically to catch the attention of someone off-panel. The two reunite in the courtyard, exchanging hesitant but warm greetings. On the bridge, she blushes as she receives an unexpected compliment. The bashful woman stammers a compliment, prompting the young man to smile and thank her as they exchange shy glances outdoors. Afterward, the embarrassed swordswoman struggles to calm herself. Later, a punctual traveler arrives, and their companion asks where they are going. A skilled driver pilots the flying carriage pulled by a huge bird. The new transport leader bows beside a magically shrunken beast and an ornate carriage, drawing curious reactions from the group. The courteous woman gestures for the pair to enter the carriage, inviting them to sit inside. A passenger orders the bird to steady the speeding carriage. A carriage, pulled by a giant bird, soars high above the village. Meanwhile, 2 riders quietly talk in the train compartment while traveling. The young woman thanks him for sparing her feelings. Later, a silver-haired traveler looks out, recalling past griffin journeys. He studies the blonde youth, sensing something different today. Then, the carriage launches off a cliff, gliding above yellow fields. 2 travelers reach a city crowded by a lively festival. Street performers captivate a cheerful crowd as music fills the lively scene. A costumed knight attacks a giant puppet dragon on stage. A nervous youth poses for a portrait beside his amused friend. He shows his stern self-portrait, making the girl laugh. Night settles in as a crescent moon glows softly above the quiet landscape. Across an elegant table in the grand hall, the attentive host checks if the polite guest is enjoying the meal, receiving a warm and satisfied response. A server describes the upcoming dessert and cocktail pairing to the guest. An assertive woman accuses the nervous waiter of being an imposter. The composed woman calmly intervenes to correct the servant's blunder, prompting the embarrassed attendant to flee the dining hall. Realizing exposure, the servant hurries over as the girl calls him. One person explains the misunderstanding, and the other laughs, easing tension in the hall. A blonde youth unexpectedly receives thanks and looks briefly startled. A silver-haired woman sincerely thanks her companion across the table. Later, a reserved woman admits she fears expressing feelings and avoids festivals because of family. She reflects that meeting the swordsman completely changed her life. The girl smiles and thanks her companion for making the day enjoyable. The young man offers a gentle smile and extends a comforting hand, reassuring the other with warmth. Suddenly, a silver-haired diner stands as a loud noise signals something starting. An excited youth grabs the girl's hand and pulls her outside. Brilliant fireworks explode across the night sky, filling the scene with vibrant color and energy. The two stand quietly together, watching the fireworks above. They remain side by side, still mesmerized by the fireworks overhead. One figure calls out to the other on the quiet cobblestone path, prompting an immediate response. The young swordsman and his companion lock eyes beneath a sky lit with fireworks, sharing a charged and intimate moment. Anxious, the young man looks away and avoids meeting her eyes. The stunned young woman hears a confession of romantic feelings, her face flushing with surprise. The woman hesitates as she finally reveals her true feelings to the man during their tense encounter on the cobbled path. The white-haired woman leans in and directly confesses to the nervous young man. Years later, a silver-haired woman sets down her book and warmly greets the returning visitor. A silver-haired lover nervously confesses strong feelings under the fireworks. The blonde figure, burdened with emotion, quietly asks the other to leave. Instead, the young man refuses to leave, rejecting the request. The young man confesses and asks the swordswoman to be his girlfriend. Suddenly, the silver-haired woman recoils as unexpected danger erupts nearby. The swordsman freezes as the determined girl steps closer under fireworks. The girl blushes and accepts with a gentle smile. The crowd cheers and urges the young man and silver-haired woman to kiss. A bold woman confesses, flustering the hesitant man as another watches. The girl kisses the boy's cheek, leaving him stunned. As fireworks burst, the withdrawn swordsman admits missing an absent ally, concerning the group. Meanwhile, fireworks continue exploding across the night sky above them. Three cloaked travelers cautiously enter a ruined village square, checking their surroundings. One investigator scans the dark area, lifting a glowing lantern. A subordinate reports to the armored leader that the holy water shows nothing. Soon, a cloaked messenger rushes in to deliver urgent news to the leader. Kneeling, the subordinate reports all demon traces have vanished from the southern region. An older officer concludes a powerful demon, likely the clown, is coordinating the attacks. The investigator warns that the truly worrying part is the complete absence of demonic energy. The armored veteran realizes the enemy commands a demon that can completely hide its presence. Later, a confident swordsman teases the reserved youth about his new girlfriend, startling him. The reserved youth teases his friend while a silver-haired onlooker watches. Meanwhile, the blue-haired youth refuses help, claiming another option as she frowns. The challenger suddenly lunges, starting a sparring match inside. However, he orders his foe to draw, while another tries calming them. A blonde observer sighs at the two tireless sword fanatics training. The pensive sibling silently contemplates the rapid progress of her brother. Three allies stand together, strengthened by their shared friendship. A loyal companion tirelessly supported his training and efforts. 1 month later, the group sets out from the castle gates as their leader announces the departure. One swordsman promises to visit the injured friend while the others stand quietly. Soon, a smug rival points and boasts his team will crush them. The young swordsman grins, warning that a decisive showdown approaches. The blue-haired youth waves goodbye and walks off as three watch. A lone traveler walks through the bright forest clearing, lost in thought. Again, he senses his companions are advancing with surprising speed. He realizes the determined swordswoman has grown far stronger, and wonders why. Now, the young man advances confidently, leaving his past doubts behind. The swordsman declares he will keep moving forward by his own will. A powerful blast of energy erupts, ripping violently through the air. A startled figure braces as a sudden, violent wind erupts through the forest. A traveler in the forest is briefly engulfed by a vanished force. Still on guard, the traveler wonders who caused that phenomenon. The relentless warrior hurtles through the forest, launching a rapid dash attack with fierce intensity. Later, the same runner keeps sprinting through the darkening forest. Far away, a concerned woman begs for reassurance after a long absence. She insists on verifying everyone's safety herself despite her companion's reassurances. The cloaked runner sprints uphill, desperate to reach the glowing city. She exits the guarded gate and walks away into the distance. Outside the castle, an infiltrator quietly plans how to enter unnoticed with forged papers. In an empty street, an exhausted woman collapses from overexertion. Later, the cloaked runner stops, gasping after a relentless 2-week journey. The exhausted traveler pauses before the bustling bistro, deciding to rest inside. Inside, a gloved stranger slams the table, demanding everyone's attention. The traveler finally relaxes at the table and lets out a tired sigh. From a vantage point, a hooded scout quietly surveys the peaceful town below. Inside the tavern, a cloaked diner observes the room over a simple meal. A newcomer approaches the table in the bustling tavern and politely asks to join the lone diner, who agrees without hesitation. During conversation, the guest hints their true destination is secret, intriguing the others. The hooded guest casually remarks this country is far better than its neighbors. A bearded patronizes the newcomer and asks why he seems like a traveler. The silver-haired visitor surveys the peaceful territory and notes its well-maintained defenses and content citizens. The two men exchange compliments about the Lord's effective governance while sharing a meal at the tavern. The citizen representative raises a mug in invitation, and the newcomer joins him in a lively toast. Inside the bustling tavern, two locals share whispered rumors about the absent young heir while curious listeners gather nearby. The young man overhears a rumor about a romance between two prominent heirs and reacts with visible shock. A furious intruder bursts into the room, startling the stunned occupants with a loud confrontation. The two walk side by side at sunset, enjoying a rare moment together as one hesitantly asks about their date and the other responds with a smile. An enraged figure is forcefully restrained from behind as others recoil in shock across the grand hall. Both the young man and the girl freeze in shock as they recognize the man before them as their father. Both men freeze in disbelief as an unexpected figure appears before them. The anxious swordswoman urges her companion to leave the grand hall as uncertainty fills the air. The two youths respectfully excuse themselves and depart from the elder figures in the warmly lit hall. The white-haired youth stands frozen as the older man grips his shoulder, locking the two in a silent standoff. A withdrawn figure stands in the ornate hall as a concerned man quietly approaches from behind, intensifying the tension. Inside the softly lit building, the apologetic guest hesitantly accepts comfort, while another quietly offers a fresh drink. Two anxious figures hurry through the gateway, troubled by the sudden arrival of a parent and uncertain about their next move before others return. The swordsman steels himself to finally seek the elder's recognition, while his companion looks on in surprise. The anxious swordsman tries to be serious, but the playful companion leans in and mocks him with teasing words. The two walked side by side beneath the trees, one admitting something sincere while the other responded with laughter. The two figures walk through the night, exchanging honest words about their actions and shared experiences as parents. Suddenly, the silver-haired figure pauses, sensing a disturbance nearby. The swordsman and the knight share a brief, cheerful laugh together. The young swordsman stands under the night sky, thinking. The stoic swordswoman beams with rare happiness, evoking a distant, joyful memory. After the incident, an armored guard stands watch inside the estate. The somber figure recalls the child's long-lasting sadness. The reserved youth and silver-haired ally laugh, easing their worries. Later, the silver-haired woman realizes her obsession strengthens her rival. Startled, the youth calls to his father while facing two elders. The armored youth runs under the archway, urgently calling out. A gloved stranger grabs the startled youth's shoulder in the dark. The older man places a firm hand on the younger man's shoulder, solemnly entrusting his daughter to his care. The young swordsman snaps his head around, sensing another presence. The silver-haired leader steps forward as the cloaked group reaffirms resolve. The determined traveler signals the group's departure as the majestic griffin stands ready in the courtyard. The two men shake hands and separate, planning to reunite. Outside, the pair trade reassurances before going their separate ways. The young swordsman listens to travel advice near the griffin, expressing his gratitude as two companions look on. At the gate, three travelers stare as a winged horse passes overhead. Two armored allies stand together, silently assessing the situation. The regretful figure apologizes for causing a delay as the pair quicken their pace under the open sky. The resolute young woman announces her decision to dedicate herself to mastering her family's swordsmanship through individual training. He thanks her confidently for supporting his decision. Meanwhile, a white-haired rider soars on a winged beast. The young man quietly admits he has grown. He confesses his need to protect her comes from guilt. He realizes he must finally release a lingering memory. The silver-haired man hesitates briefly before releasing his grip on the sword. An excited ally flies toward the sunlit, crowded city. A white-haired watcher notices an unexpected visitor at the gate. She freezes in shock upon seeing the surprised visitor. The massive winged creature collapses in the courtyard as two figures cautiously approach. The unwelcoming figure firmly turns away the unexpected visitor, making it clear that their arrival is not appreciated. The armored guest addresses the leader while another watches silently. The armored leader demands answers as the guest pleads for training. Pressed to the limit, the opponent finally admits defeat. Before battling, one warns it's rough, the other accepts confidently. Then the silver-haired fighter orders the armored woman to talk privately. Soon after, another silver-haired onlooker steps up, requesting to observe. Finally, the caped leader strides ahead, guiding them to the entrance. A colossal surge of purple energy detonates, violently ripping the ground apart. The dominant combatant forces her adversary backward as their swords collide with explosive intensity, shaking the fractured ground. The vigilant warrior whirls around as a surge of water bursts forth behind her. The swordsman unleashes a massive energy slash that rips through the ground with explosive force. Then the daughter realizes her opponent is now using a serious sword technique. An armored fighter charges straight at the father. A red energy blast slams into the ground and explodes. A sharp-eyed onlooker observes as the two combatants clash with equal strength, tension rising with each exchange. Soon, Three cloaked figures stand back while a huge explosion erupts before them. A sly figure grins while observing a brutal fight below, as his silent companion watches with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, a masked speaker warns the young man that his father may soon die. A silver-haired youth stands alone, deep in thought. The knight gasps on the ground as his white-haired foe stands unharmed. The armored victor steps forward, announcing the fight is over. The stoic leader stands firm amid the ruins, offering earnest thanks to the captain as her distressed subordinate rushes over. With a piercing glare, the figure delivers a grave warning to the intruder, forbidding any further trespass. The armored warrior leaves the crying girl and walks toward the blazing portal. The challenger braces on the fractured arena as a colossal weapon's shadow and a surge of golden energy threaten to strike. Two opponents wait in silence, each expecting the other to move first. The silver-haired woman hesitates at the arena's edge, preparing to say something. Meanwhile, an enemy taunts the silver-haired youth, trying to provoke him. The group approaches the swirling portal as their leader urges them on. A young swordsman stops to survey the ruined landscape. The silver-haired warrior stands over the vortex and unleashes a dark technique. After a brutal fight, the battered swordsman stands in silence. A sudden, powerful slash tears through the stone archway, sending fragments flying. The swordsman charges forward and unleashes a devastating moonlit slash. Recalling a parent's deadly blade, the youth channels energy into a decisive attack. The swordswoman stands her ground, enduring the relentless onslaught without faltering. The fighter drives her sword forward, forcing her opponent back. A silver-haired observer watches the trainee outside and secretly longs for them. Meanwhile, the silver-haired observer wonders if letting them watch the spar was a mistake. The silver-haired opponent is caught by a sudden strike in the dark. The swordswoman halts her practice, briefly questioning her feelings. The resolute warrior raises her glowing sword, ready to fight. The leader smiles confidently, hiding the growing tension. With fierce determination, the swordsman unleashes a surge of energy as he slashes through the darkness, driven by a newfound desire. A dirt-smudged youth reaches out, offering simple reassurance. A determined fighter leaps into the night to act. With fierce determination, the speaker declares an unwavering desire to transform. The young swordsman recoils, startled by an unexpected disturbance. Suddenly, the silver-haired fighter sends a cutting energy wave. The silver-haired woman steels herself to face the approaching threat. The traveler halts as a massive rock blocks the forest path. The young man pushes forward along the forest path, excitement building as he draws closer to his destination. Meanwhile, a smug swordsman boasts his new rank, shocking his companion. Someone nervously wonders what they should do next. The blue-haired schemer plans another stunt to make the swordswoman jealous. The young swordsman jolts awake in the forest, sensing something nearby. Then the swordsman freezes, realizing the distant mountain has vanished. He surveys the ruined landscape, struggling to grasp the sudden devastation. The youth stands at a vast smoking crater, stunned by the destruction. The blue-haired youth suddenly turns, spotting a familiar figure ahead. A startled youth calls out as a skilled swordsman enters the clearing. Later, two men reunite outside, discussing his delayed arrival. The boisterous newcomer charges forward while the quiet onlooker considers how different this encounter feels from before. The older man brusquely cuts off the confused youth's questions and strides forward, insisting he follow. The central figure unleashes a devastating attack as two others observe from the edge of the battered landscape. The young swordsman stares in disbelief at the gaping crater, while the older onlooker silently observes from afar. The injured swordswoman braces for battle as distant allies shout her name. The injured swordswoman jolts and scans the area above. The calm sky hangs heavy as fragments drift down in the lingering aftermath. The blue-haired youth embraces the red-haired ally, celebrating their reunion. Meanwhile, the silver-haired youth glares as the red-haired one walks away. The young swordsman clenches his fists, doubting his training is enough. Soon, the startled swordsman freezes as his rival steps forward to fight. The red-haired challenger raises her sword and demands an all-out fight. The swordswoman charges in, taunting her opponent as she attacks. Afterward, the young man lies among rocks, unable to grasp what happened. The red-haired victor stands over the crater while her opponent lies buried and defeated. The challenger returns the sword to the dazed swordsman lying on the ground. The red-haired girl questions her partner about being so upset over losing. The shaken swordsman kneels on the ground, struggling with self-doubt, while his frustrated opponent tries to snap him out of it. The red-haired woman leans close, touching foreheads with the blue-haired man. The flustered youth gives a hesitant answer as the assertive girl presses him. The sun sets, marking the end of their long day. Finally, the young swordsman departs, giving a confident farewell at dusk. Later, the red-haired woman explains the other left suddenly for urgent business. A bearded man smirks and mocks his companion. The red-haired apprentice proudly celebrates her training progress behind her satisfied mentor. The veteran warrior vows to keep training for strength. At sunset, the red-haired rival vows to surpass everyone, including him. The swordswoman attacks, driving her lightning-wielding opponent back defensively. The mentor notes the duel has newly motivated the young woman. The red-haired fighter declares she will surpass all by becoming strongest. The elder reflects with determination on the meaning of true strength. The red-haired warrior abruptly questions her ally's motives, startling him. Suddenly, a warning shocks the red-haired swordswoman into alarm. The seasoned swordsman wonders if sacrificing everything for power was truly his wish. The elder urges her to avoid abandoning relationships for ambition. A forceful inner voice urges the listener to prioritize their own desires above all else. In the forest, the red-haired disciple accepts her mentor's advice resolutely. However, she dismisses his words and leaves to train, stunning him. The older swordsman wonders how traveling with her has affected him. The wounded swordsman staggers forward, clutching his chest and coughing. The older man narrows his eyes, contemplating his next decision. A wounded man squeezes his bleeding hand, enduring sharp pain. He hesitates, wrestling again with the same old frustration. The lone traveler moves steadily along the shaded forest path, lost in quiet thought. Nearby, a cloaked observer watches another figure depart along the forest path. A cloaked figure watches from bushes at sunset. The hooded watcher studies the other's frail condition. The cloaked youth calls out to his father. The elder reflects on the young swordswoman's remarkable progress and her partnership with her mentor. The young swordsman stands firm and demands guidance from the headmaster, determined to change his fate. The young swordsman clenches his fists and resolves to push himself beyond his limits, driven by a newfound purpose. The red-haired fighter urges her beaten ally to try again. Later, the red-haired woman motivates him to train with a promise. The resolute youth charges off, vowing to return stronger in a year. The robed elder interrupts and announces the start of a meeting. The elderly mentor extends a serious invitation to his companion in the quiet library. A tense reunion unfolds as the newcomer addresses the pair entering the vast, sunlit hall. The cautious young man confronts a familiar figure, breaking the silence despite the presence of a third party. An armored challenger boldly invites anyone willing to fight. The young swordsman strains with all his might to lift the enormous golden-bladed weapon embedded in the chamber floor. He pauses, gripping his blade and preparing for the next trial. During solo training, he briefly reflects on the time past. The lively girl eagerly sets off with the griffin and a small cat, while another follows, both intent on their own missions. The young swordsman stands alone, quietly taking a moment of peace. Finally, the trainee swings his sword hard amid scattered debris. Under the vast blue sky, someone quietly acknowledges the efforts of their companions. The young man clenches his fists, determination surging as he commits to pushing himself further. The swordsman hurls a devastating surge of energy that tears across the ground. The young swordsman steps forward, resolve hardened for the coming fight. A wounded fighter stares up as his shaken opponent hesitates. With fierce determination, the swordsman steels himself and resolves to move forward without hesitation. A year later, an attendant interrupts training to deliver a Holy Kingdom letter. Someone accepts a large envelope containing an unexpected invitation. The swordsman reads the letter and learns of an upcoming heroes' festival. The story shifts to events that occurred 1 year earlier. Monsters and demonic beasts overrun the continent, spreading uncontrollable fear. Several warriors assemble in the capital's grand hall to urgently plan their next move against the threat. The nation's survival rests on aging defenders, with no capable successors ready. Inside a training hall, two duelists face off before armored squad members. A formidable knight captain is presented as an important figure. Soon, the Black Knight's captain steps forward, exuding a cold, overwhelming aura. The two champions of the Holy Kingdom collide in a fierce duel. The white-haired warrior smashes her foe into a wall with a crushing blow. The arena shakes as a massive blast makes the duel completely one-sided. Finally, an armored leader bursts from the rubble and stops the attacker's charge. Armored squad members stare in shock at the scene. Despite relentless blows threatening unconsciousness, the warrior pushed forward, determined to conquer the towering obstacle. A legendary weapon appears, announced by a blinding light. Then the armored warrior emerges with a glowing blade, advancing. A colossal demon returns, casting fear and darkness across the continent. But a sudden surge of hope pierces the surrounding darkness. Meanwhile, 3 contestants quietly check their festival tasks as opening begins. The young swordsman reads his assignment letter with rising worry. The young master hands a document to the attendant, instructing him to place it in the study. Later, the swordsman prepares for harsh training under his watching mentor. Night falls, with a crescent moon hanging over thin clouds. The young swordsman sits alone on his bed, thinking. Elsewhere, a seeker faces a stone sword amid raging waters. The youth reflects on the inner world he constructed. The warrior crosses stepping stones toward the ornate embedded sword. He grips a blazing sword, centering himself between opposing forces. The swordsman channels earth energy into the flame, recalling past training. The swordsman declares a firm resolve to fight for the world's sake. The resolute swordsman questions how to wield his newfound power to fulfill a crucial promise. Finally, an exhausted traveler reaches his goal and sighs in relief. The armored leader questions the onlooker, as his white-cloaked group gathers. An elderly visitor reveals ties to the Holy Kingdom, drawing tense attention. The armored elder asks why the guest ignored their invitation. The young swordsman freezes, uncertainty flickering across his face as he faces the pointed challenge. The elderly mentor urges him to enter the upcoming tournament. An observer watches as the swordsman unleashes a torrent of flames, consuming the area with overwhelming power. The swordsman grips the radiant blade as a mysterious warmth surges through his dulled senses. The old man remembers that overwhelming burst of unknown energy. Because of this, the elder decides to act regarding the sword. The young swordsman silently resolves to become a beacon of hope for the world. The elder tells him to find courage and raise the glowing blade. The young man briefly reflects, then accepts the message with renewed resolve. Someone suddenly shouts a warning toward the towering castle ahead. An eager companion asks to join the armored traveler's trip to the Holy Kingdom. The bearded man insists he wants to follow and experience new things. The swordsman suggests crafting special weapons for festival fighters and demon slayers together. Soon after, the cloaked youth leaves the castle with a companion as others watch. The two travelers discuss walking to their destination and whether another friend will join. However, the hooded traveler explains that the girl left the territory months ago. The swordsman gives a subspace pouch to his worried ally before explaining his departure. A small companion energetically assures the other of a quick return and urges them to become even stronger before they meet again. The swordsman and companion walk toward the gate, reaffirming their promise to grow stronger. Two weary travelers rest by the campfire in the silent forest, the great sword lying close at hand. One traveler remarks how much the outside world has changed while they eat. Meanwhile, the group moves through a silent city as watching locals mourn recent losses. By the fire, the weary traveler reflects on everything that changed this year. As the two sit beneath the night sky, the older companion playfully urges the hesitant youth to embrace his potential. The blonde youth addresses the fallen knight, firmly telling him to stand. An armored stranger steps into the firelight, making the campers immediately tense. The armored leader raises a mercenary plaque, claiming they come peacefully. Soon, 3 unfamiliar mercenaries are introduced to the camp. The confident youth steps forward and announces his role as the leader of the group. The young swordsman and the dwarf calmly exchange names in the clearing. One mercenary whispers a reminder about using aliases, embarrassing the comrade who forgot. 2 companions burst into laughter, mocking the newcomer as another obvious impersonator. The red-cloaked man confronts the armored youth, accusing him of copying their master incorrectly. Suddenly, the forest youth notices the familiar black cat is missing. The silver-haired fighter jokes that only the mystic cat could prove him genuine, deepening suspicion. In private, 2 allies admit no one will believe their explanation. Under the cover of night, the persistent figure finally makes the anxious youth confess his true name. 6 cloaked figures quietly climb the hill toward their destination. Meanwhile, 2 travelers cross dark woods, debating whether to trust suspicious imposters. They discuss the dangers of helping strangers as they walk at night. One cloaked fighter strides ahead, vowing to handle trouble, while the other hesitates. A dark-haired ally steps in and abruptly stops the commotion. Suddenly, armored skeleton warriors appear and launch an ambush. Armored skeletons with red eyes advance as the defenders brace to fight. 2 warriors rush forward to confront the armored enemy with the huge shield. A hooded mage hurls blazing magic directly at the masked enemy. The red-caped swordsman strikes a heavy blow against the skeleton foe. A shielded defender struggles to hold back the relentless skeleton assault. Their young leader swings his glowing weapon and urgently orders a retreat. The hooded swordsman then unleashes a powerful downward strike. An armored warrior charges and obliterates the skeleton horde with one crushing attack. Suddenly, the anxious swordsman spots an unexpected figure and calls out. The swordsman pauses to catch his breath among scattered skeleton remains. A cheerful traveler praises the quiet swordsman, surprising him as they walk the forest path. The cloaked youth shares his training origins and asks if they believe him. A cheerful companion teases another's intense training as the group laughs. Meanwhile, a cloaked watcher hides in the shadows as the group continues on. The cloaked woman readies herself for the coming fight. The hooded swordsman brings his blade down decisively. He cuts down several wolves lunging at him. The swordsman charges forward and annihilates a group of green-skinned monsters with a single, devastating strike. Afterward, the cloaked observer considers recruiting the exhausted swordsman. The pair walk side by side under the night sky as one presses the other for an opinion about a third person. The hooded scout judges his skill and suspects an elite background. Suddenly, the woman ends the talk and walks away, stunning him. 4 travelers eat by the fire while one stands apart, thinking. The cloaked woman refuses his food offer and sits apart, annoyed. 2 companions discuss another's lack of appetite with growing concern. By the fire, the hooded youth eats as talk shifts to the hero's festival. A hooded man explains a great noble heir is favored to win. A white-haired youth notes age limits keep veteran leaders out. A curious knight speculates about the tournament's real purpose while a cloaked companion listens and eats nearby. 2 allies argue over which region's swordsman will win. 2 formidable southern leaders are introduced to compete in the event. The group agrees these opponents have decades of mastery and are dangerous. The cloaked youth silently ponders the issue while eating. The scene abruptly shifts from blinding white to deep darkness, signaling an ominous blackout. By the fire, a traveler recalls powerful names, straining relations with his companion. Another traveler notes old allies grew stronger, anticipating upcoming challenges. The young swordsman falls silent, thinking deeply. A hooded traveler laughs at his own joke as his companion stares, confused. The young swordsman sits by the fire, quietly considering whether his companion's words were sincere. One youth is praised for acting while the group relaxes together. Approaching the forest, a guide warns about 2 recently seen monsters. 2 travelers notice merchants arriving and setting up at the camp. Soon, someone spots a marked flag on a tent, heralding a famous merchant. The blonde asks about a famed caravan, and his bearded ally confirms their status. That powerful merchant uses vast wealth to aid the poor and fund schooling. The half-elf heir now leads the business supplying heroes with weapons. Suddenly, the hooded one turns, sensing danger in the nearby trees. A cloaked woman flinches in shock at a sudden disturbance above. A figure hesitates as the group awaits a response under the calm, cloud-streaked sky. Meanwhile, a disciple pushes her mentor to attend the coming tournament. The older mentor refuses, while the red-haired woman seethes behind him. Eventually, the red-haired fighter storms off, leaving the quiet swordsman behind. She grits her teeth, barely containing her irritation. Elsewhere, a mentor yells encouragement as his warrior charges into burning battle. Someone coldly lists the next possible victims, intensifying the sense of impending danger. An order is given to attack immediately. The swordswoman glances back with a smug expression, exuding confidence after her recent move. With a confident promise to return victorious, the swordsman heads into the sunlit forest as his companion laughs and waves him off. The lone warrior stops, gripping his sword in the clearing. The older swordsman quietly surveys the surrounding forest. Suddenly, the burly elder staggers back, clutching his mouth. The wounded man collapses to the ground, bleeding heavily. The battered swordsman falls to his knees, badly wounded and breathless. By now, the elder realizes the situation has grown even worse. The seasoned fighter grips his sword, preparing to intervene. The older swordsman unleashes a devastating slash, sending a shockwave through the air outside. The white-haired fighter swings his glowing blade in a powerful strike. The muscular fighter steps forward, rejecting the calm man's claim. The narrator describes the progression from expert to master, culminating at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The older man describes how escaping into a new, healthy body can offer a second chance. A defiant figure calls out for a rematch, escalating the confrontation. Meanwhile, the white-haired swordsman braces himself to risk everything on one strike. The older contender, fueled by defiance, throws down a challenge as tension escalates. The moon emerges from behind the clouds, casting an eerie light over the silent landscape. The duelist pauses, thinking the battle is over. Suddenly, the older warrior senses a lurking threat. A cloaked attacker emerges from smoke as the swordsman braces. The elder stiffens, shocked by the intruder's sudden arrival. The newcomer requests training under the strongest swordsman present. A suspicious fighter confronts the silver-haired man about his identity. The armored swordsman rejects his former identity and draws his blade, exuding unwavering resolve. The older outsider acknowledges the other's determination to return, offering respectful praise under the night sky. The leader orders his ally to the Holy Kingdom, warning strong foes gather. The white-haired swordsman slashes forward, catching his opponent off guard. Someone releases hidden power, eyes glowing in the dark. Then the swordsman fires a massive energy wave, annihilating everything ahead. A grinning mentor taunts his trainee's arrogance. The silver-haired youth glares upward, confronting an unseen enemy. The elder challenges him to risk everything in battle. Afterward, the white-haired swordsman blasts energy from his blade. The silver-haired fighter's glowing slash splits a tree. A determined challenger attacks fiercely, forcing the defender to brace. The silver-haired swordsman swiftly draws a glowing sword to strike. Finally, the two warriors clash, swords colliding explosively. The swordsman lunges forward, his glowing blade dodging a heavy strike. The veteran fighter tenses, gripping his sword as danger approaches. Above, the attacker dives, releasing a dark energy sword strike. The resulting blast tears through the area, engulfing everything. The explosion engulfs the forest, hurling debris and energy into the night. The lone warrior unleashes a devastating sword technique, scattering smoke and debris across the shattered ground. An elder calmly surveys the smoky aftermath, assessing the battlefield. A cautious observer notices a sudden flash of mysterious light cutting through the darkness. The young swordsman swings upward, channeling lightning through his blade. After trading blows, the white-haired youth admits he misjudged his foe. The older fighter gathers blue lightning, ready to confront the youth. Suddenly, lightning crashes down and fractures the ground. The young swordsman jolts in shock as a sudden realization strikes. The armored foe charges, releasing purple energy that tears ahead. In response, the white-haired swordsman unleashes lightning with a powerful swing. The white-haired fighter is knocked back by a brutal punch. Then the white-haired fighter lands a lightning kick, sending the dark-haired opponent reeling. A brutal blow lands, sending blood spraying outward. Soon after, a massive shockwave rips across the land, shattering earth. Finally, the white-haired warrior crashes down, releasing another powerful shockwave. The white-haired warrior slams his foe into the ground, cracking the earth. Then, a lightning strike smashes down, shattering the ground. The older man reels back as a surge of glowing purple energy erupts unexpectedly around him. Meanwhile, the armored warrior releases a blinding slash that cleaves the earth. A sudden blast tears through the rocks, obliterating them. The swordsman smashes the ground, sending debris flying. Then, the white-haired fighter crashes down, releasing lightning and debris. The white-haired warrior charges, unleashing a surge of electricity. The attacker rushes forward, firing a devastating energy blast. The older man narrows his gaze, closely evaluating the person before him. However, the young swordsman withstands each attack, refusing to yield. The swordsman unleashes an explosive, energy-charged strike. A powerful energy slash tears through the forest, leaving massive destruction. The blue-clad fighter slams into the ground, scattering debris. The white-haired swordsman charges, launching a fierce assault in the darkness. Meanwhile, The armored fighter grips the sword, resisting the urge to flee. The mentor urges them to face fear and keep going. An ally reassures them that persistence will achieve their goal. Finally, the silver-haired fighter warns the youngster to leave the clearing. The older man demands to know why they tried to kill him. The masked warrior bursts forward, unleashing a rapid slash toward the opponent. The silver-haired figure staggers within the swirling smoke, barely managing to withstand the aftermath of the brutal assault. The older observer clenches his fist and dismisses the opponent's tactics with clear disdain. Suddenly, an unexpected energy surge erupts before the elder. The swordsman confronts the immense black vortex swirling before him. A barrage of purple slashes tears into the ground, raising thick smoke. The swordsman braces as crackling energy surrounds him before the shadow rift. Then the veteran swordsman staggers back from his opponent's sudden speed. The young swordsman freezes, his eyes widening in sudden alarm. The wary swordsman confronts the ominous figure, as unsettling energy pulses from the chasm between them. A tense figure confronts another about the risky choice just made. A tormented fighter unleashes a surge of demonic energy. The swordwoman surveys the smoking chasm left by the strike. The grim mentor urges his companion to abandon darkness and embrace a fresh start before it's too late. In reply, the masked man defends his desperate pursuit of new power. The mentor confronts him, vowing he'll regret abandoning his humanity. The older man glares fiercely, unleashing a scornful outburst as he mocks his adversary's weakness. Suddenly, a lightning blast hurtles toward the cloaked opponent, shattering the ground. The swordsman hurls a massive energy vortex, turning the battle's momentum. Finally, the fighter charges forward with electricity crackling around him. Elder channels lightning through blade, thrusting at his foe. The swordsman hurls a colossal wave of energy that rips through the darkness and devastates everything in its path. The swordwoman slams energy into the ground, shaking everything. Next, the elder launches a sudden lightning assault, surprising him. The armored fighter is blasted back by blue lightning. The swordsman charges again, releasing another lightning strike. He channels crackling power into a heavy downward slash. The older man collapses, blood spraying from his mouth. A fierce gaze flares as hidden power surges within the darkness. The young swordsman is struck in the face yet endures. A huge shockwave tears through the mountains, scattering debris. The ground explodes violently, hurling stone fragments outward. Afterward, the battered youth stands amid debris, quietly shocked. The older warrior realizes his foe survived by outsmarting him. Blood spreads quickly across the cracked ground. The veteran grips his glowing sword and challenges another duel. He meets his rival's gaze, preparing for a decisive clash. A devastating force rips through the dark forest, sending shockwaves in every direction. The white-haired swordsman stabs forward, sending lightning into the vortex. A figure unleashes a surge of purple energy, tearing through the stormy battlefield. The seasoned swordsman slashes, sending a shockwave through the air. The injured swordsman lunges and fires a blast of purple energy. The young swordsman surges forward, bracing himself with excitement as the duel begins. The white-haired swordsman attacks with lightning while his airborne foe prepares. Then both fighters clash midair, their energies colliding violently. The older fighter lunges first, trying to strike before a skill activates. Soon the older fighter staggers back after taking a heavy blow. A cross-shaped burst of light erupts, overwhelming the surrounding darkness. A battered fighter is flung into a vortex, screaming as blood trails. The white-haired one collapses bleeding as an enemy sword descends. Nearby, a shocked observer watches the armless foe refuse to surrender. Holding a glowing sword in his teeth, the silver-haired fighter releases electricity. The swordsman strikes with a glowing blow that sends his opponent reeling. The older man trembles as his opponent presses a sword beneath his chin, asserting dominance in the aftermath of battle. Later, a ruthless swordswoman slices through a stunned foe's neck, finishing him. The resolute swordsman charges forward and unleashes a decisive, forceful strike with his blade. A colossal energy surge splits the field as a devastating attack erupts. The attack slams into the ground, causing a massive explosion. Amid the ruins, a battered survivor struggles to breathe. Meanwhile, a wounded warrior also gasps for breath in the wreckage. The wounded elder struggles to remain conscious through heavy bleeding. The older survivor stands firm amid the shattered ruins. From the damaged rooftop, a young woman loudly demands immediate repairs. The weary swordsman braces himself, expecting an imminent scolding. Meanwhile, one enraged fighter storms off as the other fails to stop them. The wounded elder staggers, consumed by regret. The battered veteran collapses, completely exhausted. Afterward, the exhausted swordsman kneels by his buried sword to recover. He realizes he survived only because his rival was sick. The young swordsman reels in disbelief, his wide eye betraying a sudden, overwhelming shock. Then, a lone figure emerges from the collapsing ruins. The scarred survivor stands firm, refusing to yield. An armored swordsman admits the opponent's overwhelming strength and shock. The masked swordsman shatters his opponent's blade with a final strike. The bearded fighter recoils, realizing his opponent cannot die. The older warrior releases blue energy, radiating absolute confidence. His rival recoils as an overwhelming aura suddenly surrounds the opponent. A sudden surge of blue energy tears through the battlefield. The swordsman unleashes blue energy, asking if this is the final stage. Finally, the young man meets his companion's eyes, sensing deeper meaning in this encounter. The older man channels crackling energy, stepping forward to challenge his opponent with unwavering resolve. The older mentor fixes his gaze on the listener and asks a weighty question about the two wolves within every heart. A tense atmosphere fills the camp as figures gather beneath the royal banner, preparing for the impending event. The group hears the cloaked guide's plan to reach the Holy Kingdom. After arguing, one pleads while the other reluctantly agrees. The hooded scout walks ahead into darkness as the watcher stays back. A traveler quietly asks about their companion's change after meeting the merchant. The leader commands everyone to head inside and get ready for an early departure. The hooded one refuses to share events with others, and the listener agrees. The withdrawn figure sits alone against a tree, lost in thought and separated from the world around her. The cloaked speaker offers weak reassurance that convinces no one. The dark-haired figure leans against a tree at night, taking a steadying breath as she prepares to endure the coming week. 3 days pass. An armored guard complains about constant outer duty, startling the cloaked listener. 2 soldiers demand redress for harsh treatment, while their tired leader hesitates. Nervous, one volunteer steps forward to speak while ordering the group to wait. The young man steadies himself, preparing to assert his authority as he faces the gathering at sunset. At dawn, a sentry spots a cloaked figure approaching the tent. A guard blocks him, demanding purpose, and he says he's here to meet someone. Finally, the hooded visitor bluntly demands an explanation from him. A nervous worker admits there is a problem with the assignments. A stern guard blocks the path, redirecting the hesitant newcomer away from the main authority. An armored visitor approaches the tent and requests to see their commander. The hooded youth blocks the stranger and demands their identity. Meanwhile, an armored guard stops the hooded traveler and questions his intentions. 2 wary observers spot a commotion near the tent as several figures appear to be in conflict. Soon, an imposing figure enters and confronts whoever caused the disturbance. A caped authority steps forward and glares, cutting off all excuses. One man exclaims, recognizing the swordsman as a famed master, while another stays calm. The stern figure opens the door and gestures for the visitor to enter, signaling the start of a serious conversation. 2 cloaked travelers enter the tent, one leading, the other following warily. The swordsman suddenly turns, recognizing an unexpected person nearby. A confident half-elf merchant leader is introduced. At dusk, a large tent is raised beside a flag for an important gathering. The group stands before their leader to discuss complications arising from unexpected changes in their journey. The cloaked youth bows and admits he was rude earlier. Later, the uneasy youth thanks his stoic companion for listening. A stern advisor issues a warning as the anxious youth listens quietly. One man gives thanks when a secured chest is placed on the table. The authoritative figure concludes the inquiry as the other man expresses gratitude for the swift resolution. The leader's boasting stops when a subordinate reports new trouble. Then one man reveals a group member is impersonating someone, shocking them both. A hooded messenger reports others despise the swordsman, unsettling them both. Elsewhere, a lone figure meditates silently in a forest clearing. The blonde youth quickly apologizes to the cloaked visitor. A dark-haired woman admits she caused his problems within the group. She explains her conflict with the leader has brought trouble onto him. A cloaked ally warns the blonde traveler to stay unnoticed as departure nears. The young swordsman stands firm, refusing to be swayed. Remembering childhood torment, the young man now faces his fears boldly. He recalls when his resolve was easily broken by forces beyond control. At sunrise, the traveler rides, convinced past hardships hardened his resolve. The young man expresses heartfelt gratitude, reassured by genuine kindness and support. Meanwhile, a hooded woman halts and cautiously scans the silent area. A hooded interrogator demands the truth. The cloaked youth denies being that person. A confident woman teases the usually composed youth, leaving him flustered. The young man admits he hid his identity to travel unnoticed. The hooded companion quietly agrees that constant attention is exhausting. After promising secrecy, a cloaked figure slips into the forest as an observer hides. One cloaked figure nervously approaches another to begin a secret talk. At night, a cloaked figure demands answers about the night's past, but the figure refuses to explain, claiming the truth endangers him. The insistent youth presses harder, demanding a reason and the truth. Suddenly, the cloaked figure spins, startled by a voice nearby. A red-cloaked runner arrives, urging the others to hurry to the assembly. A terrified youth warns everyone that a deminoid has appeared. The camp grows silent as the crowd gathers, anticipation building while 2 opponents step forward to face each other. The leader questions witnesses and learns deminoids were seen in the forest. One scout updates his companion on the recon team's remaining strength. An armored ally orders the injured duo to get treatment, receiving grateful assent. The armored elf assesses the demonic threat and decides that calling for Holy Knight reinforcements is the safest course of action. Meanwhile, a determined swordsman confronts the hooded group, demanding the demonod's location. An armored subordinate shouts, and both soldiers glare at the disturber. A resolute warrior urgently hands over a sword, shocking a nearby observer. The cloaked woman confronts her foe, asking if their secret will be exposed. The young man insists the truth must be revealed immediately. Nearby, a cloaked youth stands firm as a hostile guard confronts him. A gloved attacker unleashes energy, launching a powerful ranged strike. The swordsman swiftly draws a radiant blade, stunning everyone around. Then the swordsman steps forward, boasting his skill and volunteering to fight. An observer notes the arrival of the famed newcomer. A tense companion urgently warns of numerous deminods lurking in the forest ahead as the determined swordsman climbs the cliff. Suddenly, a fighter releases a massive energy blast, engulfing enemies. A resolute leader urges the gathered warriors to advance quickly and prepare for the unknown strength of their enemies. The armored commander declares they'll aid the hero and calls volunteers. The party marches towards a looming castle under the moon. A kneeling minion reports partial success capturing humans to the ruler. A shadowy subordinate presents two bound, trembling prisoners to the throne, suggesting they be transformed into powerful demonids. The relaxed ruler on the throne taunts an approaching challenger. The seated woman settles in, calmly preparing for the coming confrontation. Meanwhile, a scheming woman celebrates her army and plans a hidden kingdom. The throne woman orders the prisoners tortured today and sacrificed tomorrow. The two captives writhe helplessly, overwhelmed by terror and restraints. A chained monster snarls and vows to devour anyone nearby. The startled leader staggers back as a defiant challenger blocks her path. Elsewhere, a chained brute senses an intruder and readies an attack. The swordsman dives from above, smashing a blinding strike into his foe. Then the same swordsman charges again, unleashing another devastating attack. A raging beast lunges at the intruder, intent on killing them. Finally, a gigantic red slash strikes the ground and scatters debris. The resolute swordsman surges forward, cutting through the chaos to join the heart of the battle. The creature's severed head screams as blood pours out. The winged ruler swoops down to block and attack him. Meanwhile, the red-eyed woman recoils as a dark aura approaches. A violent blast engulfs the chamber and shakes everything. With unwavering resolve, the young swordsman gathers his strength, ready to unleash his power. In response, the woman lunges forward at the overwhelming threat. A crushing strike shatters the stone tower into flying debris. The hooded swordsman pierces the stone structure with his glowing blade. The hooded youth watches as a shadowy foe threatens and disappears. Afterward, the enraged figure spits a vicious promise of revenge. The hooded figure stands silent, while a suspicious voice questions him. The fighter charges ahead, smashing through the remaining rubble. A woman is blasted through the air by a fiery attack, blood spraying as her assailant remains poised on a distant rooftop. The defeated enemy is carried off while onlookers watch silently. The resolute swordsman channels mystical power through his radiant blade, cleansing the darkness from the land. Two armored clerics pour holy water to purify the ground. The group moves through the shadowy dungeon, realizing the basement holds far more prisoners than expected. Suddenly, an armored newcomer arrives and intensifies the tension. The cloaked observer finds both human and non-human captives imprisoned. Several onlookers excitedly recount the hero's recent victories, marveling at his unmatched swordsmanship and mysterious power. Now 2 companions walk at night, relieved the misunderstanding ended. 3 companions search the nighttime camp for their missing ally. A lone scout moves through a crumbling corridor, staying alert. The hooded figure pauses, struggling over a difficult choice. An elf scholar reviews records, discovering elf populations declining. The elf-haired girl pauses with the bucket in her hands, questioning whether the others left to use the wise merchant and live among humans. The scholar explains many elf women vanish after meeting noble humans. The elder set down the scrolls and declared the situation suspicious, determined to investigate further as her companion listened. An elf official leaves with documents, telling the other not to wait. The narrator remembers a final farewell that ended contact with their sibling. After hearing of her disappearance, the investigator begins probing the wise merchant. A stern figure grabs the young woman's wrist, stopping her attempt. Suddenly, the young swordsman realizes something and stares in alarm. A worried parent urges their child to stay safe after recent events. 7 years later, the investigator keeps pursuing unproven suspicions in secret. The cloaked woman presses on, determined to uncover the truth herself. The cloaked figure presses against the wall, waiting for the guard to pass before slipping silently into the shadows. Nearby, a sentry spins around, hearing a stone clatter. A wary guard jolts in alarm as an ominous figure emerges from the shadows behind him. A figure walks down the corridor and halts at a sealed door. An inferno tears through the collapsing building, debris and flames everywhere. A masked soldier rushes to calm the standoff amid spreading purple smoke. Then a cloaked intruder bursts in, conjuring flames in her hand. A quiet swordsman suddenly realizes something alarming. The woman collapses, overwhelmed by the sinister energy. 2 battered prisoners struggle to stay conscious as toxic mist fills their cell. Nearby, a purple flower in a pot is surrounded by rising pink mist. A hooded watcher senses an inevitable threat as the glowing flower brightens. The sinister figure steps forward, confronting an old acquaintance with a chilling grin. An enraged woman confronts her brother about his crimes and orders him to stop. The swordswoman is caught off guard and stabbed severely in the chest. The elf staggers forward, resisting the toxin's disorienting effects. The cloaked overseer increases the crushing energy, forcing the kneeling captive to writhe. The young swordsman challenges an unseen enemy, demanding to know why they interfered. Meanwhile, the young swordsman struggles against darkness, forcing himself to remain conscious. A torrent of magical flames erupts, driving back the surrounding darkness. A dazed person slowly regains consciousness, eyes widening in shock. An armored warrior advances steadily, energy swirling with each step. Finally, A commanding leader strides into the blazing ruins, shocking the watching soldiers. The swordsman's aura makes the armored guard recoil. The young man warns his opponent to stay still, making it clear he wants to avoid a confrontation. The masked woman recoils as yellow energy suddenly engulfs her. Meanwhile, two men face off as a woman is pulled back. The swordsman tenses when the grinning challenger suddenly advances. A worried attendant grabs the youth's shoulder to restrain him. The blonde swordsman slashes his foe, inflicting a deep wound. The cautious observer narrows his eyes at the strange flower releasing a purple mist, confirming his suspicions. The group opens the chain chest and finds the dark flower. The swordsman explains the blue flower's scent disabled the elves. The youth channels power into the pendant, making it and the flower blaze. Elsewhere, a withered potted flower emits purple mist under surveillance. The swordsman charges with a glowing blade as armored allies follow. He unleashes a powerful, blazing sword strike. The red-haired fighter confronts the figure, asking if he plans a massacre. The armored leader insists only the Holy Kingdom may punish, while another watches silently. In response, the red-haired man cites law to block outside punishment. The armored challenger reluctantly agrees but demands new terms, heightening tension. The resolute youth steps up, declaring he will join the journey. Soon after, news spreads the expedition stopped, drawing worried crowds to the tents. The leader confronts the hooded man about the missing members. Then the hooded man reveals the merchant's long-hidden crimes. A caravan travels along the mountain path with armored escorts. Inside the carriage, the travelers endure a heavy silence, each preoccupied with troubling thoughts. A cloaked lord boasts of continent-wide influence while the noble listens. Meanwhile, the red-haired man says some allies are also in Abilius. The young man maintains a tense silence, refusing to respond. An overconfident rival mocks his opponent, certain of winning. The young swordsman silently contemplates a harsh assessment of his unwavering sense of justice and incorruptibility. Later, the red-haired foe claims only he will survive Abilius. The wagon suddenly stops, jolting the passengers inside. The halted wagon waits as its quiet passengers prepare to disembark. The youth steps onto the terrace, startling the bearded onlooker. A towering cathedral looms as crowds ascend its steps, marking arrival at the Holy Kingdom. The captive walks beside his escort, mocking the lack of restraints. The aloof handler dismisses any threat, believing everything resolved. The female adversary tells the swordsman resistance is pointless, and she will win. Meanwhile, armored riders reach the cathedral, showing the county's rapid response. A stern figure on horseback leads a silent procession toward the looming cathedral. Finally, a wary watcher notices a stranger, and wonders if he is a holy knight. Confident figure greets old acquaintance, surprising him. A cloaked traveler approaches, making the young swordsman tense. The subordinate reports the defeat of a demon, and apologizes for not informing the superior sooner. The superior acknowledges the team's swift response and expresses gratitude for their effective intervention. The blonde youth steps forward and addresses the older man, signaling the start of an important discussion as another watches in shock. The elder addresses the arriving group, emphasizing that an urgent matter requires their immediate attention before anything else. A quiet youth hears unexpected news and looks shocked. The stern envoy announces a royal summons, shifting the atmosphere to tense anticipation. Two onlookers stand stunned, processing the envoy's announcement. However, the young man refuses, saying he has another mission. An authoritative leader takes charge, saying the Holy Kingdom proceeds. The young swordsman quietly entrusts the task to another, his resolve unwavering. The older figure signals for action as the nervous newcomer moves closer. Outside the cathedral, a lively girl greets the surprised youth. A guide points to a portal, instructing the wary swordsman inside. The bearded man urgently asks permission to accompany the other. The lively girl clarifies that the portal's cost remains the same regardless of how many people pass through. The young man conjures a glowing barrier and departs, leaving the bearded companion surprised. The stern elder braces himself, ready to take the next decisive step. Finally, the dominant fighter escalates the standoff, locking eyes with his opponent. Suddenly, three travelers emerge from a portal, arriving effortlessly. The swordsman alone passes the guarded doors, leading companions outside. The anxious visitor steps forward as the doors to the grand chamber swing open. The newcomer steps into the grand hall and recognizes the figure standing at the far end. The elder formally begins the meeting with the newcomer. The cloaked visitor steps forward, promptly responding to the summons. The determined guest walks toward the two figures before the throne. Meanwhile, a young woman and older man sit as a private meeting begins. The tense blonde youth demands to know the identity of the unfamiliar woman and why he was summoned. The elder starts another formal meeting, expressing curiosity about the visitor. The earnest young man requests a private conversation with the ruler, signaling the start of an important discussion. The cloaked informer reports the merchant's crimes directly to the elder. The elder calmly reveals that this information was already known to him. The swordsman reels when ordered to explain his silence despite knowing. Therefore, the elder proclaims his mission is securing peace across the continent. The young accuser exposes the group for brainwashing elves and selling them to nobles. In the grand hall, the gathered figures discuss the significant financial influence wielded by the wise merchants' organization. The young man struggles but verbally resists the organization's overwhelming power. The swordsman condemns elf abuse, calling it equivalent to bargaining with demons. Finally, the elder rejects such idealism, claiming most people avoid violence for survival. The older man questions if everyone is corrupt. The younger man angrily denies being corrupt and confronts him. The older figure forcefully demands a solution to the chaos, slamming a hand down in frustration. Blonde youth freezes upon hearing the shocking news. One figure quietly admits uncertainty while the other listens across the grand table. The older man pointedly challenges the ruler, escalating the tension in the lavish chamber. The woman admits her inexperience and refuses to impose her will, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The advisor earnestly asks the sovereign and the court for guidance, pledging to contribute all that he can. The resolute contender proclaims his determination to win the tournament and inspire hope by erasing fear from every heart. The young swordsman steels himself, channeling all his resolve into a single purpose. Two cloaked guests arrive and are shown their room. Later, the swordsman sits quietly on the bed. He doubts whether his recent choice was right. Someone pounds on the door, demanding to come in. A cheerful figure bursts energetically through the ornate doorway, greeting the person inside after a long absence. The blonde youth staggers as a brutal punch lands squarely on his face. Two energetic companions rush over and pull a startled blonde along as they insist on heading to the festival immediately. The visitor steps into the crowded, lively festival street. Walking together, one jokes about an absent friend. A redhead teases the youth about missing someone. Suddenly, she notices something strange in the street and reacts. An energetic figure grabs her startled companion and rushes toward the medicinal herb shop through the bustling market. The disciple complains about caring alone for her sick master. Meanwhile, she pauses, silently worrying about someone's health. A devastating surge of energy tears through the stormy night sky. The ground splits apart under the force of a devastating attack, filling the air with dense clouds of dust. Debris from a destroyed building covers the battered ground. A hidden magic circle appears on the shattered earth. A plain text box signals a shift to events from 2 weeks earlier. One figure initiates a grave conversation, while the other stands alert in the rocky field. The challenger demands to know about the darkness lurking within every person's heart, as both rivals lock eyes in a tense standoff. The armored swordsman yells and fires purple energy at him. The caped fighter strikes the ground, sending a huge shockwave. The masked youth reels back as the foe explains darkness exists in every heart. Suddenly, a lone warrior bursts with blazing blue energy. The two rivals hurl clashing energy attacks at each other. The determined fighter clenches his fist as power radiates out. The young swordsman charges and releases a decisive glowing slash. The elder fixes a piercing gaze ahead as he delivers a weighty metaphor. A resilient elder is slammed into the ground by a devastating energy blast from a distant attacker. The speaker admits he cannot empathize, exposing inner conflict. The armored man collapses, crying out as blood pours. The wounded man blames other for nurturing Black Wolf. The swordsman reels, struggling to endure sudden overwhelming pain. The armored fighter grips his sword as energy erupts to strike. Meanwhile, an enraged fighter releases destructive energy as someone watches. An older man glares down, delivering a fierce warning. The masked warrior charges, wrapped in purple energy to attack. The white-haired fighter meets his gaze, signaling the next move. Several energy blasts slam into the ground, sending shockwaves outward. Then a massive energy surge explodes outward, tearing through everything. A green-tinged sword strike cuts through debris, triggering a violent explosion. The battered swordsman steps forward, vowing to take responsibility. A white-haired man is hurled downward by a brutal attack. The silver-haired warrior rushes ahead, his charge ripping open ground. The young man stares at his glowing hand as power surges through his body. Inside, a voice admits overwhelming fear of being completely consumed. The injured fighter charges with a glowing fist to finish it. The fierce opponent unleashes a massive energy wave, lighting up the night with overwhelming force. Finally, the exhausted youth jerks his head up, sensing danger. The white-haired attacker swings a glowing sword down at his shadowy foe. Suddenly, the white-haired fighter is blasted backward as energy tears through the ground. A massive sword slash surges forward, radiating overwhelming power. Meanwhile, clashing blades erupt as one defender struggles to withstand the assault. The wounded youth struggles to stand after taking a brutal blow. The older fighter braces himself, and withstands the full force of the glowing energy strike. Then, the younger swordsman severs the armored foe's arm with a powerful energy slash. A single glaring eye appears in the darkness, revealing a lurking presence. The armored warrior charges, shouting as he unleashes a powerful attack at his opponent. The older fighter rushes in and delivers a decisive glowing punch. Meanwhile, dark chains shoot out, trying to bind the central source of power. The defiant warrior breaks the glowing chains with a sudden surge of strength. The white-haired captive struggles as a shadowy captor binds him with dark chains. The sinister figure retreats into the shadows, grinning after narrowly avoiding danger. The older man recoils in alarm as he realizes the presence of a formidable demon, purple chains tightening around his neck. The scarred prisoner startles as a familiar person appears before him. Two cloaked figures approach the restrained captive, heightening the tension. The intense newcomer demands recognition, staring fixedly at the captive. In response, the captive elder strains against glowing restraints and demands an explanation. The older prisoner jolts in alarm, eyes widening as he pulls against his bonds. A solitary figure in the moonlit forest grapples with a sudden, inexplicable sense of familiarity toward an unknown presence. The young swordsman freezes as a terrifying realization hits. From the shadows, she wonders if this opponent is the wolf. Then the swordsman steadies himself in the clearing after battle. The tired youth catches his breath, preparing for what follows. The swordsman clenches his fist, silently tormented by self-doubt. He anxiously compares his strength to another's, sweat forming. A cheerful boy waves, completely catching the other off guard. The eager youth challenges his companion to another sparring match in the forest. A fallen sword hits the ground, shattering the silence. The swordsman stands victorious as his wounded rival collapses. Two warriors seal their mutual respect with a firm handshake after a challenging encounter. One figure, startled, reacts as the other reveals the bold plan to start a swordsmanship academy. The confident youth explains his new recognition and opportunity to his worried companion. The silver-haired youth decides he must leave this place forever. Under a warm sunset sky, someone encourages another to build an academy and promises a future duel. A lone watcher stands on the empty mountain path, guarding the way. The young man braces himself, vowing to catch up with others. A battered figure gasps for air, struggling to recover in the darkness 20 years earlier. The young swordsman grips his weapon tightly, overwhelmed by frustration at his lack of progress. The swordsman wonders what mistakes he keeps making. The exhausted swordsman collapses to his knees, overwhelmed by frustration and self-doubt after another failed attempt. The lone youth collapses to his knees, overwhelmed by frustration and despair. A red-eyed force erupts from the young man's chest. A colossal shadowy figure with blazing red eyes materializes and engulfs the entire area. A silver-haired fighter suddenly collapses from searing pain. A startled man recoils as a powerful voice demands to know if he desires strength. The wary swordsman raises his weapon, demanding the intruder appear. A white-haired man convulses as red-eyed energy bursts from his chest. Soon, a shadowy entity emerges, promising to grant the listener's desire. A tense figure recoils in shock as someone unexpectedly offers to become his aide. A white-haired warrior grips his sword while immense energy pours in. He prepares to draw a glowing sword amid swirling dark energy. With one swing, the swordsman shatters a massive boulder. Meanwhile, an elder staggers as overwhelming energy fills his body. A wary fighter grasps the cursed sword as dark energy intensifies. A bearded challenger leans forward, signaling the confrontation will begin. A young swordsman suddenly realizes he can surpass his limits. A menacing figure materializes from the darkness, replying with absolute confidence. The lone swordsman unleashes a devastating wave of fire, cleaving the rocky terrain ahead. The triumphant figure clenches his fists in victory, exulting over his newfound power and recognition. A young man rushes over, calling to the stunned elder. An angry youth confronts him about disappearing after the academy ended. Meanwhile, the swordswoman gathers dark power, readying her next move. The young swordsman steadies himself, preparing for the upcoming clash. A new challenger steps out, inviting a decisive duel. Suddenly, a massive blast devastates the field, hurling debris everywhere. With fierce determination, the swordsman unleashes a powerful strike. A red-eyed monster bursts from the smoke, leaving the swordsman stunned. Another violent energy wave erupts, erasing everything in its path. The challenger charges in again, insisting on a serious battle. The enraged fighter orders his foe to draw the aura sword. The dominant figure slams his opponent into the ground with a thunderous blow. Elsewhere, a huge energy surge rips through the forest, splintering trees. A battered fighter collapses unconscious against a tree amid settling dust. The exhausted victor yells in triumph over his defeated rival. The beaten man remains slumped against the tree, completely unconscious. The protagonist freezes, grappling with a sudden and overwhelming realization. A sinister figure emerges from the shadows, offering the chance to gain even greater strength in exchange for obedience. The young swordsman tightens his grip on the blade, admitting his true motivation with a heavy heart. The monster recoils, its dark form twisting in retreat. The young man pauses, finally understanding the fear that has been haunting him all along. The swordsman realizes his struggle was not rooted in rivalry, but in his own insecurities. Then, after years of training, the rival lunges forward. The exhausted fighter forces himself on, bracing for the next challenge. The lone man advances, fearing his efforts may be meaningless. The monstrous figure recoils violently as a sudden blow lands, its glowing eyes wide with shock. The youth's fierce gaze shows he has realized something crucial. A red eye flares as the crushing power intensifies. A firm voice rings out, declaring a determined intention. The resolute figure finally admits his deepest wish, to discover his true self. Cornered by the monster, the boy frantically tries to escape. The older warrior staggers back as an arrow pierces his side, his face twisted in shock and agony. In response, the brawler stomps down, releasing a burst of energy. The shadowy creature convulses, convinced it is about to die. Meanwhile, a panicked host flees as the entity hunts another vessel. The exhausted figure staggers forward, struggling to catch his breath after pushing himself to the limit. Soon, the elder approaches the silent youth resting under the tree. The winner looms over the fallen foe, relishing his victory. Finally, the youth admits he faked fainting to cheer him up. The two figures seal their pact with a firm handshake, solidifying their newfound alliance. The younger swordsman, surprised but determined, rejects the duel's outcome, and vows to claim victory in the future. Then the older swordsman declares he will fight with aura. A battered elder strains against the glowing chain on his neck. The challenger questions his chained enemy about returning and past crimes. He states he endured everything just to reach this moment. A prisoner struggles in chains as a white-cloaked figure approaches. The challenger warns his rival in darkness that their conflict is unfinished. The chained fighter radiates power and screams a promise to return. The bold warrior proclaims an unwavering resolve to survive, while two companions look on with supportive determination. The elder strains against the glowing chains and cries out defiantly. Heavy chains wrap tighter around the cloaked captive as surrounding mist thickens. The cloaked man approaches and calls to the stern figure. The captive kneels in chains beneath the moon, accepting his fate. A magic circle activates, trapping a startled target as two observers watch. The cloaked attacker stands over the wounded elder inside the shimmering magic circle. The swordsman crashes into the blazing magic circle as thunder rumbles. A lone figure braces in the shadows as a wave of dark energy erupts toward him. A masked opponent steps forward, eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. Finally, the entity boasts the ritual will make it stronger. The ground shatters as one fighter blasts power, driving back his foe. Then a dark vortex erupts from below, flooding the area with chaotic energy. The opponent staggers back while overwhelming energy engulfs the battlefield. Meanwhile, the youth jolts back, stunned by the sudden phenomenon. A determined figure steps into the shadows, ready to confront the threat. The armored attacker strikes hard, smashing the white-haired fighter into the fractured ground. The young swordsman collapses, forced by unseen power into a humiliating bow. In response, an overwhelming force dominates the field, demanding total submission. A sinister figure steps from the dark and delivers a disturbing ultimatum. The transformed warrior accepts the role of Demon King as dark energy swirls. However, the enraged swordsman refuses that title, glaring in defiance. A tormented host releases dark aura, exposing the inner demon's true nature.
Eren found himself floating over a barren land. In front of him stood a tiny sprout, prompting him to realize that it was a tree and to reflect that it represented the journey he had undertaken to deal with the iron stake lodged in his heart, the miracle that had occurred at the end, and the final energy of the five-element divine technique, the energy of wood. He observed that its energy was so small and frail that it could be overwhelmed by any stronger force, causing him to wonder what he should do, how he could harmonize it with the other energies, and whether he could nurture the tree into growing stronger. Meanwhile, Eren continued his intense training at the Abylius outdoor training area, where every slash of his sword gouged deep scars into the practice grounds. He finally stopped when someone behind him remarked that he did not seem tired, despite how late it was. Turning around, he saw Gia approaching with a gentle smile as she explained that she wished to ask him something. Recognizing her as the woman who had accompanied the Holy King, Eren wondered who she was. Gia laughed softly, saying that it had been quite some time since she had needed to introduce herself before revealing that she was Gia Runtal, the king of the Runtal Kingdom. Hearing her identity, Eren immediately recognized her as the head of the Runtal family, the foremost of the three great magic families, and the ruler known as the King of all Mages. He silently questioned why such an influential figure had come to see him. Earlier, Gia had attended a formal meeting where the Holy King had asked whether Eren appeared even more outstanding in person. Gia admitted that she was not convinced, although she had come with high expectations after hearing that he had defeated Ephraim of the Slick family in a single encounter. She concluded after seeing him personally that he possessed no talent for magic and therefore failed as a candidate. The Holy King expressed relief upon hearing her assessment. Gia then shifted the topic by asking whether he truly intended to leave the half-elf alone. The Holy King explained that he would soon meet with the elders of the Wise family, and that sanctions would immediately be imposed once it had been proven that Gale Wise had acted independently. Their conversation was interrupted when a soldier entered and reported that there was something His Majesty needed to see. The soldier revealed that the collection consisted entirely of swords forged by the blacksmith Vulcanus, and that every sack of money had come from the Pereira family. Upon hearing this, the Holy King ordered the soldier to summon the blacksmith the following day because he wished to thank him personally. The soldier respectfully acknowledged the command. Looking over the enormous amount of gold that had been delivered, Gia observed that the Pereira family clearly was not an ordinary border family, as they had put considerable thought into their gift. However, her attention was suddenly drawn to a particular goblet. Although someone nearby advised her to leave the money untouched, Gia ignored the warning, picked up the cup, examined its pattern closely, and realized that it bore the legendary dragon's tongue design. Back in the present, Gia held up the goblet and demanded that Eren explain every detail about how he had obtained it. Remaining cautious, Eren replied that it had been a gift from his mystic teacher. Gia asked whether he meant the mysterious black cat, and Eren confirmed that he did. She then inquired about the cat's current whereabouts. Eren answered that she was not there before asking why Gia wanted to find her. Noticing his guarded attitude, Gia reassured him that he had no reason to be suspicious because she merely wished to have a conversation with the cat. She proposed a deal, promising to grant any one wish immediately if Eren agreed to introduce them the next time they met. Eren accepted the offer. Floating gracefully in the air, Gia remarked that his wish, to improve his training, had been rather unexpected. Without warning, Gia's magic overwhelmed Eren, causing him to collapse. Standing before him was a massive stone golem she had created. Wearing a sinister smile, Gia commented that he should prepare himself because she disliked doing things half-heartedly before asking if they should begin. The following morning, reporters led by Hinz rushed into the temporary banquet hall inside Abeliu's castle while excitedly announcing that the banquet would begin shortly. They eagerly pointed out the arrival of the rising star of the South, Inacio Callahan, as well as Jaquang, the mercenary king of the South. Upon seeing Jaquang, Inacio politely greeted his senior and remarked that he was pleased to meet him there. Jaquang responded coldly, telling Inacio to stop pretending because his two-faced behavior disgusted him. Instead of being offended, Inacio found the reaction amusing and teasingly remarked that Jaquang still possessed remarkable vigor before saying that he would excuse himself so neither of them would be placed in an awkward position. After Inacio departed, Jaquang muttered that he was an arrogant bastard. Soon afterward, Judith and Brett walked past him. As Brett happily followed Judith, Jaquang mocked the fact that someone as young as Judith had received an invitation to Abelius. Judith immediately retaliated, sarcastically remarking that if someone like Jaquang had also been invited, there must clearly be something wrong with the selection process. Furious, Jaquang demanded to know what she meant. Brett, confused by the escalating hostility, asked Judith what had happened. She bluntly explained that the old man had picked the fight first. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd, who excitedly observed that Jaquang appeared to be involved in a fight. Before the situation could escalate further, Cedric intervened and ordered Jaquang to stop. Although Jaquang protested, another figure suddenly appeared. Both he and Cedric froze in surprise upon realizing that the newcomer was Ignat Crescentia. Ignat immediately searched the crowd until she spotted Eren's familiar blonde hair. Thinking to herself that it was indeed Eren Pereira, she watched as he smiled and hurried toward her. Mistakenly believing that the smile was directed at her, she greeted him and asked why he looked so happy to see her. However, Eren ran straight past her before embracing Ilya instead. He affectionately admitted that he had missed her, while Ilya happily replied that she had missed him even more. The two continued exchanging increasingly exaggerated declarations of affection, leaving Ignat standing awkwardly as she watched their public display of romance. Their reunion was interrupted when a soldier loudly instructed all swordsmen to gather because the banquet would begin shortly. As everyone assembled, Jaquang warned Judith that she should consider herself lucky. Judith immediately shot back that she did not believe she was the fortunate one. Enraged by her response, Jaquang prepared to argue again, but Cedric firmly ordered him to follow. Once all participants had gathered, the representative thanked everyone for traveling such great distances to spread hope across the continent before announcing that the Heroes Festival tournament bracket would now be revealed. At his request, Gia cast a spell that projected the entire tournament bracket into the air. The representative explained that the festival would follow a 128-person single-elimination format in which victory would be awarded if a contestant defeated their opponent, forced them to forfeit, or rendered them unable to continue fighting. He further warned that anyone who failed to appear in the arena within 10 minutes of the start of their match would automatically be disqualified. While studying the bracket, Jaquang smirked upon discovering that his first-round opponent would be Judith. The representative concluded by announcing that the festival would begin 1 week later and wished all competitors good fortune. After the briefing ended, the participants gradually dispersed. As Ignat was leaving, Georg approached and asked how the banquet had gone. Rather than answering directly, Ignat unexpectedly asked him what love was. Georg was completely bewildered, silently reminding himself that his commander had never experienced love in her 31 years of life and wondering what in the world had happened during the banquet. Tightening her grip on her sword, Ignat growled that love was something despicable before swearing that she would destroy both of them. Left speechless, Georg could only wonder how she had managed to arrive at such an unbelievable conclusion. At the banquet, Iron reminded Ilya to stop drinking because she was drunk. Ilya immediately denied it, insisting that she was not drunk but rather drunk on Eren, and asked Eren to keep looking only at her. Their public display of affection visibly irritated Judith, who told Brat to pour her another drink and complained that she could not believe she had to witness such a scene. Ilya then asked Judith when she had started dating Brett, remarking that Judith had never seemed interested in romance. Embarrassed, Judith explained that Brett had been the one who had seduced her before brushing the matter aside and asking everyone what their goal was for the Festival of Heroes. Aaron looked confused and asked what she meant by goal. Judith clarified that she was referring to the Festival of Heroes and joked that surely nobody intended to say that simply participating was what mattered. Brat silently reflected that although he had come simply to be with Judith, what he had truly wanted was something more. Aaron then declared that he intended to win. He explained that by demonstrating his greatest skills, he hoped to spread hope to many people and believed that winning with a performance more outstanding than anyone else's was the most realistic and effective way he could help the world at that moment. Hearing those words, Brat pressed his lips together before remarking that Aaron was not even concerned about him. He pointed out that, according to the tournament bracket, they would meet in the quarterfinals, and argued that by confidently saying he would win despite knowing that, Aaron was showing that he was not even conscious of Brat as an opponent. The atmosphere quickly became tense, prompting Ilya to ask Brat what was wrong and remind him that Aaron had not meant it that way. Judith also told him to stop, suggesting that he was drunk as well. Brat apologized for ruining the mood, said that he would head back first, and left. Aaron watched his departing figure with a worried expression. Later that night, Judith wandered alone through the training grounds. She sighed as she wondered why Bret had suddenly begun acting so differently, thinking that it was unlike him. Unable to sleep, she had come to the drill hall for no particular reason. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice greeted her from behind. Jiaquang remarked that he had not expected to see her there, and admitted that he was getting impatient, proposing that they settle things immediately instead of waiting for the tournament. Judith smiled in response and said that he had arrived at the perfect time because she happened to be in a very bad mood. Jiaquang, meanwhile, was visibly excited by the prospect. The following day, the Festival of Heroes arena was packed with spectators. Reporter Hinz marveled that the arena was twice the size of the Land of Proof, while another observer commented that there were so many spectators it seemed as though everyone on the continent had gathered there. An announcement echoed throughout the arena, declaring that the Festival of Heroes had officially begun. It explained that the round of 128 and round of 64 matches would be held simultaneously across 4 stages before calling the 8 swordsmen to the stage. One victory after another was announced, with Ignacio Callahan, the rising star of the South, emerging victorious, followed by Ralph Penn, the powerhouse of the East. The announcer praised the masters for claiming victory with a single strike even without aura swords. Elsewhere, another match concluded as Cameron Ray of the West won with a single blow. The audience admired the competitors, remarking that the round of 128 would be over in no time and expressing excitement at witnessing Cameron Ray's swordsmanship in person. They also observed that the young masters participating in the tournament all possessed remarkable skills. Bret, Ilya, and Aaron each appeared on different stages, while Judith yawned after waiting for some time. The commentator then announced that Jiaquang had failed to appear for his match. After the time limit expired, Jiaquang was declared defeated by disqualification, making Judith the winner. The spectators were disappointed, wondering where Jiaquang had gone and lamenting that they had been looking forward to the match. They found it unbelievable that of all people, Jiaquang had been eliminated in such an anticlimactic fashion. Hearing the crowd's remarks only made Jiaquang feel even more irritated. The next day, the commentator enthusiastically announced that the Festival of Heroes round of 64 was about to begin and urged everyone to take their seats as the matches would soon start. Among the audience, several spectators noticed Jet Frost and excitedly confirmed his identity. Hearing the discussion, Jet sighed to himself that he seemed to be popular wherever he went. His attention was soon drawn elsewhere when someone politely asked whether they could sit beside him. Looking up, Jet warmly greeted Kuvar, saying that it had been a long time. After taking his seat, Kuvar congratulated Jet on recently becoming a master. Jet thanked him before asking whether Kuvar was participating in the Festival of Heroes. Kuvar explained that he could not compete because of a finger injury. Jet then asked whether he had come to watch Bret's match, and Kuvar confirmed that he had. As Bret stood on the battlefield, Kuvar carefully observed him and thought that although it had been some time since he had last seen Bret, his gaze had become far sharper than before. He felt that Bret's eyes were cold, tenacious, and filled with determination. Jet, wearing a tense expression, announced that Bret's opponent was coming out. Kuvar immediately recognized the man as Devin Kennedy, the legend of the East. He remarked that Bret had been unfortunate with the bracket, admitted that the battle would be difficult, and said that it would be a major upset if Bret managed to win. Once both competitors stood facing one another, Devin remarked that he had long heard about the eldest son of the Lloyd family and his extraordinary talent, though he had not expected that brilliance to spread across the continent so quickly. Bret politely replied that Devin gave him too much credit. As Devin raised his sword, he commented that facing an outstanding junior was always a pleasure, but reminded Bret that a match was merciless and asked him not to resent him if his sword showed no mercy. Brett solemnly answered that he would do his very best. The signal to begin the match was given, and Brett's sword instantly clashed with Devon's. While blocking the attack, Devon was astonished by the speed and power of Brett's thrust, realizing that had he reacted even slightly slower, he would not have been able to defend himself. Brett immediately shifted his footing, changed his center of gravity, and unleashed a decisive slash aimed directly at Devon's vital point. Devon leaned far backward to evade the strike while realizing that Brett was relying on his speed, deciding that he would meet the challenge head-on. Brett continued his relentless assault as the two swords repeatedly collided. Devon widened his eyes and focused entirely on the exchange, but Brett suddenly leaped into the air, escaping his attack range before gracefully twisting his body in preparation for landing. The force of Brett's landing shattered a large section of the arena floor, lifting both the broken ground and Devon into the air. Losing his balance, Devon was astonished that Brett had deliberately raised the battlefield itself, realizing that his footing had been disrupted. When he saw Brett preparing another attack, Devon briefly felt alarmed. Fortunately, he managed to defend himself in time, though Brett still succeeded in forcing him backward. The spectators were stunned by the display. Even after landing safely on both feet, Devon showed no sign of collapsing, prompting the crowd to marvel that a swordsman in his 20s had managed to overwhelm Devon Kennedy. Jet smiled as he observed that Brett's skills had improved tremendously. Meanwhile, Devon analyzed Brett's tactics, realizing that Brett had intentionally provoked a close-range clash before skillfully redirecting the force into the ground. He admitted that he had misjudged Brett, having initially believed him to be a polite young noble, and criticized the previous maneuver as a crude trick unworthy of someone from such a prestigious family. Brett firmly responded that he intended to approach every single match with a desperate determination to achieve victory. He declared that if Devon cared more about dignity than winning, then Brett would be the one advancing to the next round. The commentator's voice grew increasingly passionate as the intensity of the match continued to rise, exclaiming that it was truly incredible as the exchange between the two swordsmen had already continued for 10 minutes. He remarked that Devon Kennedy was pressuring Brett Lloyd with increasingly fierce attacks. Taking advantage of a brief opening, Devon launched another assault, but Brett gracefully evaded it. The commentator continued by observing that, except for the very beginning, Devon had not relinquished the upper hand for a single moment. The spectators in the stands erupted with excitement, shouting that it was exactly what they had expected from Devon Kennedy, and insisting that there was no way he could lose to an unknown rookie. Others agreed that a veteran was on an entirely different level. Jet, however, frowned as he carefully analyzed the battle. He thought that, contrary to the momentum at the beginning, the atmosphere had almost completely shifted in Devon's favor. In his view, Devon's composure stemmed from years of experience and efficient match management. He believed that Devon was controlling the match with advantages that only a seasoned veteran possessed, and that as time passed, the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for Brett. The scene then shifted to another location where two men were seated. Julius looked down toward the arena and curiously asked Gregory whether the young man below was also one of his students. Gregory smiled and confirmed that he was, explaining that Brett was a proud graduate of the 27th class. Although he was being pushed back somewhat, Gregory believed that a swordsman at the entry level of master holding his own under such circumstances was already impressive. He added that Sir Kennedy's swordsmanship was far from gentle and praised Brett for enduring so long against such a formidable opponent. As Julius continued watching Brett, he silently concluded that the young man possessed tremendous potential. Even more striking than that, however, was the desperate and fiercely burning determination in his eyes. Julius decided that he would continue watching to see how that burning resolve would ultimately end. Meanwhile, Brett devoted everything he had to the battle despite being overwhelmed. After Devon struck him across the face and forced him backward, Devon confidently judged that Brett looked completely exhausted and believed that only a little more pressure would be enough to finish him. Acting on that belief, Devon charged forward once again. This time, Brett leaped into the air and successfully avoided the attack. Both swordsmen immediately targeted each other again. Devon unleashed a relentless barrage of sword strikes, yet Brett skillfully evaded every single one while accelerating and moving along an unpredictable trajectory. Watching Brett's movements closely, Devon angrily shouted that merely dodging would not change the situation. Brett remained completely silent. Instead, he calmly waited for the perfect moment while calculating inwardly that the aura sword was losing its brilliance, and that now was the time. Without wasting another second, Devon burst forward, instantly closing the distance as he launched another attack. The commentator excitedly announced that Devon Kennedy was rushing in with terrifying momentum and unleashing an overwhelming assault, adding that it appeared Brett Lloyd could no longer endure. A moment later, Brett was thrown backward. Watching his opponent closely, Devon became convinced that the match was over. However, his expectations were immediately shattered when Brett refused to fall. A confident smile spread across Brett's face. At that very moment, Devon began sensing that something was wrong. Startled, he questioned what was happening before glancing down at the sword in his hand, which no longer responded properly. The next instant, Devon himself was blasted backward as the flow of the battle completely reversed. Stunned, he wondered why he was suddenly being pushed back. He felt that his body had become unbearably heavy, almost as though he had been submerged underwater. From above, Julius quietly remarked that it appeared to be the five-element divine technique. Gregory calmly confirmed that it was indeed the water energy of the five-element divine technique. He explained that Brett's recent training had enabled him to control water energy much more freely. Looking down at the cup of water in his hand, Julius compared Brett's ability to the way the Holy Knights manipulated divine power. He observed that Brett was capable of manifesting his own energy into reality and praised the feat as truly remarkable, noting that the entire stage was already being consumed by the young man's energy. Back on the arena, the weapons of both swordsmen continued clashing without pause. Yet Devon grew increasingly alarmed, realizing that he could no longer swing his sword properly within Brett's energy field. He concluded that Brett had intentionally exposed an opening only to buy enough time to spread his energy throughout the arena. He admired the meticulous planning behind the strategy, admitting that it had far exceeded his expectations, and wondered just how desperately Brett desired victory. Even while lost in those thoughts, Devon was forced to launch another attack to halt Brett's advance. Numerous streams of energy shot toward Brett, but they failed to slow him down. Instead, Brett effortlessly redirected and dispersed their trajectories with his own power. As he continued advancing, Brett repeatedly reminded himself that he could not retreat and must never become satisfied with his current strength. He resolved that the goal he pursued and the mountain he wished to overcome still lay far beyond his present reach. He refused to remain stagnant in a place like that. Driven by that unwavering determination, Brett charged forward and delivered the decisive finishing blow. Devon cried out in pain as he was completely defeated and sent flying out of the arena. The commentator enthusiastically declared that a tremendous upset had occurred, announcing that Devon Kennedy had been knocked out of bounds and that the winner was Brett Lloyd. Devon slowly stood back up and laughed, admitting that the result was incredible and stating that he accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. Brett politely apologized for his earlier rude behavior, explaining that, although the apology came late, he had acted rather childishly. Showing equal maturity, Devon dismissed the matter, saying that such behavior was simply a junior's privilege and that Brett should not worry about it. Instead, he encouraged Brett to wave to the audience, remarking that everyone had been so shocked by the outcome that they had even forgotten the proper moment to cheer. Soon afterward, the crowd erupted into chants of Brett Lloyd's name. They hailed him as the Star of Gerbera and praised his swordsmanship as truly magnificent, repeatedly shouting that it was amazing. Although Brett accepted the spectators' goodwill, his expression remained completely devoid of joy. Nearby, Aaron silently observed the scene, and before long, the two young men found themselves meeting each other's gaze without exchanging a single word. Elsewhere, the reporter Hinz energetically introduced himself as a correspondent for Weekly Arena, before announcing that he would quickly deliver the latest news regarding the Festival of Heroes. He explained that, thanks to the magical tools provided by the Luntel Kingdom, people throughout the Abilyu's kingdom could now watch the tournament live in real time. He then reported that, following the round of 64, there had been changes in the rankings of the tournament favorites. Although the highest-ranked contenders remained unchanged, the rankings among the young masters had shifted considerably. In particular, Brett Lloyd's ranking had risen dramatically following his remarkable upset victory. Hinz concluded the broadcast by saying that he would return in 3 days with coverage of the round of 32. Elsewhere, Judith angrily slammed her hand onto the table and demanded to know why she had been ranked 64th in the round of 64 and 32nd in the round of 32, complaining that it essentially placed her at the very bottom. Ilya smiled and gently reassured her that rankings were only numbers and advised her not to worry about them too much. His words only intensified Judith's competitive spirit. She vowed that everyone should just wait because she intended to defeat them all and climb to the very top. Suddenly changing the subject, she asked how Brett had been doing lately. While chewing on a mouthful of cake, Judith complained that nothing had changed. She explained that Brett still ignored her whenever she called him and had been acting strangely ever since that day. Frustrated, she wondered what on earth was wrong with him. Puzzled, Ilya simply asked whether things were still like that. Judith let out a long sigh and lamented that she had no idea how things had ended up this way. She admitted that, at this rate, it felt as though they had returned to their old trainee days. As a new day of the tournament began, the commentator excitedly announced that the third round of the Festival of Heroes had arrived and that the round of 32 was officially underway. He reported that both Aaron Pereira and Ilya Lindsay were continuing to secure consecutive victories and that the momentum of the young masters showed no signs of slowing. He then introduced the next match as the biggest showdown of the round of 32, announcing that Kareem Jenkins of the North would face Ignet Crescentia, the captain of the Black Knights of Abelios. Watching from above, Inacio grinned as he remarked that the monsters were finally about to clash. Ralph also silently evaluated the upcoming battle. He reflected that Ignet had not even needed to draw her aura sword against the other masters in her previous matches. However, this time her opponent was Kareem Jenkins, who was renowned as the King of the North. Ralph believed that no matter how extraordinary Ignet was, she would not be able to conceal her true abilities any longer. He recalled that the Holy Kingdom had designated Ignet as the future hero destined to protect the continent, viewing the tournament as the stage upon which that hero's swordsmanship would finally be revealed to the world for the very first time. The match opened with Kareem launching the first attack at Ignet. Without even bothering to open her eyes, Ignet merely lowered her body and effortlessly avoided the strike. She immediately counterattacked by spinning around and delivering a powerful kick toward him. Kareem was unable to react in time and was sent flying out of the arena by that single blow, completely losing consciousness. The announcer then declared that the match was over, announcing that Ignet Crescentia had once again claimed a merciless victory without even using her aura sword. After witnessing the match, Inacio's face turned pale as he admitted that there was probably only one true monster and remarked that she was truly incredible. Elsewhere, Ralph silently reached his own conclusion, realizing that Ignet had suppressed Kareem Jenkins without even drawing her aura sword. He reflected that the overwhelming difference in power had gone beyond human limits, admitted that he had been completely mistaken, and concluded that Ignet had already become a being who transcended the current era. Another match followed shortly afterward and ended just as quickly. Once Judith had pointed her sword at her opponent, the announcer declared the match over, announcing that Judith had defeated the top-tier expert, Colt Smith, and become the winner of the final round of 32 match. Colt collapsed to his knees in frustration, cursing himself as he wondered how he could have been defeated by someone so young and questioned how he could have become so unbelievably weak. Even the spectators were stunned by Judith's victory. Many of them insisted that they could not believe a brat like her had reached the round of 16 as an expert. They argued that it was not due to her own ability, pointing out that she had yet to face a single master and that she had advanced through the first round only because Jiaquang had failed to appear. They dismissed her success as nothing more than extraordinary luck with the tournament brackets. The crowd gradually fell silent as Judith walked inside. Waiting for her was Cedric, who asked whether she had been the one responsible for leaving his brother Jiaquang in such a miserable state. Without even turning around, Judith calmly replied that even if she had been the one responsible, she asked what he intended to do about it. Cedric immediately lost his temper, shouting that he could never accept such an outcome. He insisted there was no way Jiaquang could have lost to a nobody who was not even a master. Claiming to have heard that Judith had come from the slums, he accused her of relying on filthy tricks befitting her origins and vowed that he would personally avenge Jiaquang's humiliation. Unfazed by the insults, Judith simply waved her hand dismissively and replied that she would be praying for that day to arrive as soon as possible. Although the sky above was unusually clear and blue, Judith's mind remained filled with restless thoughts. She reflected that every single person in that place seemed eager to look down on others and silently resolved to let them keep talking for now, because she would eventually make every one of them shut their mouths. Meanwhile, a joyful reunion was taking place elsewhere as Aaron happily greeted Kuvar, saying that it had been a long time. Kuvar enthusiastically returned the greeting, agreeing that it had indeed been a while since they had met. He remarked that it was unfortunate he had not been able to see Ruru as well. As he observed Aaron more carefully, he noted with surprise that it was not only his appearance that had matured. He sensed that the energies surrounding Aaron were flowing together in perfect harmony and quietly wondered whether Aaron had reached an entirely new state. He then asked where Brett and Judith were, adding that since everyone had gathered again, he hoped they could all share a drink together that evening. That question immediately caught Ilya's attention. She hesitated before speaking, prompting Kuvar to grow even more curious as he asked whether something had happened. After carefully choosing her words, Ilya slowly began explaining the situation. Even though it was already late at night, Brett was still training in the practice yard. He pushed himself so relentlessly that he was breathing heavily from exhaustion. Standing behind him, Judith watched with obvious frustration as she wondered how many days had already passed. She thought about how Brett had once come to see her every single day just to annoy her, and questioned whether he no longer cared whether she was alive or dead. Although she desperately wanted to ask what he had been thinking, she admitted to herself that she simply could not bring herself to interrupt him whenever he wore such a serious expression. Believing she should not disturb him, she turned to leave. To her surprise, Brett suddenly called out her name, stopping her in her tracks. Embarrassed, Judith avoided looking directly at him and quietly suggested that he should simply continue training. Instead, Brett gently embraced her and explained that he could not possibly keep training when the woman he loved was standing right in front of him. He jokingly asked whether that line had sounded a little too cheesy. Rather than rejecting his words, Judith relaxed in his embrace before quietly asking him to explain why he had suddenly started acting that way. She urged him not to leave anything out and asked him to tell her everything. After giving her request careful thought, Brett sat down beside her and explained that the realization had come to him unexpectedly. He admitted that throughout his journey with his friends, and even after returning to his estate following graduation from the academy, what he had truly pursued had never been becoming the greatest swordsman, but rather becoming an outstanding lord. To him, the sword had always been nothing more than a means to achieve that goal. However, everything had changed after he received the invitation from the Holy Kingdom. The very first image that had appeared in his mind had been himself crossing swords with Eren. He admitted that he had questioned why such a thought had come to him, since it had nothing to do with fulfilling the tournament's purpose or bringing honor to his family. The truth was simply that he wanted to fight Eren once more. Now that he had honestly accepted those feelings, he felt far more at peace. He declared that he intended to fight in the tournament solely for himself. Even if his determination seemed cowardly or unsightly, he would find a way to stand before Eren once again, and this time he intended to win. After listening quietly, Judith softly asked what he would do if he lost. Brett gently placed his hand over hers and reassured her that there would be no problem regardless of whether he won or lost. He said that he and Eren would always remain best friends, just as they always had been. He then unexpectedly asked how things were going for her. Caught off guard, Judith asked what he meant. Brett calmly explained that she already knew from the tournament brackets who her opponent in the round of 16 would be. Their conversation eventually came to an end, and a new day began. The enthusiastic commentator announced the opening of the long-awaited round of 16 of the Heroes Festival, adding that His Majesty the Holy King had personally come to observe the matches. The elderly man standing beside Gia expressed his surprise that she had chosen to attend such an event. Remembering her previous meeting with Eren, Gia explained that the world of swordsmanship was just as fascinating as magic, especially after witnessing Eren's remarkable performance. She finished her remark with a gentle smile. The commentator then announced the beginning of the first round of 16 match, introducing Judith as the only expert who had advanced to this stage. He then revealed that her opponent would be Ignet Crescentia, whose astonishing performance in the previous round had made her the overwhelming favorite to win the tournament. Many spectators immediately shook their heads in pity, remarking that of all the opponents Judith could have faced, she had ended up against Ignet. They concluded that the red-haired girl's lucky streak was finally about to come to an end. Judith bent deeply forward to loosen up before the battle. Once both competitors were ready, the commentator declared the start of the match, and Judith immediately leaped forward to launch the opening attack. After her initial assault failed, Judith was forced to retreat in order to create some distance. She did not remain on the defensive for long, however, and quickly charged forward once again. Ignet continued to evade every strike with graceful movements and still showed no intention of drawing her weapon. Placing one hand against the ground, Judith suddenly changed the direction of her movement, spun her entire body, and unleashed a sweeping kick. Ignet reacted instantly by leaping high into the air and effortlessly avoiding the attack. At that very moment, Ignet finally drew her weapon from its sheath, her gaze remaining fixed on Judith below. In response, Judith revealed an entirely new technique, enveloping the blade of her sword in blazing crimson flames. Judith swung her sword, now engulfed in flames, and launched an attack. Seeing this, Ignet quickly retreated to maintain her distance while the commentator excitedly announced that Judith had suddenly ignited her flames and sent Ignet flying. Brett watched with an excited expression. Cedric looked irritated, and Eren, Ilya, and Kuvar observed the match with curiosity. Ignet focused entirely on the battle as she widened the distance between them. However, she did not realize that Judith had already approached from above and was preparing another strike. Judith slashed downward, forcing Ignet to narrowly evade the attack. Judith's offensive did not stop there, as she immediately followed up with another movement. At that moment, Judith recalled a memory of watching Ignet's back one evening at sunset. Back then, Kuhn had asked her how it had gone. Judith had sincerely replied that it had been incredible and that she had never imagined someone could push their master that far. She had concluded that Ignet was the swordsman whom Eren had said he wanted to surpass. Kuhn had then asked whether Judith believed she could defeat Ignet. Judith had answered after careful consideration that it might be difficult at the moment, but that after training for a few more years, she might be able to do it. However, Kuhn had immediately corrected her, saying that a few years would never be enough. Confused, Judith had asked what he meant. Kuhn had calmly explained that, to put it bluntly, no matter how many years she trained, or even if she devoted her entire life to the sword, she would never be able to defeat Ignet. The memory ended just as Judith's assault came to an end. Her eyes widened in disbelief when she realized that none of her attacks had inflicted any damage. Ignit raised her leg before bringing it crashing down. The strike landed cleanly in a single blow, and the impact was so violent that even the spectators winced in sympathy for Judith. Judith frowned and let out a pained groan. Brett immediately jumped to his feet in alarm, calling out Judith's name. Meanwhile, the commentator declared that Ignit had brought Judith down with incredible martial prowess as Ignit slowly walked forward, believing she had already secured victory. Cedric also stood up while muttering that the entire match had been a waste of time. However, after taking only a few steps, he was stopped by someone shouting for everyone to wait because Judith was somehow managing to stand back up. Judith's face was filled with determination as she prepared to launch another attack. The two fighters once again clashed fiercely. As they exchanged blows, Judith remembered another lesson from Kuhn. He had explained that there was an unbridgeable gap between ordinary people and geniuses, and that in such situations she would inevitably lack stability, mental strength, and many other qualities, leaving her full of flaws. Those words had infuriated Judith so much that she had angrily told him that if he still wanted to eat dinner that night, he should stop talking. Kuhn had merely smiled before continuing. He had told her that despite all those flaws, she possessed one overwhelming strength capable of covering them all, the thing writhing within her, that blazing flame. Ignit then kicked Judith away once again, causing the arena to erupt as the commentator announced that Ignit had sent Judith flying yet again and questioned whether she could possibly stand up another time. Even Ignit was beginning to feel astonished by Judith's incredible persistence. Although Judith was breathing heavily from exhaustion, she still managed to rise to her feet. The commentator shouted in disbelief that Judith had stood up once again before charging fiercely toward Ignit. Judith remembered Kuhn explaining that human beings all had physical limitations, meaning everyone eventually reached their limit. However, he had said that the flame he had sensed the first time he met her had no such limit. It could continue growing hotter anytime and anywhere. Every time Judith was knocked to the ground, the commentator repeatedly cried out that she had gone down again. Kuhn's smiling face appeared once more in Judith's memory as he admitted that nurturing a flame powerful enough to devour monsters was an incredibly difficult task. He had concluded that she would have to challenge the impossible before asking whether she truly believed she could accomplish it. Back in the present, Judith slowly stood up once more. The flames surrounding her sword burned more fiercely than ever before, something that Ignit carefully observed while thinking that Judith's flames were becoming stronger. Judith rushed forward and attacked once again. Deep within her heart, she declared that she did not need to become a swordmaster or wield an aura sword. She believed that she would defeat anyone who stood before her with a flame capable of devouring everything. A tremendous explosion erupted across the arena, shattering everything around them. Thick black smoke swallowed the battlefield. A moment later, Ignit emerged from the smoke, still standing. She briefly glanced behind herself in search of Judith before turning her attention forward again. Quietly, she realized that if she had reacted even a little slower, she would have been knocked off the stage. With the outcome decided, the referee confirmed Judith's condition before declaring the match over and announcing Ignit as the winner. Although Judith had lost, everyone present was left utterly astonished. Many wondered what kind of flame they had just witnessed, believing it had burned with the intensity of the sun itself. Ralph broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe what he had seen. He thought it was unbelievable that the first person to force Ignit to draw her aura sword had not been a swordmaster, but merely an expert in her 20s. Even the spectators watching from above became excited, remarking that the continent appeared to have been hiding many extraordinary talents. Gia silently observed everything with an unreadable expression, while thinking that Judith's flame had been far beyond what any ordinary human should have been capable of producing. She speculated that the young woman might possess a talent for magic or mystic arts. Meanwhile, Brett carried Judith on his back while constantly asking whether she was all right. Soon afterward, repairs to the heavily damaged arena began. They took longer than usual, but the announcer eventually declared that the stage repairs had been completed and that the next match would begin immediately. The commentator introduced the fourth favorite to win, Ignacio Callahan, as he casually stepped onto the stage. His opponent was then announced as Iron Pereira, the miracle of the Hale Kingdom, who had overwhelmed veteran masters almost instantly and risen to become the tournament's 9th favorite. After both competitors stepped onto the arena, Ignacio addressed Iron by saying that he had watched every one of his matches. He remarked that all of the veteran masters had fallen in fewer than 10 exchanges and had looked utterly pathetic as seniors. He then asked whether Aaron intended to defeat him and become the protagonist of yet another shocking upset. Aaron remained completely silent until the referee officially declared the start of the match. Only then did Aaron respond. He explained that he had no interest in becoming the hero of an upset victory. Instead, he simply wanted to display the very best performance he could as one swordsman facing another on that stage. Those words briefly surprised Ignacio and caused him to hesitate. In the next instant, Eren closed the distance and launched his attack, declaring that he would simply do his very best. The sheer force of the strike forced Ignacio to retreat immediately just to preserve his life. His face turned pale after blocking only a single blow, and he was overwhelmed with disbelief. He wondered what that attack had been, why his entire arm was shaking, and how his grip had already begun to fail after blocking only once. He could not help but question what exactly he was fighting against. The announcement rang out excitedly, declaring that the match had been decided in an instant when Eren shattered Ignacio's sword. Looking at the broken blade in his hand, Ignacio smiled bitterly and remarked that he had never expected to end up like that. He then tossed the shattered sword aside and sighed, telling Eren to make sure he won the entire tournament so that his own defeat would seem a little less pathetic. Eren smiled in response and assured him that he would do his best. At the same time, reporter Hinz loudly announced that the winner was Eren Pereira. He went on to explain that in the remaining round of 16 matches, all of the tournament favorites had secured one-sided victories exactly as everyone had expected. However, another astonishing scene soon unfolded. As one fighter collapsed to one knee on the arena floor, Brett, still gripping his sword, slowly raised his head while breathing heavily. Hinz explained that Brett Lloyd, who had been considered the underdog, had miraculously defeated Ralph Penn, a powerhouse from the Eastern continent, after an intense duel. The spectators who had witnessed the battle from beginning to end could not hide their amazement. They commented that it was incredible for someone in his early 20s to possess such extraordinary skill, while others praised the red-haired fighter's astonishing performance. After the round of 16 concluded, attention centered on the young competitors who had delivered remarkable performances, and Brett Lloyd's popularity skyrocketed as people hailed him as the man who kept performing miracles. The scene then shifted to reporter Hinz enthusiastically slamming his hand onto the desk as he greeted the audience, saying that they were watching Weekly Arena and announcing that the Heroes Festival quarterfinals were finally about to begin. The woman sitting beside him turned toward him and asked which match he was looking forward to the most. After letting out a brief sigh, Hinz replied that every upcoming match was outstanding, but the one he anticipated the most was the showdown between two close friends and fellow graduates of the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy, Eren Pereira and Brett Lloyd. Hinz laughed excitedly as he remarked that it would be a confrontation between two friends forced to fight on a stage where neither could afford to back down, adding that he was eagerly looking forward to seeing how everything would unfold. He continued by explaining that public opinion overwhelmingly favored Eren Pereira because he had completely dominated even veteran masters in his previous matches. Nevertheless, he reminded everyone that Eren's opponent was Brett Lloyd, the so-called Man of Miracles, and that many people believed another upset could still happen. The scene changed once more. While Judith lay asleep in bed, Ilya quietly sat beside her reading a book. Judith slowly opened her eyes with an exhausted groan, prompting Ilya to happily exclaim that Judith was finally awake. Still confused, Judith asked Ilya what had happened. Ilya gently explained that Judith had remained unconscious ever since her match had ended, and that the doctor had diagnosed her body as being in a state of extreme overexertion. Looking down at her bandaged arm, Judith hesitantly asked about the outcome of the match. After briefly hesitating herself, Ilya admitted that Ignat had won. Hearing that answer, Judith sadly acknowledged the result before silently clenching her fist and swearing to herself that next time she would definitely win. Suddenly remembering something important, Judith broke into a cold sweat and loudly asked whether the quarterfinals had already begun. Smiling, Ilya nodded and replied that they had not yet started, explaining that Eren and Brett's match would take place the following day. That night, white clouds drifted peacefully across the sky while Eren trained alone before the upcoming battle. After swinging his sword, he let out a slow breath before smiling and asking Judith why she had come to see him instead of visiting Brett. Judith frowned and bluntly replied that she was merely scouting him, jokingly asking whether he had any weaknesses he wanted to reveal. Eren instead asked whether she was feeling better. Stretching casually, Judith answered that she was somewhat recovered. Eren then sincerely praised her swordsmanship, explaining that he had truly wanted to tell her how amazing her techniques had been as soon as she woke up. Embarrassed and annoyed, Judith shouted that she had already told him she had come as an enemy. Silence briefly settled between them, before Judith quietly advised him not to take the upcoming match too lightly. Eren frowned and admitted that Brett was not an opponent he could defeat by taking things easy. Judith sighed at his response and muttered that he really was something else. Elsewhere, Ilya walked alone through a quiet hallway while reflecting that she understood Brett's feelings because they resembled the emotions she herself had experienced toward Ignat. However, she realized that Brett's opponent was Aaron, one of his dearest friends, making his emotional burden even heavier. Her eyes suddenly widened as she spotted Brett sitting alone in the middle of the training grounds. Although she was initially surprised, she quietly watched him remaining completely focused. Smiling to herself, she concluded that all of her worries had been unnecessary. The next day finally arrived, and thunderous cheers echoed throughout the stadium. Reporter Hinz excitedly thanked the audience for waiting before announcing the Heroes Festival quarterfinals. He introduced Brett Lloyd as the star of Gerbera and the Man of Miracles before introducing Aaron Pereira as the tournament's greatest dark horse. Declaring that the battle between two masters, classmates, and close friends was about to begin, he officially welcomed the audience to the match. Brett smiled warmly at Aaron and encouraged him by saying that they should both do their best. At the same time, he silently resolved to fight without any regrets. Aaron responded with a confident smile and extended his hand in agreement. As the crowd erupted with excitement, Gregory and Julius calmly observed the arena. Gregory praised Ian by remarking that he had raised some incredible students. Ian immediately denied taking credit, insisting that the young swordsman had achieved everything through their own efforts. Hinz excitedly announced that both fighters had drawn their swords and prepared to declare the official start of the match. However, he suddenly stopped in surprise after noticing Brett raising his hand toward the referee. He explained that Brett and the referee appeared to be inspecting the sword together, wondering aloud whether something might be wrong with the weapon. At that very moment, an immense blue aura spread across the ground beneath Brett's feet. Gregory narrowed his eyes and silently realized that it had finally begun. The story briefly flashed back to the past, where Gregory had looked at Brett's extraordinary water energy in amazement and asked whether he was capable of changing its form as well. Brett admitted uncertainly that he was not yet sure whether he could. Gregory then seriously explained that if Brett ever learned to alter not only the properties but also the form of the water itself, its potential would become virtually limitless. Hearing those words, Brett stared at him in astonishment. The scene returned to the present battle. As water energy flowed throughout his body, Brett calmly thought to himself that he would transform the water energy into a fine mist and allow it to spread quietly across the arena floor, slowly expanding his own domain without anyone noticing. After glancing behind him, Brett smiled to himself, believing that everything was finally in place. He then firmly resolved that this was a desperate struggle, knowing he could never defeat Aaron through ordinary means. He vowed that he would seize victory by whatever method was necessary, even if those methods could be considered cowardly or dishonest. Deep within his heart, Brett repeatedly declared that he would defeat Aaron right there on that very stage. At that instant, Hinz loudly declared that the match had officially begun. The moment the signal was given, Brett launched forward without hesitation. A gigantic tidal wave suddenly surged across the arena, causing Aaron to widen his eyes in surprise. Julius stared in disbelief and questioned how there could possibly be a tidal wave inside the arena. The audience erupted into terrified screams as they struggled to comprehend the overwhelming spectacle before them. Sweat poured down Brett's face as he continued pouring every ounce of power into his attack, believing that this single move would determine the outcome of the entire match. Charging forward with unwavering determination, he silently vowed that he would pour everything he possessed into that attack. With resolute eyes, Brett rushed directly toward Aaron while roaring at the top of his lungs. Facing the enormous wave crashing toward him, Aaron remained perfectly calm. Without showing the slightest trace of fear, he summoned his massive greatsword. Watching the confrontation unfold, Gregory solemnly reminded himself that defeating Aaron would never be that easy for Brett. The battle between the two continued as Brett landed powerfully after unleashing his attack. Julius raised an eyebrow and thought that a sword capable of cutting through water was not something someone of that age could easily achieve, wondering whether they had underestimated Aaron Pereira all this time. Aaron fixed his sharp gaze on Brett's glowing blade before observing his opponent's exhausted state and concluding that Brett had almost no aura left and would not be able to maintain his aura sword for much longer, though he still could not understand why. Meanwhile, Gregory kept watching the arena with a triumphant grin, thinking that Brett was still pressing forward even in such a desperate situation. Although Brett was breathing heavily, he arrogantly challenged Aaron to come before charging straight at him. The spectators immediately shouted for Brett to keep going as the sound of their swords colliding echoed throughout the arena. Aaron's arm swept past Brett's face while Brett's blade thrust forward, only to miss as Aaron evaded it. Brett smirked confidently, and both swordsmen simultaneously drove their blades toward each other before continuing to exchange fierce slashes. A tremendous explosion followed, nearly destroying the arena floor. Amid the relentless exchange of blows, everyone watching gradually forgot about victory or defeat, and little by little, hope began spreading across the continent. As gray smoke drifted into the air, Aaron and Brett were seen supporting each other while leaving the arena. Ignat silently watched them with a cold expression. It was then announced that all the quarterfinal matches had concluded and that the semifinal matchups of the Heroes Festival had finally been decided. When Brett spotted his family, he was startled and asked when they had arrived. Count Lloyd cheerfully replied that they had actually been there for several days, while Lady Lloyd explained that they had deliberately kept it a secret because they feared it might affect his matches. Brett then asked Gerard about school, and Gerard casually answered that they were on vacation. Narrowing his eyes, Gerard asked whether the person beside Brett was the one he was thinking of. Brett happily introduced Judith as his girlfriend, prompting Judith to nervously greet everyone. Lady Lloyd warmly approached her, saying that she must be Judith, adding that she had heard so much about her and that she was both cute and beautiful. Blushing, Judith thanked her, after which Lady Lloyd invited everyone to sit down and continue talking. Elsewhere, Ilya practiced her swordsmanship alone in the training yard. As sweat covered her face, she thought that tomorrow would finally be the day of her match against Ignat. Joshua then called out to her, causing Ilya to turn around in surprise and ask whether it was her father. Joshua awkwardly reminded her not to push herself too hard and said it would be all right, even if she forfeited the match, though he admitted that he was struggling to express what he truly meant. Ilya reassured him not to worry, promising that she would do well and asking him to watch her the following day. Joshua smiled and nodded in agreement. At last, the day of the semifinal arrived. Reporter Hinz enthusiastically announced that the long-awaited first semifinal match of the Heroes Festival, featuring Ilya Lindsay and Ignat Crescentia, was beginning immediately. At the same time, Ilya heard Ignat quietly muttering about the meaning of love before Ignat questioned what it truly meant to be a couple. A few minutes earlier, Erin had hurriedly reminded Ilya that her match was about to begin and urged her to leave quickly. Ilya answered that she already knew and told him to hurry as well. Embarrassed, Erin hesitantly asked whether she truly wanted him to do it, and Ilya immediately confirmed that it was the only way she could feel energized. Erin then shyly placed a gentle kiss on her cheek, a scene that left Ignat staring in shock. Returning to the present, Ignat furiously slashed forward while shouting that such things were nothing but disgusting. Startled by the powerful attack racing toward her, Ilya immediately raised her sword to block it as Hinz exclaimed that Ignat had launched an attack the instant the match began. Ignat continued her relentless assault without slowing down. She threw a powerful kick that Ilya narrowly dodged before following it with another slash. Witnessing the overwhelming offensive, Hinz exclaimed that Ignat had begun the match with an incredibly fierce assault, remarking that the entire flow of the battle was completely different from the previous match and that Ilya was being driven into a corner, adding that she needed to overcome the crisis. At the same time, Joshua silently prayed over and over, desperately pleading for everything to be all right. As Ilya glanced behind her, Ignat launched another kick. Her foot skimmed just above the ground, but Ilya suddenly leaped into the air, causing the kick to miss completely. The audience stared in disbelief, wondering whether Ilya had actually flown. Landing gently back on the arena floor, Ilya admitted to herself that she had honestly been afraid that facing Ignat would make her revert to her former self and cause her parents to worry about her once again. At that moment, her mother excitedly shouted for her to open her eyes. Ilya then realized exactly what attitude and expression she should have while standing before Ignat. Joshua was left speechless by the sight, while Ilya smiled confidently to herself, declaring inwardly that she was no longer afraid of anything. Hinz continued his commentary, announcing that the fierce exchange had already continued for 20 minutes. Ilya kept launching attack after attack before retreating to create distance. Hinz then shouted that a tremendous wind was gathering around Ilya Lindsay's sword, while Ignat Crescentia was drawing forth an enormous amount of aura, wondering whether both fighters intended to finish the match with their next clash. The brutal battle raged on as dust and smoke filled the arena. When the smoke finally settled, Ignat remained standing without a single scratch. Smiling calmly, she remarked that it had been a good match. Though her body trembled from exhaustion, Ilya replied that it certainly had been. Hinz then loudly declared that the match had ended. Wearing a satisfied smile, Ignat confidently asked who Ilya had thought she was fighting before Hinz officially announced that the winner was Ignat Crescentia. Amid the endless cheers from the spectators, reporter Hinz loudly announced that the second semifinal of the Heroes tournament was about to begin, introducing Cameron Ray as the unrivaled number 1 of the West and the Sword Saint, while also presenting the divine Aaron Pereira as the challenger and wondering whether he would be able to surprise everyone once again. One excited man, sweating with anticipation, exclaimed that the two were finally going to fight each other. The man beside him curiously asked who he thought would win. He replied confidently that the outcome was obvious, insisting that Cameron, the living legend of the Western sword and the person closest to the continent's strongest 3, would undoubtedly be victorious. The other man hesitated, admitting that was true but reminding him of what had happened in the previous match. He explained that Aaron Pereira's sword contained something special and said he was certain Aaron would reveal something extraordinary again this time. Hearing that, the first man looked surprised and wondered if his companion was seriously suggesting otherwise. Standing in the arena, Cameron released an overwhelming aura that radiated throughout his body, while Aaron raised his glowing sword before him. Hinz then declared that the match should begin. Without a moment's hesitation, the two swordsmen swung at one another. Their clash cracked the arena floor. Aaron gritted his teeth as sweat formed on his forehead while staring straight ahead. Suddenly, Cameron widened his eyes as though he had remembered something. Inaccio's warning echoed in his mind, saying that Cameron would realize the moment their swords collided that Aaron's sword was anything but ordinary. Inaccio had then smirked and remarked that this was not what had truly surprised him, and that Cameron would soon understand. The present-day Cameron suddenly launched himself high into the air, astonishing Aaron. He immediately drove his knee downward with tremendous force, but Aaron hastily leaped aside to avoid the attack. Wasting no time, Aaron swung his sword behind him, and the sharp blades collided with a resounding clang that forced him backward. Watching the exchange, Judith exclaimed in shock that Aaron was being pushed back, while Brett remarked in disbelief that Cameron's power was unbelievable. Aaron was hurled backward, and before he could recover, Cameron had somehow appeared above him. Showing no mercy, Cameron delivered another crushing blow that struck Aaron directly, knocking him to the ground and sending him sliding across the arena. Aaron quickly propelled himself back into the air. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in alarm as Cameron rushed forward and brought his sword down again. Fortunately, Aaron narrowly avoided the strike. Cameron refused to relent and immediately pursued him once more. However, Cameron suddenly looked surprised, as if he had noticed something unusual. Aaron had mysteriously closed his eyes, yet the sword in his hand radiated a brilliant golden light. Without hesitation, Aaron unleashed a powerful slash. Cameron gripped his sword tightly as purple energy flowed through his hands before swinging to intercept the attack. Their collision devastated the arena floor. Witnessing the exchange, Brett thought in amazement that Cameron had endured a direct attack from Aaron's greatsword. He recognized it as an aura sword with the highest purity concentration and concluded that this overwhelming strength truly belonged to the sword saint of the West, Cameron Ray. The scene then shifted to the past, where Cameron angrily shouted that retiring was absurd. He argued that his master was still perfectly healthy and questioned why he was so eager to step down. His master simply smiled gently and told Cameron there was no need to overthink the matter because he was merely following the natural flow of time. Cameron clenched his fist and insisted that the present was exactly the right time. He declared that they could once again make the Sword of the West the center of the continent, proclaimed that their sword would shine forever, and vowed to prove it. Back in the present, the fierce battle between Aaron and Cameron continued. Cameron stared at his opponent with immense power overflowing from his body before lightly stepping forward. Seeing the overwhelming aura surrounding him, Aaron reminded himself to stay focused and follow Cameron's movements. Before he could finish the thought, Cameron's blade was already upon him. Aaron immediately leaned backward to evade it before retreating further. Reporter Hinz exclaimed that Cameron Ray was once again demonstrating his terrifying offensive capabilities. Refusing to allow any opportunity for a counterattack, Cameron charged forward and swung his weapon downward. Yet Aaron had already leaped high into the air before Cameron even realized it. Although briefly surprised, Cameron quickly regained his composure and continued his assault without mercy. His strike, however, was stopped by the protective barrier surrounding Aaron. As Cameron frowned, Brett and Gregory stared in astonishment. Brett hesitated as he recognized the technique, while Julius immediately identified it as the Aura Shield, the sword technique of the Holy Kingdom. Watching from afar beneath a hooded cloak, Cameron merely smiled faintly. At that very moment, Hinz excitedly announced that Aaron Pereira had shocked everyone by blocking Cameron Ray's attack while suspended in mid-air. Even after witnessing the feat, Cameron remained stunned. His master's gentle voice echoed once more in his thoughts, asking whether Cameron could still see any light in his master's eyes after speaking of shining forever. Remembering those words, Cameron clenched his teeth before rushing forward once again. His attack sent Aaron flying backward. Before Aaron could recover, Cameron leaped through the air with incredible speed. A tremendous explosion erupted before them. Watching the battle, a blonde-haired man commented that Cameron's offense was incredible and that Pereira was unable to launch any counterattack at all. The man beside him explained that this relentless pressure was Cameron's fighting style. He said Cameron continuously attacked to restrict his opponent's movements while completely eliminating every opening for a counterattack. He added that this very swordsmanship had elevated Cameron to his current status, and concluded that Pereira seemed to have no chance of winning anymore. From behind them, Inaccio narrowed his eyes and interrupted, saying he was not so sure. He admitted that Cameron's attacks were incredibly vicious, but pointed out that Aaron still seemed to be enduring them. Ignacio then firmly told himself that Aaron would never give up. Even if his chances of victory were slim and he was pushed into desperation, he believed Aaron would continue enduring everything, just like a massive tree standing firmly rooted in the middle of a raging storm. At that moment, a brilliant golden light flashed across the battlefield, causing Cameron's eyes to widen in astonishment. Ignacio's expectant words echoed through his mind once again as he remarked that Cameron would understand soon enough, comparing Aaron to a star that illuminated the darkness and possessed eyes that shone with extraordinary brilliance. Upon hearing his master's teachings, Cameron could not help but feel puzzled, saying that he was unsure what was meant by a light in his eyes. Josh then became more serious and told him that he could see it clearly, that Cameron's eyes shone brightly with his dreams, desires, and everything he wished to achieve. He added that it had been a long time since his own eyes had lost that kind of light. As he turned away, he also remarked that, despite appearances, he was satisfied with his current life, and he addressed Cameron before returning to the present moment. Back in the present, the battle between him and Aaron had become more intense than ever. Observing Aaron's movements, Cameron silently concluded that he finally understood what his master had meant. He felt that he had seen it many times before on this vast stage, those who were beginning to step out into the world, their eyes shining like rising stars. He then wondered if this was the same light his master had once seen in his own eyes, and realized that, like his master, he too could no longer turn away from it. The two fighters then distanced themselves, creating a brief pause in the duel. Unexpectedly, Cameron declared to the referee that he was conceding, announcing Aaron Pereira as the winner. The commentator erupted in shock, stating that after an intense, hour-long duel, Cameron Ray had suddenly withdrawn, and that Aaron Pereira had advanced to the final of the Festival of Heroes semi-final match. As Cameron left the arena, he smiled and silently encouraged Aaron to keep moving forward, no matter what tried to block his path, believing that Aaron would overcome everything he desired to achieve, and telling him that it was now his time. After returning to the resting area, Aaron was surprised to find his family had arrived. Haroon explained that Abilius had sent them an invitation and congratulated Aaron on reaching the finals, encouraging him to do his best until the end and assuring him they would be watching. Aaron expressed gratitude and then asked about Ruru's whereabouts. Kirill replied that she still had not returned, which disappointed him. Kirill herself complained about Ruru's disappearance, saying she would scold her when she returned. Aaron, however, reassured her that Ruru was likely working hard somewhere as well. As evening fell and the sky shifted from orange to deep blue, Aaron trained with Brett on the practice field. After an exhausting exchange, Brett suggested they stop before they injured themselves, and Aaron agreed politely, thanking him for his help. Brett then asked if Aaron had any plan for his upcoming opponent, Ignat, or any hidden trump card prepared. Aaron then recalled Cameron's words after their previous match when he had chased after him and demanded to know why he had conceded despite still having strength left. Cameron had asked whether the tournament was meant for the future of the continent, and suggested that Aaron was more suited than himself to carry its hope, insisting that Aaron still had hidden abilities and wanted to see them in the finals. Cameron had implied that he also had a hidden trump card but believed Aaron was concealing something as well and expressed his wish to witness it in the final match. Aaron reflected on these words, thinking about his trump card. That night, the darkness deepened as Aaron slept peacefully. In his dream, he found himself in a familiar place under a familiar sky and wall. He encountered his past self, who greeted him and questioned why he had returned and what enlightenment he was seeking there. As Aaron watched his past self continuously swing a sword, he reflected that nothing seemed to change no matter how long he waited. He then noticed a small tree sprout nearby, touched it, and told his past self that it was a gift that would grow quickly and that training could continue under its shade. After that, he left with a faint smile. The next day, the final of the Festival of Heroes was announced with great excitement. The commentator declared that the long-awaited finale was about to begin and introduced interviews with the masters predicting the winner. Ralph stated that he believed Ignat Crescentia would win, explaining that Ilya Lindsay was not inferior to Aaron or Cameron, and that Ignat's flames would grow stronger against powerful opponents. Ignacio, however, dismissed predictions as meaningless, noting how earlier favorites had already fallen, including himself, and suggested that Aaron might still have hidden strength or further growth. When asked, he ultimately said he would bet on Aaron Pereira. Ilya simply stated that Aaron would win. Devin chose Ignat Crescentia. Cameron refused to choose a winner, saying only that it would be a great match regardless of the outcome. Brett, meanwhile, unexpectedly declared his love for Judith. The commentator then announced the end of the interviews as both finalists stepped onto the stage, Ignat Crescentia and Aaron Pereira. The crowd erupted in cheers, overwhelmingly chanting Aaron's name. Judith noted that Aaron seemed to be receiving more support, and Brett agreed. One spectator commented that Eren was talented, noble, handsome, and already a swordmaster in his 20s, also mentioning his relationship with Ilya Lindsay, but ultimately complained that he was somewhat annoying, which caused the crowd's mood to suddenly shift, with many shouting for Ignat to defeat him. Finally, Ignat asked Eren if he was ready, and he replied with equal confidence that he was. The signal for the match was given, and Ignat quickly gathered momentum to begin her attack as the referee declared, "Begin!" She narrowed her eyes, focused straight ahead, and charged forward. Across from her, Eren raised his sword as well. The two rushed toward each other at tremendous speed, their movements producing deafening sounds that forced the spectators to cover their ears. Eren suddenly halted, stomping the ground hard enough to crack the arena floor before swinging his sword in a powerful arc. Ignat leaped gracefully into the air, narrowly avoiding the strike before extending her leg and diving toward him. Her kick landed squarely on Eren, causing his eyes to widen as he immediately swung his sword in retaliation. The two remained locked together on the arena floor, constantly attacking and defending as the commentator exclaimed that Eren Pereira was unleashing a series of blows at immense speed. Ralph and Devon stared in disbelief as Ralph exclaimed that it was amazing that someone could swing such a greatsword so quickly. Watching the battle from another side of the arena with a serious expression, Cameron observed that Eren's power was impressive from the very beginning, yet the captain of the Black Knights was refusing to yield. He remarked that she was calmly evading those ferocious attacks by only a hair's breadth, that her movements were perfectly optimized to preserve both stamina and balance, and that she was far more skilled than he had imagined. He concluded that hers truly was the sword that would one day be called the hero of the next generation. Eren swung his sword downward once more while Ignat prepared to strike. She suddenly raised her leg again, completely catching Eren off guard. Before he could react, he was kicked away. Although he quickly regained his balance and landed some distance away without being thrown out of the arena, he breathed heavily while staring intently ahead. In contrast, Ignat did not have so much as a scratch on her. Kuvar noticed the crimson aura surrounding Ignat's sword and was reminded of Judith. Wondering what that red aura was, he thought that it did not seem normal. Unlike Judith's fiery energy, he believed that this flame had been refined to its absolute limit. Ignat smirked before challenging Eren by asking why they did not pick up the pace. The moment she finished speaking, she dashed toward him with blinding speed. Eren focused completely, preparing to receive the attack. He delivered a decisive slash, yet Ignat remained completely unfazed, effortlessly avoiding the strike while continuing her advance. She leaped high into the air before bringing her sword crashing down. The instant their blades collided, she threw a punch. Eren struggled to defend himself and was once again driven backward as the commentator excitedly declared that it was incredible. Neither of them blinked as they poured even more strength into the clash. The violent shockwaves split the ground apart while the commentator announced that they were clashing swords without yielding even an inch. Supporting Eren's sword with one hand, Ignat launched another punch with the other. Eren took the blow directly, his face twisting from the impact. He loosened his grip on his sword, shifted the way he held it, and in the following exchange successfully forced Ignat backward before immediately raising his sword for another strike. Watching from above, Cameron reflected that Pereira had been fighting aggressively throughout this match, unlike during their own duel. He admitted that he himself had intended to control the flow of that previous battle, but now Eren was actively trying to push back against the Black Knight's captain's attacks. Cameron wondered whether Eren's movements were driven by emotion. Having heard that the two shared some history, he questioned whether it was merely the excitement of battle, respect, or perhaps a sense of inferiority. He silently asked what Eren truly carried in his heart as he swung his sword. Despite the scratches covering his face, Eren's expression remained resolute. Across from him, Ignat seriously blocked his attack before grabbing his arm. Twisting her body, she prepared to slam him into the ground. Witnessing the situation, Judith and Brett exclaimed in surprise that he had been caught. Ignat succeeded in throwing Eren onto the arena floor before immediately reaching for the hilt of her sword. Her target was the arm with which he held his weapon, and she decisively raised her sword high. Realizing what Ignat intended to do, Ilya cried out in panic, calling Eren's name. Eren's eyes snapped open the instant he heard her voice. Although Ignat's foot pinned down his sword arm, preventing him from moving it, her body suddenly wavered. Eren slammed his free hand into the arena floor with such force that it shattered into countless cracks, freeing himself as the impact hurled Ignat into the air. The spectators stared in disbelief, shouting that Ignat had been thrown. Eren finally let out a deep breath to steady himself while raising his sword once again. Ignat quickly regained her composure in midair and immediately targeted him. She blocked his slash with her own sword before the two exchanged countless more attacks. Brilliant flashes erupted whenever their weapons collided, while the sounds of continuous impacts echoed throughout the arena as their figures darted across the battlefield. Eren landed atop a floating slab of broken stone, and Ignat landed upon another opposite him. Simultaneously, they unleashed powerful slashes toward one another. Their sword waves collided midway, triggering a tremendous explosion. Ignat retreated in surprise while Eren landed gracefully and widened the distance between them before charging forward once again. His face was filled with unwavering determination, and Ignat met his advance with equal resolve. The already devastated arena suffered even greater destruction as they exchanged blow after blow, each receiving a strike only to answer with one of their own. Grinding his teeth, Eren fixed his gaze on his opponent. At that moment, Ignat created a blazing sphere of aura high above her head. Witnessing the sight, Cameron widened his eyes in astonishment as he realized that it was an aura sphere. Smiling confidently, Ignat sent the blazing sphere crashing downward, leaving behind a long trail of light. Thick black smoke engulfed the battlefield in the aftermath. She walked proudly out of the smoke, while the spectators marveled that it was incredible and declared that Ignat Crescentia's attack had destroyed the arena itself. Satisfied, Ignat quietly remarked that Eren did not disappoint. Across from her, however, Eren was still standing. Seeing the devastation below, some spectators nervously wondered whether everything was truly all right, admitting that without the barrier, they would have been caught in the attack themselves. Devon wiped away cold sweat while Ralph could only stammer that such power was incredible. Even Julius observed the battle with surprise, thinking that seeing Ignat's aura sphere in this tournament proved she was giving the fight everything she had. He noticed that Ignat was smiling, despite being someone who rarely showed her emotions. Julius concluded that Eren Pereira possessed the unique ability to draw out his opponent's true feelings and even make them smile. A hopeful smile slowly spread across Julius's face as his eyes remained fixed on Eren below. Filled with anticipation, he silently concluded that it was not merely the sword that they needed to show to the continent. The two swords pressed tightly against each other, sending sparks flying as the duel continued. It was said that more than 30 minutes had passed since the exchange had begun. Brett and Judith watched the battle with unwavering concentration, while the tremendous force of each collision gradually cracked the ground beneath the combatants. Observers remarked that both swordsmen had fought on equal footing without yielding even an inch, pushing the tension of the match to its absolute limit. In the stands, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. It was noted that the cheers of the audience had gradually faded away as more and more spectators held their breath, silently watching the stage. Sitting some distance away, Ilya could not hide her anxiety as she quietly called out to Eren in her heart. Before long, Eren keenly noticed an opening in his opponent's defense. He shifted his body and lifted his sword, causing Ignat to lose her momentum. Watching closely, Julius observed that the gap between them had been widening for quite some time. Ignat frowned and tightened her grip on her sword as only a handful of spectators had realized that cracks had already begun to appear in the balance of the battle. Suddenly, Ignat dashed past Eren with astonishing speed. Those perceptive enough to follow the exchange realized that the outcome of the battle had already been decided. Her razor-sharp slash tore across Eren's chest, prompting Gregory to widen his eyes in shock as he realized that the gap between them had become one that could never be closed. A ruthless gleam flashed across Ignat's eyes as it became evident that the match was hers to win. She was declared the likely victor as Eren's armor split cleanly in two and fell to the ground. Without hesitation, Ignat swung her sword again and launched another direct attack. Caught off guard, Eren wildly swung his own blade in an attempt to defend himself. Cameron stared in astonishment as he realized that the momentum had completely shifted in Ignat's favor after that last attack, and that, unless Eren disrupted her rhythm immediately, the situation would become extremely dangerous. To Eren's surprise, Ignat suddenly split into multiple afterimages before charging toward him. At that moment, a voice echoed within his mind, urging him that his opponent would not wait for him and insisting that he had to reveal his trump card immediately. Ignat then attacked with a speed that was nearly impossible to follow with the naked eye. A relentless barrage of techniques struck Eren, sending him flying backward. With a frenzied expression, Ignat demanded that Eren show whether that was truly everything he had. As every clone surrounded him simultaneously, she challenged him further by asking whether he had already reached his limit and whether he intended to be defeated by so little. Eren gradually lost his footing, and in the next instant, Ignat delivered what appeared to be the finishing blow, kicking him violently into a distant wall. Despite the impact, Eren glared back and barely managed to block her follow-up strike. Gritting his teeth, he forced his sword upward to stop her blade before the two resumed exchanging a relentless stream of attacks. The longer the battle continued, the more consumed by madness Ignat became. She repeatedly demanded that Eren reveal his true strength, calling his name and urging him to hurry and show her everything he possessed. Tightening her grip, she poured all of her power into her blade before unleashing another devastating slash, insisting that he reveal every ounce of his strength. A single strike sent Eren flying across the arena, dragging him along the ground. He planted the hilt of his sword into the earth, forced himself back onto his feet, and struggled to maintain his balance near the edge of the arena. Suddenly, he heard someone desperately shouting his name. At the same moment, a massive fireball appeared before him. Ignat advanced with her sword raised before charging at him once more. The unexpected assault left Aaron unable to react in time, causing Ilya to desperately warn him to dodge the attack. A tremendous explosion erupted, shattering the ground into countless fragments as thick black smoke engulfed the battlefield. Ignat calmly emerged from the smoke and remarked with disappointment that it was a shame the battle had ended that way. Moments later, Aaron's sword slipped from his hand and fell onto the ground. Covered in wounds, he collapsed to one knee, lamenting that he had never wanted the fight to end like that. Unable to bear the sight, Brett covered his face while quietly calling Aaron's name. Kirill also froze for a brief moment as he murmured Aaron's name under his breath. Gregory silently praised Aaron in his heart, believing that he had fought magnificently and had done an outstanding job. At last, the referee recovered from his shock and began announcing that the match was over, only to stop midway in disbelief. To everyone's astonishment, Aaron slowly planted his feet firmly on the ground and forced himself back to his feet. Gregory frowned in surprise while Ignat's expression instantly transformed into one of excitement. Aaron calmly reached down, grasped the hilt of his sword, and stood once more. At that moment, memories resurfaced in his mind. He remembered Brett once asking whether he had prepared anything, perhaps some sort of trump card. Back then, Aaron had replied that he had never possessed anything that could truly be called a trump card. He also remembered Judith enthusiastically encouraging him, asking whether he wanted to win this time and defeat the person he had always pursued, Ignat. Those words echoed within him as he quietly repeated to himself that he wanted to defeat Ignat. Her cold, unwavering face appeared vividly in his mind. He reflected that the admiration and fighting spirit he had felt ever since first meeting her had never faded, not even for a single moment. Then, Aaron slowly took a deep breath as understanding dawned upon him. He realized that it had not been those feelings alone that had carried him all the way to that stage. He reminded himself that he needed to work even harder. His thoughts turned toward the enemies he had defeated, the people he had rescued, and the companions who had become precious to him. He resolved that he had to protect the continent from evil, safeguard the people he cherished, and create a happier world for everyone. Each memory filled him with renewed strength. Clutching a small sprout growing from the ground, Aaron vowed that he had to show everyone the sincerity of his goodwill toward the world itself. A brilliant light suddenly flashed across the sky. Clear streams of water flowed around the roots of a great tree as immense energy gathered from every direction. Everyone present stared in complete astonishment while the overwhelming power spread across the arena. Kuvar shouted in shock that there was no mistake about what he was witnessing. He immediately recognized it as the state in which the 5 energies of the 5-element divine technique had finally achieved perfect harmony. Ignat's eyes widened as a trace of fear appeared on her face. An immense aura erupted from Aaron's body, and the sword in his hand shone with an overwhelming brilliance as the technique known as Circle, 5 Elemental, manifested itself. Aaron raised the enormous sword in his hand high into the air, while the arena floor had already been heavily damaged in several places from their battle. The overwhelming power radiating from the weapon forced everyone nearby to heighten their vigilance. Judith and Brett, watching from the stands, were witnessing such a terrifying scale for the first time, and they wondered in astonishment what exactly that was. Even Cameron was captivated by the sight and could not take his eyes away from the battlefield, commenting that the energy was strange and that the vibrations were reaching all the way to the spectator stands. Kuvar breathed heavily as he observed the scene, thinking to himself that it was a circular ring of white and black, a form of circle that had only been passed down from ancient times. He realized that it represented the energy of yin and yang, which had existed before the 5 elements, and that it was the stage called the foundation of the origin. At that moment, Aaron's sword was indeed intertwined with both black and white colors, releasing streams of energy into the surrounding space without any restraint. Kuvar watched the phenomenon with an expression of undeniable shock, realizing that the circle was being absorbed by Aaron's body. Aaron then raised his sword once again and prepared to swing it. He spread his legs apart, lowering his stance. The very next moment, the earth and rocks beneath him were violently torn apart by the force he released. Ignat was momentarily thrown off balance by the impact. Her instincts immediately warned her to be cautious, and she evaluated the situation in her mind, realizing that she could feel it instinctively and that the sword was dangerous. She concluded that her current sword would not be enough to face it and questioned whether she had been the one who had not revealed everything she possessed. The smile that appeared on Ignat's face startled Julius and Gregory, who immediately wondered if Ignat was planning to use it. Previously, Ignat had declared to Julius that she would take her leave. However, before she departed, Julius had called out to her and asked whether she could reveal that sword at the Heroes' Festival. Ignat had slightly closed her eyes and calmly replied that she would give the festival her all. However, she stated that she would not draw that sword. She added that if an opponent appeared who could force her to draw it, then that would be a different story. Therefore, in the present moment, Ignat controlled her sword and caused it to emit an intense white light. Julius widened his eyes in disbelief, realizing that it was a sword that had reached the realm beyond an aura sword, the crystallization of the desire to rule a nation. He quickly came to the conclusion that it was the king's sword. Meanwhile, Aaron lowered his center of gravity, preparing to unleash a powerful slash. Ignat remained completely alert as she raised her weapon and prepared to counterattack, thinking that it was still not enough and that, in order to stand against that sword, she needed something more. She unconsciously thought of Judith, believing that just like that girl's flame, she needed to possess the resolve to devour it completely. The blue light radiating from Ignat's sword grew stronger and stronger, while her eyes reflected an immense determination. On the opposite side, Aaron also charged forward with the same unwavering resolve. Both of their swords were raised high before they collided with tremendous force. A brilliant circle of light erupted from the clash, bright enough for those above to see clearly. Immediately afterward, the destructive power spread outward and the energy continued to grow stronger, affecting Gia's barrier. Ilya and Kirill had to raise their hands to shield themselves, while Judith and Brett also had to brace themselves against the force. Even Gia struggled greatly under the pressure of the attack. However, in the end, a massive explosion was created, causing dust to appear and fill the entire area. The sunlight from above continued to shine down onto the battlefield. As the roar and vibrations that had swept through the arena slowly began to die down, everyone present in the audience stared forward in stunned silence. After the blinding light faded, several people were finally able to observe what had happened. They pointed toward the battlefield and witnessed the result of the match. Cheers and applause immediately erupted throughout the arena. It was clearly an uproar that had gone beyond the simple concept of victory or defeat. Some people shed tears, some felt respect and reverence, while others felt concern and admiration. In each of their hearts, hope had begun to spread. Aaron's feet remained firmly planted on the ground. The long, yet all too short battle had finally come to an end. Everyone's faces carried satisfied smiles, but the happiest person of all was undoubtedly Ilya, who celebrated the hero's festival and called out to Aaron. Ignat's expression remained emotionless. Meanwhile, Aaron had lost consciousness and was being supported by her. The outcome of the battle was clear. It had come to an end. 3 days later, at the Abilius Inner Castle outdoor drill hall, countless voices of inquiry surrounded Aaron. Everyone was asking him how he felt and how he had managed to accomplish such a feat with his aura. Judith, standing nearby, could not hide her annoyance. She complained that if everything was over, they should simply go home and lie down, questioning why they had to hold this exchange meeting. Brett smiled at her attitude and explained that there were not many opportunities for swordsmen from all over to gather together like this. However, Judith only sighed and continued complaining that Aaron was having the time of his life. The spectators still showed no signs of letting Aaron go. They praised him, saying it had been absolutely amazing, asked where he usually practiced, and requested that he spar with them as well. At that moment, Brett gently suggested that Judith should try to enjoy herself a little. However, Judith simply sat down and refused, stating that these kinds of gatherings were uncomfortable. Suddenly, Devin waved from afar and called out to Brett, asking if they could talk for a moment. Brett glanced toward Judith and intended to refuse, explaining that he was with a friend. However, Judith interrupted him and told him to go ahead because she would rest there. Only then did Brett reluctantly leave, promising that he would be right back. Once she was alone, Judith became thoughtful. She let out a sigh and lazily remarked that not being a master was miserable, adding that if someone was weak, no one would even bother looking for them. At that moment, someone slowly approached her. The person politely spoke up, successfully drawing Judith's attention, and said, "Excuse me,